At the tender age of 18, amidst the chaos of war, the city of spring fell. Wanyue, clutching a small bundle, sought to elope with her beloved, only to once again encounter Heartbreak. She resembled a flustered bird, careening into his gaze. At that moment, though he occupied a lofty position, he found himself utterly destitute, yearning for a spiritual anchor. The river flowed languidly, the boat drifting farther away, as she dreamt of a bright future, oblivious to the impending calamity that awaited her. Chapter 1. The Impolite Wild Girl. As the sun reached its zenith, sparrows nestled in the verdant willows, and the Sioux residence buzzed with activity. For 3 days, the maids, servants, and footmen had been bustling about. Even the guard dogs were taken for a bath. All of this was for today's occasion. Early in the morning, old Master Sioux rose with great anticipation, donning his most splendid attire. Pacing the courtyard while frequently glancing toward the entrance, his heart brimming with eagerness and hope. Yet, bound by his status, he could not stand at the door, directing the young maid to check repeatedly. "Wanyue, has the carriage arrived?" "Not yet, uncle." "Wanyue, is the carriage here?" "Not yet, uncle." "Wanyue, did you truly look closely?"
No.
The young maid instinctively began to deny, then suddenly realized, lowering her head and sticking out her tongue with a playful smile. "The carriage makes a sound when it arrives, but it's truly not here, uncle." Old Master Seuss's expression turned stern. To deny a meal was a grave matter for the young maid, who immediately stiffened, her little face set in seriousness, and she swiftly turned to dash toward the door. Heartbreak, surprised, looked down, never expecting that someone would dare act so rashly in the esteemed Sioux residence. As he lowered his gaze, he found himself face to face with a small girl, barely reaching his shoulder, clad in a somewhat faded light blue coat, her frame exceedingly slender. Her face was pale, as if she had never seen the sun, yet her hair was dark and glossy, cascading slightly past her shoulders, braided neatly at the sides of her face. Heartbreak concluded in his mind that she was a mischievous sprite. That moment, this sprite, her face a mask of panic, collided with him, her frail hands clutching tightly at his chest, while her worn, plain shoes fit snugly against his foot. Her large, light brown eyes, reminiscent of glass marbles, swiveled in surprise, rendering her momentarily speechless. Heartbreak furrowed his brow, his tone stern. "You filthy little imp, you've soiled my shoes." At 17, in his own domain, he was the cherished only son of a military commander, born into privilege, accustomed to being revered and indulged. Yet, in Wanyue's eyes, he was merely a boy, not unlike the insufferable lads she had encountered at school, distinguished only by his greater height and more handsome visage. With dark hair, equally dark eyes, and a complexion that, while not particularly pale, was far from dark, his features were textbook handsome and impeccably chiseled, accentuated by a military green uniform. Though she recognized him as a child like herself, he bore an air of adult seriousness that was somewhat intimidating. Yet, it was merely an appearance. She felt no fear of him. Wanyue harbored a particular disdain for wealthy boys. Thus, instead of apologizing, she lifted her foot and stepped down hard, causing Heartbreak's eyes to widen in disbelief that a girl would dare to provoke him. Flames of indignation flickered in his gaze, and just as he prepared to retort, Wanyue cheekily tugged at her mouth and eyes, making a face at him. "I stepped on your shoe because I wanted to. What can you do about it?" After her playful grimace, she smiled, joyfully running away while calling out, "Uncle, it seems your guest has arrived." Heartbreak frowned, deeply contemplating her retreating figure when his father, Heartbreak, approached from behind, his voice low. "Why are you standing at the door? Why not go inside? Conflicts among children are unnecessary to share with adults. Matters should be left for his father to resolve, lest they escalate." "It's nothing, I was waiting for you." Heartbreak was pleased with his son's sudden obedience, offering a faint smile, then abruptly furrowing his brow. "Merchants simply cannot be relied upon in such a large courtyard. There isn't even a doorman or a herald." As he spoke, a portly middle-aged man, clad in a long gown and hat, approached with a broad smile, accompanied by 2 young attendants. "At last, we have been anticipating your arrival. Commander I am the steward of the Sioux residence. Please follow me this way. The master has prepared the finest tea in the hall, eagerly awaiting your arrival." Only then did Heartbreak's expression soften slightly, though his displeasure lingered. How could a commander like himself, visiting in person, be met by a mere merchant without the courtesy of a welcoming party? He silently scoffed at their audacity. Yet, he refrained from voicing his grievances. Having just taken command a month prior, he was cautious not to offend the entrenched local powers, even if they were merely merchants. Thus, the group was ushered inside by the eager steward. Seizing a moment when attention was diverted, Heartbreak discreetly lifted his foot to wipe his shoes. As they traversed the courtyard, flanked by wooden corridors and resting pavilions beside a verdant lake, Heartbreak's gaze wandered toward the flower-laden banks. There, The impulsive girl who had stepped on his foot frolicked amidst the blooms, chasing after fluttering birds that danced just out of reach. With arms outstretched, she pursued them joyfully, her two braids trailing behind as she laughed heartily. In the midst of her play, their eyes met when you steadied her gaze, twirling her fingers around her braid, and offered him another unapologetic grimace before breaking into a smile and scampering away. Hizoming frowned. What an impolite girl. Observing her attire, she appeared to be a mere servant, and with her unfortunate title as a ghost girl, scorned by society, how dare she treat him thus? He resolved to teach her a lesson. Chapter 2. The dark muzzle of the gun was aimed at her. As she traversed the corridor and finally reached the inner courtyard, two adults, upon meeting, instantly erupted into laughter, embracing and shaking hands, exchanging pleasantries, all the while harboring ulterior motives, feigning the demeanor of long-lost friends. Suddenly, Master Su noticed the young man accompanying Hizhenhai. Who might this young gentleman be? He inquired, with an air of naturalness. Hizhenhai draped his arm over Hizongming's shoulder. This is my son, merely 17 years of age. I thought it prudent to bring him out to experience the world, as he intends to reside here in the future. Master Su was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. He scrutinized Hizongming, observing that despite his youth, the lad exuded a remarkable composure, with striking features and an extraordinary demeanor. His face lit up with delight as he exclaimed, "What a coincidence! My daughter is of similar age, turning 16 this year, just a year younger than your son." Master Su lamented. Regrettably, Chingy has classes today and is at school. Otherwise, she would surely have a wealth of topics to discuss with your young master. At that moment, the two men, one a magnate and the other a traveler, displayed the characteristics of ordinary fathers, their conversation effortlessly veering towards their offspring. Master Su's admiration for Hizongming grew with each passing moment, showering him with compliments. However, these accolades were merely echoes of the praises Hizongming had long heard while in his father's company, rendering them rather mundane in his ears. After a while, Hizongming expressed his desire to explore the surroundings. The two adults, engrossed in their own discussions, made no effort to detain him. Master Su cheerfully remarked, "Though my residence is modest, the garden has been tended to quite nicely. If your young master fancies a stroll amidst nature, he is welcome to wander through the garden." In all of Spring City, the largest parcel of land had been appropriated by his family for their dwelling. If his abode could be deemed humble, then others could only be likened to dog kennels in comparison. With a clear purpose in mind, Hizongming made his way directly to the courtyard where Wanyue was playing, lifting the side of his garment momentarily to reveal a compact handgun that he discreetly acquired during his jaunt. Wanyue was still joyfully engaging with the birds in the courtyard. She cherished their company, for though they could not converse, they were among her few companions. After teasing her for a while, the little birds seemed to tire, fluttering their wings as if to alight upon her shoulder. Wanyue tilted her head back, her face aglow with delight, perceiving this as a rare reward, a moment of intimacy between friends. As the birds flapped their wings, drawing closer, she held her breath, patiently awaiting their approach. Just then, a sudden, thunderous bang erupted, akin to a muffled thunderclap in broad daylight. Wanyue's body jolted uncontrollably. In her widened eyes, she beheld one of the birds plummeting, its wings drooping, a gaping, crimson wound marring its chest. In shock, she stared, and then, with a piercing scream, she stumbled back 2 steps. Turning her head, she found Hizongming standing not far off, the young man with raven hair and dark eyes, possessing an air of striking elegance, nonchalantly holding a black pistol, a casual smile gracing his lips. Upon noticing Wanyue's gaze, he tilted his head, and in a swift motion, his arm shifted, the dark muzzle of the gun silently aimed directly at her. Wanyue's pupils constricted, and she instantly comprehended the nature of the object he wielded. With a startled gasp, she resembled a frightened fawn, scurrying in all directions. Hizongming did not approach. Instead, he raised his pistol, aiming it at her while repeatedly adjusting his aim. Observing her panicked flight, she even lost a shoe in her frenzy, but dared not retrieve it, desperately seeking any object to shield herself. She ran and hid, and to everyone's astonishment, she vanished completely. A smug smile lingered on Hizongming's face as he held his gun firmly, gazing ahead. Just then, a voice emerged from behind him. "What is happening?" Hizhenhai had appeared, with Su Leoi by his side. Both middle-aged men wore serious expressions, and Su Leoi appeared somewhat pale, startled by the sudden gunfire. "It's nothing. Just a bit of a whim. I wanted to test my marksmanship with the birds in the courtyard." The two men's reactions were varied. Su Leoi remained ashen, while Hizhenhai inquired with concern, "Did you hit anything?" Hizongming tilted his chin slightly, chuckling, "Indeed, I did." His eyes silently swept over a dense cluster of bauhinia vines. Everyone's attention was fixed on him, and no one noticed that what should have been a still object, the flower vines, was now trembling gently. Beneath the thick green tendrils, a delicate white foot emerged, its frail toes quivering in the mud, dirt clinging to both the toes and the instep, which also trembled slightly. He Zhongming's mirth deepened in his gaze as he caught sight of the soiled little foot, and at that moment, he found the girl rather endearing. He Zhenhai placed his arm around his shoulder, proudly declaring, "My child resembles me the most, even as a toddler. He dared to handle a gun and rode alongside me into battle as a teenager." Su Leoi, uncertain whether He Zhongming had fired the gun out of disdain for the birds or intended to intimidate him, felt his legs tremble slightly at the memory of that thunderous gunshot. Regret washed over him for having adopted an aloof demeanor upon learning of the commander's visit. What was wealth, really? A merchant is still a merchant. After all, he was a warlord. If he truly incited his wrath, a volley of bullets could come his way. No matter how rich he was, once life was lost, his wealth would become ownerless. At that point, who would claim the money? Who would manage the treasury? Who would reside in his houses? It was clear he would have no authority over such matters. Suddenly, a revelation struck Su Leoi. He had just been reluctant to allow He Zhenhai to intervene in the business affairs, yet now he felt compelled to accommodate him. Almost bowing in deference, he said to He Zhenhai, "Let us proceed with the business in accordance with the commander's wishes." He Zhenhai was taken aback by this unexpected concession. Su Leoi wore a smile, gazing at He Zhongming with envy, repeatedly exclaiming, "Young master is truly a dragon among men." Although it was military, maintaining an army required substantial funds. As He Zhenhai had just arrived, his finances were nearly depleted from the troop movements. He had no desire to resort to coercive tactics. Since he had come to visit today, it was with the intention of mutual cooperation and benefit. He had received benefits from old Master Su, and naturally, he would reciprocate with some advantages of his own. He had initially contemplated providing the Su family with a few firearms, but old Master Su proved to be particularly accommodating this time, offering even more favorable terms than he had anticipated, continually steering the conversation towards He Zhongming. As He Zhenhai gazed upon his proud son, he pondered for a moment and suddenly felt inspired. "Old Master Su, how old is your esteemed daughter this year?" Chapter 3. The proud and beautiful young lady. When they departed, old Master Su wore a smile once more, though it was tinged with a hint of cautious flattery. However, He Zhongming furrowed his brow and only spoke after they had settled into the car. "If you desire their wealth, why not eliminate him? What need is there for me to marry his daughter?" He Zhenhai replied nonchalantly, "The Su family has been in business for generations, and they have only one daughter. By marrying her, you would be acquiring their entire fortune without a single shot fired. What could be more advantageous? What sort of interesting daughter could a businessman produce?" He Zhongming expressed his dissatisfaction with his father's unilateral decisions. "Perhaps I simply do not fancy his daughter." He Zhenhai chuckled. "It is merely a wife. As long as she is useful, it matters not whether you like her. Once you set her in her place, she would be no different than a stone lion at the entrance of a mansion. Affection is inconsequential. It is merely about having the ornamentation. If you come to despise her, when you find someone you truly adore, you can simply make her a concubine." He spoke with complete indifference, as if this were no issue at all. He Zhenhai himself had a wife and 6 concubines, and he had raised his son with the same mindset. He Zhongming listened, still frowning, deep in thought. Meanwhile, she remained blissfully unaware, caught in her own predicament. She suddenly turned cold, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Father, is it fair to use my marriage as a means to secure your own interests?" Old Master Su was exceedingly fond of his daughter and chuckled as he reassured her. "As your father, how could I possibly harm you? That young master from the He family not only possesses power and influence, but he is also quite handsome and spirited. You are sure to like him upon meeting." Su Qingyi retorted angrily, "I have no interest. If you are so fond of him, why don't you marry him yourself?" She flung her school bag aside, turned her head, and began to cry sorrowfully. Seeing his daughter so upset, old Master Su immediately instructed his servants to prepare a lavish feast of delicious dishes and snacks. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, Su Qingyi, having attended classes all day, felt her stomach rumble in hunger, and she ceased her fussing. Observing her pick up her chopsticks, old Master Su smiled and joined her at the table. As they ate, he continued to comfort her. "Commander, he mentioned that he would find an opportunity for you two to meet. Once you do, you will understand that your father would never make a mistake in his choice." Holding her bowl, Su Qingyi's tone softened, though she remained displeased. Merely letting out a small huff, she mumbled, "Who told me I don't have a mother? I can only be bullied by you." Upon hearing this, Old Master Su's expression darkened, and he felt an even greater surge of affection for his daughter, piling her bowl high with all the delectable treats. Once they finished their meal, the servants in the kitchen were finally able to enjoy the remnants of their feast. As the maids indulged in their meal, a little girl suddenly inquired about Wanyu's absence at the table. The clattering of chopsticks abruptly ceased as everyone exchanged glances. Following this moment of silence, the chopsticks resumed their fervor, as if they were in a race to clear the remaining dishes, fervently devouring every last morsel. Delicious! The maids exclaimed joyfully. Today's dishes are truly delightful. Indeed, they are all Mrs. favorites. Once satiated, they collected the greasy bowls and plates, washing and tidying them with care. A gentle breeze rustled through. The willow branches swayed lightly, and the moon hung gracefully atop the tree branches. Beneath the moonlight, the flowering vines adorned with purple bauhinia blossoms radiated tranquility. Wanyue, her delicate face pale, had tear stains on her cheeks. She hugged her legs tightly. One foot shod and the other bare, curled up in a corner with her eyes firmly shut. Initially seeking refuge from Zhongming, she had been unable to contain her sorrow upon witnessing a dead bird, which led her to weep. As her tears flowed, fatigue gradually overtook her, and before she realized it, she had fallen asleep in her hiding place behind the flowering vines. That night, she slumbered peacefully, a quiet presence in the household, at times useful, yet at others, like now, entirely overlooked. Approximately 5 days later, under the arrangement of Lord Su and He Jinhai, Su Qingyi, on a break from her studies, was taken to meet He Zhongming. Although she verbally expressed her reluctance, she meticulously prepared herself for the occasion. Proud by nature, she possessed the qualities to back it up: a slender, graceful figure, exquisite features, and an air of confidence fostered by her upbringing. Clad in a water-blue qipao adorned with silver thread, she stood with poise and elegance, exuding an aura of refined beauty. The maids praised her, saying, "Miss is truly stunning." No young man could resist her charm. Su Qingyi cast them a sidelong glance, her voice teasingly sweet. "Suma, what nonsense are you spouting?" Yet, her lips curled into a subtle smile that lingered. Concerned that his daughter might feel awkward in the presence of boys due to her modesty, Lord Su summoned Wanyue and instructed her, "Go with your sister. Should she become bored or thirsty, be attentive and supportive." Wanyue, having rarely ventured beyond the confines of the estate, eagerly accepted, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation as she nodded in agreement. In contrast, Su Qingyi appeared less than thrilled, casting a disdainful look at Wanyue, who still wore discarded clothing and shoes from previous years, presenting an appearance that was shabby and forlorn. With so many maids in the household, why bring her along? She can't even read, she thought. Lord Su chuckled, addressing his daughter, "Silly girl, you're merely going to a tea house to enjoy tea and listen to music, not to school for lessons. All you need is someone obedient. Why insist on having a clever companion?" Wanyue, having grown up largely unattended in the Su household, lacked formal upbringing and displayed a somewhat wild demeanor. Standing beside Su Qingyi, the poised young lady appeared strikingly refined, while Wanyue resembled a scruffy child, the disparity stark. Lord Su, well aware of the adage that comparisons reveal worth, gently nudged his daughter's shoulder. Su Qingyi's eyes brightened at the sound of the approaching vehicle, yet she feigned indifference. Humming dismissively, "I don't care." Nevertheless, she stepped out. Seated in a luxurious carriage, she held a delicate purse in her hand. Wanyue walked beside her carriage, her face alight with curiosity. Upon reaching the bustling street, she gazed at the hawkers peddling their wares, her eyes darting about in wonder, while she observed others. She too was the subject of scrutiny. Her distinctly non-Han features drew whispers and pointed fingers from the crowd, who could not help but indulge in malicious speculation. A warm breeze carried with it a few hushed remarks, laced with connotations of inferiority, sin, and shame. Suddenly, Wanyu's demeanor shifted, her smile vanished, replaced by a resolute expression. Yet, her chin remained held high, her gaze unwavering in the face of the peculiar stares surrounding her, as if the judgmental glances held no power to wound her. The circumstances of her birth were beyond her control, being of mixed heritage. What of it? She had grown up on the same rice and tread the same soil as they. Their disdain was merely a reflection of their own triviality. She would never belittle herself. If they harbored hatred towards foreigners, they ought to channel it elsewhere rather than direct it at an innocent girl with no protector. What a farce! Suddenly, a stone hurtled toward her, striking her hand and leaving a mark. Wanyue frowned at the source of the projectile, a boy of about 11 or 12, standing nearby, making faces at her. "Little mongrel, ugly little monkey." With impeccable aim, the stone struck the boy squarely on the face, eliciting a yelp of pain and tears. Wanyue felt no remorse. Instead, she returned his taunts with a cheerful grin. Crybaby. Coward. For every insult hurled at her, she would retaliate with four. Although she lacked parental protection, she was more than capable of defending herself. She was formidable in her own right. Not far away, at the largest tavern and theater in Spring City, Hizoming lounged by the window of a second-floor private box, idly observing the scene below. He couldn't help but chuckle at the spectacle, his mind drifting to the image of Wanyue scurrying behind a flowering vine, petals and leaves adorning her like a garland. The little girl certainly had a knack for standing up to bullies. She was quite clever. Within the carriage, Su Qingyi furrowed her brow as she heard Wanyue's voice. What are you doing? Nothing, miss. I'm doing nothing at all, Wanyue replied softly. Su Qingyi's expression darkened considerably. Do not call me sister. Wanyue's voice dropped a notch. Understood, miss. Yet, in truth, Su Qingyi was indeed her sister. Wanyue's mother was the sister of Su Qingyi's father, making her the niece of the Su family patriarch. Consequently, Su Qingyi was, by rights, her sister. However, Wanyue lived among the servants, experiencing the life of a subordinate. Eating the leftovers of Su Qingyi and wearing her cast-off garments. Su Qingyi was satisfied with Wanyue's understanding of her position, but as she thought of the person they were about to meet, she drew back the curtain and leaned closer, whispering. Her mother, devoid of shame, conceived her through an illicit union with a foreigner. It is a testament to her father's kindness that he did not cast her into the river to drown. However, he has already expelled her from the family lineage. Wanyue, although bearing the surname Su, is not truly a member of the Su family and has no right to call me sister. With her head bowed, she quietly gazed at the dusty surface of her ill-fitting shoes, which were slightly oversized and would often slip off while she ran. In the Su household, no one ever cared whether her shoes fit properly. Having any shoes at all was considered fortunate. She murmured softly, I understand, Mississippi. Su Qingyi maintained her admonishing tone. You'd best remember this well. If there is a next time, I will have my father expel you. I have heard that Yi Hongyuan is quite interested in girls like you. Even if Wanyue had been unaware of what Yi Hongyuan was, she could sense that it was certainly not a desirable place. Panic immediately washed over her face. No, miss. I recognize my mistakes and have truly learned. I will never do it again. Please do not sell me to such a place. Not far away, in the upper floor, Hizoming observed the interaction between the two, particularly noting the fear etched on Wanyue's face, curiosity igniting in his eyes. What had been said in the carriage to frighten that wild girl so? After a while, Su Qingyi's sedan chair halted before an inn, and soldiers stationed below promptly approached to assist. Upon suddenly encountering these armed guards, Su Qingyi felt a twinge of anxiety as she followed them up the stairs, her hand unconsciously gripping Wanyue's arm, leaving several dark imprints on her slender limb. Wanyue remained silent, lowering her head and enduring until they were led to the door of a private room. The attendant announced, We have arrived, Miss Su. You may enter. The young master is waiting inside. Su Qingyi pretended to smooth the creases of her qipao. Understood. You may leave now. As her grip loosened, Wanyue clutched her aching arm, exhaling a sigh of relief. However, Su Qingyi turned to her again. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and knock on the door. Wanyue, fearing that she might truly be sold to such a place, quickly approached and gently rapped on the door twice. After a moment, a clear and resonant voice belonging to a youth called out from within, Come in. The door is not locked. Wanyue pushed the door open. Upon raising her gaze, she spotted a familiar figure leaning against the window, arms resting casually as he appraised them. Hizoming's attire today was much simpler than before. Yet his hair was cut even shorter. His fresh and tidy crew cut framed his strikingly handsome features. He wore a uniquely styled, impeccably clean white shirt that could not be found in any shop, paired with military-like black trousers that accentuated his long, straight legs, tucked into a pair of tall boots. This modern ensemble was rare enough that wealth alone could not guarantee its acquisition, far surpassing the staid attire of the boys at the academy. Su Qingyi lingered at the door, casting a discreet glance that filled her with satisfaction as a faint blush crept up her cheeks. Wanyue stood behind Su Qingyi, unable to avert her gaze from the figure before her, unlike Su Qingyi, who quickly turned her eyes away after a mere glance. Her large, expressive eyes were fixated intently on Hizoming's face. Within them swirled a tumult of emotions, shock, fear, and confusion. Instinctively, she took a half-step back, drawing in a sharp breath. She had suddenly recalled the identity of the man before her. The thunderous sound, the rigid bodies of the birds, the menacing black barrel pointed at her. All these memories surged forth in an instant. Wanyue's impression of Hizoming was profound. Her complexion paled instantly, rendering her motionless at the door. For several seconds, she stood in a daze until she heard Su Qingyi speaking to her. With a hint of pink on her fair face, Su Qingyi gently advised her, Don't just stand there foolishly. If you have nothing to do, perhaps you should take a walk outside. Unbeknownst to her, Hizongming had shifted positions, finding a chair to sit in. His arm draped casually over the table as he regarded her with a bemused smile. Clearly, he still held some recollection of her. Wanyue's heart tightened. She dared not meet his gaze again, let alone make a grimace, and merely caught a fleeting glimpse of him from the corner of her eye before hastily fleeing. Chapter 5. Not to be provoked. In her haste, she forgot to close the door behind her, leaving it ajar as she hurried down the stairs, her panicked footsteps echoing. Su Qingyi appeared somewhat embarrassed, remarking, "The maid at home has been without parents since childhood and lacks proper upbringing." Hizongming's gaze lingered briefly on her, and upon sensing his scrutiny, Su Qingyi silently straightened her back. Regardless of her family background or appearance, she harbored sufficient confidence in herself. As for Hizongming, he found it difficult to articulate his feelings towards Su Qingyi. She was not unattractive, and her demeanor was generally respectable. Yet, she was merely passable in his eyes. Most of their classmates were brimming with new ideas, lively and charming girls dressed in fashionable attire, far more engaging than the stifled and awkward Su Qingyi. His aversion to this marriage, imposed upon him by his father, grew ever stronger, prompting him to inquire, "What did you say to that little ruffian on the street?" Su Qingyi's mind was somewhat scattered, and she failed to grasp his words on the first attempt. Instinctively, she replied, "What did you just say?" Despite him having posed the question first, she found herself reversing roles. In the military, a lack of focus, impaired hearing, or sluggish reactions were all grave offenses. "It's nothing. Let's listen to the play," he said. Su Qingyi realized that this young master, while handsome, was rather aloof. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, she was accustomed to being surrounded and adored in both academic and social settings. Naturally, she possessed a certain pride and reserve, unwilling to allow anyone to belittle her. With Hizongming's reticence, she too fell silent, stubbornly contesting the coldness in the air. This venue served both as a theater and a dining establishment. The second floor housed private rooms, while the courtyard below featured the stage. The troupe had been prepared for some time, awaiting Hizongming's signal to begin their performance, which soon unfolded serenely amidst the silence shared by the two. During this period, someone entered to deliver a plate of fruit and a tray of pastries, as well as to replace the teapot. Su Qingyi discreetly observed Hizongming from the corner of her eye. He was engrossed in the performance on stage, seemingly lost in it. He was preoccupied with his tea, showing no inclination to acknowledge her presence. Frowning slightly, she sulked in her seat, refusing to touch any of the refreshments. Soon, dusk descended. Wanyue seemed at ease, like a bird freed from its cage, frolicking through the streets and enjoying herself throughout the day. At that moment, the play below was still in its final act. "Feeling discontent, so hindi ko ultili marked." Can't you read faces? Can't you see that they're still singing on stage? Just then, Hizongming, who had scarcely spoken all day, suddenly glanced at her and replied in a calm voice. He raised his hand, conveying some unspoken command, and the troupe, which had been singing at a crucial moment, abruptly ceased. Having spent the day sitting upright, Su Qingyi had genuinely immersed herself in the performance, but her spirits plummeted when the excitement was abruptly interrupted, leaving her with a visibly sour expression. Yet, in front of Hizongming, she refrained from voicing her displeasure, leading Wanyue downstairs with a composed demeanor. Her steps were light and graceful, while Wanyue had bowed, followed closely behind, anxious that Su Qingyi might truly sell her off, her heart racing with trepidation. Upstairs, half of Hizongming's figure was visible behind the open door. He watched the girl in distress and couldn't help but curve his lips in a slight smile, thinking what a misfortunate wild child she was. After a while, footsteps echoed as his father's aide, Wang Jiang, entered to greet him. "Young master, how was your meeting with Miss Su?" The faint smile that had just appeared at the corner of Hizongming's mouth vanished instantly. With a stern expression, he replied, "It was utterly dull. Why must I be here? The training grounds, the cavalry fields, each of those is far more entertaining than listening to this disjointed cacophony." He had no fondness for opera. He could devour 5 tedious books in a day, yet could never settle his mind to appreciate a melodious performance. Ironically, his father, He Zhenhai, relished the theater, and several of his concubines were renowned performers from the opera troupe. Wang Jiang, feeling exasperated, remarked, "Who asked you about the play?" "I meant Miss Su." Hizongming's tone remained unenthused. "She's just all right, nothing particularly special." He did not harbor a dislike for Su Qingyi, yet he did not find her appealing either. To him, she was merely a decorative stone lion meant to guard the home, something to be placed aside and ignored. Wang Jiang, hearing this, could only smile helplessly. Hizongming had taken to the battlefield alongside He Zhenhai at a tender age, and by then, He had already been responsible for the lives of many. If he had not caused a stir by killing a colonel's son in Yangcheng, he would not have been relegated to such an unfamiliar place, forced to start anew. The urgency with which his father sought a betrothal was likely not only for a lasting alliance with the Su family, but also an attempt to temper the fierce demeanor he had developed in battle. It was a pity, though, that to this young master, even a target at the training grounds seemed more intriguing than a beautiful girl. Wang Jiang observed Su Qingyi as she rushed out the door, eagerly clamoring for a ride to the training grounds, and thought to himself, patience is key. At this age, boys and girls often develop fondness through frequent interactions. Su Qingyi, visibly upset, remarked, he acts like a mute, never uttering a word. Not speaking? The old master Su paused, a vague realization dawning upon him that perhaps the young master he had little interest in his daughter. Instantly, a wave of distress washed over him, overshadowing his desire to console her. He admonished, if he does not speak to you, should you not take the initiative to engage him? Su Qingyi, already brimming with grievances, was incensed by his words. Why should I? It is his family that is eager to form an alliance with us. Do I need to coddle him? Chapter 6. The Outlet of Frustration. Such words, if overheard by the He family, could lead to dire consequences. The old master's expression darkened, his voice grave. Who informed you that the He family is pursuing us? Let me clarify. This match was sought after with great difficulty. You must indeed appease him. Consider his stature compared to yours. Our Su family is indeed a tier below the He family. Never before had Su Qingyi witnessed her father's stern demeanor or experienced such harsh admonishment. Her expression shifted as memories of the earlier cold treatment flooded back, deepening her sense of injustice. Consequently, any lingering affection she felt towards He Zhongming, sparked by his appearance, dissipated entirely. In a fit of anger, she hurled her bag and fled, tears streaming down her face. Who wants to marry him? Who wishes to lower themselves beneath him? I certainly do not. Her devoted maid, Xiao Ju, watched her retreating figure with concern. Master, Miss seems very distressed. The old master replied with a composed countenance, leave her be. This child is utterly oblivious to propriety, spoiled by your indulgence. The once promising union had soured the relationship between father and daughter, and the old master's frustration began to mount. Where is Wanyue? Bring her to me. The maid summoned her, and after a moment of contemplation, Wanyue set aside her shoes and approached the hall barefoot. Uncle, you called for me? The old master grunted, his gaze dark and piercing. Noticing her disheveled hair, it was evident she had been off playing again, and a frown creased his brow. Suddenly, the old master's demeanor shifted. You ventured out on your own? Wanyue, taken aback, explained, Miss said she did not need me. Regardless of what the Miss says, what were my instructions to you? The old master's expression grew grim, pointing at her and declaring, how disappointing. I provide for you, and yet you defy my orders. It seems you cannot even perform simple tasks. At that moment, a servant from the kitchen arrived, announcing that dinner was ready and inquiring when it should be served. The old master, his countenance still clouded, replied, set the table immediately. He then pointed at Wanyue, commanding, you shall kneel in the courtyard until the moon has vanished. You are not to rise or eat tonight. The surrounding maids and servants maintained their composure. They were accustomed to Wanyue facing punishment. After all, she was but a wild girl, raised without parents or guidance, with no relatives among the servants. Within the confines of her master's residence, she found herself devoid of any true identity or status, though she referred to the elder Su as uncle, who would genuinely regard her as a young mistress. Wanyue blinked her eyes, glancing at the finger the elder Su pointed at her nose, then lowering her gaze to her bare, smooth feet. A sudden pang of sorrow welled within her, and she ceased her futile attempts to advocate for herself, silently turning away, her small feet still exposed, and walked away quietly. After a while, she found an empty patch in the center of the courtyard and knelt down. Servants bustled through the surrounding corridors, preoccupied with their tasks, and suddenly, a fragrant waft of cooked food drifted through the open door. Her stomach let out a low growl, and Wanyue swallowed hard, placing her hand on her flat belly, lifting her head to gaze longingly at the door. A beam of warm yellow light spilled through the crack, yet it was too fleeting to cast its glow upon her. Accompanying her was only the cool, serene light of the moon, which felt so chilling, so distant. She shifted her position, silently tugging at her pant legs in an attempt to cover her bare feet. After some time, sounds of tidying up emanated from within the room, as servants, their faces alight with joy, carried away leftover food. The household never consumed food from the previous night. These unwanted remnants would add a touch of color to their table. The servants merrily walked through the corridor, engrossed in conversation, their eyes averted, their expressions radiant, as if the small figure kneeling in the courtyard were non-existent. As time dragged on, the lights in the house extinguished, and a profound silence enveloped everything. The only sounds remaining were the chirping of cicadas and the croaking of frogs. All had succumbed to slumber. Wanyue, still kneeling, lowered her head, her eyelids growing heavy. Suddenly, a slender figure stealthily approached her from the shadows, startling her into opening her eyes. Before her stood a young boy with a round face, clad in coarse, simple garments, his lean frame barely taller than hers. "Wanyue, what have you done wrong this time to be punished again?" he inquired. Wanyue looked beyond him, noting that all the lights were out. Realizing no one would be watching her any longer, she feigned indifference, saying, "Who knows? They just like to make me kneel when they are unhappy." With a sudden exertion of her legs, she attempted to rise, but the pain in her knees from prolonged kneeling nearly caused her to topple over. Fortunately, Ali was quick to support her. "Your legs have gone numb, haven't they? Lean on me for a moment." She leaned against him. Ali was the child of the stableman, residing in the stables with his father, and he often carried the earthy scents of hay and horse manure. She felt no distaste, resting her small face against his shoulder, her bare feet touching the ground. With a heavy sigh, she exclaimed, "I truly wish I could grow up quickly. Once I am grown, I won't have to linger in the unwelcoming Sioux residence, scrounging for food. I could sell myself into servitude, work for others, earn wages, and eventually buy myself a proper pair of shoes." Ali had heard her express such sentiments before. Observing the little girl nestled against his shoulder, her small face crumpled with worry, even her tiny nose formed a crease. The adorable little appearance elicited a chuckle from him as he retrieved a steamed bun from his pocket. "Here, eat this. Once you're full, you'll grow taller." Wanyue, pleasantly surprised, accepted the bun eagerly, as she had long been famished, and immediately began to devour it voraciously. Observing her ravenous manner, Ali earnestly remarked, "You will grow. Wanyue, we shall both grow. When I am older, I will tell my grandfather to marry you, and then I will take you away, never to let anyone make you kneel again." At 16, he was of the same age as Wanyue, and with merely 2 years until they reached 18, he envisioned a time when he could protect her openly rather than from the shadows. Wanyue, however, remained noncommittal, finishing the bun and then looking up with her big eyes, asking, "Do you have any more?" She clutched her belly, looking pitiful. "I'm still hungry," Ali retorted. "How can you eat so much?" Wanyue pouted in grievance. "I haven't eaten anything for a whole day." By this time, her legs had recovered enough for normal movement, prompting Ali to grasp her hand and lead her towards the kitchen. "I have none left, but there should be some in the kitchen. Let us quietly search." He added, "You can't always eat like this. If you marry me in the future, you must eat less." In the darkness, the girl softly agreed. "As long as I can eat at every meal, I will try to eat less." After a while, 2 little mice quietly pried open the kitchen door. Indeed, they found several cold buns, leftovers for the servants' breakfast. Under the cover of night, they stealthily shared the meal. Wanyue finally felt full, clutching her belly and laughing joyfully. Ali, illuminated by the moonlight, gazed at her, noticing crumbs on her lips, and gently wiped them away. He watched her face for a while, and seeing her happiness, he couldn't help but smile. He had never received an education and could barely recognize a few characters. He only understood the essence of being well-fed, warmly clothed, and alive. Concepts like national shame and foreign devils were beyond his comprehension. He simply found Wanyue enchanting. Her brows, eyes, nose, and lips, all were beautiful to him. In his heart, she was even more stunning than the esteemed young lady that everyone adored. He simply liked her and wished to marry her, even though uttering such words would earn him a harsh reprimand from his father, who tended to the horses. The bun originally given to Wanyue had been Ali's own dinner. He had come to find her on an empty stomach. Now both were satisfied. Yet, Ali finally noticed something amiss with Wanyue's feet. "Why are you still barefoot?" Wanyue had nearly forgotten about it until his question stirred feelings of grievance within her. In a small voice, she replied, "The shoes are too big. They always fall off." Her status in the Sioux household was lower than that of the servants. At least the servants received wages each month to buy food and necessities. She had no money at all. Everything she owned was scavenged from others' discards. A few years prior, when Ali's mother was alive, things were better. She had treated Wanyue kindly, often preparing some things for her while getting clothes ready for Ali. However, after Ali's mother fell ill and passed away, Wanyue had become a wild child, entirely neglected. The garments were salvaged by her from the refuse bin, and the shoes were no different. The clothing was tolerable, sufficient to provide coverage, yet the shoes posed a challenge. Wanyue was slight of build and had petite feet, making it nearly impossible to find a fitting pair. Ali glanced down at her bare little feet, his brow furrowing, and suddenly crouched down. Wanyue, unreserved, leaned against his shoulder, her pale, delicate arms encircling his neck. She was so diminutive that Ali bore her with ease, even managing a faint smile. He imparted wisdom akin to that of an adult. Both the master and the young lady possess irritable tempers. If you can avoid their presence, do so, lest you find yourself punished to kneel. Wanyue obediently nodded, her pointed chin bobbing against his shoulder. Who would want to seek them out? They are the ones who deliberately target me, she retorted. Ali adopted a stern expression. Do you dare to speak back? Instantly, Wanyue sealed her lips, her small face resting quietly against his shoulder, silent. In the Su household, Wanyue resided in a diminutive room, scarcely larger than a toilet, devoid of even a bed. Merely a thin layer of bedding spread across the floor. She had spent 16 solitary years living in this cramped space, growing up all alone. Are you leaving? Ali nodded. I must take my leave. If my father discovers that I have come to see you again, he will be furious. Wanyue watched him depart, the silhouette of the young boy swiftly vanishing into the night. Thus, she was left once more in solitude, accompanied only by a tattered quilt, confronting the pervasive loneliness that filled the room. Seated within the quilt, she examined the shoes in her hands for a moment, then began rummaging about, unearthing some ragged fabric from a corner that had likely lain there for ages. She stuffed the cloth into the shoes, then slipped her little feet inside. Indeed, upon standing, whether she ran or jumped, the shoes remained securely in place. Although the fabric chafed against her toes somewhat uncomfortably, Wanyue beamed with delight. She was quite clever. She meticulously arranged the modified shoes nearby before burrowing back into the quilt. She patted her satisfied belly, closed her eyes, and drifted into slumber. He Zhongming had been firing his weapon at the training grounds, his expression stern and his demeanor notably somber. A total of 15 bullets had been discharged, each one striking its target dead center. As darkness enveloped the sky, Deputy Wang approached him quietly, attempting to persuade him to cease. He Zhongming set down his pistol, discontentedly turned, and began to walk away. Along the way, he encountered several soldiers, who halted to pay their respects. He continued on, seemingly oblivious, his voice tinged with irritation. If the meal is ready, let them eat directly. Why must they wait for me? Wang Jiang replied, You jest, sir, as the sole cherished son of the brigade commander. If you do not join the table, the brigade commander's mood will sour, and those inept women will not dare to lift their chopsticks. He Xinhai, having been embroiled in the chaotic warfare of warlords in his youth, had committed countless acts of violence to seize territory. Throughout his life, he had forcibly taken and married numerous women, yet he had never been blessed with many children. Thus, when He Zhongming was born, he was cherished like a precious gem. Learning to handle firearms as soon as he began to eat, regardless of how many outfits he changed, he always carried a gun with him. Everyone, both inside and out, is aware of Commander He's deep regard for this young master. Throughout his life, whatever He Zhongming desired would find its way to him within a couple of days. And any decision he made would go unchallenged unless He Zhenhai opposed it. No one dared utter a word of dissent. Wang Jiang, despite holding a respectable military rank and commanding hundreds of men, maintained a subservient demeanor in the presence of He Zhongming, a boy nearly a decade his junior, and refrained from speaking with any semblance of authority. In his youth, He Zhongming had once mischievously shot at Wang Jiang's hat, but as he matured and gained wisdom, he recognized the impropriety of belittling his father's subordinates and adjusted his attitude accordingly. How I long to grow up, just a little bit. He Zhongming mused while seated in the car, gazing out the window in frustration. Once he is of age, he could procure his own residence and avoid the chaotic state of his father's household, which resembled a disheveled nest. Upon returning to the commander's residence, He Zhenhai inquired once more about the encounter with Su Qingyi. He Zhongming answered absent-mindedly, his focus elsewhere as he ate. He Zhenhai remarked, Women are not something you need to overly cherish. As long as you do not detest them, you can manage a marriage. At the dining table sat several of his concubines, all poised and obedient, like well-trained dogs. You are 17 now. It is time you mingled with young ladies. Our family has been passed down through 9 generations, and your father and I are aging. The future of our lineage depends on you to carry it forward. Make an effort to spend time with Miss Su. She is your fiancée, and your relationship is legitimate. Do not always retreat to my training grounds, drawing your weapon at the slightest annoyance. We are not at war lately. Consider this a means to assist your father and save some ammunition. He Zhenhai, though indulgent, took the opportunity to educate his son, delivering a lengthy discourse. He Zhongming listened with little interest, merely responding with a dull acknowledgement. As He Zhenhai spoke, his expression sharpened. In the comfort of his own home, he felt no need for restraint. It is all that scoundrel Zhang Lao's doing. intentionally causing us trouble. The mention of Zhang Laowu weighed heavily on He Zongming, who, feeling guilt for the situation, lowered his gaze and continued eating. The troubles Zhang faced regarding He Jinhai had some connection to him, given that he had, in a moment of rashness, taken the life of Zhang Sun. The thought of the impact on his father's career made He Zongming uneasy, and he acquiesced to nearly everything his father said. A few days later, when Su Qingyi's school dismissed for the afternoon, He Zongming took the initiative to convey an invitation for her to join him for an outing. Su Qingyi, still harboring resentment from their previous encounter, was reluctant to accept. However, He Zongming sent a car to wait for her at the school gate. The sleek black automobile rumbled to a stop, drawing curious glances from every passing student. Automobiles were not a luxury afforded by just anyone, and as Su Qingyi witnessed the envious stares of her classmates, she felt a swell of pride. Clearing her throat softly to capture the attention of those around her, she leisurely chuckled before ascending into the vehicle at the invitation of 2 soldiers. He Zongming was not present in the car. Instead, he awaited her at the tea house where they last met. Su Qingyi was astonished to discover that this reticent, handsome young gentleman remembered her unfinished performance from their previous encounter. Although he remained taciturn, Su Qingyi felt a sense of comfort that surpassed their last meeting. Upon returning home, she eagerly pulled her devoted maid, Xiao Ju, aside and proudly declared, "It appears his silence stems from a reserved nature. He genuinely cares for me." I had nearly forgotten that scene, yet he still recalls it. Xiao Ju, who typically accompanied her to and from school, had also witnessed the grand automobile that came to collect Su Qingyi and shared in her joy. Indeed, her father had not deceived her. He had truly found a remarkable match for her, demonstrating his affection for his daughter. The 2 girls excitedly huddled together, engaging in cheerful conversation. Xiao Ju stepped outside to share the delightful news with her fellow maidens. Before long, the young master from Colonel He's family had developed a fondness for the Su family's young lady, and the news spread throughout the Su residence. On the other side, Wanyue had also caught wind of this gossip. At that moment, she was seated in the stable, surrounded by the unpleasant odors of the filthy shelter, gently lifting her foot. Ollie held her tiny foot, carefully wiping the reddened toes with a towel and cautiously applying ointment. "Why didn't you mention that your shoes were uncomfortable sooner? Look what you've done to yourself. It must hurt to walk." The child's touch was neither gentle nor harsh, causing Wanyue to suddenly retract her calf, scrunching her nose in discomfort. "It hurts." Ollie instantly softened his grip, cradling her ankle and blowing gently on it. "How about now? Is it better?" Wanyue nodded and smiled at him. "It tickles." Ollie shot her a disapproving look. "Still smiling? Look at the state you're in." Wanyue thought he resembled a fluffy steamed bun, and his exaggerated facial expressions only accentuated this likeness. She adored large, soft buns, white and sweet, yielding a delightful softness with every bite. Thus, she felt no fear of him, yet she complied by feigning submission. "All right, I won to laugh." Pouting, she lowered her head, enduring the moment. When she saw Ollie once again applying ointment to each toe, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ollie attempted to maintain a serious face, but upon gazing at her cherubic features, her large eyes, rosy lips, and exquisitely delicate features, he too succumbed to a smile. "In the future, if you lack proper clothing or shoes, you must tell me. No more reckless self-neglect." Her father was a foreigner, and her skin had inherited the fairness of his lineage. Her complexion was as white as snow, impervious to tanning. Sitting merrily in the dimly lit stable, she had become a radiant beacon within the cramped, odorous confines. Lee observed her, chuckling. "How can you be so carefree, even with such injuries?" Wanyue playfully wiggled her pristine little feet, replying, "People say Su Qingyi is lucky, but I believe I am even luckier." In the manner, Ollie had naturally heard many tales concerning Su Qingyi. He paused momentarily, lowered his head, and murmured, "What can you compare to her?" "Her future husband is the young master of the He family," Wanyue proudly retorted. "And what of the young master of the He family? That fierce and ill-tempered lad would never consider deigning to wipe Su Qingyi's shoes in his lifetime." Ollie was momentarily taken aback, then, captivated by the smile on her face, he couldn't help but smile in return. He remarked, "With your feet in such a state, what use do you have for them? Just wait, I shall bring you a new pair tomorrow." With that, he turned and dashed away. The following morning, as Wanyue languidly awoke, she was startled by a knocking at the door. Cocooned in her blanket, she chose to ignore it. After all, aside from her uncle, no one in the Su family would trouble a mere child to go out and work. Thus, she continued to sleep soundly until the sun was high in the sky, finally stretching and yawning before pushing the door open. There, at her doorstep, lay a perfectly sized pair of cloth shoes for a girl. 3 months into He Jinhai's arrival in Spring City, he finally settled his army of thousands. Lacking funds, yet unwilling to offend anyone overtly, he allied with Old Master Su to exert pressure on the merchants, imposing a military tax. Among the merchants, some complied willingly, while others grumbled in discontent. Money that was not necessary was suddenly being extorted under a fabricated pretense. Aside from his military attire, how is this different from bandits pillaging? It left a family in despair, and before they could even erect a mourning hall, their home was engulfed in flames. A great fire consumed the house entirely, turning all banknotes, property deeds, and land contracts to ash, leaving the family bereft of all wealth. The deceased had been a prominent figure in Spring City. Such a calamity sent shivers down the spines of those who had dealings with him. As the head of the merchant guild, Old Master Su, witnessing the family's plight, organized a charitable tea gathering, urging everyone to contribute what they could to aid the unfortunate orphans and widows left behind. In times of revelry, they shared camaraderie. But when true misfortune struck, the wealthy merchants hesitated at the prospect of lending assistance. I barely make any profit throughout the year. Just recently, I paid the tax to the young master. I have no spare funds left. Who isn't in a similar situation. My family is not faring well either. With the influx of foreign goods, the wealthy have forsaken local attire. My silk shop has been closed for days. It's fortunate if I don't need to borrow money from you. As they continued to decline, the door to the private room suddenly swung open, and everyone was taken aback. He Jinhai, clad in military uniform with a gun at his side, entered with an imposing presence. Instantly, everyone in the room, whether seated or standing, straightened up, their faces reflecting respect as they removed their hats and bowed in greeting. The commander. He Jinhai cast a quiet glance at them, his expression suddenly shifting to one of mirth as he cheerfully remarked, "There's no need for such formalities today, as I have no official duties." He sought a place to sit, and Su Leoi, taking the initiative, rose to vacate the seat of honor. "Commander, please take this seat." With a smile gracing his face, He Jinhai placed his hand on Su Leoi's shoulder and gave it a gentle pat as he settled down. As he sank into the chair, a long sigh escaped him. "I have already heard about the troubles at Old Wang's home." The room fell silent, all eyes fixed upon him. He continued with a heavy sigh, "Old Wang, while perhaps a bit stingy, has indeed fallen upon ill fortune. How could such a calamity befall them?" He reached into his pocket, producing 20 silver dollars. "Although his family has never paid taxes during my tenure, as a leader in this region, it is my duty to extend assistance in times of crisis. Consider these $20 a gesture of condolence for his family." Pausing, he furrowed his brow and added, "At his age, such misfortune suggests that perhaps their ancestral fortune has waned. I have already sent someone to investigate the location of his family's ancestral grave. Once found, we shall relocate the remains to avert further misfortunes for those who have managed to survive." The room was filled with astute merchants, each displaying a myriad of expressions akin to a vibrant palette, all captivated by his words. Finally, it was a short, stout man who broke the silence, his small face contorting as he squeezed out a few words. "Commander, you truly are a paragon of virtue. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. I have matters to attend to in the army. Please enjoy your meal while I take my leave." Su Leoi hurriedly trailed behind him, his back bent like that of a traditional court eunuch. "Commander, take care, allow me to escort you. Should you require anything in Chuncheng, do not hesitate to send word. We, your brothers, are always at your service." He Jinhai strolled leisurely, flanked by 6 armed soldiers, glancing sideways at the obsequious Su Leoi. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Once the children grow up, we shall be in-laws, and there will be no need for such formalities." Su Leoi promptly responded, "Indeed, we are to be in-laws. Commander, your affairs will henceforth be my own. Whatever you require, simply express it, and I will ensure it is handled with utmost clarity." He Jinhai chuckled, giving Su Leoi a playful pat on the head, akin to one would do to a pet. "Educate your daughter well. Seeing to my son's needs is of utmost importance." Su Leoi beamed, naturally. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for Qingyi to have captured the interest of the young master. As He Jinhai made his way down the stairs and approached the car, he finally spoke. Su Leoi removed his hat, bending slightly at the roadside. His head lowered in waiting. After a moment, choked by the fumes of the automobile, he straightened up and replaced his hat. Upon opening the door, his expression vanished entirely. His legs buckled, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. The others in the room rushed forward to assist him, exclaiming, "Old Su, what has happened to you? Pull yourself together." Lord Su was assisted into a chair, his body still devoid of strength, trembling uncontrollably. Upon glancing at the 20 silver dollars laid out on the table, He wiped his face with a quivering hand, his palm icy cold, unable to discern whether it was tears or sweat. Su Qingyi sat discontentedly at the dining table, pouting as she awaited him. A profound panic lingered in Lord Su's heart as he gazed at the dishes before him, feeling utterly devoid of appetite. With a feeble glance, his shoulders slumped as he muttered, "You eat." Su Qingyi, however, was not inclined to be polite and quickly picked up her chopsticks to eat. Having been hungry for quite some time, Lord Su observed his daughter intently. As he watched her, an overwhelming wave of compassion washed over him, and tears streamed down his face. What kind of family was the He family, truly? When he first arrived, He Jinghai had greeted him with a warm smile, leading him to believe they were a family of propriety. He truly shouldn't have. What kind of den of wolves and tigers had he thrust his daughter into? Chapter 10. Youthful Affection. Unbeknownst to Lord Su, Su Qingyi was entirely oblivious to his concerns. She had met He Zhongming several times afterward, not every encounter being a theatrical performance. Having been on the battlefield, He Zhongming's interests naturally diverged from those of ordinary children, far removed from the scholarly students who could only engage in theoretical discourse. He took her to the racetrack, to ride horses, to the military grounds to observe soldiers in formation, and to temples to listen to monks chant scriptures. Though she hesitated to ride in her qipao, struggled to comprehend the chaotic movements of the soldiers, and found the monks' murmurs to be akin to the buzzing of mosquitoes, she relished her time spent beside He Zhongming. Wherever they went, upon learning of her engagement to He Zhongming, people would stop and bow their heads respectfully, addressing her as Miss Su. Though Su Qingyi did not vocalize her feelings, she was inwardly pleased. Observing He Zhongming, who had previously shown little interest in her, his aloofness transformed into a respectable quietude, and gradually, day by day, she accepted the reality of having such a fiancé. Indeed, Su Qingyi even felt a sense of vicarious authority. Even in the presence of soldiers and commanding officers, figures she once dared not meet eye to eye, she began to hold her head high, waiting for them to greet her first. She grew increasingly accustomed to her identity as the future daughter-in-law of a brigade commander, even coming to relish it. As days passed, the leaves in the Su residence's garden swiftly transitioned from green to yellow, and the weather began to cool. Following a dreary autumn rain, even the wind turned aggressive, no longer gentle but rather biting against the skin. Wanyue walked along the road, cradling a basket of vegetable leaves, when she suddenly sneezed. Su Posey, walking ahead, halted and frowned at her. "Little girl, you aren't falling ill, are you?" Wanyue sniffled, blinking her large, watery eyes from the sneeze, and shook her head. "No, I am not sick." "You had better not be," Su Posey muttered. "If you fall ill, you can't enter the kitchen, lest you spread your illness to the master." Wanyue remained resolute, insisting, "No, I truly am not sick." She carried the vegetables into the kitchen, rolled up her sleeves, and swiftly washed them clean before placing them into the pot to simmer into a soup. Although she was petite, her movements were remarkably efficient, and soon a large pot of fragrant spinach soup was ready. Granny Su cast a satisfied glance at her and handed her an egg. "Take it, my dear. You have quite the knack for timing and seasoning." Wanyue beamed with gratitude as she accepted the egg and dashed away, her two braids flying behind her as she raced to the stable. Inside the stable, the horses lay quietly, lazily chewing on their fodder. In the corner, on a tattered mat, Ali lay with closed eyes, looking frail and weak. Wanyue hurried over, cracked the egg in her hand, and carefully peeled back the shell. The pristine white interior revealed itself, and amidst the tainted air, a tantalizing aroma of food seemed to permeate the surroundings. Wanyue licked her lips, swallowed hard, and glanced at the egg in her hand before bringing it to Ali's lips. "You should eat." Hearing the sound, Ali groggily opened his eyes. His mind was clouded, and he felt somewhat disoriented, but he immediately recognized the little girl before him. "Wanyue, what brings you here?" Wanyue remained silent, gently pushing the soft egg closer to his mouth. "Eat, quickly. They say eggs are nourishing. It will help you recover faster." Ali had caught a chill on a rainy night and had been bedridden for 3 days with a cold. He had hardly eaten anything during this time, and upon hearing Wanyue's words, he opened his mouth. The soft, yielding substance filled his mouth, and even without taste, he felt a flicker of happiness. After consuming half of the egg, he paused. "Wanyue, you should eat too. Don't give it all to me." Wanyue, holding the egg with a sweet smile, replied, "I helped Granny Su prepare the meal, and she gave me 2 eggs. I already ate one on the way here. This one is for you." Only then did Ali feel reassured and continued to eat the remaining half of the egg. Just as Wanyue was about to say something in her weakened state, the stable door swung open and Uncle Kong, Ali's father, stepped inside. Upon seeing Wanyue, his eyes widened in surprise. "You little foreign devil. What are you doing here?" Wanyue flinched at his harsh tone, her hand trembling, causing the eggshell to clatter onto Ali's bedding. She stood up, resembling a child caught in mischief, her voice barely above a whisper. I just came to see how he was doing. See him? Uncle Kong snorted derisively, his voice gruff. I think you're just here to coax him into stealing my money. Wanyue, feeling unjustly accused, immediately retorted, I did not. Uncle Kong looked at her with disdain. You did not? Then where did those shoes on your feet come from? He's just a child, not much older than you. How could he possibly have the money to buy you shoes? Wanyue was left speechless by his accusation, lowering her head as her toes awkwardly shifted together. Suddenly, Ali mustered his strength to sit up and spoke to her. No. The shoes worn by Wanyue were made for me by Uncle Lee's wife in return for my promise to help Uncle Lee chop wood. Hearing this, Uncle Kong grew even angrier. Well, I wondered how you fell ill out of the blue. It was indeed you chopping wood in that torrential rain. Seizing the opportunity while the father and son argued, Wanyue quietly slipped away. As she ran, her steps gradually slowed. She had hardly eaten anything today and was utterly drained. Her stomach rumbled, and upon touching it, she found it flat. Wanyue's hand moved up to her heart, where an inexplicable discomfort lingered, a sensation both sour and astringent. However, she quickly wiped her eyes and hastened to the servants' quarters where the elderly women resided, sporting a charming smile. Aunties, are you all busy today? Is there anything I can assist with? Most of the women had children and understood that as a mere child, neglected and unwanted, her life in this household was not easy. Thus, they found small tasks she could manage, and Wanyue exchanged these for a few eggs, a steamed bun, or a piece of candy. Chapter 11. The Troublesome Autumn. A cold wind blew in waves, and soon frost clung to the leaves. He Jintian's troops had firmly settled in Spring City. Stepping out, a hearty shout echoed through the streets, and the name of their commander. He was known by all. Su Qingyi found herself surrounded at school. Is it true that you are betrothed to Commander He? Have you met him? Tell us what he looks like. My father says the commander is tall and robust, and his voice booms like a bell, exuding immense authority. I heard that in the commander's courtyard, there are at least 2 soldiers stationed at every corner. Is that really true? In recent days, Su Qingyi had been interacting with He Zhongming and had indeed seen He Jintian once, but only from afar, catching a glimpse of his retreating figure when someone called out his name. She was ignorant of her classmates' curious inquiries, but, for the sake of pride, raised her chin and answered haughtily, Of course. My father is quite close with the commander. They are like good brothers. The commander is naturally imposing, and his soldiers are respectful towards me, greeting me promptly whenever we meet. What else would you like to know? Feel free to ask. I'm in a good mood today and willing to chat. The girls giggled. Qingyi is remarkable. Soon she will be a lady of rank. Su Qingyi smiled slightly. I'm not interested. I would rather remain unmarried for life. Just then, the distant hum of a car engine reached them. Su Qingyi, your fiancé's car is here to pick you up. The girls cast envious glances, some flattering her. Qingyi, I've never been in a car. If you're going somewhere, could you take me along? Where they would go was always decided by He Zhongming, and Su Qingyi herself did not know before getting into the vehicle. Yet she proudly lifted her chin and remarked, Is the car of the brigade commander something you can simply board at will? Off you go, quickly. Do not obstruct my path. Upon exiting, her attendant, Xiao Ju, awaited her. Previously, Su Qingyi would abandon Xiao Ju and board the vehicle alone. However, today, perhaps aware of her classmates watching, and also because the car had ample space, she reserved the entire back seat for herself. Su Qingyi turned to Xiao Ju and said, Come with me today, we shall go play with He Zhongming, and you can assist me from the side. Her heart brimmed with joy. They were scrambling for a chance to board a vehicle, yet her family's servants could join them. The Su family was indeed far more formidable than others. Xiao Ju was taken aback by her request, as Su Qingyi had never before brought her along to meet He Zhongming. Nevertheless, she dared not protest against her mistress's wishes and obediently entered the car. As the vehicle set in motion, Xiao Ju's body swayed slightly. It was her first time in a car, and she let out a soft gasp of astonishment. Su Qingyi adeptly located the window and rolled it down, allowing the external breeze to caress her face. Do not be so naive. This is how cars operate. What is there to be astonished about? Su Qingyi laughed, encouraging her to share her excitement with others. After a while, the car halted, arriving at a location Su Qingyi had never visited before. A row of soldiers in military uniforms stood guard at the entrance, clutching long rifles with bayonets, their expressions grave and imposing. Su Qingyi looked at them with trepidation. What place is this? The soldier escorting her replied, This is the training ground, Miss Su. He bowed slightly, adding, Today, several children of the battalion commanders are here. The young master thought you and his friends had not yet met, so he specifically requested I bring you along to play. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyi relaxed, straightened her back, and declared, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and take me inside." The soldier cast a brief glance at her, feeling a twinge of displeasure. A girl who had yet to become a lady was exhibiting more pride than those who were actual concubines. Nevertheless, he maintained a courteous smile and led her through the door. The soldier brought Su Qingyi to a closed door, stating, "This is the brigade commander's office. The young master will come to find you shortly. Please enter and rest." Su Qingyi nodded, gesturing for Xiao Ju to push the door open before stepping inside. The man who had escorted her observed her ease, regarded her intently for a moment, then quietly departed. Though referred to as an office, it resembled more of a study, furnished with a bookshelf and a grand mahogany desk. With nothing to occupy her, Su Qingyi noticed a sealed envelope on the desk, inscribed with terms such as military intelligence telegrams. Curiosity piqued, she reached out to break the seal, but Xiao Ju quickly intervened, saying, "Miss, it would be best not to meddle with others' belongings." Unfazed, Su Qingyi continued to pry open the seal, asserting, "If he allowed us to enter, there surely is nothing here that we should not touch. The brigade commander is not a fool. If it were truly forbidden, would he leave it here?" The moment she tore open the file bag, a sudden murmur of voices accompanied by heavy footsteps resonated from outside. Startled, Su Qingyi contemplated briefly before reluctantly setting the file bag down. With a click, the door swung open, revealing a group of individuals entering the room. Among them was He Zhongming, flanked by 4 or 5 high-ranking officers, including his father, He Zhenhai, each bearing a grave expression. Upon noticing the presence of others in the office, the men paused momentarily, and He Zhongming's brows furrowed in confusion. "Miss Su, what brings you here?" he inquired. Su Qingyi, taken aback by the question, replied, "Didn't you send someone to fetch me?" As He Zhongming began to respond, he suddenly caught sight of the folder beside her, his expression darkening. "You opened the telegram?" Su Qingyi's heart sank. She had never witnessed such a grim countenance on He Zhongming. In a moment of impulsiveness, she pointed at Xiao Ju. "It wasn't me, it was her." She insisted on opening it. Xiao Ju, startled, glanced at Su Qingyi, and then at the eyes of the others in the room, which had shifted to her due to Su Qingyi's accusation. After a brief hesitation, she bit her lip and admitted, "Yes, it was me, but I didn't read it. I just played with it for a bit." "Played? A military telegram is not a toy for children," thundered a burly man with a face like charcoal. He turned to He Zhenhai, stating, "Commander He, this is no place for idlers. Your young master has been exceedingly reckless today. We demand an explanation." Chapter 12. Life is fragile. He Zhenhai's face remained impassive, his cold gaze flicking to Su Qingyi before he stepped toward the trembling Xiao Ju, directing his question at Su Qingyi. "Are you certain that the file was indeed opened by this girl?" As he approached, an unspoken pressure enveloped the room, and Su Qingyi felt her courage wane. Almost unable to lift her head, a sense of dread began to creep in as she stammered, "Yes, it was Xiao Ju. But she didn't see the contents before you came in." The men in the room glared at her with eyes as fierce as demons from the underworld, as if they could cast her into a pit of blades at any moment. Lowering her head in fear, she pleaded, "Commander He, we truly did not look at what was inside. Xiao Ju didn't mean any harm. Please let this go this time." Suddenly, a thunderous bang echoed through the room, startling Su Qingyi, causing her entire body to tremble. Her ears buzzed, and a moment later, she felt a chilling sensation on her face. Wiping her hand across her cheek, she found several drops of crimson blood. Su Qingyi's pupils dilated in horror as she turned abruptly to her side. On the floor lay Xiao Ju, her eyes wide open in disbelief. A gaping wound on her forehead bled profusely, and her unblinking eyes, stained with blood, seemed to glare malevolently in Su Qingyi's direction. As Su Qingyi's legs gave way, she trembled violently, letting out a shrill scream filled with terror and dread, before darkness enveloped her, and she collapsed. At the Su residence, Wanyue took the clothes from Ali's hands, her heart filled with delight as she changed into them. The oversized adult coat transformed into a quaint little lambswool robe on her, accentuating her youthful charm. After donning the garment, she twirled around and asked, "Do I look good?" Ali nodded enthusiastically. "You look splendid. I knew it would fit you perfectly." Wanyue sniffed the collar, "But it has a strange smell." "That's because it was taken straight from the sheep," Ali explained. "It's normal for it to have an odor, but once washed, it won't be as warm. Just wear it, and the smell will fade." Wanyue beamed, "All right. I'll wear it for now and hang it out in the sun when it's not too cold." Ali wore a matching lambswool robe as well, and the two of them laughed and played together for a while. Suddenly, Ali said, "This outfit was given to us by my father." Wanyue paused in surprise. Ollie took her small hand and shyly continued, "My father saw the eggshells and asked Granny Sue. He learned that you only had one egg a day. And he ate them all. He mentioned that your life has been a bit harder than ours, but that you're not a bad person." Wanyue, despite being praised, felt a warmth and bitterness rise in her chest. She let out a soft scoff, her gaze drifting to the clouds above. Why speak of such things? It's all in the past. Ollie pulled out a piece of oiled paper from his pocket, carefully unwrapping it to reveal a peach pastry, golden and enticing, sprinkled with black sesame seeds. "This is also from my father, who told me to give it to you. He said that if you ever need clothes, you should come to him. He has plenty of old ones that can be altered, ensuring you one tea freeze." He offered the peach pastry to Wanyue, who looked at it with wide, eager eyes, swallowing hard. "Is it really for me?" Ollie nodded earnestly. "Indeed." Wanyue smiled brightly, eagerly taking a bite. "It's so flaky and fragrant." She quickly took another 2 large bites, only to notice Ollie watching her. Glancing at him, she found he had averted his gaze. After a moment, she pulled the pastry from her mouth, broke it in half, and offered a piece to him. "You eat too. Let us share." Ollie declined. "You eat it. I had enough before coming here." Wanyue teased him. "Hurry and take it. You're just getting leftovers from me." Ollie chuckled and accepted the piece she offered. He then broke off another half from his share, and they both enjoyed it together. After a while, Wanyue finished her sizable portion, and Ollie handed her the remaining small piece, saying, "This is for you as well." Without hesitation, Wanyue accepted it, grinning widely. "Please thank your father for me." Ollie looked at her for a moment, his round face suddenly flushed. "No need to thank him. He.s. just raising a daughter-in-law for himself." Wanyue burst into laughter once more. She always becomes extraordinarily joyful whenever she is with Ollie. After finishing the last morsel of peach pastry, the two nestled together, engaging in lively conversation and occasionally darting about in playful banter. They did not part until the sky darkened and the moon ascended, reluctant to say goodbye. Suddenly, they were startled by a peculiar sound, haunting and mournful. "Do not seek vengeance upon me. Do not pursue me. I did not slay you, it was not I. I beg you, spare me." Wanyue was taken aback, slowly stepping outside. Under the moonlight, a woman clad only in her nightgown, barefoot and disheveled, was running. As she ran, she sobbed, waving her arms at the air as if battling unseen phantoms. "I did not intend to harm you. I beseech your forgiveness. Grant me mercy." To any observer, she appeared mad. Wanyue suddenly recalled eavesdropping on conversations about her mother. It seemed her mother had also succumbed to madness after giving birth to her. Faintly, she heard more commotion outside, as if someone was shouting and trying to soothe another. Wanyue curled up in her blankets, choosing not to venture out to witness the spectacle. At some point, she drifted into a hazy slumber. The next day, upon awakening, she gleaned from the idle chatter of the maids that a grave incident had unfolded at home. Xiao Ju had died. The young lady, unable to endure the shock, fell ill. Xiao Huan, who had been closest to Xiao Ju, wept sorrowfully while tending to the kitchen fire. Xiao Ju was truly unfortunate. She was so close to gathering enough money to redeem herself. Aunt Sue interjected, "Enough of that. The young lady has finally managed to sleep. If the master hears you, he will scold you." Xiao Huan continued to wipe her tears, falling silent. Wanyue stood at the kitchen door, blinking eagerly. "Aunt Sue, may I come in to assist?" Aunt Sue regarded her for a moment before beckoning her over. Wanyue obediently approached, and Aunt Sue promptly handed her a warm corn bun. Wanyue paused for a moment, then broke into a broad smile, sweetly thanking her before turning and scurrying off as advised. Chapter 13. The Burden of Grievance. Su Qingyi's illness persisted, leaving her in a state of confusion and distress for several days. Su Leoi, heartbroken for his daughter, watched her with tears streaming down his face. He felt a chill in his heart, regretting his foolish aspirations to reach such lofty heights. By the 6th day, Su Qingyi remained unwell, her mind clouded. She could not even manage to leave the house, let alone attend school. Finally, Su Leoi steeled himself, gritting his teeth, and prepared a substantial gift. Setting off in a sedan chair towards the He residence. Before he even entered, he spied 8 soldiers guarding the entrance, and his heart sank. He approached with determination, forcing a smile upon his face. "Gentlemen, could you please inform Colonel He that the Su family from the trading firm has come to pay a visit?" As he spoke, he produced a silver dollar from his hand to offer. "This is for your trouble, gentlemen, a small token to treat you to a drink." The guard glanced at him, coldly withdrew his hand, and the silver dollar clattered to the ground. At the sound, Su Leoi's heart experienced a painful lurch. The guard at the gate scoffed. "What do you take us for? Just wait, someone will deliver a message to you." After a while, indeed, someone emerged from within, but it was not a soldier. Rather, He appeared to be an ordinary servant. His demeanor was significantly more cordial. "Esteemed father-in-law, the commander requests your presence. Please come inside." He also nodded and bowed to the guards at the entrance. "You fellows have worked hard." The guards merely raised their chins, and even upon hearing of Sue's esteemed identity, their demeanor remained unchanged. They regarded him with arrogance as the servant led him into the mansion. Along the way, soldiers were constantly moving in and out in a seemingly endless stream. Just the sight of them made Sue's legs tremble with weakness. Commander, he was seated in a chair, dressed in loose, casual attire. Though he appeared relaxed, an air of commanding authority enveloped him that was not to be trifled with. Once Sue entered, he finally stood up. "Father-in-law, what brings you here?" Sue fell to his knees with a thud. "Commander, please do not say that. My thoughtless daughter has erred, and as her father, I have come to offer my apologies." He knelt on the ground, holding a box aloft with both hands above his head. "Commander, to be able to connect our families is the Sue family's great fortune. However, my daughter is lacking in virtue and upbringing. We truly cannot pursue this marriage any further." "What?" Before he could finish a sentence, He Jinhai's brows furrowed tightly, and he suddenly bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. Sue's shoulders trembled violently. Yet he kept the box held high, containing nearly half of the Sue family's fortune. "My daughter is indeed unfortunate, unworthy of the heavy burden of becoming your daughter-in-law. I implore you, Commander." "Implore me?" He Jinhai suddenly let out a cold laugh, fixing him with a piercing gaze. In a grave tone, he said, "Su Dafu, do you have any idea what your reckless daughter has done at our military headquarters?" His voice turned icy, akin to a blade piercing flesh, leaving Sue momentarily stunned. Staring blankly at him, He Jinhai continued with a mocking smile, "You have truly raised a remarkable daughter, yet you claim she is unfortunate? I see her as exceedingly bold." The military intelligence report sent by the commander was to be reviewed by a room full of officers, yet she dared to have it opened first. "What? Do you think that by killing one of your maids, I owe you an apology and should feel wronged? Do you understand the consequences for non-military personnel who interfere with military affairs? If pursued, they could be treated and interrogated as spies. It's not just your maid. Your daughter and the entire Sue family cannot hope to remain unscathed." In the end, Su Dafu found himself at a loss. Unable to comprehend how he had stumbled out of Commander He's residence, one foot heavy after the other. The servant who had accompanied him offered kind words as he walked alongside. "Please, do not take offense. Our commander can be a bit hasty at times. But rest assured, he is always considerate towards his own." Sue's ears buzzed, his body continued to tremble uncontrollably, and he couldn't quite grasp what the servant was saying, merely nodding along and forcing a smile. Upon arriving home and stepping through the threshold, he was greeted by the familiar faces of the steward and the household servants. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, his body weakened, and he cried out in despair, "Alas!" Then, with a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground. The servants were taken aback, rushing to his aid. The steward shouted in alarm, "What are you standing there for? Quickly, fetch the doctor." The Sue family was thrown into chaos. As he entered, he spotted his father seated in the parlor, holding a small mahogany box, perusing through sheets of paper with a smile on his face. His father appeared to be in good spirits today. He beckoned to him, saying, "Isn't it you, my lad, who brings me such fortune? Come and see how formidable your father-in-law is. He seldom visits, yet when he does, he presents me with such a grand gift." He strode over to join his father in examining the land deeds and property documents. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Wasn't this shop seized by foreigners during their invasion a few years ago? How is it now in his possession?" He scoffed derisively. "That old Sue. Do you think he is a good man? He once offered his widowed sister to the foreigners for their amusement, which is how the Sue family acquired their immense wealth." Pausing for a moment, he added with a hint of amusement, "I heard that before she died, that woman bore a child who has since been raised by the Sue family. Considering the time that has passed, that child must be grown now." He was astonished to discover that beneath the seemingly respectable facade of the Sue family lay such despicable deeds. His initial discomfort with Su Qingyi intensified into outright aversion. He scoffed, "A mere servant girl. Does my father truly believe she would dare meddle with things in unfamiliar territory without permission?" Chapter 14. Shallow eyelids. He was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "You, my child, are just like your father in his youth. Astute and perceptive, nothing escapes your notice. A mere maid, even if endowed with a few more ounces of courage, would never dare touch anything belonging to He Jintai." The lie Su Qingyi spun, believing she had successfully concealed her deception, was transparent to everyone present. They merely chose to spare He Jintai's dignity, opting not to pursue her punishment with military severity for the sake of his future daughter-in-law. He Jintai stated, since you are aware of her deceit. You must also understand that her presence that day was not intended. She was ensnared in someone else's scheme. His expression darkened, and his tone grew grave. After our arrival in Spring City, from the moment you became engaged until we established connections with the merchants, someone harbored discontent and orchestrated these events. Hongming, you are a clever child. During such times, we must avoid a rift with the Su family, lest we play into the hands of those who await our downfall. Despite his words, He Shintai's regard for Su Qingyi had diminished. The girl from the Su family was not a fitting match for you as a wife. While a girl may be less attractive or of humble origin, she must possess integrity and a righteous spirit. Zhongming nodded in agreement, aligning with his father's perspective on this matter. He Shintai waved his hand decisively. Regardless, there are still 2 years until she turns 18, and your own family life is a distant prospect. You might as well spend time with her for now. Simply engage in a courtship. And when she reaches the age of marriage, you can grant her the position of a concubine. As for the matter of a legitimate wife, we shall see. There are plenty of good girls around, and with my son being so exceptional, finding a suitable match will not be a concern. However, He Zhongming has no desire to even offer Su Qingyi the status of a concubine. What use would such a woman be to me? If you truly admire her father so much, why not marry her yourself and make her your concubine? He Zhenhai was so amused that he couldn't help but scold him. You little rascal, how dare you dictate to your father? He Zhongming stood tall and unyielding, not showing an ounce of fear. You were a battalion commander at the age of 26, and since then, you have not risen any higher. Rest assured, by the time I reach your age, my position in the military will certainly surpass yours. He Zhenhai pretended to raise his teacup to strike him. You still have the audacity to say that? The reason I haven't been promoted in so many years is for whom? If it weren't for you causing trouble and stirring up conflict everywhere, I would have long since been a division commander or even a general. As a cup of tea was splashed toward him, He Zhongming deftly evaded it, while He Zhenhai laughed heartily. All right, you little rascal, don't irritate me any further. It's settled then. Tomorrow morning you will visit the Su family. As for whether or not to marry their daughter, we can discuss that later, as there is still plenty of time. For now, just ensure that the Su family remains stable. This statement implicitly allowed He Zhongming to disregard any thoughts of Su Qingyi. With the passing of Xiao Ju, many of her belongings became useless and were discarded into the trash bin. Among them was a pair of small shoes lined with cotton, which she had made in advance to prepare for winter. This year, winter arrived slowly, and by the time she passed away, she had yet to wear them even once. The pristine shoes, a delicate shade of peach pink, lay in the refuse. Wanyue walked by, her eyes lighting up in surprise as she reached out to pick them up. What are you doing? Su Posey called out from a distance. Aunt Su, she replied, wearing the oversized wool coat that Ali had given her, making her appear even more petite than usual. Su Posey hurried over and grasped her hand. It's one thing to pick up things you throw away regularly, but this time, don't touch that. It belonged to someone who never wore it. And it's bad luck. Wanyue tilted her head in confusion. If it's never been worn, what is so unlucky about it? Su Posey quickly furrowed her brow, glancing around before lowering her voice to whisper in her ear. It's precisely because it has never been worn that it's easily remembered, making it even more unlucky. Wanyue blinked and smiled. Remembered for what? Once Su Posey became occupied and was called away, she swiftly returned to pick up the shoes, cradling them in her arms as she left. Winter was approaching, and she still lacked a pair of shoes to keep her warm. Having never owned such things before, she was overjoyed to have them. She wore them all night without wanting to take them off. It wasn't tea until the next morning, when she was groggily summoned by Master Su's people, that she realized she still had them on. Master Su called for Wanyue to entrust her with the care of Su Qingyi in the future. The unfortunate demise of Xiao Jun spread like wildfire, becoming common knowledge among all. The servants were acutely aware that attending to the young lady was a perilous endeavor. A single misstep could cost one their life. Consequently, fear gripped everyone, and each maid wailed and protested, refusing to attend to Su Qingyi any longer. Yet, a proud young lady required someone to tend to her needs. As Su Laoyi pondered this dilemma, he recalled the wild child Wanyue. Today, Su Qingyi happened to be in relatively good spirits, having consumed a half bowl of porridge and taken her medicine in the morning. Leaning against the bed, she engaged in a delicate conversation with Su Laoyi. Upon Wanyue's entrance, Su Qingyi's gaze fell upon her wrist, where she spotted a familiar bracelet, one that Xiao Jun had cherished dearly and frequently adorned herself with. Suddenly, Su Qingyi let out a piercing scream, recoiling into the corner, crying out, "No, please, I didn't mean to. I beg you, spare me. Please forgive me." Su Laoyi was taken aback by this unexpected reaction. After much inquiry, he finally understood it was the bracelet that had triggered her distress. Once he calmed his frightened daughter, he turned a stern gaze towards Wanyue and demanded, "Where did you acquire that bracelet?" With her head bowed under his scrutinizing gaze, Wanyue instinctively took a small step back. "I found it in the trash," she replied. "In the trash?" Su Laoyi scoffed, his eyes suddenly glistening with anger as he raised a feather duster and struck towards her. "Did I permit you to pick it up? You dare to take something belonging to the dead? Shameless girl, you little harbinger of misfortune." After the first strike, Wanyue reacted swiftly, turning to flee while hastily removing the bracelet from her wrist. "I was wrong, uncle. I understand my mistake. I will dispose of it right away. Please do not hit me." Chapter 15. The initial protection. Understanding your mistake is too late. Today, I shall thoroughly educate you on the meaning of propriety. Su Laoyi. Feeling a mix of frustration, partly for the terrified Su Qingyi and partly for his own pent-up emotions, pursued Wanyue with a feather duster raised, chasing her into the courtyard. Wanyue darted around in a panic, crying out, "Please stop. Don't hit me. Uncle, you're going to kill me." In truth, Su Laoye's feather duster had only landed a single blow due to her thick clothing, and she had evaded any substantial harm. He Zongming, on his father's orders to visit, was well known by the servants ahead of him, who led him inside without announcement. However, as he entered the courtyard, he was unexpectedly collided with by a frantic figure. Before he could discern who it was, he felt a sharp pain in his chest from the impact. Wanyue, dazed from the collision, let out a yelp, clutching her sore nose. At that moment, Su Laoyi arrived, brandishing the feather duster menacingly, shouting, "You dare to run? You wretched girl." Wanyue, shrinking back, paid no heed to the identity of the person she had collided with. In a swift motion, she darted behind He Zongming, seeking refuge. He Zongming was momentarily taken aback, instinctively reaching out to intervene. In the eyes of Master Su, it mattered not who stood before him. All those present in his estate were merely his servants. Those who dared to protect Wanyue deserved whatever punishment they received. As the feather duster fell from his grasp, he finally discerned the frowning visage of He Zongming amidst his fury. To his astonishment, the feather duster landed upon He Zongming's arm with a resounding thwack, echoing conspicuously in the tranquil courtyard. He Zongming's expression shifted slightly. "Master Su, is this your manner of hospitality?" Master Su's countenance paled rapidly, stammering, "I did not mean to." "Young master, what brings you here?" At that moment, Wanyue, having narrowly escaped a beating, cautiously peered from behind He Zongming, her large, dark eyes blinking in curiosity at the unfolding scene. Her small hands clutched tightly to his sleeve. Suddenly, Master Su found his voice, pointing an accusatory finger at Wanyue. His anger palpable. "Young master, my ire is not directed at you. I intended to punish this wild girl." It was then that He Zongming recalled the identity of the individual who had inadvertently caused him to receive a blow from the feather duster. Lowering his gaze, he saw Wanyue's frightened, rabbit-like red eyes, and a flicker of understanding dawned upon him regarding her background, informed by his father's prior accounts of the Su family's lineage. Observing Wanyue, who appeared vulnerable and terrified, cowering like a small rabbit, an inexplicable emotion stirred within him. Clearly, it was Master Su's own transgressions that had led to this moment. What right did he have to mistreat this child? He Zongming planted himself firmly in front of Wanyue, resolutely shielding her from harm. Regardless of the circumstances, the mistreatment of others is indefensible.
Master Su,
your family may be prominent, yet it would be wise to exercise caution in your dealings, lest you invite reproach. As he loosened his grip on the feather duster,
Master Su wilted, resembling a withered eggplant.
Realizing she was now safe, Wanyue looked up to see who had come to her aid. Upon recognizing the familiar yet foreign face, her heart skipped a beat, and she immediately released her grip on his clothing. The memory of He Zongming threatening her with a gun would likely haunt her for a lifetime. He Zongming sensed the girl's withdrawal and raised an eyebrow, suddenly grasping her arm. Since Master Su is so enraged, perhaps he would care to enlighten us on what misdeeds she has committed. So I might adjudicate whether my recent punishment was justified. Master Su stammered, unable to articulate a response. He Zongming's gaze turned colder as he regarded the man before him, then shifted back to Wanyue. "Little girl, do share." Wanyue hesitated, glancing at Master Su, who glared at her with fierce intensity. Shrinking back in fear, she whispered, "I cannot say. If I do, once you leave, my uncle will punish me again." Upon hearing this, Master Su's eyes widened further. "You dare to rebel, you wild child. After all I have done to raise you, you repay me with enmity." He Zongming found himself inexplicably amused by the clever demeanor of Wanyue. This little girl, though seemingly naive, harbored a few cunning thoughts and was aware of how to seek help. Having resolved to assist her, he decided to fully commit to his promise today. "Rest assured, with me by your side, he will never dare to lay a finger on you again." Such a stroke of good fortune seemed almost too good to be true. Upon hearing this, Wanyue's eyes sparkled with hope. At that moment, her fear of He Zongming diminished. However, as she felt the pressure of his large hand gripping her arm, she struggled to pull away slightly. Afraid he might misinterpret her actions as a sign of independence, she promptly extended her small hand into his palm. Her delicate fingers gingerly clasped half of He Zongming's hand, holding it softly. He paused, taken aback by the sudden presence of something tender and fragile in his grasp. After a brief moment of surprise, he looked down and gazed deeply into Wanyue's eyes, silently agreeing to return her gesture by enveloping her small hand in his own. Do not fear. I will advocate for you. Speak freely. With newfound assurance, Wanyue began to recount her ordeal. I am unsure. He had someone bring me to the young lady's room, and upon seeing me, she began to scream. Then he lunged at me. Upon hearing this, old Master Su's fury ignited. You are speaking nonsense. You little girl, you are distorting the truth. He Zongming shot a cold, piercing glance at old Master Su, causing him to falter in his words. Despite knowing that this youth before him was merely a boy himself, He Zongming exuded an air of authority and intimidation that was unmatched by his peers. Old Master Su felt a shiver of fear at his gaze. No longer daring to speak recklessly, his voice lowered significantly as he attempted to defend himself. Young master, do not heed this child's fabrications. It is not as she claims. He then recounted how Wanyue had used the deceased little chrysanthemum's belongings, leading to the fright of Su Qingyi, who had only just begun to recover from her illness. As He Zongming listened, a thoughtful expression crossed his face. Initially, Wanyue felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that he might also deem her at fault. Instinctively, she loosened her grip on his hand, preparing to withdraw. Yet, upon sensing her intention, He Zongming tightened his hold on her hand. Wanyue was taken aback, gazing at him in surprise, while He Zongming's eyes remained fixed, sharp as blades, casting a mocking glare at old Master Su. The underlying truths were likely still unspoken by old Master Su. A child's playful use of an object belonging to the deceased should not incite such terror. The fear displayed by Su's young lady likely stemmed from her own guilty conscience. Chapter 16. People Change. After all, he was still a youth, unaccustomed to the nuances of social maneuvering. He Zongming boldly tore away the veil that everyone wished to keep intact. Old Master Su felt as if he had been struck on the head. Staring blankly at the proud and disdainful countenance of the boy before him, rendered speechless for an extended period. After a long silence, old Master Su bowed his head, bending his back before He Zongming, reminiscent of the humility he once displayed before He Zhenhai. You are correct, young master. Today I let my anger misdirect itself, unjustly involving Wanyue in this matter. That was indeed inappropriate. Wanyue looked in astonishment at the scene before her, her heart brimming with delight and surprise. Lord Su. How could he possibly lower himself to admit his faults? He Zongming, slightly bowing his head, caught sight of her small, innocent face, and a subtle smile graced his lips. In contrast to the proud and unrepentant Su Qingyi, this pitiable little girl, despite her mischievous nature, exuded a sincerity that was endearing. He suddenly noticed that Wanyue was quite petite. Although she was the same age as Su Qingyi, she was a good half a head shorter. It was evident that she had not received proper care since childhood. Lord Su only knew how to chastise the children for their naivety, failing to consider how a vast household like the Su family could have driven such a naive and lovely child to such a state. This girl's origins were already tragic enough. With the immense fortune of the Su family, she surely deserved recognition for her contributions. Lord Su. It would be wise to refrain from such senseless cruelty in the future. Unbeknownst to him, He Zongming was aware of even his past misdeeds. His already frail body felt even more precarious, and he found it increasingly difficult to hold his head high before this young man. Indeed, the young master's reprimand was just. The old man vowed to mend his ways. He Zongming then turned to Wanyue and said, Little girl, remember this well. My surname is He, and my full name is He Zongming. I reside in the largest mansion at the northwest corner. From now on, you shall stay well in this household. If anyone dares to bully you, strike you, or leave you wanting for food and clothing, come to my house and find me. Until today, Wanyue had harbored a strong dislike and fear of him. However, at this moment, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Wild child, when was the last time you bathed? Wanyue was taken aback, somewhat bewildered. Wasn't it enough that he provided her with food and shelter? Why was he concerned about her bathing? Meanwhile, Lord Su, having been utterly disregarded by the two, observed their interaction thoughtfully, his gaze deepening gradually. He Zongming, showing a lack of enthusiasm, gently pushed Wanyue away and addressed Lord Su, find a few sensible maids. Boil a barrel of hot water, and give her a good wash. After all, she is a member of the Su family. How can you bear to see her in such a state, akin to a wild creature emerging from a cesspit? Lord Su, having been quite accustomed to neglecting Wanyue for over a decade, felt no shame in this regard. Yet, at this moment, he dared not utter a word, merely maintaining a smiling facade. Yes, this child Wanyue is a bit playful and has gotten dirty. I shall instruct someone to wash her properly. As Wanyue, still perplexed, was led away by the maids, Hizoming continued, and her clothing. She is also a young lady of the Su family. Just look at what your daughter is wearing compared to what she has. It is as if she scavenged it from a garbage heap, and the stench is unbearable. When Wanyue had stood behind him moments ago, he had caught a whiff of her and refrained from mentioning it directly, knowing that her small stature deserved some dignity. Lord Su was equally astonished that Hizongming, the haughty young master, would show such concern for a wild girl. He nodded and agreed incessantly. Though it was evidently his Su residence, yet Hizongming appeared to assume the role of the master. Noticing the favorable attitude displayed towards him, Hizongming's expression softened somewhat as he extended the items in his hand towards the other. I have come to your Su residence for a visit. Now that I am here, please accept these gifts. Old Master Su, cradling the few boxes of unknown contents, expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Colonel and young master, for your thoughtfulness. Hizongming replied, yes, it is good that you know my father appreciates you. I must take my leave now. Old Master Su, with an unguarded curiosity, inquired, is that all? Wouldn't the young master stay for a cup of tea?
Yeah.
Hizongming's demeanor abruptly shifted, a sardonic smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he rolled up his sleeve, revealing a vivid purplish bruise on his well-defined forearm. Old Master Su, do you think I do not need to seek medical attention for my injuries? His gaze turned cold. If he could sustain such harm, who knew what fate awaited that wild girl if she were captured and beaten? She might very well be left gasping for breath. In his heart, he became increasingly convinced that the Su residence was a duplicitous place, and his disdain for Su Qingyi deepened. He chose to forego even a glimpse of her and turned to leave. Inside the room, Su Qingyi, who had finally managed to stabilize her emotions, sensed the commotion outside. After a long wait, upon hearing footsteps, she immediately sat up and adjusted her hair. Unable to resist, she stole a glance at the mirror on the dressing table. When the door opened, it was only old Master Su who entered. As her gaze bypassed him, disappointment grew in her eyes. Observing her disheartened expression, old Master Su sighed. Do not look any longer, my daughter. He did not come to see you. Su Qingyi's expression froze, and she averted her gaze. What do you mean by he? You speak nonsense, father. Old Master Su sighed heavily once more. My daughter, I have been foolish. I truly apologize. Noticing something amiss in his demeanor, Su Qingyi looked at him in surprise. Suddenly, tears welled in old Master Su's eyes as he lamented, the child from the He family is simply too far above us. That day, when he was displeased, he dared to harm Xiaoju. Who knows when he might feel discontent again and turn his wrath upon you. My daughter, I regret my earlier considerations. I am truly sorry for you. Hadn't Su Qingyi herself nearly faced death? Her face turned ashen, drained of color. Yet, recalling Hizongming and the glory she had felt within the He household, a flicker of hope lingered in her heart. Father, but the arrangements have already been made. A calculating glint crossed old Master Su's eyes. Just because arrangements have been made does not mean they cannot be altered. Daughter, listen to your father. Do not dwell on that boy from the He family anymore. I will devise a new plan for you. Su Qingyi was taken aback by this sudden shift in his stance. Father, but you previously said. That was then. Old Master Su gritted his teeth. At that time, I was unaware that lives hold so little value in their eyes. Moreover, they are fully aware that Xiaoju perished in your stead. Under such circumstances, what would marrying him accomplish? Would they even regard you with any respect? Chapter 17. Infatuated with him. Su Qingyi never anticipated that her meticulously crafted scheme would be so glaringly exposed. Her delicate face paled, and she bit her lip, lowering her head in silence. Lord Su gazed at his daughter with affection, assuring her, do not worry, my dear. You are my only child, and I shall spare no effort to provide you with the best. Yet, she pondered, could there be anything better than the He family? A haze clouded Su Qingyi's eyes, and as the weight of her hidden transgressions bore down on her, she felt like a jester to those she had long cared for. Subdued, she bowed her head again, unwilling to utter another word, her silence punctuated only by the quiet brush of tears. Wanyue found herself in a state of confusion as she was ushered by the maids and servants through a thorough cleansing, eventually clad in fresh garments. Although they were slightly ill-fitting, the fabric was a fragrant softness she had only ever touched in dreams. As she delightedly leaned in to inhale the scent of the attire, she suddenly noticed Xiao Huan about to discard her discarded woolen garment into a bucket of dirty water. She shouted, "What do you intend to do with my clothes?" Startled, Xiao Huan halted, staring blankly at her. "I'm throwing it away, of course. You have new, clean ones now. Why keep the old, dirty ones? That awful smell is giving me a headache. It needs to go." In a protective gesture, Wanyue snatched her wool coat from Xiao Huan's hands, cradling it to her chest like a mother hen guarding its chick. "You can discard everything else, but not this. It's mine." This was a treasured gift from Ollie. Xiao Huan, not insistent on throwing it away, waved her hand dismissively. "Fine, keep it if you must. But I advise against wearing it. If the master sees it, we shall be reprimanded." Wanyue hesitated, glancing between her new attire and the cherished wool coat in her embrace. After a moment, she murmured her agreement, but continued to hold the coat tightly. Having just bathed, her hair hung half-damp around her shoulders, the dark strands framing her petite face, enhancing its delicate beauty. Her large eyes and graceful chin, now adorned in new clothes, rendered her undeniably charming. The household staff, accustomed to her disheveled and wild demeanor, observed her now with newfound appreciation, realizing that this wild girl, Su Wanyue, possessed a captivating allure that even surpassed that of the pampered and scholarly Su Qingyi. Lord Su, appearing at the doorway with a penetrating gaze fixed on Wanyue, shared this sentiment. He did not enter but lingered at a distance, watching her as she sat in her chair, waiting for her hair to dry. After a prolonged observation, his expression darkened, filled with cold calculations. Turning away, he departed silently, for a scheme had evidently begun to take shape in his mind. The air outside was cool, and venturing out with damp hair could lead to illness. After bathing, Wanyue remained in her room, seated for an indeterminate period. Finally, once her hair had dried completely, she hastily donned her shoes and dashed out, heading straight for the stable where Ollie resided. At that moment, Ollie was with his father, stirring the feed for the horses with a large spoon. Wanyue abruptly leaped in front of him, exclaiming, "Look, am I beautiful?" Ollie looked up, and even Uncle Kong beside him raised his gaze. Ollie gazed at Wanyue in astonishment. "What has gotten into you today?" Wanyue, pleased with his awestruck expression, smiled proudly. "Isn't it beautiful? I may only be this beautiful for a single day in my life. So I rushed over to show you." Ollie nodded vigorously. "You are indeed beautiful, truly beautiful, but you are so stunning it seems beyond what I could ever afford." Wanyue patted her chest. "Do not worry, Uncle is merely putting on an act. He won't always treat me with such kindness." Meanwhile, Uncle Kong observed thoughtfully, noticing the stark contrast in Wanyue's demeanor, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. Suddenly, he asked, "Wanyue, tell us what happened today that led to your dressing up like this." Wanyue recounted every event of the day in detail. The more Uncle Kong listened, the graver his expression became, until he turned away without a word, taking his cigarette and leaving. Wanyue paid him no mind and immediately took Uncle Kong's place, grabbing the tools for preparing the feed to assist Ollie. Ollie, visibly anxious, cautioned, "Be careful, if you get your clothes dirty, what will you do when the master scolds you?" Wanyue, diligently working, replied, "What does it matter? Beauty lasts but a moment. If he dares to hit me, just run outside and find that he fellow at the address he mentioned to bring him here to reason with me."
Thud.
The tool in Ollie's hand fell to the ground. He did not retrieve it, anxiously gripping Wanyue's shoulders, scanning her face and body with concern. Wanyue, satisfied by his worry, stood calmly, smiling brightly at him. "No, he hasn't harmed me yet, but he did kill a bird, one of my dearest friends." Her tone turned slightly bitter as she recalled the incident. "Who knows why he suddenly chose to help me? Rich children are always so fickle, changing like the wind. Perhaps helping me is merely an excuse, a way to take revenge for the feather duster that Uncle hit him with." Upon hearing this, Ollie gradually relaxed. "As long as you are unhurt, that is what matters. Wanyue, for people like us, life is not easy. You must take care of yourself." Wanyue nodded, beaming, "I know. I strive to live each day, hoping to grow up and marry you." Although they had often exchanged such words in the past, today, perhaps due to Wanyue's fragrant, soft appearance and her fair, delicate face, she seemed exceptionally beautiful. As Ollie gazed at her, his cheeks gradually flushed, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Wanyue, you must remember what you have promised. In the future, you will marry me, and I will marry you. I shall provide for you. Even if you eat a great deal, I would not mind." Wanyue, with her large, twinkling eyes, retorted, "Humph. If you truly did not mind, you wouldn't have felt the need to add that remark." A blush crept across Ali's round face as Wanyue smiled at him, softening her tone, however. "I shall strive to eat less in the future." Chapter 18. In Awe. Wanyue had anticipated that Master Su would turn against her after He Zongming's departure and would make her life difficult. Yet, she could never have imagined that Master Su would not only refrain from troubling her, but would also present her with an unexpected surprise. The room was spacious and bright, featuring a window, a small table, and a little stool. Master Su gestured for her to enter, asking, "What do you think, Wanyue? Do you like it?" Wanyue's eyes widened in delight, nodding vigorously. Master Su smiled at her with an unprecedented warmth. "As long as you like it, from now on, you shall be the second young lady of the Su family. Whatever Qing-yi has, you shall have as well." Wanyue was momentarily stunned, blinking her large eyes in disbelief, questioning whether she was caught in a dream. Master Su continued, "If you are pleased, you may stay here from now on. As for your previous dwelling and those rags, do not concern yourself with them. If you require anything, just inform your uncle, and he shall provide for you." Such an unexpected stroke of fortune was too delightful for Wanyue to refuse. She nodded repeatedly, joyfully bounding into the spacious, warm little room, exploring every corner with eager curiosity. Seeing her delight, Master Su's smile deepened. "As long as you are happy, do not complain to the He family's young master again about how your uncle mistreats you." "Uncle, I never uttered such words," Wanyue replied. Of course, Master Su was aware she had not spoken such a thing. His earlier remark was merely a reflection of his own insecurities. He then changed the subject. "Well, you have seen your room. You shall rest here tonight. Your sister has not been well recently and cannot attend school. She must recuperate at home. Whenever you have the opportunity, do visit her room and keep her company. You are of similar ages and should enjoy each other's company. Do not grow distant." With that, Master Su took his leave, departing and leaving Wanyue alone, who felt as if she had stumbled into a treasure trove, excitedly darting around the room. After a while, having thoroughly explored every inch, she gradually settled down. Upon opening the door, she sighed in relief, thankful that her previous belongings were still intact. She carefully lifted the garment Ailey had gifted her and the now-thin shoes that left her feet cold, cradling them as if they were precious treasures, before hastily retreating. Back in her clean, warm room, she opened the wardrobe and, amidst a pile of fresh new clothes, tucked away her two seemingly useless items, hiding them at the very bottom. After several bouts of harsh winds and rains, the leaves in the garden had finally all fallen, leaving only bare branches on the trunks. Flocks of birds formed orderly lines in the sky, migrating southward in droves. The He family's automobile parked at the entrance of the Su residence. He Zongming had returned once more. Master Su smiled as he led him inside, saying, "Young master, your arrival is quite timely. My girl was just speaking of you." He Zongming's expression darkened. He was reluctant to engage with someone from the Su family, having been compelled by his father to come. Master Su turned to Xiao Huan and instructed, quickly, "Fetch the young lady. It is rare for the young master to visit. We must ensure he is well entertained." He Zongming had no desire to meet Su Qingyi. He set down his belongings and began to rise, saying, "Perhaps it's best to," but his words faltered abruptly. From a distance, a small figure was approaching, guided by someone. It was none other than the little Su Wanyue. It had been some time since they last met, and He Zongming was taken aback by her transformation. She was dressed in a snug little cotton coat, paired with a matching cotton skirt. The vibrant red satin fabric, which might appear gaudy on another, looked utterly charming on her, complemented by her creamy white skin and her lively, expressive eyes. How could this be the same wild girl from before, who had been so disheveled and pitiable? The striking contrast left He Zongming momentarily speechless. Wanyue had approached him, cheerfully greeting him. "Oh, it's you." She hesitated, as she could not recall his name, then blinked her large eyes and asked, "Are you here to see me?" "I am doing quite well now." Being referred to merely as He Zongming, though aware of her innocent intent, felt somewhat insulted. Master Su, caught between amusement and admonition, chided, "How can you speak like that, Wanyue? This is the son of the military commander. You should call him young master." Wanyue obediently amended her address. "Young master. He Zongming is my name. This is the second time I've told you. Do not forget it again." Wanyue frowned and shyly recoiled from his touch. Yet, she quickly masked her discomfort with a smile, playfully asking, "What was it again?" "He Zongming." "He Zong what?" "He Zongming." "He what Ming?" "He Zongming." At that moment, Master Su chuckled. He Zongming suddenly realized, looking at the innocent girl before him, his expression darkened. "You did that on purpose." Wanyue playfully stuck out her tongue and smiled at him, her large, sparkling eyes glimmering like precious gems. "I remember you now, He Zongming. And I must thank you. Without you, I wouldn't be enjoying such good days now." She felt compelled to express her gratitude to He Zongming directly. Master Su often reminded her of this. She remembered it quite well. As Zongming listened to her thanks and gazed into her sparkling eyes, the remnants of his earlier displeasure began to dissipate. He looked down at her for a moment and cleared his throat. Master Su, beaming at the two of them, stood up and said, "Since you are enjoying each other's company, do chat for a while longer. I shall arrange for some refreshments." Zongming instinctively wanted to decline, saying, "There is no need." However, Wanyue suddenly grasped his hand, gently shaking it, her watery eyes pleading with him as she whispered, "I desire this delicacy, I truly do." Zongming gazed at her in perplexity before ultimately conceding. After a while, only the two of them remained in the hall. He remarked, "Are they truly depriving you of meals?" Wanyue, having cast aside her decorum following old Master Su's departure, plopped her petite frame onto a chair and swung her little legs. Responding, "They do provide food, but not in abundance. They say that if a girl eats too much, it will mar her appearance." Wanyue pouted, her countenance still radiating the innocence of childhood. "I fail to comprehend why I must be so aesthetically pleasing." Chapter 19. The young concubine. Upon hearing her words, Zongming scrutinized her intently from head to toe. Previously, Wanyue had been slender and delicate, while her features were exquisite. Only her face could be deemed attractive. However, at this moment, adorned in well-fitted attire, that same face now bore a youthful roundness. Her fair cheeks had filled out, exuding the charming innocence unique to a young girl. Her arms resting on the table appeared much more graceful than during their last encounter, as the flesh had finally begun to cover her bones. "It seems you have been faring quite well of late." "Indeed. It is all thanks to you." Wanyue, observing his distracted leg swinging, adeptly engaged in conversation. Zongming felt a surge of delight at her compliment. "Do visit the He family manor sometime. I shall take you out for a delightful outing." He gazed at Wanyue's endearing and innocent demeanor and sincerely continued, "I have numerous friends who are lively and spirited. They would surely take a liking to you." Wanyue contemplated in her heart that if she had the time, why not spend it with Ollie? Yet, her face remained adorned with a sweet smile. "That sounds wonderful. You should come find me often." Her large eyes twinkled mischievously as she furtively glanced outside, lowering her voice slightly as she leaned closer to Zongming. Due to her shorter stature, her small hand rested on his thigh, almost half her body leaning against him. Zongming, realizing her intent, lowered himself in kind, bringing his ear closer to her lips. In a soft, endearing voice, the young girl whispered, "You must visit me often. My current happiness is due to Uncle granting you favor. If you cease to come, I shall be nothing." After uttering this, she withdrew slightly, her small fist resting against her lips, her large eyes watching him intently. Zongming, inclining his head, chuckled at the intriguing nature of her thoughts. "How old are you? And yet you possess such cunning?" Wanyue obediently replied, "I am 16. Zongming chuckled, "Who inquired about your age?" Wanyue tilted her head, looking at him in confusion. Zongming, observing her innocent expression, suddenly became serious and scrutinized her from head to toe once more. His brow furrowed sharply at that moment, just as the person delivering the delicacies arrived. Zongming pushed the treats toward Wanyue, his brow still knitted in concern. "You must eat. Indulge yourself." Who could have imagined that such a tiny, innocent girl was already 16? In contrast, Su Qingyi, of the same age, displayed a demeanor that could easily pass for adulthood. Yet, Su Wanyue, a member of the Su family, remains blissfully naive. Although they are cousins, the disparity in their characters is striking. Despite her extensive education, she finds herself overshadowed by someone who has received no formal instruction. Wanyue is perplexed by the sudden shift in his demeanor, going from amiable conversation to a furrowed brow. Nevertheless, she obediently picks up a pastry. He encourages her to eat, and she complies, savoring each piece. He remains silent, merely observing her with a frown until she unexpectedly burps. The young man's eyebrows arch in surprise. Wanyue pouts, clutching her stomach. "I can't eat anymore." At this moment, nearly half of the pastries lie untouched on the plate. She scans the room with her big eyes, skillfully rummaging through the living room until she retrieves a sheet of oil paper. Turning the plate upside down, she deposits the pastries inside. "I'll take these with me for a late-night snack. Please keep this a secret, young master." He furrows his brow. Zongming. Wanyue sticks out her tongue playfully. "All right, Zongming." Her voice is bright and melodious, imbued with an inexplicable clarity. Zongming responds with a nonchalant acknowledgement, adding, "I will inform your uncle to ensure you eat more. You are at a crucial stage of growth. There's no need to focus on appearance. Being healthy is what truly matters." Upon hearing this, Wanyue beams. "Thank you so much." Zongming studies her for a moment before suddenly pinching her cheek. "Why are you always so cheerful?" Wanyue's expression shifts. She retreats a couple of steps, clutching her pastries, her mouth pressed into a line, her large eyes fixed on him, her smile fading. Observing her, he unexpectedly breaks into a smile, his features softening with rare warmth. Keep smiling, it's a wonderful thing, and your smile is quite beautiful. After hesitating for a moment, Wanyue responds with a sweet smile. Once He Zongming departs, she eagerly gathers her saved pastries and scurries off to Ali. Ali, accustomed to her antics, happily shares the treats, each taking a piece and sitting side by side, chatting and eating together. Why are there so many leftovers today? He inquires. I encountered a fool who wouldn't he eat. Just watched. Really? Such a person? You're quite fortunate. Father says these are mere trifles for children. The osmanthus cake you gave him last time, he refused. So, I ended up eating it. Still, you should offer it to him. Whether he eats it or not, you must let Uncle Kong know that I offered it. Although Ali is bewildered, he nods in agreement. After Wanyue is treated well at the Su residence and begins to blossom into a more beautiful version of herself. He rarely opposes her wishes and is almost entirely compliant. A hint of a smile lingers in his eyes. And even when the young mistress of the journey speaks to him, he displays an unusually pleasant demeanor. He Xinhai observes his son, who seems on the verge of awakening to emotions. What has gotten into you today? Did you see that young lady from the Su family? He Zongming remains oblivious to his own peculiar behavior. I did not see her. Did not see? He Xinhai's eyes filled with a hint of confusion. Why do you appear so captivated by a woman? He Zongming paused, the smile on his face gradually fading, replaced by a semblance of bewilderment. Captivated by a woman? Could that be true? Having experienced life, He Xinhai scrutinized him and, sensing something amiss, cautiously remarked, You wouldn't have taken a liking to one of the Su family's maids, would you? He Zongming was taken aback once more, a charming and delightful figure flitting through his mind. Yet, he quickly shook his head vigorously, as if trying to dispel the thought. No, absolutely not. With Su Wanyue's beanpole frame, if I were to fancy her, what would that make me? He Xinhai chose not to press further, simply stating ambiguously, You are quite biased. Su Qingyi's eyes brightened upon hearing of He Zongming's arrival. Her health had improved considerably of late, and her spirits were notably higher. Straining herself, she attempted to rise from her bed. However, the old master had already instructed Xiaohuan to stand guard at her door, preventing her from leaving. Miss, the weather outside is chilly, and you are still recovering. It would be best to rest in your room. Su Qingyi felt a pang of anxiety, but found it difficult to articulate her feelings. She cleared her throat and attempted to downplay her urgency. It's just a bit chilly. I need to step outside for some fresh air. Xiaohuan stood resolutely at the door, her face a mask of reluctance but unwavering. Please, don't put me in a difficult position. The master specifically instructed that you must not go out today. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyi felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Although she was aware of her own misdeeds, she still harbored feelings for He Zongming. Their frequent encounters had ceased since her illness, and she realized she truly missed him, thought of him often. She pondered that even if she had erred, perhaps if she could meet him and explain, he might comprehend her choices and dispel any misunderstandings. Yet, with her father forbidding her even a brief meeting, how could she hope to mend their relationship? Suddenly, Su Qingyi gritted her teeth, summoning the courage to take a bold step. Previously, she had spoken of He Zongming with indifference, but today, expressing such sentiments was a significant concession. As the words left her lips, her cheeks flushed, and her gaze darted away, unable to meet anyone's eyes. Xiaohuan remained steadfast at the door, resembling a guardian spirit. The young master of the He family is accompanied by Wanyue. Miss, perhaps it would be best for you to rest here.
What?
Xiaohuan's words struck Su Qingyi like a thunderbolt. She looked up in shock, disbelief filling her eyes. Her father had suddenly elevated Wanyue's status to one comparable to her own, which had already stirred dissatisfaction within her. Now, with He Zongming's arrival, he deliberately barred her from going out while allowing someone so unrelated to He Zongming as Wanyue to attend him. What was her father scheming?
Su Lingyi clenched her teeth,
nearly crushing the handkerchief in her grip.
Why?
Su Wanyue, a lowly product of a fleeting encounter, what right did she have? But with the orders from Master Su in place, no matter how resentful she felt, she could only remain confined to her room until He Zongming departed from the Su residence. As dinner time approached, Master Su finally summoned her to join the evening meal. Wanyue had recently been granted better treatment and was now permitted to dine at the same table as the family. By the time Qingyi arrived, Wanyue was already seated, adorned in the same red attire from earlier that day. Master Su was jovially conversing with her, and one might easily mistake their interaction for that of a loving father and daughter. Qingyi's eyes welled with tears as she spotted a pot of steaming soup on the table, releasing wisps of vapor. She ambled over, lifted the pot, and hurled its contents at Wanyue. No one anticipated that the young lady would suddenly lash out. Wanyue, caught off guard, was doused in the scalding liquid, shrieking as she stumbled back. The pale skin of her neck quickly blossomed into angry red patches. Master Su was taken aback, staring at his daughter in disbelief. Qingyi, with tear-filled eyes, implored, "Does father still see me as his daughter?" Master Su hastily reassured her. "What nonsense! You are my only daughter in this lifetime." With a bitter laugh, Qingyi retorted, "Is that so? If you hadn't said anything, I might have thought Wanyue was your true offspring." Only then did Master Su notice Wanyue, her new clothes drenched and sullied, the aroma of soup clinging to her. She sat huddled on the floor, clutching her neck, gasping in distress. Observing the splashes of red across her face, Master Su's expression shifted. "Summon a physician at once. We cannot allow Wanyue to bear any scars." Yet, he uttered only that one concern for Wanyue before turning his attention back to soothing Qingyi. Alone on the floor, Wanyue remained silent until a maid arrived to take her away, applying a cool cloth to her burns. The fiery pain in her neck was excruciating, and the maid sighed. "This large area is burned. If blisters form, it will surely leave a significant scar." Wanyue lowered her head, her eyes cast down. Her dark lashes resembled tiny fans, quietly resting upon her eyelids. The kindness shown to her by the Su family felt insincere. Qingyi's unwarranted cruelty left her questioning. "What wrong have I committed to deserve such treatment from my sister?" The maid, being older and wiser to the ways of the world, rolled her eyes at the remark. Su Qingyi was a young lady. She was but a servant, thus subject to mistreatment without any explanation. Wanyue bit her lip, her eyes, concealed beneath her lashes, gradually grew cold. After a prolonged application of the towel, the doctor finally arrived. He examined the burn on Wanyu's skin for a while before applying a dark ointment. As soon as it touched her skin, a cool and stinging sensation coursed through her, prompting Wanyue to cry out in discomfort. The doctor urgently advised her against wiping it off, saying, "Miss, please remain still. This medicine is intended to heal your injury. If you remove it, you may end up with unsightly scars." At that moment, Lord Su hurried in, immediately inquiring, "How is she? Will she be left with scars?" The doctor reassured him. "The situation is manageable. Had it been any worse, scarring would have been inevitable. I have prescribed a course of treatment for her, both topical and internal, to be followed for the next 7 to 8 days to monitor her progress." Lord Su sighed in relief. "Thank heavens, as long as there are no scars." Wanyue fixed her gaze upon him and asked, "Uncle, why did Su Qingyi pour soup on me?" Lord Su's eyes flickered momentarily, and he harshly retorted, "Isn't it your fault? You were the one who foolishly frightened her with that string of beads. She panicked upon seeing you today and acted impulsively. When you bit her lip, her teeth clenched tightly. Su Qingyi was able to speak to you calmly after pouring soup on me. She did not lose her mind." Silence. "Do not maliciously speculate about your sister." Lord Su glared at her. "You are sisters. Do you truly believe Qingyi would intentionally harm you? Do not let your own flaws lead you to suspect the worst in others." Chapter 21. Reporting the situation. "Do not forget that everything you have is provided by our Su family. You were not significantly harmed. If you are going to dwell on such trivial matters, you will be nothing but an ungrateful wretch." Lord Su stood beside Wanyue, his expression fierce as if she were the one who had committed a wrongdoing, relentlessly chastising her. Wanyue lowered her head, gradually falling silent. The room remained spacious, the moon outside still bright, and the quilt soft and fragrant. Once enamored with all these comforts, she now found everything suddenly amiss. Clutching the quilt, she curled up on the bed as the herbal ointment stung intermittently on her wound. With her eyes wide open, she quietly stared at the wall, her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. It was not until dawn approached that she reluctantly closed her eyes and drifted into sleep. The following morning, Wanyue did not rise for breakfast. Su Qingyi, noticing her empty place, coldly remarked, "Who is she sulking with?" "Father, that wild girl might hold a grudge against us." Her words caused a jolt of concern in Lord Su. He promptly instructed the maidservants and servants to keep a close watch on Wanyue, ensuring she did not leave the estate unaccompanied, fearing she might seek out Hizongming to lodge a complaint. As a man, Lord Su understood the situation well. The young master of the He family seemed to harbor a certain interest in this neglected wild girl. The maidservant kept vigil throughout the morning, but Wanyue remained quietly asleep in her room. It was not until noon that the maid responsible for changing her dressings knocked on the door, prompting Wanyue to groggily rise. During the dressing change, the chilly, needle-like sting of the ointment instantly dispelled her lingering drowsiness. At that moment, the maid had stepped out to deal with the remnants of medicine, leaving her alone. She seized the opportunity and dashed away, running swiftly, until she reached the stable. There, Ali was busily working, deftly stuffing thick hay into the horse's trough. Upon seeing him, Wanyue raced over, her eyes lighting up Ali. The moment she laid eyes on him, tears cascaded down her cheeks as she opened her arms and leaped into his embrace. Su Qingyi splashed hot water on me. It hurts so much. Ali, taken aback, immediately swept her hair aside to inspect her neck. At that moment, Wanyue was applying herbal ointment, revealing a neck marred with dark, inflamed bruises, a sight too dreadful to behold. Ali's heart ached as his eyes reddened. How could this happen? How dare she treat you like this? Wanyue remained silent, burying her face in his chest, sobbing quietly. Ali, still holding a handful of grass, set it aside and gently embraced Wanyue, his grip tender. Witnessing her distress pierced his heart, yet he felt utterly helpless. As he held her close, he found his own eyes glistening with unshed tears. Why must we be mere servants? He murmured. Wanyue, wait for me. Once I grow up and earn my own living, I will take you away from the Su family. Wanyue nodded fervently, tears streaming down her face as she replied. It hurts so much. I really hurt. Ali clenched his teeth. I will avenge you. Wanyue paused her weeping, her tear-filled eyes meeting his. What do you plan to do? Ali replied through gritted teeth. Don't worry about it. You must not suffer in vain. He continued to hold Wanyue, whispering soothing words to comfort her. Suddenly, noticing her presence, he furrowed his brow. Miss, what are you doing here? The maids are searching for you all over the place. Wanyue hesitated. They are looking for me? With the weather turning dry, the horses were having difficulty relieving themselves, and the medicine was meant to aid them. Wanyue was reluctant to leave, yet she dreaded the thought of causing trouble for Ali. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to go, casting a teary glance back at him. You must remember to avenge me. Ali nodded vigorously. I will not allow you to be bullied without recompense.
Kong?
Having overheard the children's exchange, sensed something awry, however, he dismissed it, believing that children could not harbor deep-seated grudges. It was likely that Wanyue, due to her status, had been scolded or bullied by some child from a wealthy family, much like her own past experiences. Ali's defense was merely a child's playful mischief. Where have you been? Wanyue, with red-rimmed eyes, replied, I was in pain, so I wandered about to let the wound breathe. Xiao Huan, frowning, pushed her shoulder firmly. Without a care, Xiao Huan slammed the door shut behind her. The master and miss provide you with food, drink, and fine clothing. They have treated you well enough. You should behave yourself and not be ungrateful. Once the door was securely locked, leaving her alone in the room, Wanyue wiped her eyes and allowed a faint smile to emerge. Were they afraid she would report them? Yet, she had already done so. Although Su Qingyi's health had improved somewhat, she remained weak and far from her former vitality. Master Su instructed the kitchen to prepare a separate pot of nourishing soup for her every evening. The very soup she had previously used to douse Wanyue was indeed the same concoction. Ali, who was tasked with chopping firewood, promptly carried the split logs to the kitchen. Inside, only Aunt Su was present, her head bowed as she tended to the fire, her eyes fluttering with sleepiness. Ali swiftly glanced at her and, with utmost stealth, approached the soup pot, lifting the lid to pour a small packet of medicinal powder from his pocket into the broth. The following morning, Wanyue awoke groggily to the sound of Master Su's furious shouts. Quickly fetch a doctor. Hurry. Yawning, she threw on a loose outer garment that enveloped her, accentuating her petite features. She made her way to the kitchen, where Aunt Su was busily occupied.
Su.
I'm hungry, she announced. Aunt Su looked around cautiously and beckoned her in.
Come on in.
Wanyue stepped inside, and Aunt Su presented her with a bowl of millet porridge. The master and Miss haven't eaten yet. This is just for you. Drink it quietly, so no one notices. Cradling the steaming bowl, Wanyue blew gently on the surface before taking a sip, the sweet and fragrant taste filling her mouth. Suddenly recalling, she inquired, Isn't it late for uncle and sister to have their meal today? Aunt Su glanced around before leaning closer to whisper, The young lady fell ill last night. After dinner, she kept rushing to the restroom and eventually fainted inside. The master had no appetite to eat. As soon as dawn broke, he sought a doctor for her. Wanyue's eyes widened in astonishment. Fainted in the restroom? How terribly unclean. Aunt Su's lips curled into a smirk, unable to suppress her glee. Indeed, last night, Xiao Huan and the others spent hours cleaning her up, changing water several times. It was quite the ordeal. Wanyue joined in her laughter, her eyes curving into crescent moons. As their conversation brightened the mood, Aunt Su casually produced a steamed bun, placing it in Wanyue's hands. Thank you, Wanyue said sweetly, her braids swaying as she walked, her neck adorned with a hint of crimson skin. Aunt Su sighed heavily within, lamenting the plight of such a delightful child subjected to such torment. Reflecting on Su Qingyi's suffering, she couldn't help but feel it was a form of retribution. Meanwhile, Wanyue's wounds had begun to hurt less, and her spirits lifted considerably. As she nibbled on the bun, she rested her cheek against the window, watching the doctor hastily approach, escorted by the house servants. Her lively eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint akin to that of a little fox. Yet her mirth was short-lived, lasting only until the afternoon. Upon examining what Su Qingyi had consumed, the doctor deduced it was indeed due to the laxative. The only place in the estate that procured such a remedy was the stables, as confirmed by the recent transaction recorded in the accounts. Master Su ordered that Uncle Kong be apprehended, stripped of his upper garments, and forced to kneel in the courtyard, with rage etched across his face. He wielded a rattan stick, striking the man's back with ferocity.
Speak.
Why have you harmed my daughter? The rattan whip sliced through the air, leaving a crimson mark upon his flesh. In the midst of the crowd, Ollie cried out desperately, yearning to protect his father. Father, do not come near. Uncle Kong sternly admonished him, bowing his head in apology to Lord Su. My lord, it was an unfortunate accident. I did not intend for this to happen. An accident? Unintentional? The mere thought of his daughter's tragic fall into the cesspit filled Lord Su with an unbearable anguish, igniting a fury within him that made him wish to enact vengeance. With each strike of the rattan, he lashed down with increasing intensity. You are deliberately harming my daughter. Your intentions are foul. Uncle Kong gritted his teeth, lowering his head, offering no defense. The more he remained silent, the more Lord Su's ire grew, each blow becoming more merciless. Ollie wept outside, several times attempting to rush forward, yet was thwarted by the other servants. It was only when Uncle Kong's back was a gruesome sight, bloodied and raw, that Lord Su, fatigued from his own outburst, finally ceased his assault. With a face contorted in rage, he commanded, "Begone. We, the Su family, can no longer afford a treacherous servant like you. Leave at once." He promptly ordered the belongings of Uncle Kong and his son to be collected and cast out of the Su residence. Supporting his battered father, Ollie wiped away his tears incessantly. Father, it is my fault. I have brought this upon you. Uncle Kong clenched his jaw, enduring the searing pain in his back. Be quiet. He pushed Ollie aside and knelt, pleading with Lord Su. With a cold smirk, Lord Su delivered a brutal kick to his chest, sending Uncle Kong sprawling to the ground. If you have nowhere to go, then perish. You are of no use alive. Ollie, his eyes reddened with fury, suddenly lunged forward, shoving Lord Su, causing him to tumble. Father, do not beg such a beast. Let's leave. Lord Su, taken aback, fell to the ground, and others rushed to assist him. Uncle Kong's expression shifted dramatically as he struck Ollie across the face. Who gave you the audacity to speak to the Lord in such a manner? Kneel and apologize. Ollie's round face flushed a deep crimson, his eyes brimming with indignation. I will not. He wronged you. It is his fault, not mine. As Lord Su was helped to his feet, his face darkened with rage. He clutched his waist and shouted, You have crossed the line, you little wretch. Get out, get out. If you do not leave, I shall have you bound and beaten. Uncle Kong realized that remaining in the Su household held no promise for them. He ceased to resist, bowed his head in silence, and took his son's hand as they departed slowly. As they left, Wanyue, having satisfied her hunger, was snugly wrapped in her blanket, blissfully asleep. Following her earlier incident, the maids and servants kept a vigilant watch over her. Days passed, and by the 7th or 8th day, her wounds had nearly healed, the marks fading significantly, and the scrutiny lessened. On this day, the doctor returned to check on Wanyue, and as she accompanied him to the door, she suddenly noticed the sky adorned with twinkling stars, showering down delicate white flakes. Instinctively, Wanyue reached out her hand and exclaimed in delight, It's snowing. It was the first snowfall of winter that year. On this day each year, she always spent it with Ollie, and almost instinctively, Wanyue wished to turn and dash towards Ollie's stable. Yet, she patiently sent the doctor away, deliberately playing around the mansion, running hither and thither until, when the coast was clear, she swiftly turned her head and sprinted toward the stable. On the street, Hizoming alighted from a black automobile, clad in a thick fur coat, the collar adorned with a ring of mink fur. Standing firmly on the ground, he emanated an air of distinguished elegance, his handsome visage accentuating his stern demeanor. A few boys of similar age trailed behind him, willingly playing the role of followers. Spring City, unlike Goat City, was graced with snow, and the day was indeed frigid. Enough talk, let us hurry to the tavern and warm ourselves with a pot of hot wine, one suggested. What's the point of drinking? It's far better to visit a brothel, no matter how warm the wine. Nothing can compare to the warmth of a woman's embrace. Another retorted. Among them, The eldest was Chong Mao, a 19-year-old cousin of a battalion commander, lively and spirited. Just a few nights prior, he had persuaded his cousin to visit a brothel, and since then, he could not stop raving about it. Chong Mao was quite unremarkable in appearance, his demeanor rather sly. In the words of He Zongming's father, Colonel He was not suited for significant tasks, but could serve well as a lackey. When Chong Mao spoke, the reactions among the boys varied. Tan Daoming's cheeks flushed slightly, while Tian Jiaxing burst into laughter. Zhou Juhe looked on with disdain. Could you refrain from constantly mentioning that matter? One would think you are eager for everyone to know you are a lecher. Chong Mao rolled his eyes and shot back. What do you lot know? Suddenly shifting his tone, he leaned closer to the stoically silent He Zongming, as if to confide, only we brothers can discuss such things. After all, you have a fiancé at home. Chapter 23, Clouds and Mud. He Zongming's expression remained impassive, betraying no signs of joy or anger. He merely raised an eyebrow and replied, Who said I was your brother? Chong Mao, having hit a snag, awkwardly smiled in embarrassment. Tian Jiaxing laughed heartily, while He Zongming maintained his indifferent demeanor. Who said I am to marry her?
What?
Not marrying? Tian Jiaxing's laughter faltered, his expression becoming as awkward as a snowman covered in soot. Mingzi harbored ambitions for great endeavors. How could one think of family when treachery remained unvanquished? Like Tian Jiaxing and Tan Daoming, he too was the son of a regiment commander. However, Zhou Juhe was different. His father had served alongside He Zongming's father the longest, while the others had been promoted after the army's movements. Thus, only Zhou Juhe and He Zongming had grown up together, sharing the closest bond. Yet, He Zongming offered him no special favor, responding coolly, I never claimed that. The foreign devils had recently reached Hong Kong City, and it was rumored that it would soon fall. The phrase expelling foreign invaders was easy to utter, but the reality of achieving it would take years. Until everything was certain, He Zongming would not speak definitively. The words of a few brothers were all silenced by him, leaving the boys at a loss for words. The only one who had not been silenced was Tan Daoming, a naturally taciturn individual. The atmosphere among them grew somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, Chong Mao, with his thick skin, boldly inquired, What exactly are you thinking? Don't keep it all to yourself, share it with us brothers. At this moment, they had arrived at the tavern, where a servant began serving them wine and dishes. He Zongming sat among the boys, exuding an extraordinary aura, his gaze deep and contemplative as he looked out the window. As for Su Qingyi, I shall not have her. If my father is so fond of her, let him marry her himself. Upon hearing this, the others erupted in laughter, with Chong Mao being the first to respond. Is Miss Su really that disappointing? She can't possibly be a hideous creature, can she? Tian Jiaxing speculated. The daughter of a merchant, even if not ugly, is likely to be a relic of the past, her mind filled with schemes and a stench of copper. Zhou Juhe, exasperated, exclaimed, Will you ever stop? We came out for a meal. Must we discuss women? He abruptly walked to the window and flung it open.
Outside.
The snowflakes had grown larger, swirling and descending, blanketing the ground in a layer of white frost. Zhou Juhe suddenly called out, Come and look. There's a child outside. He bore a sign that seemed to have words inscribed upon it. A hand reached from behind and pulled him back. It was Tan Daoming, who had remained silent until now. Peering towards the edge of the street, Tan Daoming furrowed his brow upon seeing the figure kneeling at the market entrance. The sign read, Selling myself to bury my father. Such occurrences were only heard of in stories. This was their first encounter with such a sight. They crowded together, animatedly discussing it. Tian Jiaxing suddenly exclaimed, Young master. On the street, next to the kneeling boy, whose hair was already covered in frost, a tall silhouette suddenly appeared. He Zongming, having left the tavern unbeknownst to them, approached the kneeling child and casually pulled out 2 silver coins, offering them. Take this. Buy a coffin for your father. The air grew increasingly frigid, the biting wind howling, while the drifting snowflakes settled upon their heads and brows. Ali lifted his already numbed face, frost adorning his eyebrows and his lips a pale hue. Looking up, he saw that the other boy, slightly older, was dressed in finery, his tall and elegant figure clad in a splendid coat, with dark, striking eyes that exuded an indescribable handsomeness. The young man's hands were encased in black leather gloves, palm open towards him, revealing 2 shining coins that glimmered as if reflecting light. Stunned, Ali cast a glance at He Zongming, silently accepting the coins, then rose to his feet and bowed deeply. Young master, grant me some time to arrange my father's funeral, and thereafter, my life shall belong to you. He Zongming furrowed his brow and stepped aside, avoiding the kneeling gesture. This money is a gift. I do not wish for your life. His father, a commanding general, dominated the entire city. As the son of a brigade commander, he naturally felt a duty to support the citizens of the city. He frowned, questioning, $2 silver, do they truly expect someone to bow and scrape for a lifetime? Tan Daoming expressed his concern, but he is merely a child. If he were not utterly helpless, why would he resort to selling himself to bury his father? Now that the cold has set in, and he has lost his father, it is likely he has no mother either. How is he to survive? Suddenly, Hizoming's expression changed and he turned, hastily making his way down the street towards the tavern. Yet, in that brief moment, when he descended, the small boy who had been kneeling was nowhere to be found. Only 2 imprints remained on the snow, the area around them noticeably less white than the surrounding ground. Wanyue arrived at the stable only to find a different person tending to the horses. Ali was absent. She quietly observed for a moment before, with a heavy heart. She silently departed. Uncle Kong was also missing, likely attending to matters with Ali. She thought to herself that if she couldn't find him today, she would try again another day. When the snow deepened, making snowmen together with Ali would be delightful. However, the next day, just as she was preparing to seek Ali again, Mr. Su unexpectedly summoned her. Before heading over, Wanyue deliberately selected a thick garment from the wardrobe, wrapping her neck tightly, leaving only her palm-sized face exposed. She wished she could cover her face entirely, but found nothing suitable. Dressed in such an unusual manner, she cautiously made her way through the snow, waddling like a clumsy penguin, which appeared somewhat comical as she presented herself to Hizoming. Upon seeing her in that attire while seated in the main hall, Hizoming couldn't help but chuckle. Little girl, what sort of outfit is that? Wanyue was taken aback. Hizoming, she blinked her large eyes. What brings you here? Hizoming internally rolled his eyes at her apparent lack of gratitude. What was she implying by asking why he was there? Hadn't she asked him to come see her more often? In a moment of impulsiveness, he had genuinely worried that Mr. Su might mistreat this wild girl, neglecting to provide her with warm clothing in the cold, which prompted his visit. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he subtly took charge of the situation with Mr. Su, stating, "You may leave now. It's sufficient for just her and me to converse." Chapter 24, Wanyue. Mr. Su was eager for Hizoming to cultivate a closer relationship with Wanyue. He immediately complied with a cheerful yes, while reminding Wanyue, "Make sure to attend to the young master of the He family. Do not neglect him." Wanyue obediently sat, "Understood, uncle." As soon as Mr. Su departed, she hurried to Hizoming's side. With a flutter of her large eyes, a mist of tears formed as she pouted. "Why did you take so long to come?" Hizoming looked at her with surprise, noting her duality. Just moments ago, she seemed to wish he wouldn't come, and now she was transformed. "You wanted me to come?" Wanyue began to unravel the fabric wrapped around her neck. "If you do not come, they will band together to bully me." She leaned closer to Hizoming, revealing her neck to him. "They splashed me with hot soup. See?" Wanyue, like a little fox, displayed her plight. "Knowing full well that you protect me, how dare they treat me this way? Who can tell if their resentment lies with me or with you, that they choose to unleash their fury upon me? The wounds upon my neck have faded considerably, yet due to her fair complexion, the marks remain prominently visible." Hizoming cast a mere glance, his expression darkening instantly as he coldly inquired, "Who did this?" In fear, Wanyue bit her lip and replied, "I cannot say." Hizoming pressed further, "Who is it? Truly?" Wanyue cautiously lifted her gaze to him. "Perhaps if I tell you, it will only lead you to abandon me." Hizoming furrowed his brow and unexpectedly reached out to gently touch her scar. His demeanor and voice softened considerably. "Speak, who would treat a child so cruelly?" He coaxed her gently, "Reveal their identity, and I shall avenge you." Reassured by his promise, Wanyue hesitated before finally murmuring, "It was Su Qingyi." Hizoming's brow furrowed tightly once more. That woman again. He truly could not fathom how someone of her stature, having received an education and raised in privilege, could harbor such malice. To inflict harm upon a child so small, how could she? Wanyue observed his expression, fell silent for a moment, and finally spoke softly, "Forget it. I do not wish for you to take revenge. Otherwise, once you leave, my uncle will only make things more difficult for me." She understood that while he could assist her momentarily, he could not offer her lasting protection. Living in the Su household, she could not afford to openly offend her uncle's family. Hizoming gazed at her delicate face, so exquisitely crafted, and his eyes fell upon the bruised skin, reminiscent of a pristine canvas marred by an unsightly footprint of a beast. He was not sure what compelled him, but he found himself speaking. "Wanyue?" She blinked in surprise, unable to grasp his words. Upon uttering them, Hizoming felt an unexpected relief wash over him. Grasping her tiny hand and gazing into her innocent, glistening eyes, he earnestly stated, "Regardless, the Su family treats you poorly. Why not come with me? My home is filled with idle people. We do not lack for one more. If his father could sustain a household of women, he too could bring home one more. Compared to his father's companions, this young girl was far more deserving. Her background and demeanor evoked far more sympathy and affection than theirs. The cost of He Zongming's brown bear fur boots alone was sufficient to sustain Wanyue for half a year in comfort. However, upon hearing his proposition, Wanyue was taken aback. How could she leave with him? While the Su family had its faults, it was still her uncle's home. She needed to remain with a Li in the Su household. Wanyue immediately shook her head in refusal. No, although they treat me poorly, this is my uncle's house. He Zongming frowned. He allowed Su Qingyi to treat you in such a manner, and you still regard him as your uncle? Wanyue lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers, her voice barely a whisper. But he did find me a doctor. For reasons he could not articulate. He Zongming felt a surge of frustration as his long fingers pointed toward the scars on Wanyue's neck. Yet, regarding my uncle, if he truly regarded you as kin, he would not permit you. His fingers hesitated mid-motion, delicately tracing a red thread upward. He Zongming's attention was drawn elsewhere. What is this? Wanyue felt a tickle at her neck, as something continually slid upwards. He Zongming, entwining the red thread, eventually extracted a small wooden plaque, approximately the size of an adult's thumb. 2 characters were inscribed upon it. Wanyue. He instinctively read it aloud. Wanyue blinked her large eyes. This is my name. Until today, He Zongming had never formally inquired about her name. He gazed thoughtfully at the small plaque. Wanyue, one who draws the bowstring like a full moon. His brow furrowed, then relaxed, and suddenly his tone rose. Who bestowed this name upon you? Wanyue paused in silence before softly replying, my mother. Along with this plaque, it is all she left for me. Her memories of her own mother were scant. The few recollections she possessed were mere fragments pieced together through the accounts of others. He gently held Wanyue's chin, scrutinizing her deep, piercing, and strikingly exotic visage as she looked at him in confusion. Wanyue, feeling discomfort, reached up to push his fingers away from her face. What are you doing? That hurts. Your mother was a good woman. Without preamble, He Zongming unexpectedly uttered this statement. Wanyue was taken aback. He Zongming met her gaze, articulating each word with sincerity. Wanyue stared at him, momentarily at a loss for words. She had not received any formal education, and there were several phrases he uttered that she struggled to comprehend. Yet, she understood enough to recognize that He Zongming was praising her mother. Since the dawn of her memories, Wanyue had despised it when others spoke of her mother, for they always did so with disdain and scorn. Yet this person before her, this boy who was not much older than herself, was actually praising her mother. This was an experience that had never occurred since Wanyue's birth. A peculiar warmth surged within her chest, tinged with a hint of acidity. Her eyes began to well up. Really? Wanyue asked softly, her voice slightly choked. She is your mother. If others do not believe in her, you should. He Zongming's gaze was steadfast. Wanyue took a heavy breath, looking up at the sky. In the past, she was never permitted to burn offerings. Those maids and servants would push her to the margins, declaring her mother unworthy of such reverence. Chapter 25. Call me brother. He Zongming could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of pity for this little girl, both adorable and heart-wrenching. Her delicate, fair face was on the verge of tears, her eyes reddening in anticipation of the next moment's release. Yet, she stubbornly tilted her head high, suppressing her emotions. As he observed her, an unexpected surge of turmoil rose within him. The once unyielding heart seemed to silently cave in. Suddenly, He Zongming reached out and embraced the little girl before him. If you wish to cry, then cry. Why must you hold back? A warm embrace enveloped her, accompanied by an indescribable essence peculiar to youth. Wanyue initially stiffened, then firmly pushed against his shoulder with her small hand. He Zongming was taken aback, watching in astonishment as Wanyue struggled free from his embrace. Her eyes remained red, exuding a pitiful charm, yet her brow furrowed as she unhappily declared, Su Qingyi is your fiancée. If you wish to embrace someone, let it be her, not me. My mother taught me that only one's husband may offer such affection, and Ali is to be my future husband. Hence he may. You cannot. He Zongming was momentarily stunned by Wanyue's unexpected, jealous retort, and then he silently broke into a smile. His long fingers playfully pinched her tender cheek. Little one, you are quite clever. Wanyue, dissatisfied, swatted his hand away. Do not pinch me. It hurts. Feeling unjustly accused, He Zongming raised an eyebrow. When did I apply any force? The pressure he had exerted was so light it hardly warranted the term pinch. Abruptly, he froze, astonished at his own actions. What was he doing, touching a girl's face? Wanyue, oblivious to his thoughts, hesitated, then pointed to the plate of pastries on the table. If you do not eat, I shall pack them up to take away. He Zongming snapped out of his reverie, his gaze drawn back to the girl. whose eyes were now solely focused on the delicacies. A peculiar sensation blossomed within his chest, difficult to describe, a blend of sourness and itchiness, his limbs tingling, and an inexplicable warmth coursing through him. Suddenly, he clenched his palm into a silent fist. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, casting his gaze downward. Wanyue's eyes widened in anger, bewildered by his sudden insult. He Zhongming, meeting her glare, noted that her expression had shifted to one of displeasure. Her eyes now wary of him. "That remark was not directed at you." He took a deep breath and clarified. Yet, Wanyue continued to glare at him, her demeanor unsoftened. He Zhongming attempted to soothe the situation with further words, but Wanyue remained resolute, her guard firmly in place. Contemplating his approach, he softened his tone significantly. "Come here, call me brother. If Su Qingyi is bullying you, I shall help you seek vengeance." Wanyue regarded him with skepticism for a moment before turning her face away. "I do not need your help." He Zhongming chuckled softly at her defiance. "Who taught you to hold grudges more than to cherish kindness?" Wanyue ignored him, diligently packing the pastries into prepared oil paper. Once finished, she carefully concealed them and said, "We've talked for quite some time. You should leave now." He Zhongming, suddenly displeased by her abrupt change of heart, feigned a threat. "Are you not afraid that if I leave this time, I may never return?" Wanyue was unfazed by his intimidation, quickly responding, "Do as you wish. I still have a Li." Whether he Zhongming came or went mattered little to her. The girl turned slightly, her delicate face taut, forming sharp lines. He Zhongming offered her an opportunity to soften, yet she showed him no regard whatsoever. However, instead of feeling anger, he found her demeanor rather endearing. With a broad hand, he assertively ruffled her hair, disregarding her willingness. "Wait a moment, brother will help you seek revenge." He Zhongming turned to summon assistance. Although old Master Su was absent, he had arranged for someone to monitor the situation, and they arrived promptly. "Young master, how may I assist you? Is it that Miss Wanyue has not been attentive in her service?" As soon as they arrived, a hat was placed atop Wanyue's head, prompting her immediate rebuttal. "I have not." He Zhongming stood arrogantly with his hands behind his back, towering over old Master Su, who deliberately bent low in his presence. Their interaction bore an uncanny resemblance to that of master and servant. "She is quite well, but I am more eager to see my fiancée." Old Master Su was taken aback, puzzled as to why He Zhongming suddenly wished to see his daughter. Yet, recognizing the urgency in his demeanor, he dared not obstruct him. He promptly sent someone to inform Su Qingxi of He Zhongming's impending visit. As He Zhongming strode ahead, old Master Su followed closely, almost servilely. Wanyue, reluctant to meet Su Qingxi, seized the opportunity of being overlooked to discreetly change direction and attempt to leave. "You should accompany us as well. You and Su Qingxi are blood relatives and ought to care for one another." Wanyue, harboring a poor relationship with Su Qingxi, had no desire to see her. He Zhongming shot her a pointed glance, yet his spirits remained high, a cryptic smile gracing his face as he resumed his forward march. Reluctantly, Wanyue could not openly defy He Zhongming's wishes in front of old Master Su, so she trailed behind, her mood decidedly sour. The trio traversed the corridor and arrived at Su Qingxi's chamber. From a distance, as they approached a door, it unexpectedly swung open. Su Qingxi appeared at the threshold, clad in a plain, light blue qipao, her hair cascading loosely, her complexion pale. Old Master Su, shedding his previous obsequiousness, hurried towards her. "Qingxi, you are still weak. Why have you ventured out alone?" Su Qingxi, holding a handkerchief, coughed softly, her gaze fixed on the ground, unwilling to meet anyone's eyes. Coldly, she remarked, "I have heard that the young master of the He family is coming to visit. It would be inappropriate for an unmarried girl like me to admit him into my room." She maintained her airs of a young lady. He Zhongming observed her silently, then suddenly shifted his previously aloof demeanor. He stepped forward, feigning concern. "What illness has kept you bedridden for so long? Is it the medicine that is lacking? Or perhaps the doctor?" Su Qingxi cast her eyes downward. "If you truly cared for my well-being, you would not have waited until now to come." Chapter 26. The Year of the Dog. Her words, delivered with an air of superiority, left old Master Su feeling quite apprehensive. "Child, how could you speak to the young master in such a manner? What have I taught you?" He Zhongming raised his hand, and immediately, the voice of Master Su ceased. His expression remained serene, a subtle smile gracing his lips, betraying no anger or joy. "Who says I do not care for you? Upon hearing of your illness, I sought out a talisman to bring you." He casually produced a peculiar white object bound with black cord from his pocket. Stepping forward, He Zhongming gently draped the item around Su Qingyi's neck. The white pendant, resting against her pale blue qipao, exuded an air of understated elegance. As Su Qingyi held it, A smile blossomed on her face almost instantly, though she attempted to stifle it, her lips curving tightly in a restrained expression. Who said I wanted your gift? Your presence is sufficient. He Zongming, not meeting her gaze, allowed his playful eyes to linger on the necklace adorning her neck. This is quite a precious item. Given your frail health, it is imperative you wear it close to you at all times. Curiously, Su Qingyi toyed with the pendant, noting its texture. Neither jade nor stone. Yet delightfully lightweight and pleasantly tactile, its color a pure, snowy white. What is this? She inquired, her delight evident. He Zongming replied with a gentle smile, bone.
Bone?
Su Qingyi struggled to grasp the implication. He Zongming, reminiscing about his past experiences, bore an expression of pride. The memories of standing alongside his father in battle, of fighting valiantly, filled him with nostalgia and satisfaction. The valor of protecting one's homeland, of shedding blood in the line of duty, felt as recent as yesterday. His eyes sparkled with reminiscence, and a smile lingered on his lips. Yet, as he smiled, Su Qingyi's complexion gradually paled, her frail form trembling uncontrollably. Wanyue, trailing behind, had lost interest in their exchange, preoccupied with thoughts of finding Ali, whom she hadn't seen in days and longed to converse with. Suddenly, she was jolted from her reverie by Su Qingyi's anguished scream. Startled, she looked up to see Su Qingyi, in a frenzy, fiercely yanking the object from her neck and violently hurling it to the ground. The slender figure stomped her foot repeatedly, crushing the discarded item beneath her heel, her demeanor transforming from that of a demure lady to that of a madwoman, shrieking uncontrollably. Wanyue, horrified, watched in fear, worried that Su Qingyi's wrath might turn towards her. She instinctively covered her face with her small hands and retreated 2 steps, trembling. He Zongming, equally perplexed by the sudden turn of events, furrowed his brow in confusion. Master Su, I came to visit your daughter out of goodwill, presenting her with my most cherished protective talisman. What does her reaction signify? Master Su, taken aback by his daughter's outburst, was just about to step forward to console her when He Zongming's stern inquiry compelled him to bow and apologize profusely. Young master, please forgive me. Qingyi is genuinely timid. As a woman, she is not accustomed to the battlefield's brutal realities like you men are. She is simply afraid of such things. Not to mention Su Qingyi. Even He Zongming, a man of advanced years, felt a chill in his heart upon hearing of someone using a human femur as a pendant. He Zongming stood with his back to the room, arrogantly tilting his body to one side, his voice and expression both icy.
Witnessing Suloe's obsequious demeanor.
So humble it resembled a bitter melon, brought an indescribable sense of satisfaction to her heart. When she raised her eyes to He Zongming, she found him looking back at her at that very moment, and he playfully winked. This expression contrasted sharply with his earlier arrogance towards Su Leoi, revealing a childlike pride. Wanyue returned the wink and silently broke into a smile behind Su Leoi. He Zongming then turned away and declared, well, it's getting late. I have an appointment with other friends, so I shall take my leave. Su Leoi glanced at him, then at Su Qingyi's room, his face a portrait of difficulty. Su Qingyi was still inside, making a ruckus, her screams piercing the air. He Zongming, ever considerate, remarked, since Miss Su is in distress, Su Leoi may stay and accompany her. He gestured to Wanyue, indicating that she could see him off. Su Leoi eagerly agreed, nodding his thanks while glancing at the pendant in his hand. And this, even until He Zongming departed. Su Leoi wore an expression that suggested he was on the verge of tears. Wanyue followed closely behind He Zongming, the two walking in silence until they turned a corner of the corridor, out of sight of Su Qingyi.
It was just the 2 of them now.
He Zongming turned around and looked down at Wanyue. Did that make you feel better? Wanyue chuckled softly, lifting her face with a sweet, thank you, brother. He Zongming, who had previously teased her into calling him, was momentarily taken aback by her words, his expression lingering in surprise. His gaze, deep and complex, held her for a moment before he let out a soft chuckle, his hand resting gently on her head. You are quite the clever little girl. Wanyue playfully dodged him. He Zongming firmly grasped the back of her head, his fingers weaving through her soft hair as he leaned down to gaze at her. What are you avoiding? Wanyue replied candidly, Annies have taught me that girls should not let just anyone touch them. Only the one they will marry may do so. He Zongming, instead of relenting, tousled her soft black hair even more, creating a delightful mess. His eyes, filled with affection, conveyed a gentle reprimand. What do you know, little girl? You're still so young. Don't always speak of marriage. Wanyue struggled against him, attempting to push him away. But when she realized she couldn't get the upper hand, she finally grew frustrated and suddenly bit his hand. Little wild girl, are you a dog? Chapter 27. Fond of her. He stood still, watching her retreating figure, frowning for a moment before inexplicably breaking into laughter. Above, snowflakes began to drift down once more, and He Zongming donned his leather gloves, reaching out to catch a flake, marveling at the beautiful shape of the white fairy, his spirits soaring. Today, General He was in high spirits, a rare occasion to be at leisure at home, allowing his young wife to dress elegantly and sing melodiously in the courtyard. Typically, when He Zongming encountered such a scene, he would furrow his brows and avoid it, yet today he approached with a hint of a smile, greeting her warmly. Father. He Zhenhai observed him with curiosity. Where have you been? You seem particularly cheerful today. I visited the Su family. The Su family? He Zhenhai was taken aback, gazing incredulously at his younger son. Previously, when instructed to visit the Su household, he would wear an expression as frigid as ice, almost broadcasting his reluctance. What had prompted this sudden change in mood? He Zhenhai scrutinized his son's eyes, a knowing curiosity beginning to unfold. He Zongming, being rather forthright, wasted no time in elaborating. I've changed my mind. I intend to marry the young lady of the Su family. Before he could utter another word, He Zhenhai had already surmised the direction of the conversation and merely smiled with a depth of understanding. If you desire her, then have her. She was always meant for you, no need to reiterate. However, He Zongming raised an eyebrow, responding, I'm not referring to Su Qingyi. There is another daughter in the Su family, Su Wanyue. Compared to Su Qingyi, I find her far more appealing, and I wish to wed her.
What?
He Zhenhai was astonished, his eyelids twitching in disbelief. He Zongming patiently explained, she is not his daughter but his niece, the child of his late sister. Stop right there. He Zhenhai suddenly grasped the full implication, his expression turning grave as he halted his son's words. He Zongming looked at him intently. He Zhenhai spoke earnestly, my child. You are still young, and there are matters you do not comprehend. I shall not hold it against you. As for the idea of marrying another young lady from the Su family, I will pretend I have not heard this. And I implore you not to speak of it again. He added gravely, the sister of old Master Su, everyone in the city is aware, served foreign invaders and bore children of dubious lineage. What good can come from a woman such as that? He Zhenhai admonished his son, in Spring City, there is no shortage of women. If you do not find Su Qingyi to your liking, there are countless other charming young ladies. With our status, we need not confine ourselves to just the Su family. Yet, He Zongming's mind wandered to the delightful visage of Wanyue, her vivacious gestures captivating him, compelling him to counter his father. It is different. It is the same. When the lights go out, they're all the same. You are still too young. When you mature, you will understand. He Zhenhai, wishing to divert the conversation, placed an arm around He Zongming's shoulders. Come, son, the atmosphere is pleasant today. Let us enjoy the opera together. He Zongming remained with a furrowed brow, casting a cold glance at the makeshift stage where several concubines were dancing, suddenly asking sharply, if all women are the same, why does father marry so many? He Zhenhai was rendered speechless by the inquiry, sitting dumbfounded for a while before delivering a playful smack to He Zongming's head. You rascal! Now you are meddling in your father's affairs. He Zongming retorted with a cold smile. Women can be as vain and treacherous as Pan Jinlian, who murdered her husband in pursuit of wealth, or as brave and resilient as Mu Guiying, who took charge in her husband's stead. The disparity in human character is vast, akin to the difference between clouds and mud. How can one claim they are all the same? He Zhenhai's expression morphed into one of peculiar intrigue. What books have you been perusing in my study? He Zongming was taken aback by his father's sudden curiosity. Realizing the implications of his words, his face shifted slightly, betraying a hint of embarrassment. However, He Zhenhai soon burst into hearty laughter, slapping his shoulder with vigor.
Ah!
It seems my son has truly matured. To be so moved and unable to forget, this Miss Su must be quite the beauty. She is not merely a girl defined by her looks. He Zhenhai regarded him with keen interest, inquiring, has she ensnared your heart? He Zongming paused, perplexed by his father's unexpected remark. Concerned that his father might misinterpret his feelings towards Wanyue and thus form a negative impression of her, he quickly retorted, no. After a brief silence, he added, she is very well-mannered. She is a good girl. He Zhenhai scoffed, a well-behaved girl can enchant you so? Perhaps she is a natural temptress. She is not. He Zongming felt compelled to counter, but He Zhenhai's gaze silenced him. Such a resolution was already a fortunate outcome for a girl of Wanyue's standing. Yet, He Zongming felt the urge to express more to He Zhenhai. He wished to argue that judging a girl solely by her lineage was unjust. He also wanted to mention the origin of Wanyue's name, suggesting that her mother must have been a woman with a patriotic heart. He lost the chance to voice his thoughts, leaving the topic unresolved. At the Su residence, Wanyue found herself once again at a loss in the stable. She gazed curiously at the unfamiliar man who was busily engaged in work. After a prolonged moment, she abruptly turned and sprinted towards the woodshed. A pile of firewood lay at the entrance, where Uncle Lee was vigorously chopping with an axe. Wanyue approached, her face a mask of confusion. Uncle Lee, why hasn't Lee been helping you lately? Uncle Lee paused, astonished to see her. You don't know? Old Kong angered the master, and both he and his son were expelled from the residence days ago. What did you say? Wanyue nearly shrieked, her small face flushing with urgency. When did they leave? Did they mention where they were going? Upon hearing this, Wanyue felt as if half of her very soul had been wrenched from her body. Her large eyes widened in bewilderment, staring blankly ahead. But everything before her blurred as if she had lost her light. Chapter 28. Only for him. Uncle Lee recounted the sequence of events leading to Lee's expulsion with clarity. Thus, Wanyue understood that she could never inquire about Lee's whereabouts from old Master Su. To do so would inevitably arouse his suspicions towards her. With a heart heavy and spirit adrift, she walked toward her room, her steps light yet burdened, her expression in stark contrast to the chill of winter, as if she were in a daze from the heat. Upon returning to her chamber, she buried herself beneath the covers, her shoulders trembling gently as soft sobs escaped her lips. In the evening, a young maid knocked on the door, announcing that dinner was ready and that Master Su had summoned her to join. Through the door, Wanyue muffled her protest, declaring, "I am not hungry." Lying on the bed, her swollen eyes fixed blankly upon the ceiling, she remained lost in thought for an indeterminate time. As night fell, and the lights were extinguished, the servants retired for the evening. Wanyue rose from her bed, donned a thick garment, and stealthily opened the door to venture outside. The courtyard lay in serene silence, devoid of birds in winter, with only a stony path half covered in ice and snow, and tree branches adorned with white. The night breeze was absent, and the moon hung high in the sky, resembling a tender eye filled with compassion, gazing upon the lost lamb wandering through the night. Wanyue strode directly toward the main gate, only to find a robust iron chain and lock securing it. She touched the cold, hard lock, realizing that with her slight limbs, she could not possibly unlock it. Turning back, she made her way to the rear door. The chill of the night was far more biting than that of the day. The garments she wore had been crafted by Su Qingyi years prior. She had never adorned the vibrant red fabric, disliking its glaring hue, and thus it had remained untouched. The shoes on her feet, however, had been made to her size. But they were crafted in autumn, and now, as early winter settled in, the ground was either ice or snow. After a short while, she felt her feet growing cold and painful. Biting her lip in determination, she hastened her pace and broke into a run toward the back door. To her relief, the rear door was not locked. She glanced around before reaching for the handle, intent on escaping. With Lee no longer present in the Su residence, her own presence felt meaningless. Lee was her singular focus. Wanyue was resolute in her desire to find Lee. However, upon her small hand resting on the icy iron door, she lamentably discovered that it too was secured. Though obscured from view, a stout iron chain was visible from the outside. With all her strength, she managed to create only a narrow gap the width of a finger. Unless she possessed the ability to transform into an ant, escape was beyond her reach. Wanyue reluctantly abandoned this avenue. Yet her yearning to leave the Su household remained undiminished. She continued to rub her small hands together for warmth, persistently searching in the courtyard. As she paced alongside the walls, she recalled a time when there had been a dog hole at the base of one of the walls. When she was younger, she had slipped through it unnoticed to play outside. However, after a few such escapades, she had encountered bullying from others, outnumbered and unable to retaliate, leading her to shy away from venturing out again. Remembering the dog hole, she began to search the courtyard fervently. After a thorough search, she was thrilled to discover it once more. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, but that joy quickly dimmed. The hole was still the same. Yet Wanyue was no longer the child she once was. She had grown, rendering the opening seem smaller than before. At present, the opening is only wide enough for Wanyue to poke her head through. Her shoulders cannot fit. Wanyue desperately attempted to squeeze through, nearly getting herself stuck. Her once pristine attire now lay cold and soiled. Wanyue bit her lip and patted her chest, brushing off the dirt. She anticipated a restless night, tormented by discomfort. I have no desire to eat. During lunch, Wanyue remained languid beneath the covers, devoid of the energy to venture out for a meal. As night fell, she continued to lie in bed, gradually realizing that something was amiss. Yet, her head spun dizzily, and her throat felt as if it were stuffed with cotton, rendering her voice silent. A chill coursed through her body, alternating with waves of heat. A maid knocked impatiently at the door twice before turning away, muttering under her breath. She really thinks of herself as a lady, throwing a tantrum like this. Turning back, she reported to Master Su, Wanyue says she still doesn't wish to eat. At that moment, Su Qingyi sat at the table, cradling a bowl of calming medicine, sipping it slowly. Upon hearing the maid's words, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. Could it be that she feels slighted because Hezooming didn't he gift her something? Master Su let out a cold laugh at this notion. After their encounter earlier in the day, Su Qingyi had completely lost hope in Hezooming. She was drawn to distinguished and handsome young men, those of high status. However, she could never accept Hezooming's perverse and inhumane preferences, especially his unsettling fondness for keeping bones as personal trinkets. In her mind, Hezooming had morphed into a bloodthirsty, alternative demon. The thought of being with him filled her with dread. She feared that if anything went awry, he might not only end her life but also keep her bones as a macabre keepsake. Just contemplating such a future sent shivers down her spine. Thus, she began to concur with Master Su's sentiments. Perhaps it was best to abandon this marriage proposal altogether. A calculating glint shone in her eyes. Father, she must be concerned about the gift from Hezooming. Since I do not care for it, why not simply give it to her? The bone Hezooming had gifted still lay in her room, a source of fear that she yearned to dispose of immediately. She sought ways to redirect the conversation towards Wanyue. Master Su, being a father, could not be oblivious to his daughter's feelings. He had witnessed her terror earlier and felt a pang of sympathy. Very well, we shall proceed as such. Call Xiao Huan to deliver it to her, ensuring she wears it. However, if Hezooming inquires about it, you must firmly insist that it was Wanyue who desired it and insisted on taking it. Chapter 29. Military Supplies. Su Qingyi displayed a satisfied smile. Rest assured, Father, I will handle it with discretion. After dinner, she promptly summoned Xiao Huan, instructing her to ensure she personally witnessed Wanyue donning the item. Xiao Huan had been present during Su Qingyi's earlier frenzy and knew all too well the sinister nature of the object in question. With a resolute expression, Xiao Huan accepted the task, turning away with a face full of foreboding. Driven by disdain, she hastened her steps, nearly sprinting to the entrance of Wanyue's room, where she began to pound on the door vigorously. After a prolonged period of knocking, receiving no response from within, Xiao Huan decided to push the door open herself. Inside, shrouded beneath the covers, Wanyue lay in peaceful slumber. Xiao Huan frowned and muttered, "This wild girl certainly knows how to indulge." She approached Wanyue's bedside and, disregarding her closed eyes, slipped a necklace around her neck. Having completed this task, Xiao Huan promptly turned and exited the room, ensuring the door was firmly shut behind her. Upon returning to report to Su Qingyi, she stated, "It is now around her neck." Hearing this, Su Qingyi smiled, placing a hand over her heart, her expression visibly more relaxed. Indeed, that unfortunate thing is destined to be with that wild girl. That night, Su Qingyi enjoyed a restful sleep. In her dreams, grotesque and hideous demons approached the Su residence, making their way directly to Wanyue's chamber. Su Qingyi wore an expression of amusement at the unfolding events. The following day, she awoke feeling invigorated. Master Su was in high spirits, fussing over her with warmth and concern. Wanyue, however, remained confined within her quarters for yet another day. Yet no one seemed to notice. On the third day, Wanyue continued to stay indoors. Old Madame Su, who prepared the meals, muttered, "It seems we haven't seen that girl Wanyue in quite some time." One of the other cooks rolled her eyes in response. "What do you know? She is now the second young lady of the house, dining with the mistress, adorned in fine clothing. Does she require your worry?" Old Madame Su continued to grumble. The dishes remain the same as those favored by the other young ladies, the portions unchanged from when there were two of them. And she's wearing outdated garments discarded by Miss Su from years past. What sort of young lady is she? Another cook replied, "That's not for you to concern yourself with. Even if her life is tough, it is undoubtedly better than ours as servants." This sentiment held some truth. Wanyue's current circumstances were indeed superior to those of the servants, 100 times better than her previous plight. She simply could not compare to Su Qingyi. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a small girl curled up in bed, her face flushed and her body burning like a coal. "Water, water. I need water," she hoarsely called out, her voice barely above a whisper. Yet, the house felt desolate, with only her presence. Her frail body rendered her too weak to rise, her eyelids heavy. Wanyue languished in her thirst, abandoned and unnoticed. The sensation of searing heat consumed her from within, her throat nearly ablaze. Recently, the marshal had been in good spirits, dispatching supplies to his subordinates across various units. He Jinhai, renowned for his valor on the battlefield and numerous accolades, certainly would not be overlooked. 8 military armored vehicles laden with supplies, escorted by soldiers armed with rifles, made their way into the Spring City. The first shipment was, of course, delivered directly to the doorstep of Commander He. He Jinhai, brimming with excitement, personally stepped out to greet them. Are they bullets or artillery? Hezooming followed closely behind, equally intrigued. With the increasing number of troops, the supply of firearms and ammunition was steadily dwindling, much to Commander He's dissatisfaction. The commander should best provide them with several hundred rifles, ensuring that each soldier is equipped, thereby instilling a sense of security. However, the delivery soldier chuckled and remarked, "There's no fighting lately. Why would the brigade commander concern himself with such items?" He presented the delivery list as if it were a prized possession, stating, "Behold, these are imported goods, genuine foreign merchandise that money cannot readily procure." He Jinhai, feeling perturbed by the soldier's verbosity, snatched the list from him before he could finish his sentence. A cursory glance revealed items listed as bread, milk powder, butter, biscuits, and chocolate. Suddenly, He Jinhai lost interest. His once formidable shoulders slumped like a landslide. He decided to delegate the matter to his aide, Wang, instructing him to handle it. The delivery soldier cautioned, "Commander, while the other items are manageable, bread must be consumed quickly. It does not keep well." He Jinhai, weary, waved his hand dismissively. "Very well. You may follow aide Wang and distribute these to the soldiers. 1 piece each should suffice for the night." The soldier hesitated, his eyes darting as he stepped forward, ingratiatingly suggesting, "Commander, you ought to open the crate and see for yourself. Even if the bread does not appeal to you, the milk powder, cream biscuits, and chocolate are all the rage at present." Pausing, he lowered his voice, adding, "Even if they do not suit your taste, perhaps the ladies at home might appreciate them." Despite the soldier's entreaties, He Jinhai remained disinterested. At that moment, He Zongming approached, producing several gleaming silver dollars from his sleeve. "I appreciate your efforts for my father. The journey must have been exhausting in such harsh conditions." The soldier's face brightened with a grin. "Ah, this must be the young master of the He family. How gracious of you." He feigned reluctance, but He Zongming slipped the coins into his pocket, insisting, "Take this. There's a tavern nearby. Consider it a treat for your comrades. I'll have my family prepare a feast tonight to honor you all." The soldier, still smiling, replied, "I am honored to assist Commander He." He accepted the money and, along with a few other soldiers, departed cheerfully. Once they were out of sight, He Jinhai's expression darkened as he disapproved of his son's actions. "Why concern yourself with such errand boys?" He Zongming scrutinized the delivery list closely. "I understand, father, your dissatisfaction with these items. While you yearn for arms and ammunition, who says these provisions are not weapons in their own right?" He Jinhai, half amused and half irritated, retorted. "You dare lie to me with your eyes wide open?" He Zongming chuckled, his brow arching with a clever determination that was striking. Recognizing his father's straightforwardness, he decided to be forthright. "Have you forgotten what the delivery soldier mentioned? He said these are scarce goods not available on the market. Such items can certainly be resold for a profit. With the money earned, you need not fret about acquiring suitable armaments." He Jinhai's eyes sparkled with sharpness as he listened, a glimmer of brilliance crossing his gaze. "You rascal, indeed you are my beloved son." He chuckled, but hesitated after a moment. "However, these are military supplies. What if this reaches the ears of the general?" He Zongming, somewhat exasperated by his father's bluntness, replied softly, his lips curling as if struck by an amusing thought. "Isn't your future father-in-law, the old Master Su, in possession of several shops that sell goods?" Chapter 30. Yet again, she is rescued. Upon hearing this, Colonel He smacked his forehead in realization. How did I not think of that? While I cannot openly sell these items, old Master Su certainly can. A smile mirrored on Zongming's face. He continued, "Enough of this idle chatter, father. Rather than squander time, let us proceed to the Su residence and negotiate this business deal properly." The two, both men of decisive action, wasted no time. They summoned the driver and set off for the Su manor. This marked He Jinhai's second visit to the Su family, and old Master Su greeted him with increased enthusiasm. He rushed out to welcome them, his demeanor as respectful as that of a servant. "Colonel, your esteemed presence is a rare honor. I apologize for not coming out to greet you sooner." Upon noticing Zongming's presence, the old man's smile faltered slightly. "The young master has come as well?" His gaze flickered, recalling how Su Qingyi had been frightened just days prior. Zongming stepped inside confidently. "My father wishes to discuss matters with you. You need not concern yourself with me. Please summon Su Wanyue to keep me company." Hearing that Zongming sought Wanyue rather than Qingyi, old Master Su sighed in relief. He called for Xiao Huan, saying, "Wanyue has been sulking in her room these past few days. Xiao Huan, please escort the young master to her." He Jinhai, preoccupied with thoughts of weaponry, paid no mind to Zongming's actions. As soon as old Master Su found a moment, he grabbed Jinhai's shoulder and nearly pulled him toward the main hall. "Let us not dwell on trifles. Find a suitable place to converse." The two quickly vanished from sight. Zongming, however, was indifferent. since entering the Su residence. His thoughts were solely occupied by Wanyue. Following Xiao Huan, he arrived at Wanyue's doorstep, taking a keen interest in the somewhat austere courtyard. This is where she resides. It seemed a bit secluded, yet it possessed a certain elegance. Xiao Huan, with her head bowed, remarked, "It is said that this was the dwelling of the eldest lady, Wanyue's mother, which the master has specifically reserved for her." According to local gossip, Wanyue's mother was an extraordinarily beautiful and talented traditional woman, once regarded as the fairest in the city. It was precisely because of her beauty that she was chosen to serve foreign officers when the city fell. After the territory was reclaimed and the foreigners perished, she survived, only to become the object of scorn as a so-called fallen woman and a courtesan in the eyes of the populace. Nevertheless, Zhongming had made inquiries and discovered that the city had been under foreign control for nearly a year. However, the mortality rate among the citizens of Spring City is remarkably low. The foreign powers governing this city have exhibited a preference for development and administration rather than indiscriminate slaughter and devastation. According to internal military reports, the woman played a significant role in this. It was her esteemed position among the foreigners that safeguarded the lives of the city's inhabitants. Regardless of external perceptions or judgments about her, in He Zhongming's heart, Wanyue's biological mother is a figure deserving of respect. As he contemplated this, a sense of affection for Wanyue naturally blossomed within him, heightening his desire to see her. Is she behind this door? Why has there been no sound despite the prolonged knocking? Xiao Huan, uncertain, ventured a guess. Perhaps she has gone out to play? Tentatively, she placed her hand on the door and gently pushed it open, revealing the entirety of the room. On a small bed not far away, a quilt was bulging. The girl's delicate face lay sideways on the pillow, directly facing the door. Xiao Huan felt a sense of awkwardness and quickly approached the bedside. "Wanyue, please wake up. The young master of the He family has come to see you." Fearing Wanyue might not hear her if she remained asleep, she impulsively nudged her, her fingers accidentally brushing against Wanyue's cheek, prompting Xiao Huan to exclaim, "Oh, how hot." He Zhongming, who had been dutifully standing outside the door, immediately sensed something was amiss upon hearing this and hurriedly stepped inside, his expression tense. "What is wrong?" Xiao Huan pressed her hand against Wanyue's forehead, frowning as she said, "She is burning up. It seems she is ill." At this moment, He Zhongming could no longer concern himself with propriety. He placed his hand on Wanyue's face, and his expression darkened with urgency. "Do not just stand there. Quickly, go summon a doctor." Xiao Huan replied, "Summon a doctor? I cannot take such responsibility as a servant. I must first speak with the master." He Zhongming was acutely aware that prolonged fever could lead to severe consequences. Seeing Xiao Huan hesitate, he lost patience, abruptly stepping forward to pull back the quilt covering Wanyue. Noticing she was clad only in her undergarments, he disregarded any notions of propriety and hastily grabbed clothing from the wardrobe to dress her. Xiao Huan, witnessing this, stood by, wanting to assist but hesitant. "Young master, you cannot do this yourself. Please allow me to handle it." He Zhongming, dismissing her concerns, quickly dressed Wanyue. He then lifted her into his arms and strode purposefully toward the door. Xiao Huan hurriedly followed. "Young master of the He family, where are you taking her?" He Zhongming maintained a serious expression, his long strides nearly breaking into a run. "Given her condition, I am taking her to the clinic." "This cannot be. Wanyue is a member of the household. Let me first report to the master." Xiao Huan's face mirrored her anxiety. But her concern was less for Wanyue and more for the fear that Master Su might hold her accountable for any perceived inadequacy. The snow-covered ground bore deep impressions from the footprints. He carried her through the corridor and out the main door. A car awaited at the entrance, with the driver standing by and smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing He Zhongming emerge suddenly, cradling a woman in his arms, the driver was taken aback. "Young master, what is this?" He Zhongming, in a state of urgency, exclaimed. "Enough of the idle chatter, swiftly open the car door." The driver promptly complied, flinging the door wide open. He Zhongming hurriedly lifted the unconscious girl into the vehicle. "Drive to the finest medical establishment in this vicinity," he commanded, and the driver, sensing the gravity of the situation, wasted no time. Xiao Huan, lacking stamina, struggled to keep pace even with He Zhongming carrying Wanyue. Despite her best efforts, she could not catch up. At last, panting heavily, she reached the entrance, only to find the area deserted, save for a plume of exhaust from departing cars. Inside the medical facility, an elderly doctor handed a warm flatbread through the back door. Ali, still clad in a wool coat with an unpleasant odor, stood hunched over outside, his head bowed. He accepted the bread without concern for the doctor's gruff demeanor, muttering a grateful thank you. "Enough. Hurry along now, I don't need your thanks, let me thank you instead. Go seek assistance elsewhere, and do not return," the old doctor scolded, waving him away as if shooing a stray dog. Just then, The front gate swung open. He Zongming, his face etched with anxiety and cradling the young girl, rushed in, calling out, "Doctor, come quickly. We need help." Upon hearing of a patient arriving, the old doctor swiftly closed the back door and strode toward the front. What seems to be the trouble? In the front room, the young apprentice assisted He Zongming in placing the unconscious Wanyue onto a makeshift cot. "Master, this girl appears to have caught a chill and is running a high fever." As he spoke, the apprentice couldn't help but steal glances at the beautiful girl, whose flushed cheeks only enhanced her allure, even in her ailing state. He found himself staring, unable to look away, until an unsettling chill crept over him. Raising his gaze, he met He Zongming's piercing stare, a cold, warning gaze reminiscent of a fierce wolf guarding its territory, silently admonishing him against coveting what was rightfully his. Unbeknownst to the two young men, the old doctor remained focused on his task, checking Wanyue's pulse and assessing her temperature. "This child has indeed succumbed to a chill. The recent cold weather has affected many. Fetch 2 prescriptions from over there, and she will soon recover." He Zongming produced a silver dollar from his pocket. The doctor exclaimed, "There is no need for such an amount." Yet, He Zongming insisted, placing the coin before him. Only then did the doctor accept the payment, instructing the apprentice to prepare the medicine. As they waited, Wanyue murmured a couple of incoherent phrases. He Zongming immediately bent down, straining to catch her words. The girl's voice was faint, her speech fragmented. "Thirsty, water." He scanned the room, asking, "Doctor, how much do you charge for your tea?" He had already moved toward the teapot. The old doctor replied, "No charge, young master. If you are thirsty, please help yourself." He Zongming's silver dollar could have covered not only a pot of tea, but also his stay at the clinic for several days. He filled a cup with tea and brought it to Wanyue's lips, realizing she lay flat, making it difficult for her to drink. He set the teacup aside and took a seat on the bed, lifting Wanyue's head to rest upon his thigh. With her head tilted back, he brought the cup to her lips. "Here comes the water. Drink." Wanyue, in a daze, suddenly felt a refreshing stream beside her parched lips. Instinctively, she opened her small mouth and gulped eagerly. In no time, she finished the first cup, yet still seemed unsatisfied. "More water," she murmured. He rose again to pour another cup, cradled her once more, and continued to feed her. Thus, Wanyue drank 3 cups in succession. And when he offered her the 4th, she turned her head, signaling that she had had enough. However, he gazed down at her delicate face, cheeks flushed, eyelids closed, and lips rosy as they rested on his thigh. He found himself motionless for a long moment, allowing her to lean against him while he held her. How had she suddenly fallen ill in such a manner? He furrowed his brow. When the young apprentice brought over the brewed medicine, he was taken aback by the intimate posture of Han Zongming and Wanyue. Connecting this with a previous cold glance from youth, he began to speculate. This pair was likely a young couple from a wealthy family. Quickly, he lowered his head, too timid to look further, and approached Han Zongming with the medicine. "Your medicine is ready." Han Zongming did not even glance at him, snatching the bowl from his hands to bring it to Wanyue's lips. "Wanyue, wake up and take your medicine." To his surprise, she obediently opened her mouth, but after swallowing a sip, she immediately gagged and firmly shut her lips, refusing to open them again. Han Zongming, exasperated by her stubbornness, said, "The medicine is a bit bitter, but you must take it to get better. Be good and drink it." Wanyue kept her eyes tightly shut and her mouth sealed, ignoring him completely. After a prolonged struggle with her indifference, Han Zongming frowned and murmured, "You leave me no choice. Do not blame me for what follows." He pinched her nose between his fingers. Soon, she was forced to open her mouth for a breath. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly brought the bowl to her lips and poured the medicine down her throat. Despite his forceful approach, she resisted. Fortunately, trained in martial arts, he had the strength to secure her head, rendering her unable to squirm. Ultimately, only a small amount spilled, while the majority found its way into her stomach. Once the bowl was emptied, Wanyue finally settled down, and Han Zongming exhaled in relief. He looked down at her still closed eyes and softly chuckled. "You are quite the character. It's always others attending to me. Yet this is my first experience caring for someone." Wanyue, oblivious to his jest, kept her eyes shut, perhaps still resentful of the bitter medicine. Her brows furrowed like a small mountain. Han Zongming playfully poked her soft, pale cheek. With the daily demands of military duties and social engagements, he had learned a thing or two about adult responsibilities while shadowing the colonel. Yet he harbored affection for her, and thus, even if she were to assume the role of a concubine, he would ensure her future was not fraught with deprivation. He gazed at Wanyue with the unique clarity and innocence characteristic of youth, intermingled with the tender stirrings of nascent love and admiration. His eyes sparkled like 2 hidden stars. Wanyue, in her delirium, began to sense that this discomfort might herald the approach of death. After several futile cries for help, despair enveloped her, and she resigned herself to awaiting her demise. Suddenly, however, she felt a lightness in her body, as if cradled by a steadfast embrace. Receiving both water and bitter concoctions. In her hazy state, she could not open her eyes, and within her subconscious, the image of her most cherished person materialized. The little girl, in the throes of unconsciousness, felt tears trickle from the corners of her eyes. Ali, she whispered softly, laden with unbounded grievance. Chapter 32. The Missed Opportunity. He Zhongming held her close, lowering his ear to her lips. What? Wanyue, sensing the warmth of the boy's breath, momentarily believed that the one keeping vigil was indeed her Ali. In a sudden gesture, she stretched out her arms, tightly encircling his waist. Do not leave. I beg you, do not go. The girl appeared ensnared by a nightmare, her eyes tightly shut, tears streaming incessantly as she cried out in distress.
All right.
I will not leave. I will not leave. Behind the medical clinic, there was an available guest room, designated for those suffering from acute ailments who found travel daunting. He Zhongming took Wanyue there, and they spent the night in that chamber. Wanyue lay on the bed while he moved a stool to sit by her side, keeping her company. Throughout the night, Wanyue consumed a bowl of medicine and drank water thrice. Gradually, she emerged from her stupor, half opening her eyes and attempting to rise. Before He Zhongming could express his surprise, she declared her need to use the restroom. At that moment, it was evident that Wanyue was still disoriented, her speech and actions muddled. He Zhongming assisted her to the outhouse, standing guard outside to ensure she did not inadvertently fall in. Proximity inevitably brought forth certain sounds, causing his fair face to flush from cheek to ear. Fortunately, although Wanyue was confused, she was not unfortunate enough to stumble. After a while, she emerged safely. Observing her unsteady gait, He Zhongming approached, a blush on his face, and gently supported her hand. The moonlight was chilling, and a gust of wind suddenly swept through, causing Wanyue to shiver. Cold. He Zhongming promptly removed his outer coat and wrapped it around her securely. Is this better? Do you feel any warmer? Dressed only in his inner garments, he steadied the small girl, who resembled a ball, as she moved with a slow, drunken gait. Wanyue remained curled up, exclaiming cold. Those who catch a chill are particularly sensitive to even the slightest drop in temperature. Observing her plight, He Zhongming paused thoughtfully before lifting her from the ground and cradling her in his arms as he made his way back to their lodging. During this time, a junior apprentice ventured out for a midnight errand and, upon witnessing the scene, quickly concealed himself in the shadows, unnoticed by He Zhongming. With a sense of disbelief, he could not help but reflect on the callousness of the wealthy. How could the young scion be so unfeeling? The girl was gravely ill, yet her husband showed no concern, wandering about in nothing but his undergarments late at night. He chastised him inwardly, deeming it utterly indecent. Yet, the thought of Wanyue's exquisite and unparalleled visage stirred a pang of envy within him. Unconcerned, Wanyue simply closed her eyes and fell into a deep slumber. Time passed, and as he busied himself, Wanyue remained blissfully unaware, sleeping soundly. The following morning brought yet another bowl of medicine, accompanied by a small bowl of millet porridge delivered by the elderly physician. He cradled Wanyue, coaxing and insisting, until she reluctantly consumed the concoction. By noon, Commander He finally learned that his son had not returned home the previous night. He immediately dispatched people to search for him, first to the brothels and then to inquire at the homes of his son's friends, ultimately even visiting the doorsteps of several clandestine courtesans. Finding no trace of him, He Zhenhai's temper flared. He had many enemies in this world and feared that his son had fallen victim to one of them. It was only later that he learned from the driver that He Zhongming might be at the medical clinic. In truth, the driver had reported this the day before. But Commander He, preoccupied with thoughts of gunfire and chaos, had not paid it any heed. Upon discovering his son's possible whereabouts, he promptly sent someone to investigate and, indeed, found He Zhongming there. Alone in the room, Wanyue stirred, her eyelashes fluttering as she finally opened her eyes. Though her mind remained somewhat foggy, she was essentially awake. Confused by the unfamiliar surroundings, she propped herself up on the bed, donned her shoes, and ventured outside. The courtyard was a complex of 4 interconnected sections, and as she traversed a corridor, she found that the guest room led directly to the medical clinic. She wandered along the hallway, still dazed, until she arrived at the clinic and noticed the back door ajar. Outside, a small figure was bowing in gratitude to an elderly woman who had handed him a bun. A jolt of recognition surged through Wanyue, and she opened her mouth, struggling to call out Ali. However, her voice emerged hoarse, as though her throat were obstructed by cotton, both painful and itchy. The sound barely resembled coherent speech. Seeing that the figure had not heard her, she felt a surge of urgency and, gritting her teeth, began to run after him. Just as He Zongming stepped into the clinic after speaking with a messenger sent by Commander he spotted Wanyue, now standing. His heart lifted with joy. And he was about to exclaim his relief at her awakening when he noticed Wanyue, in a frenzied state, staggering towards the back door. Alarmed, he quickened his pace, intercepting her just as she reached the threshold. "Where are you going? You're still unwell, and it's chilly outside. Let me go," Wanyue cried. Her eyes fixed on Ali as he retreated, her limbs flailing in desperation. He Zongming's arm was as unyielding as an iron hoop, firmly clasped around her waist, pulling her towards the guest room. The midday medicine was already brewing, yet Wanyue had not yet consumed it, having not eaten for several days coupled with her illness. She was no match for He Zongming's strength. As she was forcibly led away, the door that was so close seemed to drift further away. Wanyue had no thoughts of glancing at the person obstructing her. A fierce glint flashed through her eyes as she caught sight of the hand blocking her path. Lowering her head, she bit down fiercely on the man's wrist. He Zongming gasped in surprise. "Wild girl, have you lost your mind? How can you still bite?" The pain instinctively made him raise his hand to retaliate, but upon seeing Wanyue's frail, pale face, his raised hand froze midair. "I truly concede to you," he muttered under his breath, furrowing his brow in frustration as he struck the air in exasperation. He ceased to struggle, allowing Wanyue to bite him while still maintaining his grip on her. At that moment, Wanyue watched helplessly as the familiar figure outside the door vanished completely. Chapter 33. Stunning Countenance. Suddenly, Wanyue's vision darkened, and she collapsed, her energy completely drained. He Zongming was greatly alarmed. He barely noticed the bloodied mark on his hand from her bite as he cradled her and shouted for a doctor. Coincidentally, the old physician had been called away, leaving only a young apprentice in the clinic, unable to assist. He looked at the girl who had fallen into unconsciousness once more, his face etched with concern. Surely, she wouldn't really burn herself into madness, would she? Unable to resist, he placed his hand on her forehead. Wanyue's temperature had lessened from its earlier intensity. With her eyes closed, she was trapped in a nightmare. In her dream, Ali stood at a distance, and she ran desperately towards him. Yet she could never reach him. There was always a half-step separating them, an insurmountable gap. Usually, at this time, Ali would take a step towards her. But this time, he remained still, coldly observing her. No, he was glaring at her with a look of resentment. He must be blaming her. He should blame her. If it weren't for her little tantrum, suggesting he seek revenge on her behalf, Ali would never have been expelled from the Sioux residence. Wanyue cried sorrowfully. "I'm sorry, truly sorry." He Zongming looked at the little girl who kept burrowing into his embrace with astonishment. On his wrist remained the crimson mark she had left behind. He glanced at her, then at his own injury, hesitating for a moment before reaching out to wipe her tears. "Stop crying. I do not blame you." Wanyue's sobs gradually subsided, but her small hands remained tightly wrapped around him, unwilling to let go. Her soft, delicate cheek pressed against his neck, and her warm breath ignited an undeniable sensation of warmth within him. That tingling sensation coursed down his neck, burrowing deep into his heart. He Zongming's ears were flushed with warmth. His friends, drawn by the excitement of the situation, had gathered together and swiftly made their way to the clinic. The elderly doctor arrived just after them. As He Zongming had just invited the physician to attend to Wanyue, he was startled by the raucous sounds emanating from outside. Upon stepping out, he found a gathering of his friends. Chang Mao wore a teasing grin, while Tian Jianqing's expression was ambiguous. Tan Daoming, though somewhat restrained, displayed a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. Meanwhile, Zhou Juha's face was devoid of any emotion, his brow slightly furrowed. He Zongming's countenance darkened as he obstructed the corridor connecting the clinic to the guest room, preventing their passage. "What brings you here?" he demanded. Chang Mao, with a mischievous smile, replied, "We heard about your romantic escapades and came to see the leading lady." Tian Jianqing chimed in, "The regiment leader is quite amusing. You've managed to find yourself in quite the predicament." Zhou Juha, visibly annoyed, interjected, "We had plans to go horseback riding today. Don't let a woman delay us." Tan Daoming spoke with a gentle tone. "We mean no harm. We merely wish to pay a visit to the young lady, our future sister-in-law." He Zongming waved them away. Go on. The lady is still unwell. What are you looking at? Don't frighten her further." Chang Mao, unwilling to confront him directly, sidestepped and nudged Tian Jianqing forward. "What are you waiting for? He can't possibly stop all four of us. Hurry up." Tian Jianqing stumbled, but, seizing the moment, lunged forward. "I must see for myself whether she is a celestial being or a temptress who has ensnared our regiment leader's son into nights away from home." Had Wanyue been in good health, He Zongming would have had no qualms about introducing her to his friends. He had extended such an invitation before. However, Given her current illness and the fact that she had shed her outer robe due to the heat, wearing only her inner garments, he could not allow them to intrude so recklessly. As Tian Jianqing attempted to force his way in, He Zongming's expression darkened. Just as the two were about to brush past each other, he firmly grasped Tian Jianqing's shoulder. The action was swift and decisive. Before anyone could comprehend, Tian Jianqing found himself sprawled on the ground, howling in pain. I said no, and I meant it. Do you not understand? He Zongming's demeanor remained composed. Tian Jianqing groaned. You needn't be so harsh. We are still friends, after all. Tan Daoming stepped forward to help him up, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. If he says no, then let it be. Perhaps the young lady has her reasons for privacy. Zhou Juha also frowned, voicing his discontent. He Zongming, this is truly excessive over a woman. Meanwhile, as the silver needle pierced her mind, stimulating her nerves, Wanyue opened her eyes once more, awakening. In her dazed state, she heard voices outside. Tan Daoming's gentle tone bore a resemblance to that of Ali. Wanyue's spirits lifted at this realization, and disregarding her surroundings, she sprang to her feet and hurried outside. A few young men were embroiled in a debate over whether He Zongming should resort to violence against his friends. The most perceptive among them, Tan Daoming, suddenly noticed a small figure rushing towards them from a distance. He surmised that this must be the very young lady whom He Zongming was willing to offend his friends to protect, and he focused intently on her approach. Before them stood a girl clad in white, her hair cascading loosely on either side. She was petite, her face delicate, yet her eyes were remarkably large and vibrant, capturing attention with their radiant brilliance. As her gaze flitted about, it was impossible to look away from the enchanting sparkle they held. At that moment, aside from He Zongming, who had his back turned towards Wanyue, the other young men were also captivated by the sudden appearance of the little girl. They were not unfamiliar with women. But a girl like Wanyue, who embodied both the exquisite charm of Western beauty and the fragile elegance of the East, was a rarity. She appeared as a small, lost fawn, innocent and pitiful. They had truly never encountered anyone like her before. Chang Mao gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Tian Jiajun wore a similarly surprised expression, instinctively smiling before his face fell into a blank stare, only to break into a smile once again. Even Tan Daoming, who typically held little regard for women, regarded Wanyue with a newfound gentleness, nodding slightly as if to greet her upon meeting her gaze. In contrast, Zhou Juhua, who found women bothersome and detestable, furrowed his brow even more deeply. He despised her beauty, which stirred a protective instinct in men, clearly marking her as a source of potential trouble. He Zongming quickly sensed the shift in the atmosphere and turned around, his eyes lighting up with joy upon seeing her. You're awake? He exclaimed, hastening towards Wanyue and draping his outer robe over her shoulders. Why did you come out without properly dressing? Wanyue, with a vacant expression, scanned the faces of those present, a flicker of disappointment crossing her features. Gradually, she focused on He Zongming, the only familiar face among the crowd. Blinking as she asked, Where's this? This is the medical clinic. You were unwell, and I brought you to see a doctor, He Zongming replied, all the while wrapping his robe around her. Did the noise outside disturb you? Why did you come out without your clothes properly on? The other young men watched in disbelief, their eyes wide, astonished at the sight of He Zongming tenderly covering a woman with his garment. Who is that girl? Chang Mao wondered aloud, intrigued by Wanyue's beauty, while Tian Jiajun exchanged knowing glances with him. Even Tan Daoming's gaze flickered with curiosity, revealing a hint of interest in her background. Only Zhou Juhua kicked at the dust beneath his feet in irritation, clearly agitated by the unfolding scene. They appeared as if they had never encountered a woman before. Is it really that surprising? Of course it is. Tian Jerome chuckled and remarked, haven't you noticed? The one we just saw is clearly destined to be our future sister-in-law. He Zongming's stern expression softened slightly upon hearing this, the frost in his eyes diminishing. Yet a hint of annoyance lingered. All right, if you are curious about her, there will be ample opportunities to introduce you later. Let it be for today. She is unwell and lacks the energy to engage. Chang Mao inquired, is it too much to ask which family she belongs to? Tian Jiarong frowned in displeasure, exclaiming, How could I not have seen this before? That wretched He Zongming is evidently a man who prioritizes romance over friendship. When He Zongming re-entered the room, Wanyue had already dressed herself. The deep red jacket accentuated her porcelain-like complexion. Her large, watery eyes lacked the usual vitality seen during their encounters, now dimmed and drooping. He Zongming instinctively blocked her path. She spoke resolutely and made a stride outside. He Zongming did not impede her further, maintaining a respectful distance at her side. Looking for someone? Apart from the Su family, do you have other relatives in Chengchun? Sort of, she replied. Previously at the Su residence, The front and back doors were guarded during the day, and the main gate was locked at night. I wanted to find Ollie but couldn't even step outside. Now that I'm finally out, I do not wish to miss this opportunity. Who are you looking for? Perhaps I might be of assistance. A girl who has just recovered from a high fever walking alone on the street could very well encounter unforeseen troubles. He Zhongming, who raised soldiers, was acutely aware of the nature of those in the military these days. He could not permit Wanyue to wander alone. Are you truly willing to help me? Wanyue halted, casting a hesitant glance at He Zhongming. First, tell me, who are you searching for? Where might this person be? What is their name? And what distinguishing features do they possess? Noticing her pause in the corridor, He Zhongming felt the biting cold wind sweep across her pale face. He gently placed his hand on her shoulder, guiding her to a more sheltered position against the wall, positioning himself to shield her from the chill. His name is Ali. He is a boy, about my age and height, with a round face and round eyes. He Zhongming had initially assumed she sought an elder due to the bullying she endured at the Su residence. But he was momentarily taken aback to learn she sought a boy of her own age. Suddenly, He Zhongming interrupted her, asking, "What is your relationship with him?" Wanyue did not quite understand why he was fixated on this detail. However, she quickly responded he used to work at the Su residence with his father, tending to the horses. We are very good friends. He Zhongming lowered his gaze, his expression reflecting the burgeoning wisdom typical of a boy his age, as he scrutinized her. Just a good friend? Why are you so eager to find him? The pallor of her cheeks, weakened by illness, hinted at a faint blush. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Even if I have not received much education, I still know what friendship entails. Yet, the instincts of a young girl rendered Wanyue somewhat unable to suppress her shyness as she uttered those words. A colossal stone within He Zhongming's heart finally sank completely after he heard Wanyue's final sentence. The light in the boy's eyes grew cold. Standing against the wind, the biting breeze whipped behind him, seeping into the collar of his garment. Yet that chill paled in comparison to the icy demeanor reflected in his gaze as he looked down at Wanyue. However, the moment Wanyue raised her head, earnestly gazing at him, He Zhongming averted his face, concealing all emotion from his eyes. Could you assist in finding someone? Is that feasible for you? Will this task prove difficult? Wanyue had never before adopted such a submissive tone in front of another. After a moment of silence, He Zhongming glanced at her, his expression devoid of sentiment. If no one assists you, what do you plan to do? Wanyue sensed his reluctance to help and promptly replied without hesitation. Then I shall seek him out myself. He Zhongming furrowed his brow. You mentioned that you do not even know his address. How do you intend to find him? I will go to the streets, knocking on doors one by one, inquiring at each household. He has promised to marry me. He surely would not leave Spring City. With so many people in the city, someone must have seen him and know his whereabouts. Chapter 35. Stubbornness. Realizing that He Zhongming seemed disinclined to offer assistance, Wanyue lost interest in wasting time with him and pushed past him, intent on leaving. The moment she took a step out, the frigid wind struck her face. Her recently recovered body felt weakened, and the chill doubled as it enveloped her. Wanyue shivered in the gust. He Zhongming noted her determination and silently scolded her for her obstinacy. Why the haste? Did I ever say I wouldn't help you? Hearing the implication of his words, Wanyue ceased her struggles immediately. He Zhongming frowned. Wanyue, preoccupied with her concerns, had entirely lost the combative spirit she previously possessed, remaining silent after being chastised. She simply gazed at him with her watery eyes, innocently asking, "How do you intend to assist me in finding him?" He Zhongming cast her a cold glance and replied flatly, "What you've said seems perfectly reasonable." Wanyue, finding no fault in his words, had no objections. Eager to hasten her search for assistance, she consumed her meal quickly. Meanwhile, He Zhongming remained unhurried, observing her closely before inquiring, "What do you usually do for amusement at the Su residence?" Wanyue blinked in confusion. "What is amusement?" He Zhongming paused, then rephrased. "What activities do you engage in to pass the time at home?" Wanyue, having a request of him, was not dismissive. "When the weather is warm, I play with the flowers and grass in the courtyard, and with the little birds." Regrettably, one of her companions had met an untimely fate at the hands of He Zhongming, who had shot a bird. Afterward, the other bird seemed frightened, refusing to approach her ever again. Wanyue shot He Zhongming a glance filled with subtle reproach. However, he was lost in thought, oblivious to her gaze. In truth, he harbored no interest in Wanyue's life. He was merely waiting, having initiated a conversation, and typically, she ought to reciprocate by inquiring about him. He Zhongming had waited for a considerable length of time, yet Wanyue remained entirely unresponsive. Finally, unable to endure the silence any longer, he spoke again. "Su Qingyi enjoys listening to operas. Has she never taken you to see one?" Although Wanyue seldom initiated conversation, she answered his inquiries obediently. I am not very familiar with her. She hesitated before correcting herself. Mississippi Su Chingy had her own circle of friends from the academy, all of whom were daughters of esteemed families. Someone like Wanyue was hardly deemed worthy of associating with her. He Zhongming silently chided himself for his naivety. Given Wanyue's spirited demeanor, he should have known that the Su family would hardly invest any regard in her. He decided to be more straightforward. If you haven't seen an opera, have you ever read any scripts? Wanyue candidly replied, I cannot read. He Zhongming was taken aback, observing the lively young girl before him, her spiritedness finally elucidating why he had been so captivated by her. He had often disagreed with his father. Yet he shared one belief with He Zhenhai, that even women ought to be educated, a principle he now wholeheartedly endorsed. Indeed, girls should read more. Only through education can they avoid being easily deceived by men. How could a mere stablehand's daughter linger in his thoughts so persistently? If you haven't read any books, did your mother ever tell you stories? Wanyue's eyes reflected a hint of resistance. I lost my mother when I was very young. He Zhongming sighed, pressing his palm to his forehead, realizing with regret that he had forgotten this tragic truth. Recognizing Wanyue's forthright nature, he decided to forego any further trivialities. Then allow me to tell you a story. Wanyue had grown somewhat discontent. She had consumed her meal hastily and finished her medicine. She could not comprehend why He Zhongming insisted on conversing at the dining table. Was he accustomed to this at home? Did he not fear that his words might lead to the food being entirely depleted? However, given that she needed to appease him, she refrained from voicing her annoyance. Soon, her attention was captivated by the tale that unfolded from He Zhongming's lips. No one could have predicted that the usually aloof and taciturn young master of the He family could narrate stories to a young girl with such vividness and flair, akin to a skilled storyteller. He recounted the tale of Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai, where an exceptional noblewoman fell for an impoverished scholar, leading to a tragic end. He then shared the story of Xue Pinggui and Wang Baochuan, where a remarkable rich lady fell for a destitute young man, resulting in another sorrowful conclusion. After these two tales, Wanyue's large eyes sparkled with curiosity, clearly eager to contribute. He Zhongming, assuming she had something insightful to say, inquired, Do you have something to share? Wanyue blinked and gazed thoughtfully out the window. He Zhongming, have you had your fill? He Zhongming found the girl quite intelligent. After he advised her that associating with a poor man would not lead to a favorable outcome, she promptly redirected her attention towards him, showing a newfound concern. He couldn't help but smile faintly as he set down his chopsticks, declaring, I have finished my meal. That's wonderful, Wanyue exclaimed, rising in delight. When will the car you mentioned arrive? Let's hurry and find Ollie. However, the smile on He Zhongming's face faltered. Did you not comprehend the story I just told? Of course I did, Wanyue replied, already at the door, her eyes eagerly scanning the outside. A young lady from a wealthy family will not have a favorable ending with a boy from a poor family. He Zhongming gazed at her intently, and she replied with a radiant smile, Fortunately, I too come from humble beginnings, so Ollie and I are quite well matched. He Zhongming was momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether Wanyue was genuinely naive or merely pretending. He even questioned whether he had been outwitted by her. Yet, Wanyue showed no signs of aversion towards him. After her words, she still stood by the door, looking at him expectantly. He Zhongming, you promised to help me find someone. You wouldn't go back on your word just because it might be troublesome, would you? After a moment of silence, he asked her, Is he really that remarkable? Wanyue thought of Ollie, her eyes filled with longing. If she were your fiancé, she would undoubtedly look down on him. But someone like me is perfectly suited for him. Chapter 36, a little pitiful in truth. There was no need for Wanyue to suddenly bring up Su Qingyi at this moment, complicating matters unnecessarily. It was precisely her words that led He Zhongming to deduce that the person before him was not truly innocent and simple-minded. How could she be unaware that he was subtly hinting at her? The little fox was cleverly maneuvering her words to ensnare him as well. He Zhongming's expression darkened. In a battle between two forces, often the one in the shadows holds the advantage. Thus, even though he had seen through all of the girl's little schemes, he refrained from exposing her. Instead, he genuinely called for a car, taking Wanyue for an aimless afternoon drive through the streets under the pretense of searching for someone. It was Wanyue's first experience in a car, and her unfamiliarity, coupled with her physical weakness due to the cold, made her initially wide-eyed, pressed against the window, gazing outside without a moment's pause. However, after a short while, dizziness overcame her, and she weakly leaned against the car's interior, appearing on the verge of fainting. He Zhongming, seated in the passenger seat, left the entire back seat for her alone. Observing her discomfort, he said nothing as the driver continued onward. It was not until Wanyue could endure no longer, her eyes fluttering shut, that she softly collapsed into the back seat. He suddenly commanded, Stop. The driver immediately brought the vehicle to a halt. He Zhongming moved from the front to the back, calling Wanyue's name. She lay there with her eyes closed, unresponsive. He studied her for a moment, then closed the car door and settled beside her. Lowering his head, he allowed Wanyue to rest her head on his lap, his hand gently brushing her hair as he remained enveloped in a brooding silence. Upon arriving at the Su residence, the servants, upon seeing He Zongming, hurried to inform old Master Su. He Zongming paid them no mind, carrying Wanyue directly to her own room. He cast a fleeting glance at her before rising to depart. In the courtyard, old Master Su stood there, his face beaming with a broad smile. He sensed an unsettling implication in the words of He Zongming, furrowing his brow. No problem, of course no problem. Old Master Su chuckled as he peered into the tightly closed door of Wanyue's room. Last night, was Wanyue's service to your satisfaction? He Zongming realized that this old man might have misconstrued the situation. Anger bubbled within him as he prepared to reprimand old Master Su for his sordid thoughts. Instead, with a subtle yet significant tone, he remarked, "She is unwell and running a fever. Please summon a doctor for her care, and I will be visiting often. Should I discover any negligence on your part?" He Zongming did not finish his sentence, merely placing a gentle hand on the gun at his waist. The unspoken threat froze the smile on old Master Su's face, and it took him a while to regain his composure. It was indeed fortunate for Wanyue to have garnered the young master's attention. The old man would undoubtedly see to her well-being. He Zongming then offered a faint acknowledgement before turning to leave. Outside, the driver of the large vehicle awaited him. He Zongming entered the car and remained silent for a moment, then coldly inquired, "You often traverse the streets. Have you encountered the person that young girl was searching for?" The driver was quite taken aback, surprised that the young master was genuinely concerned about an outsider. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. "With so many people bustling about, I truly haven't paid much attention." He Zongming fell into silence. Observing this, the driver continued, "However, I have made a few acquaintances in the city. They are merchants who engage in trade, and perhaps they have indeed seen someone." Upon hearing this, He Zongming's expression shifted subtly. "Very well, convey my message to them and ask for their assistance in locating the individual." The driver asked if they find the person. "Should I bring them to you immediately?"
No.
He Zongming's expression turned icy. The sudden shift in the young man's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of his battle-hardened father. His cold gaze glinted with a sharp intensity. "Remember this, a father and son. The father's surname is Kong, and the boy's name is simply Li. If found, enlist them into the army at once and send them to the battlefield." The driver, unable to mask his astonishment, stared blankly at the ceiling for a while, blinking slowly. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted them. It was Xiao Huan, come to inform that old Master Su was calling for her. Wanyue promptly dressed and obediently made her way to him. Old Master Su, hands clasped behind his back, greeted her with an expression of tender affection. He expressed concern. Yet compared to the lengths that Colonel he would go to in searching for a missing child, old Master Su exhibited no such urgency. Wanyue remained quiet for a moment, then smiled at him, her large, clear eyes searching his. "Uncle, do you truly worry for me?" Old Master Su chuckled and pushed a plate of pastries towards her. "Try this, it's freshly made chestnut cake, your sister's favorite." Wanyue glanced at the pastries, but did not take any. After a moment of silence, she quietly confessed, "I no longer wish to meet He Zongming." Old Master Su was taken aback, looking at her in surprise. "Why would you say such a thing?" Wanyue pursed her lips and lowered her head. "My sister is engaged to him, and it seems rather inappropriate for us to meet so frequently." Old Master Su, however, broke into a smile again. "You foolish child. You are still young, and so is he. You are merely two children. What is there to deem appropriate or inappropriate? He enjoys playing with you. So go ahead and play with him. Rest assured, Qingqi is sensible. She will not hold anything against you." Realizing that her previous suspicions were indeed correct, Wanyue understood that her increasing interactions with He Zongming were orchestrated by old Master Su himself. With this revelation, she ceased to initiate conversation. When old Master Su posed several questions regarding He Zongming, she responded obediently. To reach her courtyard from the main hall, one must traverse 2 long corridors and pass through 2 courtyards. Wanyue had walked this path numerous times. As she turned the second corner, she glanced towards the stable. Never before had she felt that the road of the Su family was so interminable. The square courtyard resembled a coffin that had yet to be sealed, emanating an eerie coldness that filled her with dread. She covered her head with a quilt, trembling within, clutching herself tightly. It was cold, so cold. The chill penetrated her very core. Suddenly, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. The courtyard was silent and desolate. It seemed that, without Ollie, the entire Su family had transformed into a realm of quiet solitude within Wanyue's world. She could see people coming and going, yet it felt as though they existed in 2 separate worlds. Their reality was one Wanyue could not penetrate, and her world held no allure for them. Thus, she became once again the lonely, invisible, pitiable soul whose demise would go unnoticed. Chapter 37. A sense of superiority. This encounter was unlike any previous ones. Old Master Su did not summon Wanyue outside but rather, under the pretext of her recuperation, directly permitted He Zongming to enter her courtyard. Wanyue cast a glance at He Zongming and then lowered her head, remaining silent. He Zongming, with a glint in his eye, took the initiative to say, "I have had my subordinates keep an eye out for the person you seek." Wanyue lifted her head and eagerly inquired, "Have you found them?" He Zongming did not answer but smiled at her, unfastening a military canteen from his side and presenting it to her. "Look what I have brought you." Wanyue's eyes darted briefly. "What is it?" He Zongming placed it near her hands. "Open it and see for yourself." However, Wanyue had never encountered such a rare object before. She did not even know how to open it. Seeing her fumble clumsily, He Zongming chuckled softly, took the canteen from her hands, twisted off the cap, and then handed it back to her. "Here, drink up." Wanyue hesitated, peering cautiously at the opening of the canteen. He Zongming teased, "What are you afraid of? Do you think I could poison you?" Inside the canteen was a supply of imported premium milk from the last batch of military provisions, reputedly relied upon by foreign soldiers to strengthen their bodies during combat. After Mr. Su arranged the items in a shop, they were sold out in a frenzy, vanishing within 3 days. He surmised that, with Mr. Su's impartial nature, Su Qingyi must have already had a taste. As for Wanyue, it was uncertain. Indeed, under his provocation, Wanyue took a small sip, her face illuminating with curiosity. "What is this?" He observed her as she pursed her lips, leaning back in his chair with a slight raise of his eyebrows. "This is called milk. Your uncle sells this at his place. Haven't you seen it before?" Wanyue shook her head, took another cautious sip, and remarked, "The flavor is somewhat peculiar." Yet, despite her words, she continued to sip carefully. A smile flickered in He Zongming's eyes. "Drink up, if you like it, have more. I have plenty left, and I can bring you some next time. I've heard this can help one grow taller. Whether that's true or not, I cannot say." He hoped Wanyue would grow a bit taller, as she was now. She resembled a child, too much. Holding the jug, Wanyue sipped until she finished it entirely. With a glance at his relatively pleasant expression, she cautiously inquired, "Do you have any news about Ali? Can you tell me now?" He Zongming paused in his action of twisting the jug spout, lowering his gaze. His thick lashes shadowing his eyes, he replied, "Not yet. That little horse servant's child is quite good at hiding. I had people inquire, at every shop. But the business owners all claimed they had not seen him." Wanyue responded with a muted "oh," falling silent thereafter. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence, rendering it rather dull. He Zongming rose, stating, "That will be all for today. I shall take my leave." Wanyue continued to lower her head, her voice soft. "I am still unwell, so I want to see you off." Yet her gaze was dark and cold. "Very well, rest up and recover. I shall visit you again another day." Wanyue remained with her head bowed. "You don't need to come by so often," He Zongming remarked. "Aren't you still curious about your little horse servant's news?" Suddenly, Wanyue looked up, her eyes wide and fierce. "He is not a horse servant. Do not speak such nonsense." He Zongming shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. "As you wish. Whatever you say he is, that is what he shall be. I shall take my leave." He turned and strode away. Outside, snow began to fall again, drifting lightly beneath the gray sky. Wanyue cast a glance at He Zongming's retreating figure and resolutely shut the door. Days passed in a bland monotony. Mr. Su no longer invited Wanyue to meals, instead sending someone to deliver food to her room. This continued until Wanyue fully recovered, deepening her solitude within the manor. He Zongming's occasional visits provided her with someone to converse with. If he did not come, she remained in her room, stifled by boredom, with no one to tend to her. The milk he brought was consumed jug after jug, yet news of Ali dissipated like melting snowflakes into the air. This year's New Year was marked by an unprecedented loneliness for Wanyue. In the past, Ali would accompany her for conversations. But this year she found herself alone in her small room, enviously observing the joyful revelry emanating from Su Qingyi's side. Old Master Su bestowed a generous red envelope upon Su Qingyi, yet it was evident that Wanyue was not included. However, on New Year's Day, He Zongming sent a small red envelope to Wanyue through an intermediary, containing a gleaming gold bar. While this was not Wanyue's first experience with receiving New Year's money, it was undoubtedly the most valuable she had ever received in her life. She carefully concealed the envelope, contemplating that it might come in handy should she ever find Ali and elope. Before long, winter faded, ice and snow melted, new buds appeared on the trees, and the weather warmed once more. Old Master Su radiated joy, having made a substantial profit from his collaboration with Yilu Kang. Although the common folk harbored a disdain for foreigners, they surprisingly took a liking to foreign goods. The merchandise, which was delivered in batches to his shop through Helukhang, sold remarkably well. This winter, he reaped great rewards, benefiting from the He family's fortune. The school resumed classes, hiring teachers who had graduated from foreign institutions, expanding its scale, and renaming it as a school. After a winter of recuperation, Su Qingyi's health had fully restored, allowing her to return to her studies. However, a new regulation was instituted. Students were to attend school alone, without the accompaniment of maids or servants waiting outside. Concerned for Su Qingyi's safety, Old Master Su turned his attention to Wanyue. You are now considered the second young lady of the household. It is unbecoming to remain illiterate. Henceforth, when your sister goes to school, you shall accompany her, and your tuition will be covered by your uncle. Upon hearing that she could go out, Wanyue readily agreed. Nodding enthusiastically, Old Master Su smiled with satisfaction. From now on, join Qingyi for breakfast in the mornings. It will make going to school together much more convenient. Wanyue harbored no objections, despite her previous habit of sleeping in. The thought of venturing outside and the possibility of seeking out a Li made her willing to forego her morning slumber. The following morning, Wanyue dressed early and waited at the door. As soon as her maid arrived, she promptly followed her to the dining hall. Su Qingyi was already seated, and Wanyue noticed a beautiful, transparent cup in front of her, filled with the milk that He Zongming frequently offered her. Su Qingyi, aware of Wanyue's gaze, quickly pulled the cup closer as she frowned. What are you staring at, country bumpkin? Your meal is over there. Chapter 38. Attending school at the round dining table. A chair was placed opposite Su Qingyi's seat. On the corresponding table, 2 eggs and a bowl of plain congee were set before Wanyue. She said nothing, obediently sitting down, peeling the eggs, and eating quietly. Su Qingyi sipped her milk from the glass, casting glances at Wanyue, who was filled with a sense of superiority. A wild girl remains a wild girl. She can find such joy in merely a couple of simple eggs. She will probably never know the taste of milk in her lifetime. On her way to school, Su Qingyi sat in a rickshaw, while Wanyue walked closely beside her. Su Qingyi spoke coldly, instructing Wanyue that once they arrived at school, she must not gawk at unfamiliar sights or pursue conversations with others. For they could not allow anyone to perceive the Su family as having sent an unsophisticated bumpkin to school. Wanyue, however, was preoccupied, observing the bustling scene around her. The vendors hawking their snacks, the porters traversing the streets with their burdens, and the barbers sharpening their tools. She pondered if anyone among them had ever seen Ollie. Where could her Ollie be now? She was determined to find him. As Su Qingyi continued speaking, Wanyue offered distracted responses. Satisfied with her compliance, Su Qingyi finally led her into the school. No, it was now a full-fledged institution. In the brief span of a winter, the transformations that had occurred here were profound and sweeping. The students no longer donned their individual attire, vying for attention as they had in the past. Instead, they were uniformly clad in light blue tops and black skirts, exuding an air of elegance and decorum, imbuing the atmosphere with a distinct charm. In contrast, Su Qingyi, who had intentionally adorned herself in newly tailored garments from the dressmaker to impress her peers, appeared excessively gaudy. Fortunately, some former classmates of Su Qingyi, who had maintained a friendly rapport, greeted her warmly. A girl in a blue uniform with neatly braided hair glanced at the meticulously dressed Su Qingyi and then lowered her head, suppressing a smile. Why are you still dressed like that? Don't you know that we wear new school uniforms now? She then turned to Wanyue, a teasing smile on her face. And this little girl beside you, why does she look like a bride on her way to the wedding carriage? Her gaze, laced with a hint of mockery, shifted to Wanyue's face, momentarily stunned. The deep red hue of Wanyue's attire, deemed the most garish and undesirable by the elite, was a color that unmarried girls typically avoided. Consequently, Mr. Su's silk shop often found itself with several bolts of red fabric languishing unsold. He had repurposed this cloth to make garments for Wanyue. Yet, no one could have anticipated how remarkably that vibrant color complemented her. She appeared as striking as the last rays of the setting sun illuminating the evening sky, a visual impact and splendor that defied description. The Su family had watched Wanyue grow up, their memories of her forever anchored in the image of a dirty, barefoot child running through the courtyard. Thus, they failed to recognize the astonishing beauty she had begun to exhibit. One girl in the uniform stared at Wanyue in astonishment. Qingyi, who is this girl you've brought with you? A poor relative from my family. Never mind her for now. Where do we collect our uniforms? Please take me there. She spoke with the air of someone accustomed to privilege, her tone imperious. Although the other girl's expression showed slight displeasure, she refrained from commenting further and simply nodded in agreement. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and come here. After a moment of hesitation, Wanyue turned and dashed out of the school, heading to the streets in search of someone. Following Su Qingyi's advice, she decided to manage the situation for now. After a brief pause, she quickened her pace and followed closely behind Su Qingyi. The two proceeded to collect their school uniforms. The person distributing the uniforms recognized Su Qingyi and greeted her with a warm smile. "Miss Su, is your health restored?" Then, looking at Wanyue, they exclaimed, "Is this a new student? What a stunning young lady." Wanyue, having received such kind treatment, felt rejuvenated. Her face now bore a soft, youthful glow. The overly sharp features that once made her appear somewhat austere were now softened by her newfound roundness. When others looked at her, the immediate reaction was no longer one of alienation. The young girl's figure began to elongate, growing taller and maturing. Unbeknownst to her, Wanyue was becoming increasingly beautiful. In the eyes of everyone, she had transformed into a radiant and enchanting young lady. Upon hearing compliments, Wanyue politely smiled in response. The woman in charge of logistics beamed even more brightly and kindly advised, "Please take your uniform for now. If it doesn't fit well once you put it on, come to me after class and I will alter it for you." A female student chimed in, "And how you're biased. Why don't we get such treatment?" And How chuckled and replied, "You are all young ladies, with tailors at home. My clumsy hands cannot compare to their craftsmanship." She quickly discerned that the fabric of Wanyue's uniform was outdated, suggesting that if she were truly from a wealthy family, such a lack of elegance would be impossible. Eager to wear her new uniform, Su Qingyi changed into it immediately, and it fit her perfectly. However, for Wanyue it was too long, both in sleeves and skirt. And How held her hand tightly and repeatedly urged her to come back after class. Just as Wanyue agreed, she was whisked away by the impatient Su Qingyi. Yet, Su Qingyi herself was not well acquainted with the new school's regulations. They had to rely on fellow students to locate their classroom and settle in. Except for Wanyue, who had registered only at the beginning of the new semester, there were no available seats for her. Most of the class had seen Su Qingyi before but had never encountered Wanyue. The sudden appearance of such an attractive new classmate, albeit in ill-fitting attire, piqued their curiosity, and they scrutinized her. Su Qingyi, engrossed in conversation with familiar classmates about the exciting events that transpired during her absence from school, paid little mind to Wanyue's awkwardness as she was examined like a specimen. Suddenly, someone stood up and offered Wanyue their seat. "You can sit here for now. When the teacher arrives, I will speak to him and request an additional desk and chair." Wanyue looked at the person in front of her with confusion, finding them somewhat familiar, but unable to place them. The tall, slender boy, dressed in a black male uniform, had gentle and warm features, exuding an air of scholarly grace. Noticing Wanyue's puzzled expression, he smiled amiably and introduced himself. "You don't remember me, do you? We met not long ago at the clinic. My name is Tan Daoming, a friend of Hizongming." Chapter 39. The New Teacher. Wanyue began to form a vague impression of him and smiled faintly in return. She did not decline Tan Daoming's kind gesture and took the seat he offered. Tan Daoming, however, remained standing beside her, curiously observing her and inquiring, "Last time, it was all too hurried. I didn't have the chance to ask. Which family do you belong to?" Wanyue replied, "My surname is Su." "Su." A slight change flickered across Tan Daoming's face. "So you are the legendary Miss Su." "I bear the surname Su, yet I am not the Miss Su you envision. The one from the tales resides elsewhere." After smiling, Wanyue raised her head and, noticing his distracted demeanor, asked with curiosity, "Why are you silent?" At that moment, the teacher arrived. A voice called out "Teacher," followed by a command to stand. All the students obediently stood in unison and bowed. "Good day, teacher." The teaching instructor was a man of modern demeanor. Initially, such figures were rare in the underdeveloped Spring City, and the new educational methods were absent. It was only after General He and his troops arrived, accustomed to the splendor of Yang City, that he grew discontented with the backwardness of Spring City. After coming to Spring City, he indeed utilized the resources of the local populace, but was genuinely engaged in improving their conditions. The students whispered among themselves, dubbing him a local tyrant. Yet, he was no mere bandit. He did not solely engage in exploitation, he also contributed to development. In the hearts of these literate students, the He family held a prestigious reputation. The two appeared to be acquainted. Exchanging a few brief words before arrangements were made for Tan Daoming to have his desk and chair moved back. The furniture in the room was already neatly organized. Yet with the addition of a new desk, a rearrangement was necessary. Every piece was shifted, and ultimately, a seat was added not far from Tan Daoming's original spot. Su Qingyi perceived some underlying dynamics and quietly inquired, "Who is that male student? I haven't seen him before." At that moment, Su Qingyi had completely abandoned her feelings for Hizongming. She could never forget the incident when he had played with a human bone in his hand. Upon hearing that the conversation was once again tied to the military, she felt a chill run down her spine. Coincidentally, a female classmate, with an air of deliberate flattery. Remarked, "The regiment leader works under the brigade commander. He is not as formidable as your family S." Su Qingyi retorted sharply, "Who is from my family? I am a respectable young woman yet to be married. You must not speak carelessly." This exchange caught the teacher's attention. "You, young lady, please repeat what I just discussed." Su Qingyi was taken aback. Her mind had wandered, and she absorbed what the teacher had said. In a flurry, she looked up, her eyes wide with panic and innocence, yet possessing an indescribable allure. The teacher, who had been watching her with a serious expression, was momentarily taken aback. Yan Shuwen had just graduated from a modern school and was barely 23. He was not significantly older than the room full of blossoming female students. When Su Qingyi raised her gaze to meet his, she felt a tremor in her heart. The teacher was handsome, with an air of scholarly elegance, and his refined demeanor was difficult to conceal beneath his charm. They exchanged glances, both ensnared in a silence that left them somewhat dazed. He discreetly cleared his throat and asked Su Qingyi, "What is your name, classmate?" Su Qingyi rose from her seat, bowed her head, and gazed at her desk, replying,
Su Qingyi.
"Qingyi?" Yan Shuwen inquired further about the characters, nodding as he softly recited, "The young lotus has just revealed its tips, and already a dragonfly perches atop." He did not hide his admiration for Su Qingyi, exclaiming, "What a lovely name! Indeed, it possesses the beauty of ripples stirred by a dragonfly's touch upon water." Although the teacher was instructing the class impartially, Su Qingyi felt as though his words were directed solely at her, his gaze occasionally drifting towards her. His voice was gentle, witty, mature, and knowledgeable, as if each word was intricately weaving its way into her heart. Most of the students at school had previously attended private tutoring, and the teacher tailored his lessons to their foundational knowledge. The characters in the textbook appeared to Wanyue as incomprehensible symbols. She could not decipher them. Yet, she found the teacher's discourse engaging, listening intently as he spoke of literature, national fortunes, the common people, and livelihoods. He discussed the great righteousness of home and country and the principle of equality among all. As Wanyue listened, she became unwittingly captivated, her mind filled with regret for having forgotten to seek out Ali. As soon as teacher Tan Daoming departed, he immediately approached Wanyue. "Where are you going for lunch? If you have no plans, shall we go together? We could dine at the restaurant. Their osmanthus chicken wings are exquisite, and I am certain you will enjoy them." Wanyue instinctively glanced at Su Qingyi. She then turned to Tan Daoming and replied, "I'm sorry, but I have something to attend to at noon." Tan Daoming appeared disappointed by her refusal, but quickly adjusted his demeanor and smiled at her. "Very well. Go ahead with your business. We shall arrange another day." Wanyue swiftly dashed out of the school gates and headed straight for the street. "Have you seen a boy?" she inquired. "He is 16 years old, with a round face, about my height, somewhat foolish-looking, yet earnest. His father's surname is Kong, and he is skilled in horse breeding, standing at a height that can appear somewhat intimidating at times." With each merchant she encountered, Wanyue knocked on doors and inquired. However, those engaged in business were either too preoccupied to acknowledge her or pondered for a long time only to express that they had no recollection. Wanyue ran about the streets, her stomach growling, yet returned empty-handed after an entire afternoon of searching. With her head bowed in disappointment, she wandered the streets until she suddenly heard someone calling her name. "Wanyue!" Tan Daoming came running from a distance, his eyes brimming with joy. Wanyue silently nodded, walking alongside him without uttering a word. Where could Ali have gone? Could it be that they left the Su residence only to be employed by another family? Perhaps Uncle Kong took Ali, becoming a servant elsewhere, and since he had not ventured outside, that was why no one had seen him? Chapter 40. How pitiable. Wanyue's heart brimmed with conjecture, yet it remained mere speculation. She then slumped over her desk, feeling dejected, until the teacher entered the classroom to commence the lesson, at which point Wanyue regained some of her vigor. The following days unfolded similarly, with Wanyue sharing a dining table with Su Qingyi, consuming a breakfast that was entirely different from hers. During the day, the two individuals attended their respective classes, with Su Qingyi paying no heed to Wanyue, who, in turn, did not eagerly seek her out. Time slipped by unnoticed. The quest to find Ali had made no progress. Wanyue, originally anxious, gradually began to lose hope. On a whim, he Zongming visited the Su residence in search of Wanyue, but discovered she had been sent away for her studies. Upon leaving the Su household, he instructed his driver to take him to the school. The He family was no longer regarded as mere newcomers in Spring City. Their presence was well known throughout the town due to the illustrious He commander who had established himself. With his battalion of several thousand soldiers, he took charge of the city's security. In just a few months, he had subdued the local bullies and incarcerated them, restoring order. Furthermore, He initiated a campaign against bandits after local merchants were plundered, successfully eradicating the bandit stronghold that had cast a shadow over the merchants for decades. The arrival of He Commander was akin to a protective canopy, and the townsfolk willingly complied with any protection tax he imposed. Some even going so far as to offer their children to the He family. In an astonishing twist, a 70-year-old woman brought her 17-year-old granddaughter to the He residence, hoping to present her as a concubine to He Jinhai, who surprisingly accepted the offering. Thus, while He Commander gained notoriety, his reputation as a romantic figure also began to circulate. Nevertheless, the common people continued to regard him with genuine affection. Consequently, He Zhongming, as the sole heir of the illustrious commander, attracted attention wherever he went. Within the school, from the principal to the janitors and gatekeepers, everyone recognized him. He navigated through the school courtyard with ease. It was just past afternoon, and the setting sun lazily hung on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the distant mountains. The soft, golden light flickered with the movement of the cypress leaves. Inside the classroom, students sat in neat rows, attentively listening to the teacher's lecture. Wanyue, with her 2 dark braids, had allowed her hair to grow longer since last year, cascading softly beside her face. Her petite visage, with a delicate nose and large eyes, complemented her school uniform, rendering her both charming and youthful. Among the many beautiful girls in the classroom, He Zhongming instantly recognized her. Positioned by the window, he observed her earnestness in class without interrupting. After a considerable time, the teacher closed the book in his hands and announced the end of class. The students immediately relaxed their postures. Su Qingyi was also organizing her books when suddenly the atmosphere shifted. The refined and charismatic teacher placed a small, exquisite box on her desk and quietly remarked, "This is for you." Su Qingyi was taken aback, and before she could respond, Yan Shuwen had already turned and departed hastily. A curious classmate beside her inquired, "What a beautiful box. What has teacher Yan gifted you?" "I am unsure." Amidst the playful banter, Su Qingyi gently nudged the lid of the box, which sprang open to reveal its contents. The knowledgeable classmates immediately gasped in astonishment. "Oh, it's cream biscuits. They've been out of stock for ages in the market. It's nearly impossible to find them." Under their envious gazes, Su Qingyi could not help but smile with pride. Cream biscuits were indeed a rarity. Even her father could hardly procure them at present. Observing the gluttonous expressions of her classmates, she swiftly closed the box with a decisive clap and cradled it in her arms. "Enough staring. It's just a box of biscuits. It's not as if you've never had them before. Your lack of experience is truly astonishing." Wanyue, having been subtly reprimanded by old Master Su the other day for not helping Su Qingyi with her backpack after school, had now learned to be more astute. She instinctively approached Su Qingyi to assist her with her belongings. Noticing the small iron box in her hand, she reached out to take it. But Su Qingyi protectively withdrew her hand and glared at her, exclaiming, "You wretched thing. It's not as if you lack for food. How shallow can you be? You dare to snatch what I hold in my hand." Wanyue was perplexed. After all, it was Su Qingyi who had previously requested her to carry her backpack. What was the cause of this outburst today? She had no intention of justifying herself. However, Su Qingyi coldly interrupted, "Enough. Spare me your pitiful act. Were it not for my father, you would never have had the opportunity to attend school. We have shown you nothing but kindness. Yet you parade about as if you are the victim. Who are you trying to deceive?" The new-style school advocated equality. Yet the relationship between Su Qingyi and Wanyue inevitably became a topic of gossip among the more discerning individuals. It was unclear when rumors began circulating that Su Qingyi, with her temperamental demeanor, was mistreating Wanyue, who was also a member of the Su family. Yet, in Su Qingyi's eyes, how was she mistreating Wanyue? Wanyue was merely a wild girl without parents. The Su family had provided her with food and shelter, and she ought to be grateful to the Su family. Did she truly deserve to speak of equality and human rights? Unwilling to alter her attitude, Su Qingyi found that her female classmates increasingly disapproved of her. Those who had once been close began to distance themselves gradually. While Su Qingyi refrained from extending goodwill to her peers, she placed all the blame on Wanyue. Wanyue said nothing, obediently lowering her head and murmuring a response, her face a mask of suppressed grievance. The other students, witnessing the scene, displayed looks of pity. The school was still a considerable distance from the Su residence, and should one walk, it would take at least half an hour to arrive. Tan Daoming had been attentively observing the situation. After Su Qingyi departed, he furrowed his brow and approached Wanyue. "Is your sister always this sharp-tongued and cruel towards you at home?" Wanyue appeared frightened, glancing around as if fearful of being overheard. The other classmates quickly feigned busyness. Yet a pair of ears remained pricked, eager for Wanyue's response. "You must not speak such words again," Wanyue whispered, her voice barely audible. Yet in the stillness of the classroom, her words were clear enough for everyone to hear. In the Su family, I was merely a guest under someone else's roof. I felt immense gratitude that my uncle allowed me to pursue my studies. Even when my sister occasionally doused me with hot soup, I bore no grievances. Chapter 41. A subtle struggle. Douse her with hot soup? Those who had perked up their ears to eavesdrop collectively inhaled sharply. Their gazes towards Wanyue were filled solely with sympathy. Previously, they had merely considered Su Qingyi a little spoiled and overbearing. Who could have imagined that she could be deemed truly malicious behind closed doors? Wanyue observed the transformation in those around her, her lips pursing ever so slightly. Her lively eyes sparkled with a cunning reminiscent of a little fox. She had not wronged anyone. All she spoke of were events that had transpired within the Su household. As for how others chose to interpret it, that was beyond her control. Upon hearing Wanyue's words, Tan Daoming was engulfed in anger. This is too much. You are both human. Why should she treat you this way? Wanyue looked at him, seemingly perplexed by his words. Even if we are both human, each person is different. Who am I to complain about having no parents? I have long since grown accustomed to it. Zhongming, unable to wait for Wanyue to emerge on her own, strode down the corridor towards their classroom. Upon reaching the door, he spotted Wanyue standing face to face with Tan Daoming, who was particularly close to her. Given Wanyue's petite stature, she seemed almost enveloped in Tan Daoming's shadow. Zhongming furrowed his brow and called out loudly, "What are you two doing?" Both Wanyue and Tan Daoming were momentarily taken aback. They looked up in astonishment to see Zhongming standing at the door with a slightly frosty expression. At this moment, most of the students in the classroom had already departed. It was unclear when only Wanyue and Tan Daoming remained. Their posture, leaning in close to converse, did indeed appear somewhat ambiguous to an onlooker. The instant Wanyue caught sight of Zhongming, she instinctively took a step back, creating distance from Tan Daoming. Her mind hadn't even registered the action. It was a reflex born from her instincts. Unconsciously, she felt that in front of Zhongming, she ought not to stand too close to others. Tan Daoming, wearing a slightly surprised expression, remarked, "Aren't you uninterested in school? Why are you here today?" Amidst his surprise, he felt no other emotions. He remained relatively composed, and it was this composure that eased Zhongming's cold demeanor somewhat. After casting a detached glance at Tan Daoming, Zhongming noted the backpacks resting behind them, realizing they had not intentionally gathered together, but rather were seated in close proximity. He stepped beside Wanyue, positioning himself between her and Tan Daoming. "What are you so excited about? I'm not here looking for you." Zhongming picked up Wanyue's books from her desk, casually flipping through them as if they were his own. "I only found out you were studying here when I visited your uncle. How many days of school have you attended? How does it feel?" Standing beside Zhongming with her head bowed, the mischievous glint in Wanyue's eyes had vanished, leaving only a sense of obedience. "I haven't attended for many days. It feels all right, I suppose. The material the teachers present is quite interesting. Far more engaging than staying at home." It was only after she commenced her studies that she realized the true standing of the He family. Those whom she previously deemed untouchable now seemed to create an even greater distance. Just a moment ago, while outside, she thought she heard raised voices within. Was there something intriguing afoot? In days gone by, any conflict with Su Qingyi would have prompted Wanyue to immediately report it. Yet today, she chose silence, lowering her gaze and murmuring that it was nothing, unwilling to pursue the topic further. Zhongming, however, lifted his hand, effortlessly placing her backpack out of her reach. Wanyue had no choice but to look up, gazing longingly at her belongings. "Return it to me." As urgency crept in, her brows furrowed and her small nose crinkled, anger flickering in her eyes. The sight of her glaring up at him rendered her adorably endearing once more. Zhongming chuckled, ruffling her hair. "After all those nutritious treats I've given you, why haven't you grown taller?" Wanyue widened her eyes, displeased, and evaded his touch. Meanwhile, Tan Daoming watched their interaction, perplexed, a hint of bewilderment evident in his gaze. Wasn't Zhongming engaged to Su Qingyi? Why was he so close to Wanyue? It was then that Zhongming remembered there was another person present. In a trio, it was inevitable that two would occupy the back seat. He instructed Tan Daoming to take the front passenger seat while he settled beside Wanyue in the rear, one on each side. With his arm resting against the car's interior, he leaned toward her, inquiring about her school experiences. Having grown accustomed to his presence through their interactions, Wanyue answered his questions as they conversed. Suddenly, Zhongming retrieved something from his pocket, almost forgetting. "Look what I brought you." Wanyue gazed at the small, round object wrapped in colorful paper with curiosity. "What is this?" Zhongming extended it to her with his slender fingers. "Why don't you open it and find out?" She held it in her hand, light as a feather, not resembling silver at all. As she peeled away the layers of candy coating, she revealed several dark morsels within. With a mix of confusion and curiosity, she looked at him. Did you bring me a lump of clay to play with? Heizongming laughed, taking the black ball and playfully shoving it into her mouth. This is no ordinary clay. It has a delightful flavor. Since their acquaintance, he had introduced her to many peculiar treats. Wanyue, who had once been wary of him, now trusted him completely. As soon as the morsel touched her tongue, she instinctively bit down, finding it dissolving instantly. A subtle bitterness spread across her palate, yet it was not unpleasant like medicinal concoctions. After savoring it for a moment, she smiled, her eyes sparkling. This is delicious. What is it? Heizongming had anticipated her delight, knowing that the children of similar age in the military adored it as well. Even his father's numerous concubines clamored for it. He gazed at Wanyue's radiant smile and chuckled softly. Remember, this delicacy is called chocolate, a rarity exclusive to the Air Force, not yet available in the market. Meanwhile, Tan Daoming sat in the front, entirely overlooked by the two. He sat quietly and alone, listening to the intermittent voices and laughter of the two behind him. A myriad of indescribable emotions swirling within him. A hint of irritability stirred, yet it was not directed at Wanyue. Chapter 42. Joyful. Heizongming was loquacious, while Wanyue remained undeterred by gloom. Heizongming accompanied Wanyue as they exited the vehicle, returning her backpack without entering the Su family gate, merely addressing the gatekeeper with a nod and a courteous demeanor. Tan Daoming finally seized the opportunity, his heart laden with doubt as he inquired. Isn't it Su Qingyi you are engaged to? Why do you seek out Wanyue at school instead? Tan Daoming had never been one for idle chatter. He did not believe that his question stemmed from genuine concern for Su Qingyi. Heizongming, already wary of Tan Daoming, feigned indifference in his tone. After all, they are all surnamed Su. What difference does it make whether one marries the elder or the younger? Tan Daoming, taken aback by such an unexpected response, momentarily froze, his expression betraying astonishment. After a pause, he exclaimed, This simply cannot be. He had never spoken so loudly to anyone. Heizongming's gaze turned colder still, yet a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips as he regarded Tan Daoming with a frigid stare. What is unacceptable about it? My father and Su Wanyue's uncle are both quite pleased. Do you have any objections?
Tan Daoming.
Do you concern yourself too much with the affairs of my family and the Su family? It was only then that Tan Daoming realized his indiscretion, his eyes flickering nervously as he dared not meet Heizongming's sharp gaze any longer. His mind was a tumultuous tangle, chaotic and convoluted. Wanyue entered with her backpack, glancing around in confusion. Did my uncle summon me? Su Qingyi, her face cold, smashed a cup at her feet. Go, clean up the shards. Wanyue stood still scanning the surroundings. Wasn't it my uncle who called for me? Where is he? Su Qingyi sneered. Do you think that with my father protecting you, you can slander me at school and speak ill of me to others? Wanyue frowned. I did not. Everything she said is the truth. Su Qingyi's voice rose abruptly. Do you believe that with just a word from me, you will never set foot in this school again? Wanyue was taken aback. She cherished school, relished her interactions with classmates, and enjoyed listening to her teachers. Su Qingyi pointed at the broken cup shards, her tone menacing. Go, clean it up, or you shall never leave this place again. Wanyue turned to fetch a broom, but Su Qingyi interjected. Where do you think you're going? I want you to use your hands to pick up those pieces. The shattered cup's porcelain shards were sharp and slippery. Should Wanyue truly attempt to pick them up, she would undoubtedly cut her fingers. She remained still, her gaze fixed on Su Qingyi for a moment. Su Qingyi met her stare with an equally cold expression. Su Qingyi's eyes darkened further with malice. How dare you still speak? Knowing full well that he is my fiancé, you fail to exercise caution. You are just like your shameless mother, utterly devoid of dignity. The harsh insult left Wanyue's face somewhat pale, yet she stood resolute, her eyes unwavering as she confronted Su Qingyi. I am aware that you and my uncle have orchestrated this, knowing full well that Heizongming is difficult to deal with, thus deliberately arranging for me to meet him and act as your shield against misfortune. Su Qingyi was utterly unprepared for Wanyue's realization of this layer of intent, her complexion shifting subtly. Wanyue gazed intently at her and softly remarked, Su Qingyi, should you utter one more insult, the next time I encounter Heizongming, I shall promptly inform him of your deep yearning for him, that you are unable to forget him, compelling him to visit you and keep you company. Su Qingyi trembled with rage, her flushed face resembling a burning furnace. Yet, she merely glared at Wanyue, her eyes sharp as daggers, refraining from uttering another word. Wanyue glanced at the shards on the floor, disregarding them, and turned to leave. Just as she stepped outside, a loud crash echoed behind her as Su Qingyi hurled another object. However, after taking a few steps, she could not suppress a laugh. Though timid and fearful of ghosts, she was equally apprehensive of Heizongming. This reveals that in Su Qingyi's heart, her fiancé, He Zhongming, was no better than a malevolent spirit. Ironically, the very person she feared so profoundly was destined to be her husband. Given He Zhongming's status, even the esteemed Su patriarch could not afford to offend him. Wanyue, lost in her thoughts, felt immense joy. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi, after a bout of throwing things, sought out her father to whine and wail. Not wanting to lose face before her father, she refrained from mentioning her fright at the hands of Wanyue, only expressing her dislike for her. The patriarch, mindful of He Zhongming's position, could not be too overt in his difficulties with Wanyue. He merely instructed the kitchen to refrain from sending meals to Wanyue that evening. However, Wanyue was largely indifferent. She indulged in exquisite pastries, milk from a military canteen, and several pieces of chocolate that He Zhongming had previously fed her in the carriage. Soon enough, Wanyue had feasted to her heart's content, even overindulging. The troubles Su Qingyi faced at school were not disclosed by either Wanyue or Tan Daoming, yet somehow, He Zhongming became aware of them. Suddenly, a well-dressed woman approached, presenting Wanyue with an iron box large enough to occupy half a table. "Miss Su, this is a gift from your friend," she stated. The box was both beautiful and grand, exuding an air of sophistication, attracting the attention of many onlookers. Wanyue glanced at the woman, having never met her before, and then at the box. "Is this truly for me?" Su Qingyi, believing it to be yet another gift from Teacher Yan, abruptly rose and declared loudly, "You must have mistaken me for someone else. Though I share the surname Su, I am the true Miss Su, and the gift should be directed to me." The woman, however, simply looked at Su Qingyi and shook her head, stating, "There is no mistake. The person who sent me specifically instructed that this is for Miss Su Wanyue." Onlookers, aware of the discord between the Su sisters, reveled in Su Qingyi's embarrassment, chuckling at her misfortune. Faced with their laughter, Su Qingyi awkwardly sat back down, her cheeks ablaze. A mix of anger and indignation surged within her, acutely aware of how many had witnessed her humiliation. Chapter 43. The Beautiful Youth. Upon hearing the woman's explanation, Wanyue realized that the gift was indeed meant for her. No one had ever referred to her as Miss Su. She had initially thought the woman had mistaken her for someone else. Now, glancing at the iron box, she felt she could deduce its origin simply by the exquisite wrapping. What could possibly be inside? The woman remarked, "I do not know either. Why not open it and see for yourself?" Wanyue examined the box for a moment before gently lifting the lid. Inside, she found 66 neatly arranged cream biscuits. A curious female classmate stole a glance and gasped in envy, "Cream biscuits? So many of them." This was far more lavish than the fewer than 10 biscuits in the small box previously given by Su Qingyi. A glance at Wanyue revealed a face that had turned a shade of green. Wanyue, however, smiled and expressed her gratitude to the woman who had brought the gift. She then offered the biscuit box to Tan Daoming, asking, "Would you like to have some?" This treat was not uncommon in Tan Daoming's household, though they rarely had enough to be given as gifts. He silently reached for a piece and inquired, "Do you know who sent this?" Wanyue slyly surveyed her surroundings, her eyes sparkling like a little fox, and whispered, "Who else could it be?" Tan Daoming was taken aback by the affectionate tone in her voice. Nearby classmates watched them with envy, licking their lips in anticipation. "It must taste delightful. Would you like to try?" A classmate eagerly reached out and thanked Wanyue repeatedly. "You are so generous and kind-hearted, far better than others." Whether it was intentional or merely due to the food in their mouths, the latter part of her statement came out a bit unclear. Seeing Wanyue's willingness to share, other classmates quickly gathered around. Wanyue welcomed them all, and by the end, over 30 classmates had nearly each received a biscuit, save for the visibly upset Su Qingyi. Wanyue herself was enjoying the treat, with nearly half a box remaining. Tan Daoming hesitated for a moment before quietly asking, "Do you know what his intentions are in sending you this?" Wanyue took a small bite of her biscuit, her eyes as clear as crystal, and replied, "What do you mean?" Tan Daoming's expression shifted repeatedly, but ultimately he could not suppress his inner turmoil and murmured, He Zhongming, is treating you well now because he wants." Just then, the teacher entered the classroom. The class leader's commanding voice interrupted all of Tan Daoming's words as he stood up, compelled to join his classmates in greeting the teacher. Stealing a glance at Wanyue, he noticed she mirrored everyone else's actions, her expression unchanged, as if she were completely indifferent to the unfinished statement from Tan Daoming. By the end of the day, Wanyue had transformed from someone who was only acknowledged by Tan Daoming to a popular figure, with numerous female classmates smiling and waving goodbye to her. Wanyue returned their gestures with a smile, bidding them farewell in kind. In contrast, Su Qingyi, who once had many friends, left alone today, ignored by all. Tan Daoming looked at Wanyue, but ultimately chose to remain silent. If he has given her nothing, then he lacks the right to criticize someone who has. However, Master Su was out on business and not at home. The remaining maids and servants dared not inquire about the young lady's affairs. When Wanyue was summoned for questioning, Master Su's countenance darkened as he reprimanded her for allowing Su Qingyi to wander alone. After several harsh words, his concern for his daughter prevailed, and he called for all the household servants to gather, preparing to search for her. With a rosy complexion and slightly slow steps, Su Qingyi maintained her usual demeanor and reassured her father, "I merely visited a classmate's house for a short while. Nothing happened." She raised an eyebrow and glanced at Wanyue, who had just been scolded. "Instead of asking me, father, you should manage her. Who knows which rogue she might be consorting with outside, lavishing her with all manner of rare and exquisite gifts." Turning back to Wanyue, she added, "Wanyue, you are obediently watching him. If I can make friends, I naturally can too." Yet, Master Su darkly remarked, "Do not compare yourself to Qingyi. You are nothing in comparison. Let me make this clear. Aside from the young master of the He family, you are forbidden from associating with any other men." In her heart, Wanyue thought, "But wasn't it the gifts from He Zongming?" She quickly nodded in agreement. Master Su's concern for her was not profound. He merely feared that Wanyue, lacking experience and discernment, might be easily deceived by men, tarnishing the Su family's reputation. After a few simple warnings, believing Wanyue would not dare to defy him, he promptly abandoned her and departed. Recently, Colonel He had sent another batch of exquisite goods, all rare and highly sought-after foreign items, and he was busy earning money. Left unattended, Wanyue stood quietly for a moment, gazing up at the moon. Lowering her head, she silently began to walk towards her room. Once again, she missed dinner that night, but no one in the Su household seemed to care. Wanyue herself was not particularly concerned. She still had some of the gifts He Zongming had given her previously, and today he had provided her with an abundance of biscuits. Days passed, and He Zongming returned to the school seeking Wanyue. During this time, Su Qingyi had completely ignored Wanyue, leaving alone after class. Master Su, preoccupied with business, paid little attention to the situation. By the time He Zongming arrived at school, Su Qingyi had already departed, and Wanyue had exited the classroom, hand in hand with a new friend named Li Yuanyuan. As they walked, Li Yuanyuan suddenly exclaimed, "Look under the tree. There's a handsome boy." Wanyue looked up to see He Zongming standing under the tree, gazing intently at her. At that moment, their eyes met, and He Zongming smiled and waved at her. That day, the teacher had just finished reciting, with a cup raised, "I gaze at the azure sky, as graceful as a jade tree in the wind." He Zongming stood at the tree's base, casually leaning against the sunlight, embodying the elegant youth from the verses, as if stepping out from a poem. Chapter 44, Shy. Li Yuanyuan exclaimed in delight. He waved his hand, seemingly in our direction. "Is he our classmate? I don't recall hearing about such an exceptional person in our school. Could he be a relative of some student? I truly envy those who have such an outstanding brother." At that moment, He Zongming walked directly to Wanyue's side, casually taking her backpack and holding it in his hand. "Are you not leaving quickly, because you want to keep me waiting?" Wanyue, knowing she couldn't resist him, reluctantly allowed him to take her bag, whispering, "I wouldn't dare." Li Yuanyuan looked at He Zongming in surprise, then at Wanyue walking beside him. Suddenly realizing she had become a third wheel, she promptly bid farewell to Wanyue, who did not insist she stay, and let her leave. She then followed He Zongming into the car waiting outside. The scenery on both sides flowed backward through the car window. Indeed, they were not heading to the Su residence. The passenger seat remained vacant, with He Zongming sitting beside her, separated by Wanyue's backpack. The foreigners were causing trouble again, and the war had reached Yangcheng. The general urgently sent a telegram, instructing my father to lead troops for support. Today was the farewell banquet before his departure. When Yangcheng was invaded, it was He Liyuan's iron-blooded troops who fought valiantly to protect the peace. Yet, that Zhang, relying on his rank as a commander, usurped all the credit while reporting the military situation. The general truly believed he had won the war, and thus he felt at ease demoting He Zhenhai. However, shortly after He Zhenhai left, the foreigners returned with a vengeance. He Zhenhai was displeased when he was reassigned from Yangcheng and did not agree immediately, citing the extermination of bandits as an excuse to decline multiple times. The general, aware of his displeasure, did not press him and continuously sent him good food and drink. After several visits, He Zhenhai's resolve softened. The situation was dire, with the foreigners surrounding them and the flames of war raging, making it a matter of life and death at any moment. He Zhenhai had no idea how many troops remained in the city under the command of that useless Zhang. He was willing to gamble on his own life, but was unwilling to stake the lives of his family. Thus, he decided to leave alone, leaving behind his concubines and He Zongming. Tonight's banquet, besides a few loyal brothers under his command, also invited several prominent figures from the city. Officially, it was a last gathering with friends, but in reality, It bore the undertone of entrusting his legacy. He Zoming explained to Wanyue, who listened with a perplexed expression but still failed to grasp what this had to do with her and why He Zoming wanted her to accompany him. Everyone who has a good relationship with my father will be here today, including your uncle. He Zoming cast a meaningful glance at her. Isn't it sufficient that you are familiar with me? Wanyue lowered her head, anxiously biting her finger, and after a moment, quietly replied, we are friends. He Zoming raised an eyebrow, clearly dissatisfied with her response, yet he did not contradict her. He understood that Wanyue's feelings for him were not yet as profound as his for her. But what did it matter? He had ample time. Time is the greatest changer of hearts. From the moment she first saw him, she had asked whether he had found Ollie. Until now, refraining from mentioning that person is the best manifestation of it all. He Zoming retrieved a piece of chocolate from his pocket and offered it to Wanyue, then lowered his gaze upon her. After a moment, she extended her hand to accept it. He Zoming smiled gently, his hand brushing the top of her head. Have the Su family been withholding your meals? Why do you seem to remain so small? No, I can fill my stomach at every meal, she replied. Is that so? He Zoming inquired casually, how many drumsticks do you get per meal? Wanyue hesitated. Drumsticks were a luxury reserved for Su Qingyi. She hardly felt deserving of such delicacies. She was content with scavenging 2 pieces of chicken that Su Qingyi left uneaten. Observing her silence, He Zoming could easily surmise the treatment she received at the Su residence. His tone turned enticing. If you were in my home, drumsticks, chicken wings, bird's nest soup, and shark fin would assure you grow tall, transforming from a sapling into a towering tree. Wanyue remained silent, her pristine teeth gently biting her soft pink lips. Her eyelashes cast downwards, as though she were lost in contemplation. Despite his subordinate's inability to locate the Kong father and son, who lingered in Wanyue's thoughts, He Zoming retained considerable confidence in winning her heart. What he could offer her far surpassed what the son of a horse servant could provide. At the Su residence, the old master merely ensured her survival without truly nurturing her. Yet, in his company, she would come to understand the essence of a life rich in flavor. He was willing to share everything he possessed with her. Meanwhile, her little horse servant was still but a shadow, elusive and unattainable. If Wanyue were not foolish, she would surely recognize her best choice. Perhaps due to the impending departure of the long-traveling He Zoming was unusually quiet throughout the journey. Upon arriving at the entrance of the He family estate, he exited the vehicle first and assisted Wanyue down. She noticed the guard at the entrance, armed with a rifle, and instinctively stepped back towards He Zoming. His serious demeanor softened slightly as he chuckled at her fright. Look at you, so timid. He took her hand, guiding her beside him. Fear not. The guards of the He family only fire upon villains, not a little girl like you. Wanyue glared at him. You're the little one. With his hands in his pockets, He Zoming laughed at her. You'll never grow tall. Hence, you are but a tiny thing. Wanyue stomped her foot in indignation. You always bully me. I don't want to go with you. Fear of the heavily guarded He estate overcame her, and she turned to flee. Seeing her determination, He Zoming swiftly grasped her wrist, blocking her escape. All right, enough of this, he said, but upon seeing her intent to run again, he embraced her entirely. Be good, Wanyue. The fresh scent of youth enveloped her in his warm embrace. She froze momentarily, then began to struggle with all her might. Let me go, she exclaimed. He Zoming replied, promise me you will obediently enter with me, and I shall release you. Reluctantly, Wanyue acquiesced. Fine, I promise. Only then did he loosen his grip, allowing her to escape his hold. Upon glancing down, he noticed her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, half her face flushed with color. He Zoming silently smiled, his lips curving into a gentle arc. The little girl has grown up, and has even learned to feel shy. Chapter 45, The He Family Banquet. Though it was called a banquet, the guests at the He household were few. In the vast courtyard, only a single table of delicacies was set, surrounded primarily by military officers. Lord Su, visibly tense and as silent as a mouse, was caught among them like a waterfall that had unwittingly wandered into the domain of lions, creating a striking sense of incongruity. Yet, the commanding officer, he took a particular liking to him, affectionately referring to him as a family member and drawing him close to sit nearby, addressing him in an unusually warm manner. Lord Su wore a smile, yet beads of sweat continuously trickled down his forehead. Heaven knows that each of those jovial individuals around him was a ruthless killer. Any one of them could easily dispatch him with a single bullet if they took a disliking to him. He Zoming entered with Wanyue, garnering no unnecessary attention. At 18, he was at the age where youthful charm often meant the company of a woman or two. It would indeed be strange if he didn't. He Jinhai merely cast a casual glance at Wanyue before beckoning his son. You rascal! How dare you be late to your own father's farewell banquet? Hurry up and come here. Wanyue, sensing her unimportance, felt considerably more relaxed, while He Zongming firmly grasped her wrist, leading her over. Although they were somewhat late, he boldly declared, "But I brought an extra person." He confidently pulled Wanyue over to present her to Commander He. "Father, this is Wanyue, my good friend." The last 3 words were delivered with a lightness that elicited knowing laughter from the men present. Lord Su, feeling somewhat awkward, cast a glance at Wanyue and, in an effort to blend in, awkwardly laughed along. He was not at all surprised by Wanyue's presence in such a setting. Feeling a sense of relief that the matter was settled, Qingqi was innocent and delicate, and the He family was no place for her. Wanyue's status would have gone unnoticed had He Zongming not introduced her so publicly, ensuring that everyone heard. As a father, commander, he had to grant his son a measure of respect. With a downward glance, his eagle-like gaze fell upon Wanyue. The man's imposing stature was as formidable as a mountain, and his serious demeanor naturally instilled fear in any woman who beheld him. He Zhenhai took the initiative. "Little girl, why are you staring at me so intently?" Wanyue, puzzled, thought it peculiar that he had looked at her first, yet she boldly responded. Lord Su's complexion paled. "Wanyue, do not be rude." However, Commander He raised his hand to silence him, and then looked at Wanyue with a hearty laugh. He poured a bowl of liquor from a jar and presented it to her. "You say I am a hero. Now the hero offers you a drink. Are you brave enough to take a bowl?" The strong scent of alcohol assailed her senses, prompting Wanyue to instinctively turn her head slightly. He Zongming was startled and instinctively moved to intervene. "Dad." Commander He raised his hand, cutting off his unfinished words, his gaze solely fixed on Wanyue. "Little girl, make your own decisions." Wanyue exchanged glances with him, her eyes reflecting a newfound resilience. "Isn't it just a bowl of unpleasant water? What is there to fear?" She took the bowl, held her breath, and tilted her head back to drink. Her intention was to hasten her demise for a swifter rebirth, believing that drinking quickly would spare her from the wretched scent of the liquor. Yet, as the action unfolded, her untamed spirit revealed a rare audacity seldom seen in women. The innocent banter sparked uproarious laughter among the onlookers. He Zongming chuckled helplessly, his gaze upon Wanyue softening, even tinged with a hint of pride. Unlike the women of the city, even the concubines of He Liyuan felt trepidation in his presence. Her poise, neither subservient nor arrogant, surpassed that of many. The honor of being personally served wine by He Zhenhai was not something afforded to everyone. Only those of superior rank who had distinguished themselves in battle could claim such privilege. This young girl, merely having made an appearance with He Zongming, had already garnered the admiration of He Zhenhai, prompting the assembled guests to form their own judgments about Wanyue's identity. Observing Su Leoi's apparent familiarity with her, they further deduced that she was indeed the legendary Miss Su, He Zongming's fiancée. Even those few who had previously encountered Su Qingyi, knowing Wanyue was not the same Miss Su, refrained from voicing their thoughts, as the He family held authority over them. And it was not for subordinates to question their superiors. What a fortunate young master. Miss Su is quite spirited, truly deserving of her place in the He family. Someone led the chorus of commendation, and the room erupted in applause. Wanyue placed the bowl down amidst the cheers, wiping her mouth with her sleeve. Sensing a lingering, unpleasant taste, she pursed her lips. A young girl, no matter how captivating, could not command attention indefinitely. Soon, other captains rose with their bowls of liquor to toast He Liyuan. With the attention diverted, He Zongming seized the moment to guide Wanyue to a chair. There was no designated place for her at the table, so he invited her to sit in his seat while he positioned himself beside He Liyuan, standing between Wanyue and He Zhenhai. The potency of the liquor soon overwhelmed her, and despite He Zongming's offerings of food, she lacked the appetite to indulge. Glancing around, she noticed the lively exchanges, and seizing the opportunity while unobserved, she quietly rose, leaning against the wall as she wobbled toward the back. Wanyue was unsure of her destination, only aware that sitting was uncomfortable, and she longed to find a place to lie down for a moment. Recognizing that she was in someone else's home, she hesitated to enter any room. Spotting a thicket of flourishing bushes beyond the courtyard, she stealthily slipped behind them, using a stone as a pillow, her consciousness drifting. In her hazy state, she suddenly caught snippets of conversation. 2 individuals seemed to be conversing on the opposite side of the courtyard, their voices low and intermittent, unclear yet discernible. Wanyue squinted, piecing together a few words. "Marry her." She listened for a while, struggling to comprehend, and soon lost interest in the effort. The incessant sound became irksome. Covering her ears with her hands, the world finally descended into silence, once more. In this half-dreamlike state in the courtyard, she lay unaware of how long time had passed. When Wanyue opened her eyes, she discovered that night had fallen. Supporting herself against the fence, her hand inadvertently slipped on a broken branch above, and blood was drawn immediately. Wanyue paid it no mind, unsteadily rising to her feet and wandering towards the direction of the crowd from her memory. By that time, the banquet was nearing its conclusion. Most guests were inebriated and beginning to disperse. He couldn't help but smile as he hurried to her side. Assuming her earlier disappearance was merely a trip to the restroom, and he did not inquire further, instead studying the little drunkard before him. Your uncle has had too much to drink and has already sent the servants away. Would you like to stay at my home tonight? Wanyue grasped his sleeve, her gaze vacuous and devoid of her previous sharpness. With a silly grin, she replied, "Not at your house. I still have to go to school tomorrow." As she clutched him, the blood from her fingertips left a red mark on He Zongming's sleeve. Startled, he examined her hand closely, relieved to find only a small cut. He instructed someone to fetch clean water to wash her wound and provided medical gauze for dressing. Wanyue gazed at him in confusion, the figure before her appearing somewhat blurred. At first glance, it was He Zongming, yet he also bore a resemblance to her beloved Ollie. Since childhood, she had been close to flowers and plants, often sustaining scratches from their branches. No one had ever cared, except for Ollie, who would always tend to her injuries. Wanyue, also inebriated, was somewhat disoriented, forgetting her surroundings. Once He Zongming had finished bandaging her, she leaned into him. "From now on, I won't let you drink again." "Look at you, all dirty," he remarked, gently brushing the dust off her clothes and plucking leaves from her hair. His movements were tender, devoid of any disdain. Wanyue remained silent, nestling her face against his chest and quietly murmuring after a moment of silence, "How did you grow so tall?" Previously, when she hugged Ollie, her chin could rest on his shoulder, but now she could hardly find it. He Zongming did not catch her words clearly and asked softly, "What?" Wanyue thought to herself that his height was indeed a disadvantage. The distance between her mouth and his ears had increased, making it difficult for him to hear her. Yet, she had no desire to repeat herself. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his waist, closed her eyes, and spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Deep down, she understood that despite the arrangement to replace Su Qingyi with Wanyue in the marriage to the Su family, nearly everyone had tacitly accepted it. Wanyue remained resolute, and he no longer insisted on keeping her. He turned to summon a carriage, instructing that she must be delivered to the Su residence. After a moment's thought, still feeling uneasy, he called for an elderly servant from the kitchen to accompany Wanyue in the carriage, ensuring her comfort, before finally allowing them to depart. Unbeknownst to him, He Lexing, who had been swaying drunkenly and struggling to stand, had approached his side, his hawkish eyes surprisingly clear. "You are quite considerate towards this little girl," he remarked. He Zongming, unpretentious with his father, offered a calm smile and replied, "She is innocent and straightforward. How could a father not be fond of her?" He Lu, the seasoned traveler, could discern much from the expression on his face. With a hearty slap on He Zongming's head, he remarked, "When it comes to choosing a bride, you need only consider your own preferences, for ultimately, it is you who will carry on the family lineage." He Zongming, still harboring youthful affections for Wanyue, had yet to contemplate such weighty matters. Understanding the deeper implications of He Lu's words, he lowered his gaze, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Observing his demeanor, He Lu's smile deepened. Wanyue was quite intoxicated, and when summoned the following morning, her head still swam in a fog. After a groggy splash of water on her face, she took a seat at the breakfast table, which had been meticulously arranged. Instinctively reaching for an egg, she found nothing but empty space, prompting her to pause in surprise. It was then she noticed that before her lay a breakfast of milk and bread, identical to that of Su Qingyi. Upon entering, Old Master Su noticed her bewilderment and chuckled, "Go on, Wanyue, indulge yourself, for these are truly fine delicacies, a rare treat." He approached her with a tone of utmost tenderness. "Though you are not my own flesh and blood, you know how much your uncle cares for you. When you achieve success in the future, do not forget your uncle." Su Qingyi scoffed softly, her voice sharp despite its low volume, a dog relying on its master. Her expression soured instantly, and with tears brimming in her eyes, she pushed her meal away defiantly. "I won't eat." Grabbing her school bag, she stood and made her way outside. Wanyue, instinctively wanting to follow, was halted by Old Master Su, who wrapped the bread in oil paper and tucked it into her bag. "No need to rush, a rickshaw awaits you outside. Take this and enjoy it on your way." Indeed, a rickshaw was waiting outside, specifically for Wanyue, as Su Qingyi had already departed. Throughout her journey to school, Wanyue remained in a daze. Realizing after considerable thought that the cause of her disorientation was the dinner at the He family the previous evening, along with snippets of conversation she had overheard while intoxicated, "The general is imprisoning arms lost in contemplation," Wanyue muttered to herself. Tan Daoming, seated closest to her, turned his head in curiosity. "Wanyue, what are you saying?" Startled, Wanyu's muddled thoughts were interrupted, leaving her momentarily blank. She met his gaze for half a second before shaking her head. Nothing, nothing at all. Quickly averting her face, she offered him only the back of her head. The last time she had been caught with Tan Daoming by He Zongming, he had privately warned her not to grow too close to him. Wanyue had never been particularly familiar with Tan Daoming, and thus felt no objection to this advice. Chapter 47. Crisis Looms. Noticing Wanyue's distance, Tan Daoming fell silent, his mood darkening as he stared down at his desk. The morning lessons concluded swiftly, and Li Yuanyu approached her. My mother is not home today, and there's no one to cook for me. Wanyue, where are you eating lunch? Will you take me with you? Wanyue had not eaten lunch in quite some time. She had been wandering the streets, inquiring about Ali's whereabouts. After days of searching without a trace, she felt a sense of discouragement creeping in. Seeing Li Yuanyuan's pitiful expression, she made a decision. Today, she would set aside her search and dine with a friend. I haven't quite decided yet. Li Yuanyu immediately exclaimed with delight, let us venture to the nearby tea shed. I have heard that their wontons are particularly delectable, and I have longed to sample them. Wanyue, stirred by the suggestion, hesitated momentarily. I have no money, she confessed, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Master Su had never provided her with any funds. The only valuable item she possessed was the small gold bar gifted to her by He Zongming, yet it was far too precious to carry around. Li Yuanyuan waved her hand dismissively. Oh, that is of no consequence. I shall treat you. After all, she had often shared her treats with Wanyue, chocolates and cream cookies. All rare delights not found outside. A bowl of wontons paled in comparison to those luxuries. The two young ladies then clasped hands and set off for their wonton feast. Li Yuanyuan, slightly plump with a round face and soft, pleasing features, possessed a beauty that revealed itself upon a second glance. Her sweet and easygoing demeanor mirrored her appearance, and she and Wanyue never seemed to run out of conversation. Wanyue was equally eager to engage in their lively dialogue, and the two chatted animatedly as they savored their meal. As the bowl of wontons neared its end, Wanyue suddenly recalled something and leaned closer to Li Yuanyuan, whispering, Yuanyuan, do you know what a dasha is? Li Yuanyuan, with her characteristic nonchalance, replied, of course. It refers to an official. Wanyue blinked in surprise. An official? Li Yuanyuan pointed towards the sky beyond the tea shed. Yes, the highest-ranking official. Wanyue pressed further. Is he more powerful than Colonel He? Absolutely. He is the superior of Colonel He's superior, Li Yuanyuan declared confidently. Wanyue fell silent for a moment before inquiring, and what about arms? What does that entail? Arms? That refers to guns and ammunition and also cannons. In essence, these are all classified under the term arms. Teacher Yan has been incessantly lecturing us about romantic matters and the turmoil of the nation, yet he neglects to mention such critical issues. As she grumbled about Teacher Yan's lecturing style and his apparent favoritism towards certain students, she also alluded to the ambiguous relationship between him and Su Qingyi. Numerous times, the teacher's office had remained tightly shut, yet several students had overheard Su Qingyi's voice emanating from within. While Wanyue listened, her mind wandered to her own thoughts. The dasha referred to the superior of He Zongming's father. Arms were instruments of warfare capable of inflicting harm on the battlefield. She repeated this logic in her mind, striving to piece it all together. Suddenly, a wave of alarm washed over her, and she jolted upright, her eyes wide with terror. Li Yuanyuan, caught off guard by her reaction, gasped, Wanyue, what is the matter? Without a word, Wanyue sprang to her feet and dashed outside, exclaiming, something is amiss. I must sound the alarm. Colonel He's superior has been imprisoned. The telegram sent to Colonel He is a ruse. They intend to seize the opportunity of his support to destroy his arms. Wanyue was uncertain whether her suspicions were correct, but even the slightest chance warranted action. He Zongming had treated her kindly, regardless of his underlying motives. She could not remain indifferent to the potential peril that loomed over his father. Wanyue had dashed down the street, fervently retracing the path etched in her memory from the previous day. Passers-by paused in astonishment, scrutinizing the young girl clad in student attire. Her small face flushed a vivid red, two braids cascading behind her as her legs propelled her forward with unrelenting vigor, resembling a wild spirit. Yet, soon enough, someone recognized her, a vice commander who had partaken in the festivities at the He residence yesterday. Having made an impression on Wanyue, he happened to be nearby on duty today. Observing her frantic sprint, he hurried to intercept her. Miss Su, he called out. It was only at the second utterance that Wanyue halted, one hand clasped on her waist, gasping for breath. Please do not stop me, she pleaded. The vice commander replied, Miss Su, it is I. Do you not remember me? We met at the He residence yesterday. He recalled the familiarity displayed by He Zongming towards Wanyue, and his demeanor was now imbued with utmost respect, treating her as if she were royalty. The He residence? Wanyue finally lifted her gaze, and upon noticing his military uniform, her eyes sparkled with urgency. Take me to see Commander, he. Quickly. I must meet him. The vice commander chuckled helplessly. Commander, he departed before dawn. It is impossible to see him now.
Misu.
If you have any requests, please let me know. Would you like to purchase clothing, or perhaps some milk and cream biscuits? Just say the word, and I can arrange for them to be delivered to your home. Commander, he has already left? A chill ran through Wanyue. She glanced at the amicable man before her, hesitating momentarily before refraining from divulging her true intentions. Though she had indulged excessively the previous night, her mind was now clear. The individual she had spoken with last evening had been at the He residence. Who could say if this seemingly kind-hearted man before her was not the very villain lurking in the shadows? After contemplation, she altered her request. I wish to see He Zongming. Please take me to him. After Commander he had departed, He Zongming felt a tinge of regret. To alleviate his melancholy, he arranged for a gathering at the training grounds for some horseback riding. Except for Tan Daoming, who had been sent to school by his family. All his other friends were present. Wanyue found herself in a carriage, escorted by the vice commander to the training grounds. In the distance, she spotted several majestic steeds galloping. Amidst the crowd, He Zongming rode a magnificent brown horse, not at the forefront, yet undeniably the most resplendent of them all. Standing at the edge of the racecourse, Wanyue cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, He Zongming. The distance was vast, and it took several calls before her voice reached his ears. He thought he heard a voice resembling Wanyue's, yet wondered if he was merely imagining it. She ought to be at school. What could possibly bring her here? Then, he caught sight of the young girl with two braids anxiously bouncing on the sidelines, fervently waving her hands. He Zongming. He Zongming. Come here quickly. I need to talk to you. Chapter 48. A crisis arises. With that, He Zongming immediately turned his horse around, galloping towards Wanyue. As he drew the reins tightly around the horse's neck, it reared up, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wanyue stood just a step away, untouched by the debris. He Dezhong dismounted, his eyes lighting up as he regarded her. Wanyue, what brings you here? He was still contemplating how to approach old Master Su regarding the marriage proposal his father had urged him to make. The plan to replace Su Qingyi with Wanyue was something even old Master Su was aware of, yet Dezhong felt the need to navigate this situation with finesse, maintaining a semblance of decorum. The He family was indifferent to the matter. His primary concern was Wanyue's reputation. He could not allow others to think the fault lay with her due to the substitution of Su Qingyi. Meanwhile, Tian Jiaxing, Chang Mao, and Zhou Jihua were engrossed in a horse race with He Dezhong. As he pulled ahead of them by a lap, victory seemed imminent. Chang Mao nudged Tian Jiaxing. Do you recognize that young lady? Tian Jiaxing recalled. Isn't she the girl from the medical clinic the other day? Chang Mao jested. How inconsiderate of He Dezhong. We've never hidden our pursuits from him, yet he insists on concealing his own. Recently turned 19. Dezhong's family had arranged a marriage for him with a daughter from a reputable family, though her appearance left much to be desired. Chang Mao was dissatisfied, and even after marriage, he frequently indulged in pursuits of pleasure. In the chaotic realm of battle, where swords and blades wielded indiscriminately, soldiers feared the loss of their comrades, especially when their families were left without heirs. Both Tian Jiaxing and Zhou Jihua had reached an age where their families began to orchestrate matches for them. Unlike Zhou Jihua, who remained disinterested in women, Tian Jiaxing found himself intrigued by beautiful maidens. Prompted by Chang Mao, he eagerly joined in, whispering secrets. Come on, let's go listen in. With a swift jab to the horse's belly, it whinnied and darted towards Wanyue. However, his riding skills paled in comparison to He Dezhong's precision. As he approached, he realized he could not stop in time. Wanyue, about to speak to He Dezhong, suddenly heard the alarming sound of a horse behind her. He Dezhong's pupils dilated. Watch out, he shouted, yanking her to safety as they tumbled to the ground, narrowly evading the stampeding hooves. Tian Jiaxing, realizing the gravity of his blunder, quickly halted his horse and leaped down to check on He Dezhong. Are you hurt? He Dezhong shot him a glare, his voice cold. If you let that horse run any faster, you can save your questions for the underworld. Rising from the ground, he extended his hand to Wanyue, assisting her as she too rose. Wanyue glanced apprehensively at Tian Jiaxing, who sheepishly scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. He Dezhong straightened his clothes and brushed off the dust from Wanyue's attire. With his sharp tongue, he left Tian Jiaxing feeling aggrieved and standing helplessly to the side. Finally emerging from her fright, Wanyue recalled her purpose for being there. Never mind, she thought, noticing He Dezhong's intent to reprimand. She tugged at his sleeve, causing him to pause and look down at her. She shook her head gently. Find a quiet place, He Dezhong. I have something to discuss with you. The safety of Commander, he, is of paramount importance. Those of lesser rank may not all harbor intentions to rescue him. Indeed, some might secretly wish for his demise to seize his position. Wanyue, wary of such circumstances, has chosen to remain silent, trusting no one but He Zongming. After all, that cunning old fox undoubtedly discerned her feelings during yesterday's events. He assumed her intended message aligned with his own thoughts and, without hesitation, acquiesced to her request. Very well. Follow me. I shall lead you to a more suitable location for our discussion. He Zongming guided Wanyue towards a tea room outside the racetrack. Seeing this, Tian Jiaxing was about to interject when He Zongming shot him a fierce glare. You are not to follow. Tian Jiaxing narrowly avoided being trampled by a horse, realizing his fault, and refrained from further action. However, Chong Mao, noticing the commotion, ambled over on horseback, grinning at the scene. Look at that. Doesn't it seem like He Zongming prioritizes romantic entanglements over friendships? We've all come this far, yet he still takes that young lady aside for whispered conversations. Dismounting, Chong Mao playfully raised his eyebrows. Who's discussing horses with you? Aren't you curious about what He Zongming and that girl are up to behind closed doors? Under normal circumstances, Tian Jiaxing would have joined in the banter, but he was too despondent to respond. Zhou Juha wore a stern expression. How tiresome. Chong Mao waved dismissively.
Bah.
How dull. If none of you are going, then I shall go on my own. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he stealthily approached the tea room, pressing his face against the door. He soon exited the tea room in haste, nearly tripping over his own feet. Zhou Juha frowned and chastised Tian Jiaxing. You're being reckless. If you had harmed that girl, it would have been unfortunate. But if you had injured Zongming, even 9 lives wouldn't suffice to compensate Commander He. Tian Jiaxing hung his head in remorse, resembling a wilted flower. I understand my error. He Zongming has already scolded me. Please spare me further rebuke. Chong Mao cast a furtive glance at them, avoided greeting the duo, and quickly made his way outside the racetrack. Once outside, he perked up, seizing a soldier by the arm. Hurry, take me to find my cousin. Something significant has occurred. Our opportunity has arrived. Meanwhile, inside the room, He Zongming grasped Wanyue's hand tightly, causing her discomfort. Wanyue, are you certain that everything you've said is the truth? Wanyue, enduring the pain, nodded.
Yes, you.
I heard it all with my own ears last night. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed her face. However, I only caught fragments, words like Commander-in-Arms. The rest is conjecture on my part. He Zongming's expression turned grave. Have you shared this information with anyone else besides me? Wanyue immediately shook her head. No, you are the first I sought out after recalling it. I've confided in no one else. Upon hearing this, He Zongming's tense demeanor eased slightly, his eyes flashing with a dangerous intensity. Chapter 49. In Troubled Waters. He Zongming's expression was solemn as he circled the room, using a key to unlock a drawer. From within, he retrieved an iron box, palm-sized, measuring 1 foot in length and half a foot in width, and placed it into her hands. Wanyue was nearly consumed by urgency, unable to bear his leisurely demeanor. Do you not believe what I am saying? Are you not concerned for your father? How can you still think of giving me something? Hurry and summon someone to pursue him. It was not until much later that Wanyue would come to understand this moment. He Zongming did not disbelieve her. Nor was he unconcerned. Quite the contrary, he believed her implicitly. He accepted every word she spoke. All the while his astute mind was crafting contingencies for the grim possibilities ahead, knowing that some matters could not be resolved merely by haste. Thus, this moment, where he appeared unhurried, came to pass. He Zongming pressed the box into Wanyue's arms, then paused, deftly hooking a finger around her neck to retrieve the small wooden token inscribed with her name, a keepsake she had carried since childhood. Wanyue was perplexed. What are you doing? He Zongming tucked the token into his palm and nudged her towards the exit. I shall keep this for you. I will return it upon our next meeting. Wanyue wished to protest, but they had already exited the tea room. He Zongming led her through a series of turns, arriving at an unvisited hidden door. Without uttering another word, he gently pushed Wanyue outside and closed the door behind him, leaving her startled at the sound of the lock clicking shut. As they made their way, Wanyue was astonished to see many soldiers she had never encountered before, all moving in unison with hurried expressions, as if a significant event were imminent. She instinctively shrank back, aware that they might not notice her. Yet she cautiously sought cover behind the buildings, treading even more carefully. Having frequently ventured out to find a Li, Wanyue was well acquainted with the nearby streets. Before long, she spotted the school from a distance. The sun hung low in the sky, its backdrop a pale blue hue, and at this hour, students were still in class. After the bell rang, Li Yuanyuan eagerly approached, gathering around her. Wanyue grasped her hand and tugged her outside, glancing around before whispering, Yuanyuan, you must not tell anyone what I shared with you at noon today. Of course, our secrets remain between friends, Li Yuanyuan replied. Wanyue reiterated, No one must know. Not even your parents. Rest assured, my mother has no interest in my affairs, Li Yuanyu and assured her. Even if she asks, you cannot say anything. All right. I won't speak of it. I promise it will remain locked away in my heart. Is that sufficient? Finally reassured, Wanyue sighed with relief and rummaged through her backpack. She produced a pack of cream cookies, only a few remaining. Here, this is for you. Li Yuanyu and gasped in surprise. All for me? Yes, all for you. Li Yuanyu and had no flaws except for her insatiable appetite, particularly for delightful treats. Holding a box of cookies, she smiled radiantly like a blossoming flower. Wanyue, you are truly wonderful, both beautiful and kind. It is a true delight to befriend you. Wanyue remained quiet, not responding. Upon exiting, Li Yuanyuan was greeted by a rickshaw, and the two waved goodbye before parting ways. Su Qingyi, however, continued to walk alone, setting off early. Along her path, she observed meticulously, and with each glance, her heart grew heavier. The streets were now patrolled by numerous soldiers. In contrast, when Colonel He was present, not a single soldier responsible for protecting the populace was to be found. Wanyue sensed that this was not a promising omen. As soon as she opened the lid, she was momentarily dazzled by the gleam of gold and silver within. Wanyue gazed in astonishment at the box, her fingers delicately sifting through the contents. The first layer contained 5 silver coins, while the second layer held 4 gold bars. Beneath these treasures lay a small paper package, nearly the size of her hand, snugly fitting within the box. Wanyue carefully extracted the package, holding her breath as she opened it, her heart racing. To her shock, nestled within was a finely crafted, diminutive handgun. She then securely concealed both the box and the small gold bar that He Zongming had previously given her. Once these tasks were completed, Wanyue pressed her hand to her chest, lying on her bed, gasping for breath. What could He Zongming's intentions be in bestowing these items upon her? If it were merely a gesture of gratitude for the information she provided, a monetary reward would have sufficed. A firearm was entirely unnecessary. She recalled the urgency etched on He Zongming's face when he had urged her to leave. Suddenly, a chill coursed through her, and she sprang up in terror. She had exposed herself. Surely, she would be discovered. Once He Zongming received news from her, he would undoubtedly take corresponding action. The malicious individuals would inevitably realize that their scheme had been uncovered. Should they seek to trace the source of the leak, they would immediately think of her encounter with He Zongming prior to his actions. With a loud thud, Wanyue, like a frightened rabbit, trembled all over, her hands shaking as she retrieved the small box once more. She hastily pushed aside the silver coins and gold bars, clutching the paper package tightly, her arms quaking as she held it to her heart. It was only then that she became acutely aware of the lingering dread of having narrowly escaped disaster. In the Su household, before He Zongming, she had endured, feigned ignorance, and bided her time for so long. How could she have been so foolish this time? Colonel He, a man of great intellect, surely would not have left himself without a contingency plan. Why did she feel compelled to play the hero? Clearly, she could have remained uninvolved, safeguarding herself. Yet, she had made a singular misstep, allowing thoughts of impending trouble for the He family to overshadow her judgment. Recklessly entangling herself in the chaos. Chapter 50. He is dead. If He Zongming were to triumph and successfully eliminate the villains, all would be well. But if the adversaries proved too formidable, they might very well dispose of He Zongming as well. A profound panic surged within Wanyue, yet she clenched her teeth. Her eyes filled with fear, but devoid of regret. He, the esteemed General He, is indeed a hero, having vanquished numerous foes. And it is precisely due to the presence of such formidable individuals that ordinary citizens, like her, can enjoy a semblance of peace. Although He Zongming may possess a certain assertiveness, he has, in truth, treated her fairly well. Apart from his reluctance to assist her regarding the matter of Ollie, he has generally shown her kindness. Initially, Wanyue feigned friendship with him, but at some point, she began to genuinely regard him as a friend. Wanyue sincerely wished for no trouble to arise between him and his father. In her heart, she quietly prayed, He Zongming, may you navigate this safely. Wanyue spent a night filled with anxiety, yet it unfolded without incident. The following day, as she rose to dress for school, Wanyue devised a plan. She secured a paper package to her thigh with a cloth strip, concealed beneath her skirt, ensuring that it would remain discreet, yet readily accessible for self-defense should danger arise. This day, the atmosphere was markedly different from before. The rickshaw driver escorting Wanyue to school muttered in confusion, "Strange, what is happening today? Why are there so many soldiers loitering about on the streets?" Wanyue felt a surge of nervousness as she listened. Fortunately, upon reaching school, everything seemed normal.
No.
Not everything was as it appeared. Tan Daoming was absent. Wanyue recalled that Tan Daoming had mentioned his father served under He Zhongming's father as a regiment commander. Why had Tan Daoming not come to school? Had something occurred in his family? Which faction did his father belong to? Had he accompanied General He? Or was he left behind to guard Chun City? Wanyu's mind was in turmoil, and she regretted not having inquired more thoroughly before. During class, her thoughts wandered, rendering her unable to focus. As the teacher lectured, a sudden outcry from a student pierced the air. "Look outside the window." Wanyue immediately lifted her gaze, only to behold thick black smoke billowing, consuming half the sky. Another voice cried out, "Oh no! That direction is my home. Why is it on fire?" Then someone shouted, "Isn't your house adjacent to General He's? If it's ablaze, how could his soldiers remain indifferent, allowing such devastation?" As soon as the words were spoken, confusion spread among the others, but Wanyu's complexion turned pale. He Zhongming, something must have happened to him. The teacher, noticing the commotion, rapped the desk forcefully. A boy, whose home was in the direction of the fire, disregarded the teacher's admonition and dashed out. The remaining students, their minds scattered, struggled to finish the lesson, their attention elsewhere. That evening, through the words of Elder Su, Wanyue learned the grim events of the day. Just after General He had departed, a fire engulfed his home, claiming the lives of his entire family, including his son and concubine, who perished in the inferno. As Wanyue held a bowl of rice, upon hearing this dreadful news, her hand trembled and the bowl clattered to the ground. Su Qingyi, however, instinctively smiled, exclaiming in surprise, "Really? Did He Zhongming also perish?" Elder Su frowned disapprovingly at Wanyue. "Unable to even hold a bowl properly, it seems you are intentionally mishandling things. Since you refuse to eat properly, there is no need for you to join us at the table in the future. Go. Your sister's newly changed clothes have yet to be washed. Attend to those garments." Wanyue stood there in a daze, then walked outside, hearing Master Su behind her sigh and leisurely say, "It has been said that including his son, He Zhongming was naturally burned to death." Wanyu's legs weakened, and fortunately, she managed to brace herself against the wall to avoid falling. After that day, her treatment in the Su residence took a sharp downturn once more. The maid responsible for waking her for school no longer came. Wanyue waited for a long time, but could not find her, vaguely sensing that the time for school had already passed. When she inquired, Master Su remarked, "Business has been poor lately, and the school fees are high. It is already quite difficult for me to support your sister's education. How could I possibly afford yours? Go. Do not linger here and be an eyesore. Attend to your duties." Although he said this, fearing that Wanyue might become too idle, he summoned the housekeeper responsible for cleaning and laundry. Wanyue recalled a phrase taught by the teacher in the academy: "When one person ascends, their followers also rise." It turned out that He Zhongming was that person, while she was merely the chicken and dog trailing behind him. Fortunately, Wanyue was adaptable and soon adjusted to her new circumstances. Old Lu, like old Su, had a sharp tongue but a kind heart, despite her harsh words. She was not too hard on Wanyue. Wanyue began to assist old Lu in cleaning the courtyard and doing laundry in the Su household. Days passed 1, 2, 3, and Wanyu's anxious heart gradually settled into the monotony of daily life. One day, while diligently hanging Master Su's trousers to dry, a gatekeeper approached. "Second miss. Someone is here to see you." Upon hearing this, Wanyu's heart raced, fear creeping back. "Who is it?" The gatekeeper replied. "It appears to be a girl of your age, dressed in blue, looking quite amiable." Hearing this, Wanyue felt a glimmer of recognition and relaxed slightly. She walked towards the front gate and, to her delight, saw Li Yuanyuan approaching excitedly. As soon as Li Yuanyuan spotted her, she dashed over. Wanyue was unsure how Master Su had explained her sudden absence from school, only to learn today that he had told others she was ill. Li Yuanyuan felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. She truly cherished her friendship with Wanyue and longed to attend school with her. But soon, her spirits lifted again as she grabbed Wanyu's hand and began chatting. "You have no idea, so much has happened at school while you were away." Li Yuanyuan was quite the chatterbox, and once she started, there was no stopping her. "Wanyue, pleased to have someone to converse with, listen quietly. Ever since the incident at the home of Colonel He, Spring City is now under the control of Wang Jiang, the former aide-de-camp." Chapter 51. She wept. "I find it utterly perplexing how Vice Officer Wang could be so misguided. He is accompanied by a man named Changsheng, who is utterly malevolent, committing all manner of atrocities, oppressing both men and women alike. He leads a band of ruffians who roam the streets daily, seizing whatever they desire without payment, extorting protection fees, and even abducting women." Li Yuanyuan's face was a mask of fury as she spoke with fierce indignation. Suddenly, Wanyue felt a jolt of alarm. "Why would you come seeking me under such circumstances? Are you not afraid of encountering such nefarious individuals?" Upon hearing this, Wanyue found the situation increasingly bizarre. If he were a man of integrity, his subordinates would surely reflect that virtue. Yet, their current lack of discipline raises grave concerns about Vice Officer Wang himself. As she spoke, Li Yuanyuan's complexion turned ashen. Wanyue regarded her in silence, and Li Yuanyuan shivered with apprehension. Thank goodness I came to find you. I hadn't even contemplated these dangers. After exchanging words at the doorway, Li Yuanyuan turned and quickly summoned a rickshaw, departing in haste. Wanyue remained momentarily stunned, her hand instinctively brushing against her skirt. Upon feeling the firm texture, she confirmed the small paper package was still there and exhaled in relief. She had encountered Su Qingyi several times, who always wore an air of pride, exuding sheer delight as she hummed tunes while walking. When their paths crossed, Wanyue was still holding a basin of dirty water she had used for laundry. Recalling Li Yuanyuan's earlier warnings, she contemplated approaching Su Qingyi to caution her about the potentially deceptive performance. However, before she could close the distance, Su Qingyi shouted at her from afar, "Stay right there. Do not come any closer. You reek terribly of refuse." With a mocking smile and a haughty gait, Su Qingyi turned slowly and sauntered away. Wanyue swallowed the words she had yet to utter, watching Su Qingyi's retreating figure with a stoic expression. In the ensuing hours, she continued washing clothes. Her delicate hands soon grew pale and reddened from prolonged exposure to the cold water. Occasionally, the wind would blow, causing an itch. Wanyue unconsciously scratched at her skin. Lu Posey noticed this, furrowing her brow as she discreetly retrieved a tube of ointment. She gently held Wanyue's hand and applied the salve. As Wanyue listened to Lu Posey's gentle chiding, an unfamiliar warmth surged within her, a feeling she had not experienced in quite some time. When Lu Posey released her hand, Wanyue expressed her gratitude. Lu Posey sighed and affectionately ruffled her hair. This gesture had once been a favorite of He Zongming, yet she had instinctively recoiled at the time. This time, however, she remained still, obediently accepting Lu Posey's tender touch. Reflecting on He Zongming, Wanyue closed her eyes, her heart swelling with bittersweet longing. The fleeting image of that youthful figure shimmered like a mirage. It felt as though so little time had passed, yet doubts began to creep in. Did such a cruel yet gentle person truly exist? Everything had been so beautiful and ephemeral, akin to a dream. Her hand instinctively brushed her neck, where the familiar rope was absent, the emptiness serving as a stark reminder. This was no dream. None of it was a dream. Those events had indeed transpired. He said let him die, yet he chose to depart with the only keepsake left by her mother. Moreover, he met his end in such a fiery manner. One could easily surmise that the small wooden plaque had turned to ash. Promising to return it next time was nothing but a futile hope. Since the day she learned of He Zongming's misfortune, Wanyue's emotions had remained remarkably stable. Suddenly, a tear welled in her eyes, cascading down her lashes. In her heart, she muttered vehemently, "Fraud." Upon witnessing Wanyue's tears, Lu Posey assumed the girl was merely overworked and fatigued. Previously, due to Wanyue's maternal lineage, Lu Posey had harbored a certain disdain for her. It was truly perplexing. She had never encountered someone so foolish, eagerly taking on responsibilities that were not hers. Time flew by like an arrow. On this particular day, Su Qingyi arose early, meticulously grooming herself and admiring her reflection in the mirror several times with delight. As she stepped outside, Wanyue happened to be tidying the courtyard at her door. Hesitating, Wanyue grappled with whether to share her thoughts. Although Su Qingyi was not particularly kind to her, she was not as cruel as the boys who threw stones at her upon sight. With this in mind, Wanyue took a step forward, attempting to approach her. "Sister, you today." "Who is your sister?" Su Qingyi shot her a fierce glare, ruthlessly interrupting her. "Remember this. In the Su residence, I am the mistress, and you are but a lowly servant. Unless I initiate conversation, you are forbidden to speak." Wanyue was momentarily taken aback by the reprimand. "I have something to say." "Haven't you learned your lesson yet?" Su Qingyi suddenly advanced, delivering a sharp slap to her face. "Have you remembered now?" She smiled haughtily, her nostrils flaring at Wanyue. The force of the blow turned Wanyue's face, leaving her cheek stinging with heat. In that moment, she found herself at a loss for words, not wanting to utter a single syllable. Just then, Master Su approached from a distance, casting not a glance at the beaten Wanyue, but instead regarding Su Qingyi with satisfaction. "My daughter truly deserves the title of the most beautiful in Spring City," he declared. Su Qingyi smiled in response, flexing her wrist from the recent altercation, playfully exclaiming, "What do you mean the most beautiful? That's so outdated. We now refer to ourselves as campus flowers." Master Su, maintaining his good-natured demeanor, concurred, Indeed. Campus flower it is. Come along. The rickshaw is waiting outside." You must make a good impression on Deputy Wang today. Only then did he seem to notice Wanyue, who was covering her face, his expression darkening. Step aside. Do you not see the young lady is about to leave? Why are you standing there like a fool? If any dirt from you tarnishes her, you can forget about eating in the Su household from now on. Chapter 52. A Time of Turmoil. Wanyue felt her eagerness just moments ago was utterly laughable. Bowing her head, she stepped aside. Su Qingyi hummed in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. It seems one must be struck to learn humility, such a blind fool. She strode briskly towards the entrance, anticipating the gathering of nobles and dignitaries at Deputy Wang's banquet, while Master Su indulged in dreams of ascending the social ladder. The daughter is so exceptional. If some high-ranking nobleman were to take notice of her, the Su family would be free from worries for a lifetime. On this particular day, Su Qingyi departed quite early. Master Su sent servants repeatedly to inquire about her whereabouts, and eventually, he set out himself to search for her. The following morning, the cook, Granny Su, and the laundress, Granny Lu, gathered together to gossip. From a distance, Wanyue could hear Granny Su exclaiming, "Granny Lu," with an expression of astonishment. "Don't speak such nonsense. If you tarnish the young lady's reputation, won't Master hold you accountable?" Granny Lu retorted. Upon hearing her disbelief, Granny Su immediately grew anxious. Clothes may not need changing every day, but meals must be consumed daily. Granny Su possessed information that was unrivaled in its accuracy. Reluctantly, Granny Lu began to believe her. Wanyue, eavesdropping nearby, quickly covered her ears and fled, running swiftly as if something unsavory were to pursue her. Her face still throbbed. It bore the mark of a slap from Su Qingyi the previous day. Yet she managed to smile. Throughout that day, Master Su remained absent. His bruised and battered appearance was a clear indication that he had been assaulted. Numerous servants ventured outside to observe, and Wanyue concealed herself behind Granny Lu, peeking out. A group of soldiers was seen carrying a stretcher, with a man leading the way whom she recognized from having previously accompanied He Zhongming. Wanyue had always harbored an aversion towards him, perceiving him as a shifty character. Now, seeing him swagger with a firearm only intensified her disdain. Before he could spot her, Wanyue shrank back and hid behind Granny Lu. Fortunately, Master Su's unconscious state meant he would not require a change of clothes. Thus, there would be no washing or hanging to do, allowing Wanyue to avoid work in the courtyard. She took a nap in her small room, learning needlework from Granny Lu, and during her leisure, Granny Su would visit to share the latest gossip. Wanyue lived quite comfortably. With the Su household's provisions running low, Granny Su's husband went out to procure supplies. Having heard some rumors, he returned to inform Granny Su that Su Qingyi had encountered some serious trouble, prompting her to relay the news to Granny Lu. Wanyue happened to be learning sewing at that moment and overheard their conversation. Granny Su began. "I heard that on the day of the performance at Vice Officer Wang's residence, all the female students were detained. Those fortunate enough were chosen by the officials and whisked away to become their wives, while the unfortunate ones were taken away by the soldiers to face unspeakable fates." Granny Lu asked, "What about Colonel He? Is he not intervening?" "Colonel He? Once he left, his entire family perished, with no one left who will uphold his decrees." Granny Su replied, "Do you have any news about our young lady? What has become of her?" Granny Lu inquired. "Shh, this is for your ears only. Do not share it with outsiders," Granny Su warned. Granny Lu's eyes widened in shock. "How can this be? You must be losing your senses, believing such absurd tales." Granny Su retorted, "My husband's nephew has recently enlisted and told me directly that he saw our young lady in a tent, even describing a birthmark on her waist vividly." Granny Su, eager to share, continued to recount tales of other female students. Wanyue listened with a mixture of shyness and anxiety. After a prolonged period, she noticed that among those afflicted, Li Yuan had not been mentioned, and she quietly exhaled in relief. Old Lu, having noticed the commotion, awkwardly cleared her throat and remarked, "Enough, enough. You old rascal, Wanyue is still an unmarried girl." Su, suppressing a laugh, added, "Wanyue is 18 this year, isn't she? It's high time for her to marry. It's only a matter of time." Wanyue pursed her lips and timidly retorted, "I am only 17. Su responded, 17 is not too young. If you were to marry, there would be suitors. However, in these times, the world is harsh, and those soldiers are akin to bandits. Where can one find a good family?" She sighed deeply, finally recalling that she still needed to prepare lunch, and departed. Above, the sky had darkened unbeknownst to them as a large cloud drifted by, obscuring the sun. Lu glanced upward, seemingly to herself, lamenting, "The weather is changing." The first rain fell, followed by a second, then a third, and a fourth. Mr. Su's health finally began to show signs of improvement. He could now venture outside with the aid of a cane. He no longer mentioned her. as if this daughter had never existed, or as if she had perished. Mr. Su appeared to age rapidly, his posture hunched and his gait unsteady. Without his cane, he could not step outside. He seemed to have grown indifferent to everything, including his business, spending his days at home, sighing and occasionally wiping away tears. Old Lu forbade Wanyue from assisting, disdainfully washing the clothes herself, saying, "That old hag may be aged, but she's not finished. That girl Xiaohuan will soon become quite remarkable. She will be the mistress of our household." Just 2 days after this proclamation, another rain fell, and the skirts had yet to dry. News spread throughout the Su residence that Mr. Su intended to take a new wife. Xiaohuan was indeed the new mistress. The once desolate Su household buzzed with life again, as red silk was unfurled and crimson cloth was hung. Just as a bouquet of red flowers adorned the entrance, a troop of soldiers arrived, carrying a stretcher. On that fateful day, the entire Su residence was thrown into disarray. Mr. Su, forgetting even his cane, limped out in haste. He merely glanced at the figure before him and fainted on the spot. Poor young lady, so ravaged, she was unrecognizable, her body marred from neck to feet, her belly swollen, appearing at least 5 months pregnant. Calculating the time, it had only been about 3 months since Su Qingyi had gone missing. In the midst of her lamentations, old Lu suddenly realized something and nudged Wanyue. "You were responsible for washing the young lady's clothes before her incident. Did you wash her monthly garments in those months?" Lu's expression morphed into one of distaste. "I nearly quarreled with Su over her. It turns out she was indeed right." Su Qingyi showed no self-respect. She then earnestly advised Wanyue, "Child, do not emulate her. A woman who lacks self-respect is like spoiled cabbage. Before marriage, no matter how sweetly a man speaks, never trust his deceitful words. You must safeguard your own dignity." These matters had never been imparted to Wanyue, who listened intently yet posed a perplexing question. What if one fails to protect it? What then? Lu Posey displayed a disapproving expression and scolded her vehemently. "You must safeguard it. Otherwise, no man would wish to marry you." Wanyue pondered this advice thoughtfully. As evening approached, Lord Su awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he trembled as he made his way to Su Qingyi's chamber, drastically altering his previous demeanor of affection, unleashing a torrent of invective upon her. His voice, unrestrained and thunderous, resonated throughout the courtyard, a stark contrast to his prior frail state, causing the very leaves on the trees to tremble in response. He deliberately ensured that every member of the Su family heard his disdain and contempt for Su Qingyi, seemingly attempting to sever the ties with his once beloved daughter. Su Qingyi, cradling her belly, knelt before him, a once proud and dignified figure now disregarding all semblance of decorum. Her hair disheveled, her face as pale as a sheet. Tears streamed down her cheeks. "Father, this child is not a bastard. It belongs to my beloved and me. I implore you to have someone send a message. We truly love each other, and he will surely take responsibility." Lord Su's face turned ashen as he kicked her several times, exclaiming, "Get away, you disgraceful wretch. I have long considered you dead to me." Hearing the commotion, Xiaohuan rushed out from a distance, throwing herself upon Lord Su. "My lord, please calm down. Do not let your anger harm your own health." Su Qingyi gazed at her in astonishment as Lord Su embraced Xiaohuan, much to her disbelief. "From this day forth, Xiaohuan shall be my new wife. The Su family is a grand lineage. We cannot allow our line to end. Do not look at me with such eyes. Sparing your life to let you endure the scorn of the Su family is already my greatest mercy." With that, Lord Su stormed off, assisted by Xiaohuan, who had once served as Su Qingyi's maid, dutifully bowing and scraping. However, Su Qingyi had never regarded her as an equal, often resorting to harsh treatment at the slightest inconvenience. After their departure, Su Qingyi remained alone, kneeling for an extended period, her gaze vacant, lost in thought. As she approached the door, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, startling her. She gasped, "Don't shout. It's me." The shadow swiftly covered her mouth. By the moonlight, Wanyue discerned the identity of the person before her: disheveled hair, a face worn and haggard, swollen features, and a large belly. It was Su Qingyi. Wanyue stared at her in astonishment, her expression a tumult of emotions. In her memories, Su Qingyi had always been the cherished daughter of Lord Su, the esteemed young lady of the Su family, perpetually pristine and untarnished. Yet now, the woman before her appeared bloated, destitute, and exhausted, akin to a rose stripped of its petals, wilting and forlorn. Without much preamble, Su Qingyi withdrew a silver coin from her pocket and placed it in Wanyue's palm. "Find a way to leave the estate and seek someone for me. This money is yours. I cannot leave and am unable to assist you."
Now,
Who remains unaware that the Spring City has fallen entirely into the hands of a band of outlaws. those heartless creatures, clad in military attire, engage solely in acts of debauchery and plunder. The streets are rife with chaos as they seize every beautiful young woman they encounter. For someone like Wanyue to venture out is akin to a lamb walking into the jaws of a tiger. Su Qingyi seemed unprepared for Wanyue's refusal. Gritting her teeth, she stood in place for a moment, then suddenly weakened and knelt before Wanyue. With tears welling in her eyes, she implored, "Good sister, you are my only hope at the Su residence. I beg you, remembering our days in school together, please help me by delivering this message." Wanyue was taken aback by this act, retreating 3 steps in quick succession, only to realize she had entered her room. Instantly, she raised her hand and slammed the door shut, swiftly locking it to keep Su Qingyi outside. She then turned and climbed into bed, covering her head with the blanket, ignoring the loud banging of Su Qingyi against the door. After a prolonged period of futile pounding, Su Qingyi, realizing that Wanyue would truly not respond, despondently relinquished her efforts. As an unmarried girl with an unwanted pregnancy, subjected to such circumstances, she understood that, according to old Master Su's decree, the child within her was deemed a bane. She could survive in the Su household, but the child must be eradicated. Old Master Su had already sent for a doctor, and it was likely that action would be taken that very night. Su Qingyi was acutely aware of her dire situation, yet, calculating the months, she knew this child belonged to the one she loved. She could not allow them to take it from her. Resolute that evening, she seized the opportunity before the Su residence locked its gates and stealthily slipped away. However, this time, old Master Su did not pursue her. He gazed at the now empty room, momentarily dazed, murmuring to himself, "It is better this way. If she is gone, then let it be as if she has died." Chapter 54. Encountering crisis, no one spoke of Su Qingyi's name any longer. The Su residence was once again adorned with festive decorations. Old Master Su formally took Xiao Huan as his wife, elevating her to the status of lady. The situation in Spring City grew increasingly grave, with soldiers treating merchants with utter disdain, seizing and slaughtering at will. Under old Master Su's command, several shopkeepers had perished. With a steady stream of dire news, old Master Su abandoned all concern for his business, allowing it to flounder. He fortified the security of the Su residence and spent the entire winter sequestered within its confines. This year's New Year was markedly more subdued compared to the lively celebrations of years past. Both Old Lu and Old Su could not help but voice their grievances, noting that the master had not distributed any bonuses this year. The servants grumbled as well. Amidst the chorus of complaints, Wanyue remained the most composed. While her own experience was equally bleak, she had long grown accustomed to such solitude. On New Year's Eve, Wanyue dined alone and then took out 2 sugar eggs she had secretly hidden away. In the corner of the backyard, beside a dog hole, lay a small iron shovel. Adjacent to it were 2 small mounds of earth marked with wooden plaques. She placed 1 egg at each mound, with the names inscribed in crooked stones upon the plaques. In the twilight of her youth, Wanyue struggled with literacy, having never received guidance, resulting in her handwriting being rather unsightly. It required careful scrutiny to decipher the characters on the 2 wooden plaques, one inscribed with mother, the other with bright. Rarely did she reflect upon the 2 individuals. The chaos in Spring City did not begin to subside until the summer of the second year. Not due to the sudden moral awakening of the bandits, but rather the emergence of a spontaneously organized militia. Initially, they operated in secrecy, protecting the citizens. On the streets, the bandits were committing heinous acts, harassing a young woman who had merely ventured out to buy groceries. Suddenly, the crack of a gunshot rang out, and by the time the onlookers reacted, the most aggressive of the assailants lay lifeless on the ground, a gaping wound in his forehead. Witnessing the swift demise of their comrade, the remaining bandits panicked, abandoning their pursuits and fleeing. Upon hearing of this incident, Wang Jiang was infuriated and issued several wanted notices, offering substantial rewards for the capture of those responsible for the assassination of his soldiers. Yet the populace was not naive. They discerned who treated them well and who did not. After 8 or 9 days, no news emerged regarding the bounties. Instead, 4 or 5 more of Wang Jiang's men perished while enacting their misdeeds. Subsequently, even one of Wang Jiang's most trusted aides met his end in an alley beside a tavern while procuring wine for him. Finally, Wang Jiang became aware of the looming threat and began to tighten his command over his troops, curbing their rampant misconduct. However, instilling discipline in a previously lax group was no simple feat. His men continued to meet untimely ends, leaving them in a perpetual state of fear. Wary of encountering corpses at every turn, the very air in the streets and alleys was permeated with the scent of blood. In hushed tones, the citizens praised those who had taken down the bandits. Lu and Su, Two elderly women spoke of them with admiration, referring to them as unsung heroes. At 18, Wanyue was of an age when most young women would be considering marriage. Yet, without parents to oversee her affairs, she remained unattended.
Lu,
Who had cared for her for a long time, had developed a bond with her. Observing Wanyu's long, dark braids cascading to her waist, she marveled. The girl has blossomed into a beauty. Any young man fortunate enough to marry you will be truly blessed. Wanyue, with skin as delicate as porcelain and eyes reminiscent of water-soaked apricots, moved with an ethereal grace, even in her simple, coarse attire. Listening to Lu's heartfelt sentiments,
Wanyue sighed in dismay.
indeed, she was already 18, the very age she and Ali had agreed upon for their union. Yet now, she had no word from him. As she calculated the passage of time, nearly 2 years had slipped by since their last meeting. In a sudden rush of determination, her lips tightened. No longer could she remain passive. That very evening, she gathered her long hair into a bun, concealing it beneath a hat, and donned a set of prepared servant's attire, transforming herself into a young man. Approaching the wall's edge, she lowered her head and deftly slipped through the dog hole she had excavated over 2 years, now sufficiently spacious to allow her to emerge with ease. Having not ventured beyond the confines of the Su mansion for quite some time, the streets outside appeared somewhat unfamiliar. After taking a few tentative steps, she gradually acclimated, carefully keeping close to the wall. The persistent malevolence orchestrated by Wang Jiang had led to the militia rising up intermittently, resulting in casualties among his troops. The streets were sparsely populated, and the presence of bandits was notably scarce. Long ago, while searching for Ali, she had made a pact with the local merchants, who had agreed to assist her in her quest, promising a generous reward for any information. This outing was intended to inquire if they had any news about Ali. Although she did not achieve her goal, she felt a measure of relief from the experience. The following day, just as dawn began to break, she donned a fresh set of clothes and quietly departed from the Su residence. Indeed, the small vendors had set up their stalls early, ready to conduct business. She encountered many familiar faces: Mrs. Zhang, Uncle Li, Aunt Wang. With enthusiasm, she rushed to each of them, inquiring one by one. After persistently questioning every vendor, she was left feeling despondent. As she walked along the path, someone rushed past her in a hurry, colliding with her. Her hat fell off, and her long hair cascaded down. Instinctively, she bent down to retrieve her hat, but just as she intended to place it back on her head, a sudden force gripped her wrist.
Wait!
A stranger had appeared beside her, clad in military attire. His face alight with excitement as he regarded her. What a striking young woman. When did such beauty arrive in Spring City? A jolt of apprehension surged through her. She realized the gravity of the situation. The man laughed heartily, closing the distance to block her waist and abruptly drawing her into his embrace. Chapter 55. Her self-rescue. Desperately, she struggled against him, but the inherent strength of a man against a woman rendered her efforts futile, like a tiny ant flailing under the claws of a ravenous wolf. Growing impatient with her incessant resistance, he hoisted her effortlessly onto his shoulder. "Little girl, you've got some spirit. Come along with me." The onlookers gazed on in horror, their expressions a mix of sympathy and pity, yet none dared to intervene. Not even a single voice rose to speak out in her defense. Scenes like this had become all too common in the 2 years since the He family was consumed by flames. The populace had transitioned from initial outrage and pleas for justice to a state of indifference and numbness. Initially, she cried out for help, but upon sensing the apathy of those around her, she fell silent, becoming still. Seizing the opportunity while he relaxed his grip, she contorted her body, dangling upside down, and endeavored to gnaw through the fabric binding her sleeves, managing to retrieve the exquisite small pistol affixed to it. This was the last gift left to her by He Zongming, and from the day she received it, she had carried it with her daily, solely to prevent a moment like this, where she found herself in the clutches of a villain. Gripping the gun, her wrist trembled slightly, her nerves taut. Facing an adult man with her diminutive stature seemed an insurmountable challenge. Opportunity presents itself but once. She must seize it with unwavering resolve. Should she falter, the consequences would be dire. Gripping the firearm tightly, she bit her lip, replaying the act of taking a life in her mind repeatedly. Her body, now fully attuned to her heightened focus, ceased to struggle. Her captor, mistaking her stillness for resignation, laughed heartily as he threw her onto the bed. If only she had been so compliant sooner. "Fear not, lovely little girl. As long as you obey, I shall ensure you do not suffer too greatly." With her face pressed against the disheveled bedclothes, which exuded a foul odor, she held her breath and turned over. The man was preoccupied, lowering his own belt. He had engaged in such acts countless times before and assumed that a girl like Wanyue, other than shedding tears and struggling like a kitten, possessed no will to resist. Little did he know, unnoticed by him, Wanyue gripped the small gun tightly, her trembling arms lifting it to aim at his head. This was her solitary chance. Repeatedly, she reminded herself, she must strike true.
Click.
The military belt unfastened.
Bang.
Her finger pulled the trigger with force. The man had no time to react, continuing his hasty disrobing. His body quivered violently before collapsing to the ground. Wanyue trembled all over, her arms shaking uncontrollably, not from fear, but from the jarring recoil of the firearm. With shaking hands, she approached the fallen man, keeping the gun trained on him, and kicked his body. He rolled over, his face grotesquely contorted, eyes wide open, as if death had claimed him completely. Wanyue stumbled back, fear gripping her heart. Her expression momentarily blank, as if her soul had fled. The distant call of a vendor selling freshly made pudding jolted her back to reality, allowing her to momentarily shake off the terror of having taken a life. Steadying her nerves, she averted her gaze from the corpse, hurriedly stowing the gun away, and turned to flee. As her hand grasped the doorknob, her peripheral vision caught sight of a freshly laundered military uniform hanging in the corner. She hesitated, her gaze fixated on the attire for quite some time. Disguising herself as a servant might lead to further complications. Yet, donning the military garb would surely deter other soldiers from troubling her. With this thought, Wanyue gritted her teeth, approached the lifeless body, and kicked it over to face down. She then took the uniform from the hanger and dressed herself in it. Despite the presence of a corpse in the room, her hands and arms trembled uncontrollably as she changed. However, as time passed, she gradually regained her composure. By the time she fastened the last button, her demeanor had returned to normal, her mind completely calm. After 2 years of laboring alongside the servants and maintaining a regular eating schedule, she had grown considerably taller. The man was not particularly tall, yet his clothes fit her quite well, with the trousers slightly rolled up, creating no sense of discord. Wanyue, having changed into her new attire, was in no rush to depart. She cast her gaze around the modest abode, which, despite its disarray, hinted at affluence. After the departure of Commander He, Spring City fell under the dominion of his former deputy, Wang Jiang. He allowed his soldiers to pillage freely, oppressing the common folk. The wealth visible within the room was entirely derived from the exploitation of the people. Resolute in her actions, Wanyue boldly approached the corpse and liberated the firearm from his waist. She then rummaged through the man's dwelling, discovering several magazines, a few military letters, and a handful of silver dollars tucked away in a box within a cabinet. After examining her findings, she carefully wrapped them in the servant's clothing she had just discarded. With her bundle in arms, she confidently exited the man's quarters, her hat still perched upon her head, her gaze cast downward. However, clad in her newly donned garments, the passers-by on the street instinctively avoided her, none daring to meet her gaze directly. As she traversed the thoroughfare, she felt a sense of security. Just as she approached another alley that would lead her to the Sioux residence, her vigilance waned slightly as she turned into the narrow passageway. Suddenly, a tall, dark-skinned man with a fearsome countenance emerged, brandishing a gun directed straight at her face. Startled, Wanyue shivered and promptly stood still, regretting her hasty departure that day. Barely escaping one danger, she had now found herself in the sights of another. The man's posture suggested he was not to be trifled with, and she harbored no delusions of fighting back. Instead, she resolved to employ her previous tactic. Regardless of his intentions, she would comply, waiting for an opportunity to resist once he let down his guard. Displaying a facade of timidity, Wanyue obediently raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. All right. I won't move. Upon hearing her voice, the man paused, abruptly removing her hat. Her dark braids cascaded down, revealing a lovely visage with a fair complexion and startled, expressive eyes. The man scrutinized her, furrowing his brow. How can it be a woman? Chapter 56. A reunion with old friends. Unaware of his identity or his intentions for abducting her, Wanyue remained silent. The man, no longer preoccupied with her gender, aimed his weapon at her forehead and spoke coldly. Wanyue listened quietly, nodding in compliance, inadvertently brushing her fingers against the gun at her waist. The man noticed this, swiftly striding to her side, and with a swift motion, disarmed her. Behave yourself, he commanded, gripping her shoulder with such force that she felt her bones might crack. She gasped, her complexion paling, and weakly protested, Please let go. I haven't done anything. The man scoffed, seizing her arm as one might a small chick, and led her into a nearby courtyard adjacent to the alley. The courtyard contained 3 small rooms, each door firmly shut. The man threw his head back and shouted, The mighty Yangtze River flows eastward. As the sound faded, the previously closed doors of the house swung open one by one. A group of young men, 3 or 5 in number, sprang forth from within. Had the operation been successful? Capturing an ordinary soldier was hardly satisfactory. They were expected to at least apprehend a deputy battalion commander. How had the mission fared? Were any of them injured? Amidst a flurry of inquiries, the men swiftly approached. Wanyue regarded them with keen interest, her gaze suddenly fixating on one individual. She was unable to look away, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Ali!" she exclaimed jubilantly. At that moment, the men noticed her unusual demeanor. Just as they furrowed their brows in confusion at the presence of a woman, Wanyue's unexpected shout startled them. They turned in unison to a round-faced man clad in coarse blue fabric. The man was momentarily taken aback by her voice, scrutinizing Wanyue with cautious eyes before breaking into an expression of surprise. "Wanyue, how could it be you?" The man restraining Wanyue was momentarily flustered by this unforeseen turn of events, inadvertently loosening his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Wanyue immediately broke free and dashed into Ali's embrace, holding him tightly. The surrounding militia teams were rendered speechless by this unfolding scene. The individual who had initially captured Wanyue, the leader of the militia team, Wanyue, cleared his throat heavily. At the very instant Wanyue leaped towards him, calmly also enveloped her in a tight embrace. The two seemed oblivious to everything around them, lost in their own world. Wanyue, equally curious, wondered about Ali's connection with this group and how he had come to be associated with them. She vaguely explained her reasons for donning military attire, deliberately omitting any mention of the firearm she possessed, only stating that she had inadvertently killed a thug while resisting him. To her surprise, upon hearing that the thug had met his demise, the men chorused their approval. Wanyue still bore the shadows and trepidations of her first kill, choosing not to dwell on the subject and swiftly redirecting the conversation to inquire about Ali's circumstances. Ali recounted how, shortly after being expelled from the Sioux residence, he lost his father, nearly succumbing to starvation, when he was rescued by the very man who had abducted her today, Wanyue, the leader of the militia. Wanyue had previously been the head of the underground syndicate in Chun City, colloquially known as the King of Thieves, with a band of miscreants skilled in petty theft. When Ali was taken in, he was still quite young, raised in the syndicate as an apprentice, never venturing outside during the day. Upon hearing this, Wanyue finally understood why her repeated inquiries about him had yielded no news. After Commander, he departed from Chun City. Vice Officer Wang had unleashed his men, allowing them to wreak havoc upon the populace, leaving the citizens in dire straits. Even Wanyue, the notorious thief, could no longer stand idly by. He organized his men to infiltrate the Wang residence, intending to teach them a lesson, but fate intervened, and they stumbled upon several firearms. By chance, as they procured the weapons and stepped outside, they encountered a soldier brazenly assaulting a woman in the street, leading to their first act of delivering justice. Subsequently, as if addicted, they embarked on a second and third such endeavor. Wanyue has resolutely decided to abandon his life of thievery, rallying his comrades to rise in rebellion and form a militia. Today, as they sought to capture Wanyue, it was driven by the dire need for ammunition, as their firearms were nearly devoid of bullets. It was rumored that officers of the rank of company deputy and above possessed the authority to access the armory, hence their intent to seize a hostage to procure fresh supplies of ammunition. When calmly reminisced about his past as a petty thief, a look of shame crossed his face. "Wanyue, do you think less of me?" Wanyue shook her head, her gaze meticulously appraising him from head to toe, her eyes brimming with admiration and excitement. "Ali, you have become remarkably formidable. I had heard of your exploits while at home, and now the people in the city proclaim that Wang Jiang and his ilk are beasts, while you are true soldiers, the great heroes in the hearts of the common folk." Wanyue then turned her attention to Wanyue and his band of brothers, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "You are all heroes and my benefactors. I must thank you for taking Ali in." Given Ali's circumstances back then, as a child without parents, utterly alone, had you not fortuitously encountered Wanyue, he might have perished in that winter. In Wanyue's heart, surviving was paramount. Regardless of Wanyue's past, he had granted Ali the gift of life. Thus he was a benefactor. As she spoke, she prepared to kneel. Wanyue, having lived his life as a notorious bandit, had witnessed countless spectacles. Yet, the sincerity radiating from Wanyue was unmistakable. Anyone could see that her words were heartfelt. She was not engaging in superficial flattery, her gratitude was genuine. As a former leader of thieves, despite any exalted status or glamorous life behind closed doors, Wanyue was acutely aware that his deeds were not without reproach. Seeing Wanyue about to pay such a grand homage, how could he accept? He quickly assisted her to her feet, his expression slightly awkward. "My dear girl, please refrain from such talk. We were not engaged in noble deeds back then." His only act of kindness in this life had been ensuring that the starving Ali did not meet his demise. As for the transition from thief to militia, it was truly a matter of circumstance. Wang Jiang and his gang had gone too far, and even those of their ilk could no longer tolerate it. Wanyue, however, remained steadfast in her desire to kneel. The world is harsh, and living is not easy. Regardless of what you have done, your willingness to help Ali survive makes you my benefactor. Niu Er once again helped her up. A man of iron and blood who had never feared anything in his life, now found his face flushed with embarrassment at the insistence of this young girl. Fearing that she might attempt to kneel again, Niu Er resolved to take his leave. Ali, since you and this young lady share a past, there must be many private matters to discuss between you two. My brothers and I shall refrain from being a third wheel. You may converse. Chapter 57. Her Initiative. As they prepared to depart, Wanyue called out once more. Wait a moment. She retrieved her own servant-s attire, carefully unwrapping the items it concealed. Her face bore a hint of shyness. Niu Er, this is what I took from that ruffianess abode. Inside are several letters. I am not well versed in characters and cannot comprehend them, along with some bullets that you should find useful. Upon hearing this, Niu Er immediately seized the items. Opening the letters, and his countenance brightened with joy. This is the contact list and transaction records between those ruffians and arms dealers. My dear, you have been immensely helpful to us this time. At the end of this month, they are expecting another shipment of firearms and ammunition to arrive at the port. We plan to seize it, which would serve as a perfect reserve. Old Niu meticulously examined all the letters, then inspected each bullet that Wanyue had brought. He couldn't help but nod repeatedly at Kong Li, exclaiming, Ali, my boy, you are truly fortunate. Not only is your wife beautiful, but she also possesses remarkable courage. A true heroine among women. Many virtuous women have fallen prey to soldiers, yet Wanyue, in a critical moment, not only protected herself but also successfully turned the tables on her assailants. She is indeed one of a kind. Furthermore, after taking a life, she remained composed and even devised the brilliant plan of donning the enemy's clothing to escape. One can assert that had she not encountered old Niu on the way, her actions would have been flawless from start to finish, allowing her to retreat unscathed on her own. Old Niu took the letters and bullets, noticing some silver dollars remaining, and offered to return them to Wanyue. Without hesitation, she replied, please take it. Old Niu, they were never mine to begin with, and they hold no significant value in my possession. Old Niu did not insist. His group was in dire need of money and weapons, so they took the items without further ado. As he departed, he took all his companions with him, leaving only Wanyue and Ali in the room. They had much yet to say to one another, but now they exchanged glances, falling into a silence that enveloped them. Almost simultaneously, they spoke. Wanyue, I am 18 now.
When will you marry me?
Wanyue's lips curled into an unwavering smile, yet in stark contrast to her excitement, Kong Li appeared somewhat troubled. Wanyue, He hesitated, his expression betraying his inner conflict. Wanyue gazed at him in confusion, her smile gradually fading. Have you changed your heart? No. I swear by the heavens, my heart belongs solely to you, Wanyue, and no other woman. Otherwise, may I face dire consequences. At this, Wanyue's sadness transformed into joy, and she playfully covered his mouth with her hand, blushing as she said, if you haven't changed your heart, then there's no need for such a grave oath. Calmly observed her for a moment before breaking into a smile, gently stroking her dark hair, and then her fair cheek. His eyes brimmed with tenderness as he softly spoke. How wonderful it is, Wanyue. When I left, I was always worried that Lord Su and the young lady would continue to mistreat you. Seeing you like this now brings me such joy. Wanyue felt her heart skip a beat under his gaze. The grown-up Ali resembled the boy she once knew, still possessing an endearing and handsome round face. Yet he was different now, taller, with broader shoulders and a more robust physique. His muscular arms gave her an overwhelming sense of security. Her voice unconsciously softened, tinged with the unique shyness of a young girl. So, when will you finally marry me? Not just yet. A hint of difficulty surfaced on Kong Li's face. Wanyue, you have seen and heard it yourself. What second master is leading us into his perilous, amidst the hail of bullets? My own life hangs by a thread, let alone bringing you along. I am not afraid. Wanyue tilted her small face upwards, her clear eyes shining with a resolute sharpness akin to a blade. When you were expelled from the Su residence because of me, I made a vow. No matter what you do in this life, I will steadfastly follow you. If you beg for alms, I shall be your beggar wife. If you tend to horses, I shall be your stable hand. If you are a great hero amidst the gunfire, then I will be the devoted wife who cooks and washes for the hero. I am no longer the child I once was. I have grown capable and can manage anything. Wanyue's determination deeply moved Kong Li, yet he still refused, no. Wanyue looked at him in surprise, her eyes suddenly reddening as she turned her head away, her voice dropping significantly. Could it be that you blame me? If it weren't for me, Uncle Kong would not have. Not at all. I have never thought that way. Upon hearing her misunderstanding, Kong Li immediately grasped Wanyue's shoulders, locking eyes with her, his gaze firm in assurance. I have never held you responsible for what happened back then. Wanyue insisted on an answer, having waited 2 long years, which felt like a torturous imprisonment to her. The Su family, devoid of Ali, was utterly colorless and devoid of meaning. Then what is the reason? Because it is dangerous. Wanyue, in the near future, we have a formidable battle ahead. I can disregard my own safety for my aspirations and the loyalty to my brothers, but I cannot allow you to share in this risk. Calmly held Wanyue's shoulders, his eyes ablaze with youthful ambition and vigor, promising her, Wanyue, wait for me a little longer. Once I assist Second Master in acquiring sufficient arms, the recent skirmishes with Wang Jiang's men have solidified Second Master's resolve to align with the regular troops. Acquiring arms is essential for securing enough weaponry to pledge allegiance to the commander of Northern Sichuan. Trust me, grant me a bit more time, Wanyue. Once I reach Yangcheng, establish a formal identity, and secure a stable residence, I shall be the first to come and fetch you. At that moment, I will marry you with great fanfare. Whether it be a grand procession with 8 or even 16 bearers. Wanyue, having followed him, faced not just the risk of being a widow in the future but also the prospect of merely being the wife of a petty thief. Yet, Kong Li did not wish to compromise her. Having promised to care for her for a lifetime, he felt it imperative to provide her with the best. After much hesitation, he revealed the team's future plans to reassure Wanyue. However, Wanyue was not swayed by Kong Li's grand promises, but there are only a few of you, while Wang Jiang commands so many men. As she spoke, unable to voice the ominous thoughts, her eyes began to glisten anew. How can a handful of men like old Neo possibly confront hundreds of Wang Jiang's troops? What difference does it make from throwing eggs at rocks? Foolish girl. Who said we are just a few? Second Master was once a king of thieves, held in high regard in these parts. When Kong Li spoke of the word thief, he felt a slight embarrassment. However, he quickly continued, what you see today is merely a small squad. In reality, our team consists of dozens of members, each skilled and capable of taking on 3 opponents single-handedly. Wanyue, half in disbelief, quietly glanced at him and asked, what about you? Can you also take on 3? Kong Li chuckled, rolled up his sleeves, and flexed his arm before her. Look, he said, revealing his muscular, wheat-colored arm. Wanyue, unable to resist, reached out to touch it. Kong Li, smiling, allowed her to do so, his expression tinged with pride. Although Second Master was a thief in his youth, he was quite righteous and treated me well, teaching me many skills. As he spoke, he miraculously waved his hand behind Wanyue and then opened his palm to reveal a hairpin. This is for you. Although the hairpin was wooden, it was exquisitely carved, adorned with beautiful and delicate patterns. Wanyue joyfully held it in her hands, exclaiming, it's truly beautiful. Observing her delight, Kong Li softly remarked, I carved this myself. Over the years, every time I thought of you, I crafted one of these pins. This is the most beautiful of them all. I have kept it close to me, hoping to hand it to you one day. Now I can finally give it to you. Please keep it safe. On the day you marry, you should use it to style your hair, and then you will marry me. Wanyue grasped the pin tightly in her palm. Although it felt light, it bore a weight that pressed heavily upon her heart, filling it to the brim. They had not spent much time together when someone knocked on the door, informing Kong Li that urgent matters awaited discussion. For Wanyue, it felt as if she had only just met Ali, and now she must part from him, leaving her filled with reluctance. She thought that the camp commander's uniform might serve Kong Li and his companions better. As she began to change, Kong Li turned to leave, but Wanyue said, don't go. It's been too long since I've seen you. I want to look at you a little longer. Kong Li turned his back to her, standing in the room, his ears noticeably flushed. Wanyue caught sight of this and couldn't help but chuckle, lowering her head. After changing, she teased him by playfully hugging him from behind. Kong Li stiffened for a moment, his voice trembling. Wanyue, stop it. They had both grown up, no longer the children they once were. Many of their actions now held different meanings. He found himself easily stirred by her presence, his breath quickening. Wanyue, who often lingered beside Granny Lu, was no longer naive about matters between men and women. In contrast to Kong Li's shyness, she was bold, her sparkling eyes glancing at him as she wrapped her arms around his waist, playfully declaring, after all, I will eventually be yours. Kong Li, even more flustered, turned to gaze at her delicate face, as radiant as a peach blossom. Unable to resist, he pulled her into his embrace, and Wanyue reciprocated, her small hands encircling his back, her cheek pressed against his chest. Just then there was another knock on the door. They instinctively parted, feeling as if they had been electrocuted. Outside, a voice announced, and after delivering the message, the person departed, leaving Kong Li feeling surprisingly unperturbed. Within the confines of their secretive rendezvous, a pair of young souls, filled with trepidation akin to childhood mischief, found their hearts racing at the sound of departing footsteps. Glancing at each other, their cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, they exchanged shy smiles. "Let us depart," Kong Li offered. "I shall escort you." As they walked, their hands were clasped tightly together, a gesture that naturally drew curious glances from passers-by. Yet, they remained unperturbed, their fingers intertwined, as if their bond constituted their entire universe. It seemed they had taken but a few steps when she arrived at the wall adorned with a dog hole. Wanyue pointed proudly at the opening, exclaiming, "Behold, I am not devoid of conscience. This hole was not always so large. It was I who, under the cover of night, diligently excavated it, shovel by shovel. In my quest to find you." Calmly gazed at the hole with an incredulous tenderness. In the past, driven by the need for sustenance, he had resorted to thievery under the tutelage of Nyo Er-yi. Thoughts of Wanyue often occupied his mind, a blend of longing, anxiety, and a shadow of sorrow lingering within him. He pondered her well-being, fretted over the trials she might endure at the hands of the Su family, and worried about the possibility of her heart wavering during their separation. Yet now, the girl he had yearned for stood before him, revealing that she too had harbored thoughts of him throughout the years. What a remarkable girl Wanyue was, truly splendid. A heart as pure as hers belonged solely to him. How wonderful it was. A warmth enveloped Kong Li's heart, a gentle surge of affection radiating from within. He enveloped Wanyue in his embrace, gazing at her delicate features, the impending farewell stirring a profound sense of reluctance within him. At last, unable to contain himself, he lowered his voice and softly inquired, "May I kiss you?" Wanyue paused, taken aback by his unexpected boldness. Quickly, she shyly closed her eyes, waiting. The silence stretched for what felt like an eternity. "Have you begun?" she asked quietly. "Have you consented?" he replied. With a resigned sigh, she softly murmured in affirmation. Wanyue subtly lifted her chin, positioning her lips in a more accessible arc, anticipating his approach. Moments later, a feather-light sensation graced her brow. And even such a delicate touch sent a wave of warmth through her, causing her legs to weaken. Grasping him for support, she gradually regained her composure. Wanyue opened her eyes, eager to glimpse her reflection in Kong Li's gaze. She presumed her cheeks were aflame, the heat palpable. Yet, he did not return her gaze. His own face was suffused with a deep crimson, akin to the last blush of twilight before the sun's descent. "I must take my leave," Kong Li whispered softly. Wanyue remained silent for a moment, her eyes locked onto his, imbued with a depth of emotion. It seems as though her gaze transformed into a paintbrush, meticulously capturing the angles, contours, and even the strands of his hair, embedding them deep within her heart. After a considerable pause, she extended her arms and embraced him tightly. Wanyue declared, "I want you to live. You promised to marry me, and you must fulfill that promise." Chapter 59, Another Parting. "Very well. I will certainly do so. Wanyue, I, Kong Li, will surely carry you in a grand sedan chair and bring you home with great fanfare." The two embraced each other fiercely, once more before reluctantly parting ways. Wanyue leaned against the wall, watching Kong Li's silhouette fade into the distance. Old Lu paused in her steps, astonished as she observed Wanyue's attire, her eyes filled with curiosity. Wanyue stood still, feeling somewhat awkward. But soon her face broke into a radiant smile as she greeted, "Aunt Lu, have you come to find me? Is there more laundry to be done?" Old Lu, after sizing her up again, replied, "My dear child, do you think I can only come to you to ask for work? And look at you, dressed like this. Have you sneaked out to play? Skipping lunch as well?" She had noticed Wanyue's absence during midday meals and came to check on her, bringing food along. Feeling the warmth in Lu's tone, which lacked any intent to scold her, Wanyue revealed a shy smile. "I simply haven't been out for a long time and took a stroll around the street. Aunt, please do not tell Uncle." Wanyue then graced her with a bright smile. "Thank you, Aunt." Upon returning to her room, she found a meal waiting on the small table, still steaming and fragrant. After washing her hands, she joyfully indulged in the food, sensing that her life was finally beginning to improve. From that moment on, hope blossomed in Wanyue's heart. She became livelier, her face often adorned with smiles, her spirit uplifted, and she willingly engaged in tasks. Whenever she encountered dirty laundry, she promptly washed it and hung it out to dry in the courtyard. Her slender, graceful figure bustled about incessantly. At 18, she had already acquired a captivating allure. Some servants privately whispered, "Do you think I could ask the master to marry Wanyue? Would he consent?" The listener retorted, "Have you lost your mind? She is the master's own niece. How could she marry a mere servant?" The servant bristled, "What of it? Do not forget, Her mother was a woman who sold herself to foreigners. When has Master Su ever regarded her as family? After a long day of labor, Wanyue finally found a moment to rest when she suddenly heard someone call her name softly from afar. She approached, inquiring, "What do you need?" A servant produced a length of red thread from his pocket, eagerly offering it to her. Wanyue took a step back, puzzled, and asked, "What are you doing?" The servant replied, "This is for you. Use it to tie your hair. It will look beautiful." Since the He family had fallen, Master Su no longer concerned himself with Wanyue's attire. The clothes she wore now were entirely funded by the silver dollars left to her by He Zongming. Living among the servants, she dared not dress too lavishly, fearing it might incite suspicion. A somewhat worn robe had been her constant companion throughout the seasons. 2 lustrous black braids adorned only by strips of fabric cut from old garments, devoid of any embellishments, framed Wanyue's graceful visage. Despite such simplicity, her ethereal beauty and striking elegance could not be concealed. Wanyue was undeniably lovely, and she was acutely aware of her allure. The male servants from the Su residence had sought her favor before. This was not the first. With a decisive shake of her head, she firmly rejected him, just as she had done with others. The servant, mistaking her shyness for acquiescence, attempted to grasp her delicate hand. "Do not be embarrassed. Accept my offering. A young lady such as yourself should adorn her beauty." Wanyue recoiled, frowning and stepping back, raising her voice. "I told you, I do not want your gifts." Suddenly, she collided with another individual, a woman who gasped in surprise. Indeed, a wretched existence breeds wretchedness. The mother is base and the daughter follows suit, seducing the household servants at such a tender age. How shameless. The 2 things Wanyue detested most were insults directed at her mother and those aimed at her. Today, Xiao Huan had managed to achieve both. Anger surged within her. "I did not." She turned to the servant, hoping for an explanation.
Yet.
The servant merely smiled ingratiatingly at Xiao Huan. "Madam, we share a mutual affection. Our love is sincere. Please support us in our union." Xiao Huan, flattered by his respectful demeanor, smiled and scrutinized Wanyue with disdain. "Still denying it, are we?" He has admitted it himself. Realizing that this servant was no virtuous man, Wanyue understood that his words were untrustworthy. "Enough. Who has the time to adjudicate your matters?" Xiao Huan's irritation was evident as she cast a sidelong glance at Wanyue. If you weren't enticing him, would he be so eager to shower you with gifts? What is done is done. Why not just admit it? "I said I did not." Wanyue protested loudly once more. But Xiao Huan merely glanced at her dismissively before turning away. The servant trailed closely behind Xiao Huan, his face a mask of obsequiousness as he whispered sweet nothings, ignoring Wanyue entirely as though she were but a specter in their midst. Their indifference and deliberate distortion of the truth rendered her efforts to clarify the situation both futile and absurd. Feeling unjustly wronged, Wanyue watched their retreating figures, biting her lip in anguish. If only Ali were here, in the Su residence. He would stand up for me and ensure that I do not suffer this indignity. However, Wanyue was unprepared for the true grievance that lay ahead. The persistent servant named Sun Quan was the son of the estate steward, Sunday. The steward had served the Su residence for decades. Even Xiao Huan, as the lady of the house, had to give him a measure of respect. It was unclear what Sun Quan had conveyed, but 7 or 8 days after his harassment, the master of the Su household suddenly summoned Wanyue. Upon her arrival, she found Xiao Huan, steward's son, and Sun Quan present, while the master sat and they stood. As Wanyue entered, she greeted him with a respectful, "Uncle." The master slowly acknowledged her with a grunt, lifting his gaze to examine her. "If I am not mistaken, you are 18 this year?" Chapter 60. The night escape. As Wanyue gazed upon the individuals within the house, an unsettling premonition suddenly took root in her heart. She cast a wary glance at Sun Quan and, steeling herself, replied, "Yes, uncle." Old Master Su remarked, "Regarding your affair with Sun Quan, Xiao Huan has already informed me. Steward's son has long been a part of our household, and they do not disdain your origins. Their willingness to accept you into their family is indeed a favorable opportunity." The ominous premonition was swiftly validated, and Wanyue's eyes widened in alarm. Before old Master Su could finish a statement, she interjected vehemently, "No, uncle. There is nothing between Sun Quan and me. I do not harbor any affection for him. I refuse to marry him." Upon hearing her words, old Master Su's previously amiable demeanor instantly turned icy. He regarded her with a lowered gaze for a prolonged moment before sneering. "What is it? Do you believe that the Sun family is beneath you? If you are unwilling to wed Sun Quan, then whom do you wish to marry?" Wanyue bit her lip, hesitating over whether to utter Ali's name. However, old Master Su continued unabated. "Could it be that you still hold a candle for He Zongming?" Her words faltered at the sudden mention of the name, leaving her somewhat dazed. It had been ages since she had thought of He Zongming. Only during Qingming had she burned joss paper for him alongside her mother. Seeing her silence, old Master Su assumed he had correctly discerned her thoughts. He scoffed. Having high aspirations is commendable, but one must remain pragmatic. Hizoming has been dead for many years. No amount of longing will summon him from the grave to marry you. Without waiting for Wanyue's response, he waved his hand dismissively, adopting a posture of fatigue. Enough. It is settled. The Su family has supported you for many years, and I possess the authority to determine your marriage. In 3 days, a good day shall arrive. Simply drape 2 red cloths and move into Sun Quan's quarters. Steward Sun had served him for many years and had never once sought a favor.
Today,
He was compelled to speak, and it was solely for the sake of Wanyue, whom old Master Su regarded as inconsequential. He relished the opportunity to enhance his reputation for benevolence towards the underprivileged. As for Wanyue's feelings or desires, they were entirely outside his purview. Though it was Wanyue's fate being decided, she felt like an outsider in that room. Everyone else conversed and laughed, reveling in their merriment. Only Wanyue, despite her several attempts to voice her objections, was ignored. Her protests were treated as mere whispers in the air. In just a few exchanged words, her lifelong destiny was thus sealed. As she departed, Wanyue was engulfed in heavy thoughts, feeling desolate and lost. Xiao Huan, behind her, coldly mocked. How dare you express dissatisfaction? Have you considered your own worth? With a mother like that, anyone who would take you in should be a cause for gratitude.
yet,
Someone had once assured her that her mother was a good person, that she had done no wrong. Wanyue bit her lip, contemplating for a long while, before recalling that it was Hizongming who had spoken those words to her. And Hizongming had long since perished, along with the decline of the He family. She knew she must first devise a means to evade the impending marriage to Sun Quan. She would never consent to wed a man steeped in deceit. Moreover, she already had Ollie. Lord Su was a man who would not tolerate defiance once he had made up his mind. Wanyue understood that she could not afford to remain passive. Otherwise, when the appointed time arrived, regardless of her reluctance to marry, Lord Su would have her forcibly taken to Sun Quan's chamber. Her bundle was filled to the brim with all the possessions she had accumulated over the years, which were, in fact, the gifts bestowed upon her by Hizongming. After packing her belongings tightly in her arms, she waited for nightfall to scurry towards the dog hole. She was determined to find her Ollie. She would rather face the storm of bullets alongside him than be casually married off to another by Lord Su. Before departing, Wanyue exercised great caution, changing into the attire of a servant. Outside, the night was eerily quiet. Every household had shut its doors, and the streets were illuminated solely by the moon, accompanying Wanyue on her journey. She was uncertain whether Ollie would still be there, but she felt compelled to take a chance. Following the outer wall of the Su residence, she turned onto a main street. At the end of the street lay a port, which during the day bustled with activity as cargo ships occasionally docked and workers unloaded goods at the wharf.
now,
Under the cloak of night, only 2 longshoremen remained, leaning back to back, idly chatting while fending off mosquitoes with their straw hats. Carrying valuables, Wanyue feared encountering thieves along the way. She kept her distance from them, sticking close to the wall, prepared to stealthily traverse the street. However, halfway through, the 2 longshoremen suddenly stood up, startling Wanyue. Afraid they might discover her, she froze, hiding in the shadows to observe them cautiously. It turned out that a ferry was slowly docking at the shore. Yet, were there still boats arriving at this hour? Doubt crept into Wanyue's mind. She could see several figures emerging from the ferry, their clothing and faces obscured by the night, but they appeared remarkably tall as they disembarked one by one. The first 4 men stepped off the boat and paused, dividing into 2 groups, standing vigilantly on either side while scanning their surroundings. Wanyue cautiously edged back further into the shadows. The men seemed to relax, bending down to say something to those still on the ferry.
soon.
Another figure emerged from the vessel, this one seemingly of higher status, as the others showed him great respect, though she could not discern his features. An overwhelming aura of authority emanated from him. Alarmingly, it seemed he had caught sight of Wanyue. In an instant, he straightened up and turned his head sharply, his gaze piercing through the darkness in her direction. Wanyue's heart raced, and she instinctively stepped back. Unfortunately, her foot inadvertently landed on a loose stone. The sound, though insignificant in daylight, was thunderous in the stillness of the night. Wanyue's heart tightened, her mind blank as she had no time to think before she turned and fled. Yet, just as she took her first step, a resounding bang erupted behind her. A chilling gust of wind swept past, almost grazing the top of her head. Beside her, on the wall that towered just slightly above her height, a bullet hole marred the surface. Wanyue's scalp tingled, and she stood frozen in place. A chilling warning echoed from behind her. If you run again, I will show no mercy with the next shot. Chapter 61. He is not dead. A person who could fire a gun with ease was certainly not merely boasting at that moment. Wanyue dared not move, her body stiff as a wooden post, standing still without even turning her head. In mere moments, the person behind her had swiftly approached her side, the gun's muzzle pressed against her forehead. Who are you?
Speak.
What are you doing sneaking around here? Wanyue glanced over in panic. The man's features were unremarkable, his attire that of an ordinary citizen. Yet, the way he held the gun and the aura he exuded made it clear that he was no ordinary individual.
No.
The aura of lethal intent surrounding him was even more pronounced than that of old Nyo and his gang. Realizing the peril she was in, Wanyue dared not conceal the truth. Trembling, she stammered, I was just passing by. Passing by? The man did not trust her words. Scrutinizing her from head to toe, his voice cold, a woman, dressed in peculiar attire, out at this late hour? Sensing a semblance of reason in his demeanor, Wanyue endeavored to compose herself, quietly explaining, I came out to find a friend. It's chaotic outside, and it's not safe for a woman to be out, which is why I chose to dress this way and come at this hour. Another voice interjected, have you ascertained the situation? Wanyue surmised that this must be their leader. From the context, it appeared that this group had no intention of indiscriminately killing innocents. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to advocate for herself. She abruptly raised her head and directed her gaze toward the man who held the most authority among them. The night was dense, and the dim light barely illuminated her surroundings, yet she discerned a faint sense of familiarity in the man's silhouette. His attention remained on the one who had seized Wanyue, but seizing the opportunity, she gazed intently at his face, pondering for a considerable time. Finally, she tentatively spoke, her voice laced with uncertainty. He's-oming? Both men momentarily paused their conversation. The man's gaze shifted from the shadows to Wanyue. Suddenly, he took the lantern from the boatman and raised it between them. The white light of the lantern illuminated Wanyue's face and revealed the gleam in her eyes. He's-oming. It truly is you. I thought you were dead. He's-oming, holding the lantern, scrutinized her closely, astonished by her bizarre attire, only to be met with her words that seemed to shatter the atmosphere of their long-awaited reunion. Your choice of words is quite fortuitous, he remarked. Wanyue, oblivious to any impropriety in her expression, replied joyfully, as long as you are alive, that is what matters. And what of your father? Is Commander he still well? Her words were far more courteous than the previous ones. However, as soon as they left her lips, He's-oming's demeanor suddenly darkened. The tender warmth that had just enveloped the air vanished in an instant. Wanyue gazed at the abrupt change in his expression, and the smile on her face gradually faded. I initially thought I was encountering a nefarious character, but since it is you, He's-oming, matters are simplified. I must continue my journey. We shall part ways here. The individuals accompanying He's-oming were evidently not to be trifled with. As they emerged from the port, their demeanor was marked by caution and secrecy, suggesting that they were engaged in significant undertakings. Wanyue, unwilling to delay his time, took the initiative to bid farewell. Given that those individuals were brought by He's-oming, it was unlikely they would trouble her further. After speaking her piece, she turned to leave. Wait! A man's voice called out from behind, halting her steps. Wanyue paused, turning back in confusion. He's-oming inquired, out so late and disguised in such a manner. Do you have something to attend to? It was indeed peculiar for a girl to be traversing the streets alone at such an hour, particularly dressed in male attire. Her appearance undoubtedly raised suspicions, and He's-oming's gaze revealed a hint of scrutiny. Taken aback by his probing, Wanyue hesitated before softly muttering, I am seeking a friend. He's-oming, undeterred by her evasiveness, pressed on, what friend? At this late hour, who in their right mind would allow you to venture out? His tone bore an air of skepticism, akin to an interrogation rather than the concern of an ordinary acquaintance. Wanyue stared at him in astonishment. It was only upon seeing her expression that He's-oming recognized his own impropriety. Instantly, his demeanor softened, and he spoke with greater gentleness. What I mean is, given the chaos outside and the darkness of night, it is unsafe for a young lady to be out alone. Why not share your destination with me? I could see if it is on my way and escort you there. We could converse along the way. It has been a while since we last met, and we could reminisce. Not far off, for subordinates, silently assigned by him to block Wanyue's path, regarded her with complex expressions. Who exactly was this girl? It was well known that He's-oming was not one for excessive words. Even in the presence of a general's daughter, he had never been as affable as he was now. When traversing the night roads, having a trustworthy companion was undoubtedly a blessing. After a moment's hesitation, Wanyue revealed her purpose for venturing out. I am looking for Ali. He's-oming responded, Ali? That name sounds familiar. Is he your friend? Wanyue lowered her gaze and smiled shyly. An uncommon display of bashfulness. He is my husband. He Zhongming's eyes suddenly turned icy, as if a fissure had appeared in his gentle facade. He spoke in a low, grave tone. You are married? Wanyue, still somewhat bashful, kept her head down, oblivious to the shift in his expression, merely responding, soon. The cold glint in He Zhongming's eyes only slightly diminished after her words, but it remained. The veneer of ice had cracked, yet beneath it flowed a dark, turbulent current. Only those who had battled alongside He Zhongming would recognize that his countenance now bore the weight of murderous intent. It suddenly came to mind that there was indeed such a person whom you had been thinking about and had searched for extensively in the past. Wanyue nodded in agreement, affirming his words. Yes, that's him. He Zhongming's gaze fell upon the small bundle in her hands. Has he gone to the Su family to propose to your uncle? Wanyue replied. We, the less fortunate, do not concern ourselves with such matters. As long as he holds me in his heart, I am willing to follow him, and that is sufficient. Her words were accompanied by a radiant expression of joy, her eyes brimming with a happiness so profound that it seemed almost ready to overflow. He Zhongming furrowed his brow at the sight of her. He no longer bothered to hide his emotions in her presence. Whenever Wanyue mentioned Ali, a light sparkled in her eyes, so dazzling that it rendered her oblivious to everything around her, even to him, standing right before her. Chapter 62. Tranquil Tea. Observing Wanyue engulfed in her personal sentiments, He Zhongming felt a dark cloud brewing within him and asked again, You haven't mentioned where he resides. Wanyue, wishing for companionship on her journey, disclosed Ali's address. After she finished, He Zhongming pondered for a moment before saying, It's not quite on the way to our destination, but I cannot allow you to go alone. How about this? Repeat the address, and I will send someone to deliver a message. He can come to escort you, and you both can travel together, which would be much safer. Wanyue, listening to He Zhongming's reasoning, found merit in it. Rather than traversing the night road alone in trepidation, having Ali come for her was indeed a better solution. That sounds good, but is it convenient for you? Will it cause you any trouble? Wanyue inquired. Her heart swayed. He Zhongming waved his hand, summoning someone Xiao Song, the tall man who had initially apprehended when he stepped forward in response. Present. He Zhongming instructed, share the address with him. Wanyue then recited the address, concerned that Xiao Song might forget or misplace it. She focused intently on his eyes, repeating the address 3 times and insisting he repeat it back to her for reassurance. Her attention was wholly on Xiao Song, allowing He Zhongming to proceed with his plans more easily. Behind her, He Zhongming silently gestured to another man beside Xiao Song. You accompany him. Once you find the location, leave no witnesses. After Xiao Song departed, He Zhongming stealthily followed behind. Wanyue watched their figures until they disappeared from sight, while He Zhongming's gaze remained heavy upon her. He called out to her. The weather outside is chilly, and this is a windy spot. Standing here waiting is not practical. Come with me. Let us find a place to rest. Wanyue responded, but if Ali comes, where will he find me? He Zhongming thought to himself that Ali would never be able to come in his lifetime, yet he reassured her, do not worry. Xiao Song and the others know the location and will bring him over. Eventually, Wanyue complied and obediently followed him. Along the way, He Zhongming took the initiative to ask her several questions regarding how Master Su had treated her during the year he had been away from Chun City, whether he had been kind or if he had inflicted any further abuse upon her. In a short span of time, He Zhongming inquired thoroughly about the events that had transpired with her. As they engaged in conversation, they unexpectedly encountered a row of quaint bamboo houses, simply constructed along the riverbank. These abodes were primarily inhabited by laborers toiling at the docks. By this hour of the night, most households had extinguished their lights and retired to slumber, save for one residence where a lantern flickered at the entrance, standing out distinctly in the darkness. He Zhongming led Wanyue towards it, and as they approached the door, a modestly dressed, capable-looking woman emerged upon lifting the bamboo curtain. You have finally arrived, sir. Your friends have already gathered. Shall I escort you to them now? Wanyue, unfamiliar with her, remained silent, awaiting He Zhongming's response. He Zhongming replied calmly, there is no rush. I have brought a new friend. Please ensure she is settled first. The hostess then turned her gaze towards Wanyue, her eyes betraying a moment of confusion, quickly masked. If I am not mistaken, you must be a young lady. Though Wanyue donned male attire and a hat, her delicate and slender figure bore no resemblance to that of a man. The hostess smiled and said, Please follow me. There happens to be an available room, along with some refreshments and tea. She gestured for Wanyue to accompany her, but Wanyue hesitated, looking to He Zhongming with uncertainty in her eyes. Eventually, she allowed the hostess to lead her away. They entered the bamboo house, which contained merely a table, a stool, and a bamboo bed. The hostess brought in a pot of tea and poured a cup, offering it to Wanyue with an apologetic smile. My abode is rather humble, lacking in finer things. I hope you will not find the tea unpalatable. Having been on the road for some time and engaged in conversation, Wanyue indeed felt parched. She expressed her gratitude and took a sip from the cup. The hostess mentioned she had matters to attend to and departed after delivering the tea. Leaving Wanyue alone in the room, Wanyue found herself more at ease in solitude. Bored, she surveyed her surroundings and sat quietly for a while, pondering the past year of Hizoming's disappearance, surmising he must have fared well. If he was thriving, then it stood to reason that his father had been rescued in time. As for the fire at the He residence, perhaps it was a deliberate ruse to deceive the nefarious? If it were a performance, it had been executed with remarkable realism. As these thoughts swirled, Wanyue inadvertently yawned, her eyelids growing heavy. She rested her head upon the table and gradually drifted into slumber. The closed bamboo door was gently pushed open, revealing a tall silhouette standing at the threshold. Observing her for a moment to ensure she was fast asleep, Hizoming entered the room, lifting Wanyue and placing her onto the bed. Even in her dreams, she seemed aware, as upon being laid down, her legs shifted slightly, leaving her shoes outside the covers. Hizoming glanced at her and removed her shoes. He then took off her hat, allowing her long braid to cascade down, framing her porcelain-like face. Her dark hair, resting beside her delicate features, created an endearing and exquisite image. He was not concerned that she would fail to wait for Ollie. A whole packet of calming powder would be sufficient for her to sleep soundly until dawn. Hizoming rose and walked outside. The lady of the house, intrigued, inquired, "Sir, why have you never mentioned this charming young lady by your side before?" Hizoming cast a downward glance at her, his demeanor starkly contrasting the gentle patience he displayed toward Wanyue. A hint of coldness lingered in his brow as he replied, "Are you certain you wish to inquire about my affairs?" Startled, the lady immediately recognized her overstepping and lowered her head, murmuring, "Forgive my indiscretion, sir. I shall refrain from speaking further." Hizoming ignored her, brushing past her and turning into another room that had remained dark, revealing not a glimmer of light from the outside. Upon opening the door, he found 20 men seated in orderly fashion. As soon as he appeared, they all rose in unison, exclaiming, "Commander." Chapter 63. A night of vengeance. The night was shrouded in darkness, with hands unable to discern anything before them. In this obscurity, the men briefly gathered in the bamboo house before silently dispersing. At this hour, when most were deeply ensconced in slumber, shadows silently spread outward, with individuals from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest converging with them. These individuals often appeared in Spring City: barbers, merchants carrying burdens, and laborers toiling at the docks by day. They blended seamlessly with the ordinary citizens, appearing no different from them. About a month prior, they had suddenly emerged on the streets, seamlessly integrating into the city, living covertly. Unbeknownst to anyone, they were all sent by Hizoming to scout enemy movements and gather intelligence. A month of stealthy probing and preparation culminated in this night. At midnight, when most citizens were lost in dreams, at their most vulnerable, a firework suddenly shot up into the night sky in a straight line. As it reached its zenith, the sparks burst forth, transforming into a splendid firework display. The bloom was beautiful yet ephemeral, vanishing in an instant, only to break apart into countless sparks descending. Among them, one bright spark fell precisely into the estate of Wang Jiang, the current ruler of Spring City. Upon landing in the dark earth by the wall, it ignited, swiftly spreading along the ground. It burrowed inward, deeper still, toward the concealed stash of explosives that had long been prepared. With a thunderous roar, an explosion erupted, akin to a clap of thunder on a clear day. Flames erupted skyward, shattering the tranquility of slumbering dreams. Nearby, at the Spring City arsenal, 2 soldiers on watch were roused from their sleep, astonished as they gazed toward Wang Zhang's estate. Upon seeing the flames, their expressions tightened, and they prepared to call for help. However, just as they stood, 2 gunshots rang out. The 2 men stared wide-eyed in shock at the encroaching darkness, unable to discern the identity of their assailant before collapsing lifelessly. From behind a wall, a man clad in icy composure lifted his mask, blowing gently on the muzzle of his gun. Approaching with practiced ease, he rifled through the lifeless bodies and retrieved the keys to the arsenal. In the northern part of Spring City, a small group of individuals, clutching bundles of hay, surrounded the residence of the Chang family from all 4 directions. "Ignite!" With that command, smoke began to billow. Before long, a servant, roused from slumber by the acrid fumes, stumbled outside, coughing. A burly man with a full beard gestured authoritatively. "Keep your eyes peeled. Spare only the household servants. Let none others escape." Behind him, over 20 men wielding cleavers responded in unison, "Yes." Without uttering a word or asking a single question, they brandished their blades like vengeful spirits, striking down anyone adorned in fine garments. A man clad in satin nightwear, cursing as he emerged from the suffocating smoke, bore a fleeting expression of relief. Yet, before he could exhale fully, he was met with the cold edge of a blade. The strike was swift, and the assailant, emboldened by the support of Wang Jiang, executed Chang Mao, who had committed countless atrocities, without a single scream escaping his lips, cleaving him cleanly in two. Flames engulfed the surroundings, illuminating the night sky and transforming the dark into a brightness akin to day. The crimson glow shimmered upon the river's surface, the gentle breeze stirring it to life, reminiscent of flowing blood. Screams echoed in every direction as people fled in terror. However, their desperation proved futile. There was no escape. The knives were merciless, devoid of any compassion. The explosive blasts offered no chance for survival. That night, the vast expanse of Spring City morphed into a realm of unbridled malevolence. The stars of death had arrived, and those burdened by guilt had no hope of salvation. Meanwhile, Wanyue lay peacefully asleep on her bamboo bed, immersed in a sweet dream. In her slumber, she had eloped with Ali, together. They built a blissful little family and welcomed a small child into their lives. Ali worked tirelessly to provide for them, while she tended to their home, washing and cooking. Their love was renowned, a source of admiration among neighbors as the quintessential loving couple. One winter, snow fell abundantly, yet the roof leaked, allowing large flakes to drift down onto their heads. The scene was enchanting, prompting them to delay repairs. Instead, they added more coal to the stove, gathering together to warm themselves by the fire. They chatted and laughed, encapsulated in sheer happiness. As Wanyue lay on the bed, turned towards the door, her delicate lips parted slightly with each breath, exuding an innocent charm. Hizongming approached her, gently lifting the blanket to cover her once more. You attempting to elope? He playfully poked her soft, fair cheek with a finger, tapping her brow and then her cheek. Gradually, his touches transformed from taps to caresses, his thumb gliding over her porcelain-like skin. Silly girl, the man you long for has not waited for you. He has already abandoned the place you hoped to reach. They had prudently searched the house, examining every room in the courtyard. Not only was the house devoid of inhabitants, but even the bedding was absent. It was evident that the departure had been meticulously planned. The unexpected encounter along the way indicated a fateful connection between them. There was no need for him to seek her out. She would come to him of her own accord. A prey delivered to his doorstep naturally warranted no chance of escape. He would not permit her to leave again. Outside, Xiao Song and his companion whispered to one another. Who was that girl they encountered on the road? The commander seemed to be quite close to her, did he not? Close? What leads you to that conclusion? Does it require analysis? You've been by the commander's side for a year. Have you observed him converse so extensively with any other woman? Where would you have me look? We've been engaged in warfare. There were no women around.
How could that be?
Have you forgotten Miss Fong? Fong Jilan, the daughter of the general, once spent 6 months on the battlefield with Hizongming's troops, saving numerous wounded soldiers. Many sought her affection, yet she only smiled in the presence of Hizongming. In contrast to her demeanor, Hizongming appeared remarkably indifferent toward her. When conversing, he either maintained distance or deemed it unnecessary. This comparison rendered Hizongming's treatment of Wanyue distinctly exceptional. In that moment, they could not help but speculate about the nature of Hizongming's relationship with Wanyue. Chapter 64. Overnight tea. As the first light of dawn broke the horizon, Hizongming's subordinates finally returned one by one to report. Report to the commander. The Wang family, consisting of 97 members, has no survivors except for women and children. Report to the commander. A total of 700 firearms and 1,000 rounds of ammunition have been completely relocated by our men. Report to the commander. The rebel forces numbered 153. We have eradicated 127, with 26 missing from their homes and their whereabouts unknown. Report to the commander. We have apprehended the rebel Chang Sheng. All 12 of his wives and 2 sons, along with 6 daughters, have been captured alive. However, despite searching Chang's residence thoroughly, we were unable to locate the rebel Chang Mao. According to the testimony of Chang's servants, he is suspected to have gone to a brothel. We have thus captured his wife and 9 concubines. Further actions await your command, Commander. Hizongming maintained an expression of calm neutrality, revealing neither joy nor anger, and waited for them to finish before inquiring, were there any casualties among our own? Report to the commander. A total of 100 men were deployed tonight. 21 brothers were injured, 12 of whom are severely wounded, while the rest sustained minor injuries that do not hinder their mobility. No one was killed. Upon hearing this, Hizongming finally smiled, saying well done. Notify all involved in tonight's operation that they will receive second-class merit and a monetary reward. The injured brothers will receive compensation based on the severity of their injuries.
Yes.
Thank you, Commander. The last two affirmations were far more spirited than the previous ones. The commendable aspect of Commander He was his tangible generosity towards his men. This singular trait was sufficient to ensure their unwavering loyalty and willingness to serve him. As the pale sky gradually illuminated with the first rays of light, the sun was on the verge of rising. The assassins, who had been busy throughout the night, dispersed quietly like birds and beasts, vanishing into the dawn-esque glow. Wanyue lay peacefully asleep beneath the covers, her serene and gentle visage adorned by a subtle smile at the corners of her lips, suggesting she was lost in a delightful dream. Unbeknownst to her, the world outside had been ravaged through the night, transformed into chaos. She slumbered uninterrupted until midday the following day. As she groggily opened her eyes, she spotted a man sitting by the table. Startled, she bolted upright, only to realize it was He Zongming. In that instant, memories flooded back, prompting her to swiftly leap from the bed, hurriedly don her shoes, and rush to his side, pushing against his shoulder. He Zongming, wake up! He Zongming, stirred by her voice, slowly opened his eyes, still tinged with remnants of sleep. What is it? He murmured. Wanyue, filled with urgency, inquired, where is Ali? How did I fall asleep last night? Did Ali come looking for me? As her days gradually faded, clarity returned to He Zongming's gaze. He sat up, his expression still somewhat weary, fingers massaging his temples. You woke me for this? Wanyue felt a surge of frustration at his nonchalant demeanor. You promised to help me. He Zongming, I trusted you as a friend. Don't play with me. Is that all it takes for you to be angry? He Zongming chuckled softly, finally appearing more alert. He continued, last night, Xiao Song came by but couldn't find anyone. He said all the rooms in that courtyard were empty, indicating that they had left long ago. Wanyue was taken aback, her mouth agape and expression vacant. This outcome was entirely unexpected, leaving her feeling like a lost wanderer, unsure of her next steps. Observing her reaction, He Zongming wore an expression of genuine confusion. You don't even know if they're home, and you think you can elope like this? I truly wonder who is playing you. His tone turned slightly cold, as if insinuating that Wanyue had wronged him. Wanyue, momentarily stunned, recalled He Zongming's usual authoritative demeanor, which left her feeling uncertain and questioning her own understanding. Ali had indeed mentioned that after completing a significant task for Master Nyo, he intended to seek refuge with the regular army in another city, possibly with the commander. Realizing this, Wanyue acknowledged that perhaps she had acted too hastily. I didn't say anything, she murmured, her voice diminished. He Zongming cast a cool glance in her direction. Though he said nothing, his action of turning his head away after a quick look made her feel inexplicably guilty. Did you really stay up all night just to deliver news to me? He Zongming glanced at her again, and as she observed him closely, she noticed the redness in his eyes, unmistakably indicative of a sleepless night. Otherwise, why would I be in your room? Could it be that I have an interest in you, waiting for an opportune moment while you sleep? His words were sharp and somewhat flippant, yet for Wanyue, who was accustomed to the gossip of the matrons, such remarks failed to elicit any sense of alarm. She offered a sheepish smile to He Zongming, saying, I never said such a thing, so do not wrongfully accuse me. Their previous encounter had taken place under the dim light of night, and with her mind occupied, Wanyue had not closely observed him. Now, as daylight broke, the world outside was bathed in golden light, allowing Wanyue to finally behold He Zongming in his entirety. His features remained unchanged, still strikingly handsome, though his complexion had deepened since he had last departed from Chun City, and a conspicuous dark scar marred his neck. Yet, these imperfections did not diminish his charisma. Instead, they lent him a more commanding presence than the delicate-faced actors on stage, evoking a sense of awe in those who gazed upon him. Suddenly, Wanyue's attention was drawn to the scar on his neck, her eyes fixated upon it. He Zongming waited a moment for her to speak, and when she remained silent, he raised an eyebrow and inquired, What are you staring at? You could recognize me in the dark, yet now that it's light, you act as if you don't know me? As he spoke, he shifted his posture and casually poured himself a cup of tea. Just as he was about to take a sip, he halted abruptly, recalling that the tea had been laced with a sedative, and promptly spilled the entire cup onto the floor. Observing his peculiar behavior, Wanyue assumed it was related to her earlier misstep. Hesitantly, she asked, Are you angry? If so, I can apologize. He Zongming, however, was puzzled by her insistence on an apology. Who said you needed to apologize? I am not so petty, Wanyue replied. But what about the tea? He Zongming regarded the empty cup with a calm demeanor, unperturbed. It's just leftover tea from last night. It is not meant for consumption. Seeing his demeanor was not one of anger, Wanyue felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yet, she could not suppress her curiosity. Are you certain that my designated location yielded no one? Could it be that it was too dark and your men took a wrong turn? Noting her persistence, He Zongming's expression darkened slightly. Well, now that it is light, if you do not trust me, why not go see for yourself? This time, Wanyue did not dispute him. She was indeed inclined to verify the situation with her own eyes. Clutching the hem of her garment, she picked up her hat from the side, saying, "Then I shall take my leave." "Wait," He Zongming interjected, furrowing his brow as he approached her side. "What is the rush? The house won't sprout legs and run away. Wash your face and have some food first." Wanyue, however, had little appetite, hastily splashed water on her face, eager to depart once more. He Zongming observed her unmasked urgency, a chill emanating from his gaze. "I will accompany you. With Wang Jiang and his crew around, I understand your reluctance to venture out during the day." Delighted by his offer, Wanyue did not hesitate to accept, her initial reluctance forgotten. Although the assassination had occurred while most citizens were asleep, the explosive sounds and the cries for mercy had echoed long enough to awaken those nearby.
Depopulace.
Unaware of the identities involved, only knew that chaos had erupted once more. Acting on instinct, they locked their doors tightly, refraining from venturing outside. Even as midday approached, the streets remained deserted, devoid of even the usual peddlers calling out their wares. As Wanyue walked alongside, He Zongming down the street, she found herself perplexed by the desolate atmosphere surrounding them. However, her mind was preoccupied, and she hurriedly made her way to the courtyard where Li had previously resided. Upon arrival, she immediately noticed the front gate standing wide open, causing her heart to skip a beat. A place with inhabitants would never be left in such a state. Once inside, she surveyed the area and, indeed, discovered that the rooms were utterly devoid of life. In the space they had once shared, she rummaged through in hopes of finding something Li might have left behind. To her dismay, the room was impeccably clean. With the cabinets entirely empty, not even a single sock remained, let alone a letter. Frustrated by her fruitless search, she resigned herself to leaving. Her shoulders slumped and head bowed in disappointment. He Zongming awaited her in the courtyard, raising an eyebrow as she emerged. "Did you find everything?" he inquired. "I found nothing," Wanyue replied. "Could it be that you overlooked something? Did you thoroughly check the crevices in the walls and the gaps in the floor?" Detecting an underlying tone in his words, Wanyue shot him an annoyed glare. "You are teasing me again," He Zongming replied with a faint smile. "When have I ever played you for a fool? If you are so concerned about him, you ought to be more meticulous. Perhaps he has mastered the art of concealment and is hiding in the wall, waiting for you." Wanyue, feeling disheartened, stepped closer to him without responding. After a moment of silence, He Zongming spoke again. "Since you cannot find this elusive man, do you have any other plans?" Startled by his phrasing, Wanyue's large eyes widened in protest. "He is not an elusive man." He Zongming looked down at her, his demeanor resolute. "He is without a matchmaker. Without a fixed residence. What else would you call him? Do you have a fixed residence?" Wanyue retorted, only to realize the insensitivity of her words. The burning of the He family home was a wound for He Zongming, and she should not have struck at his sore spot. Yet, He Zongming appeared unfazed, continuing their verbal sparring with a calm smile. "I may lack a permanent home, but at least I did not deceive an innocent girl into eloping with me. Do not speak nonsense. He did not deceive me," Wanyue asserted. At this moment, He Zongming's patience wore thin. Seeing her stubbornness, his expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, "He did not deceive you, then are you willingly compromising your dignity, abandoning propriety, and engaging in a shameless liaison? History is replete with individuals like you, and they are often labeled as courtesans." Wanyue was taken aback by his harsh words, her face flushing with embarrassment. She looked at him, her mouth opening and closing as she sought to respond, but tears began to well up in her eyes. "I have no mother, no one ever taught me," she exclaimed, turning away and fleeing. He Zongming was momentarily stunned by her reaction, watching her retreating figure in astonishment. The anger that had initially bubbled within him due to her abrupt awakening dissipated silently, washed away by the glimmer of her tears. Forget it, he thought. She is just a young girl without parents, who has barely received an education. What understanding could she possibly have of such matters? He Zongming dashed after the direction in which Wanyue had fled. With a heart full of sorrow, she swiftly exited the alley. However, upon stepping into the emptiness of the street, her footsteps faltered once more. With paths stretching in every direction, she wondered which way she should go. Ali was no longer in Chun City, and at the Su family's residence, an ill-intentioned son Quan awaited her. The grand thoroughfare lay open before her, yet she found herself at a loss, uncertain of how to take that first step. As she hesitated, He Zongming caught up to her from behind. Seeing her tear-filled eyes and her solitary stance at the crossroads, looking utterly bewildered, his heart softened. He approached her gently, saying, "I didn't utter any harsh words. So, why are you so upset?" Wanyue glared at him, her eyes brimming with tears, her cheeks flushed with anger. You called me a harlot. Should I still smile and agree with you? Heizongming realized that their earlier conflict was not easily reconciled. He glanced at her, who had turned her face away, quietly wiping her tears with her small hands. He hesitated before tentatively saying, "Should I apologize to you?" Wanyue was taken aback. She never expected such a humble admission from someone who usually maintained an air of superiority before her. Instantly, her tears ceased, and her grievances faded away as she gazed at him in astonishment. Heizongming, under her scrutiny, displayed a hint of remorse, his warm fingers brushing her tear-stained cheek. "I spoke too harshly just now. It was my fault. I apologize, so please don't hold a grudge against me, all right?" The final word rose slightly in pitch, imbued with tenderness. His gentle demeanor, leaning slightly to converse with her, radiated warmth and sincerity. For Wanyue, this was the first time she had ever received such treatment, and it was indeed her inaugural experience of someone apologizing to her. She stared blankly at Heizongming, and her anger evaporated. She even forgot to shy away when his hand gently caressed her face. The two exchanged glances, and the air around them fell into a tranquil silence. Heizongming broke the quiet with a touch of resignation. "Do you refuse to forgive me?" Turning her head slightly, she replied, "Just promise you won't speak like that again." Though Heizongming had been struck, a faint smile graced his face as he indulged her minor tantrum. "All right, I won't say it again." Satisfied, Wanyue prepared to utter her forgiveness when suddenly her stomach let out a loud growl. They both paused. Heizongming appeared surprised, while Wanyue felt a hint of embarrassment, covering her belly with her small hand. Heizongming's eyes sparkled with amusement. "I was a bit abrupt earlier because I hadn't eaten since I just woke up. If you've forgiven me, would you mind accompanying me to grab a bite?" Wanyue understood. He was trying to alleviate her discomfort, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush as she nodded. However, to their dismay, none of the roadside shops or restaurants were open. The hostess had already prepared a feast in the room where Wanyue had rested the previous day, filled with fish, meat, and exotic seafood she had never seen before. What astonished her even more was that the bowl was filled with steaming white rice. In these tumultuous times, the common folk have lost their will to cultivate the land, and fresh rice has become a rare commodity. Subsequently, with the fall of the He family, Lord Su turned his back, leaving Wanyue to subsist on coarse cornmeal and rice porridge. It was only during the new year that she savored white congee and eggs, the porridge being more water than rice. When a sumptuous spread was laid before her, Wanyue's eyes sparkled with delight, her astonishment palpable. "So many dishes. And are we the only two to partake?" She nibbled on her finger, eyes filled with yearning and conflict. "Is this not too extravagant?" Heizongming watched her with a smile. He preferred to see her joyous rather than in the desolation of searching for Ollie. He picked up a piece of fish eye and placed it into Wanyue's bowl. "Go ahead, perhaps we can finish it all," he encouraged. The chopsticks he used were his own, and had Wanyue been a well-bred young lady or a cultured woman, she would have sensed the impropriety of the gesture. Yet, having grown up eating from a communal pot, where the servants of the Su household would jostle for morsels, she thought nothing of his familiarity. Once the food was in her bowl, she naturally picked it up to eat. The banquet before them, even in Spring City, was of the highest caliber, especially for Wanyue, who had not tasted anything good in a year. After her first bite, she wielded her small chopsticks with abandon, cheeks stuffed like a little hamster, and she could hardly pause. Ironically, it was Heizongming, who had claimed to be hungry, who barely touched his food after the initial few bites. More often, he found himself observing Wanyue. As she occasionally lifted her gaze to meet his, she noticed his scrutiny. "What is it?" she queried. "Is there food on my face?" Heizongming chuckled softly. "No, please continue." Wanyue rewarded him with a sweet smile before returning to her hearty feast. Heizongming regarded her, his eyes dark with emotion. Once, he had been mired in slaughter and hatred, his spirit dulled. Even on the battlefield, amidst the clash with foreign foes, he felt a lack of honor or shame. He could not fathom his purpose in fighting, to protect his home. His home was already lost, tragically snuffed out by the hands of his own kind. Sharing the same yellow skin, to defend his country? It held no value for him, as his home was not within its borders. In times of familial joy and abundance, where everyone cherished him, relieving him of burdens, Wanyue's presence became a novel experience for Heizongming. He appeared in her world as a lofty redeemer, bestowing upon her the trinkets he possessed in excess, treating her like a cherished pet, deriving amusement from her. Yet, when all those he held dear transformed into lifeless corpses, when the century-old He family legacy was reduced to ashes, and all he had crumbled away, his fleeting interest in Wanyue during times of comfort, and the naive thoughts of his youth, became utterly insignificant, unworthy of mention. Until a certain battlefield, Where both sides had exhausted their ammunition and resorted to a brutal melee with bayonets, a man swung a blade towards He Zongming's neck. Miraculously, He Zongming's life was spared as his necklace intercepted the blow. It was the wooden plaque inscribed with the name of Wanyue, which he had taken with him as a subtle ploy, hoping she would not forget him. Yet, in the end, it was he who had forgotten her, even neglecting the fact that her token remained closely worn. However, after that fateful encounter, He Zongming found himself recalling Wanyue once more. At that moment, a rekindled desire for life surged within him. He finally began to empathize with the father he had once dismissed, who had surrounded himself with numerous women, perhaps driven by the same solitude, a longing for belonging in a world labeled as home. Fearful of death and the prospect of no one to claim his body, he observed Wanyue, engrossed at the dining table, her face alight with satisfaction and happiness over a few simple dishes. This further solidified his resolve. A home may be lost, but it can be rebuilt. Family may be gone, yet one can create anew. Perhaps a man willingly faces the battlefield, risking his life against the enemy's weapons, striving to protect his nation, all for the hope of returning to a family that enjoys a life free from want, basking in peace and contentment. As the meal drew to a close, Wanyue cradled her round belly and finally set down her chopsticks. He Zongming, in unison, laid down his own. "Are you full?" he inquired. She cast a sly glance at him, stuck out her tongue, and smiled shyly. He Zongming, enchanted by her demeanor, found her utterly endearing. With the meal finished, it was time for the next step. He gazed at Wanyue and asked leisurely, "Have you ever thought about what comes next?" Still lost in the joy of the feast, she stared blankly for a moment before responding. What comes next? Her wide, innocent eyes reflected her naivety. She truly hadn't contemplated the future as deeply as He Zongming had. Wanyue pursed her lips and lowered her head in silence. He recognized that he had struck a chord. His gaze lingered on her, a glimmer of desire flickering in his eyes, akin to a famished cheetah spotting a tender, plump rabbit. Chapter 67. Follow me. In truth, I hold no significant grievances with my uncle. Wanyue cautiously observed He Zongming's expression before tentatively speaking. There's a stewardess son who wishes to marry me, and my uncle has consented. He is pressuring me to wed him. The young girl surprisingly seemed quite sought after. A flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. The stewardess son? Wanyue nodded, a hint of complaint on her face. He tends to bully others. After all, he is the son of the housekeeper. The notion of a mere housekeeper's son presuming to wield authority made He Zongming internally scoff. They likely had yet to encounter true power. Wanyue remained ensnared in her thoughts, contemplating how to articulate her next words. He Zongming remarked, "This matter is simple. I will assist you." Really? Wanyue was taken aback by his promptness, feeling both astonished and delighted. "When have I ever deceived you?" He Zongming smiled at her and decisively stood up. "Such matters are best addressed sooner rather than later. Wait here. I shall go speak to the Su family." Wanyue had initially risen with him, but upon grasping his intent, she hesitated slightly. "Shouldn't I accompany you?" He Zongming replied, "What purpose would you serve by coming along?" He thought to himself that she would undoubtedly follow him in the future, wherever he went. Yet, he recognized that Wanyue did not harbor such feelings for him at present. Articulating his intentions outright would surely frighten her. Thus, he gently persuaded her. His words struck deeply at Wanyue's heart, echoing her own concerns. She furrowed her brow in distress, feeling utterly helpless. "But where else can I go besides the Su family?" Seizing the opportunity, He Zongming addressed the crux of the matter. "You may follow me." "What?" Wanyue exclaimed, standing abruptly, her face a canvas of astonishment as she stepped back in a flurry. He Zongming had anticipated her reaction, yet witnessing it still left him somewhat discontented. That man, what was his name? Li, was a mystery. He lacked even a stable residence, yet she spoke of him with such bliss, willing to risk encountering danger at night to elope with him. Yet here He Zongming merely suggested she accompany him, and she displayed such fear and aversion. A chill swept through his eyes, and he scoffed inwardly. Did she truly regard him as inferior to the son of a lowly servant? Nevertheless, he feigned greater astonishment than Wanyue. Why such a strong reaction? Although the He family in Spring City has diminished, I have secured another residence elsewhere, with ample vacant rooms and sufficient servants. We are friends. I would never mistreat you or leave you wanting. I could also have my staff continue to inquire about your beloved Li. Once found, you may reunite, which would surely be preferable to remaining with the Su family, living in constant fear. Upon hearing his words, particularly concerning his offer to assist in locating Li, Wanyue realized she had misinterpreted He Zongming's intentions. Truth be told, she was intrigued. For a woman in tumultuous times, devoid of support yet blessed with beauty, the notion of a stable home and secure life was undeniably enticing. "Let me think it over," she replied. Although He Zongming painted a captivating picture, Wanyue understood she needed to take a chance. She had to wager on the sincerity of his goodwill. What if his promise to find Ali was merely a casual remark? Or if complications arose, and he failed to uphold his word? Such outcomes would prove catastrophic for her. With no familial ties to He Zongming, trusting him enough to follow him was a daunting decision. He Zongming observed her expression, as if he could discern her thoughts. "A year ago, my father encountered a misfortune, and it was only due to your timely warning that I managed to evade disaster. Wanyue, you have been benevolent to our He family, particularly to me." He Zongming, am not one to forget kindness. Do you truly fear that I would deceive you? To assuage Wanyue's concerns, He Zongming willingly broached the past, recounting the significant upheaval that befell the He family. This marked the first instance since their reunion that he mentioned the matter, having previously diverted her inquiries on several occasions. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Wanyue's heart found solace. The events of that time had indeed aided the He family. He Zongming's tone conveyed an unmistakable sense of gratitude towards her, articulating his thoughts with sincerity and candor. However, she quickly interjected, "You promised to help me find Ali? So, do not deceive me." He Zongming gazed at her with utmost tenderness, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Rest assured, I will ensure you are married off." Though Wanyue felt a tinge of shyness, she could not suppress a smile as she lowered her head. They traveled via the water route, the most discreet means of transit. Naturally, their arrival at the Su residence was not ostentatious. He brought along only 4 trusted subordinates, including Xiao Song. The Su residence was relatively close to the Wangjiang family, and it had undoubtedly been affected significantly the previous night. Consequently, the doors remained tightly shut, showing no signs of being opened. At He Zongming's signal, Xiao Song stepped forward and knocked on the door twice. After a lengthy silence, there was no response from within. He Zongming's expression remained stoic. "Handle it as you see fit." Following orders, Xiao Song produced a firearm and with a loud bang, shattered the lock. Mr. Su was in the courtyard, taking a stroll with the assistance of Xiao Huan when the gunshot startled him. Who goes there?" The front door creaked open. Several servants, armed with thick clubs, stood on guard. Xiao Song fired a shot into the air, commanding, "Step aside. The commander of Chuanbei is visiting. All unauthorized personnel, clear the way." Chapter 68. Securing the marriage certificate. The servants, not even waiting for him to finish his introduction, dropped their clubs and fled at the sight of the gun. Once inside, Mr. Su realized that further pretense was futile. Trembling, he allowed Xiao Huan to support him towards the entrance. "Commander of Chuanbei? Welcome, honored commander. But it seems we have had no prior acquaintance." As he spoke, he lifted his gaze and finally recognized the man standing in the center of the courtyard. Initially startled, disbelief washed over him, causing his eyes to widen. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed the identity of the figure before him. He. Mr. Su's pupils constricted, his body quaking as he pointed at He Zongming, stammering the words repeatedly, overwhelmed to the point of incoherence. He Zongming stepped forward, completing his sentence with a calm smile. "It has been a long time, Mr. Su." In the main hall of the Su residence, He Zongming had instructed his 4 subordinates to remain in the courtyard, preventing them from entering. Xiao Huan was also dismissed by Mr. Su, leaving only He Zongming and Mr. Su in the room. Old Master Su wiped his tears and snot, each word dripping with sorrow as he recounted the events that had transpired in the Su family following the troubles at the He family. His speech was imbued with palpable resentment towards Wang Zhang's family and the rampaging bandits. He spoke at length, and when he finally fell silent, He Zongming patiently listened. After a considerable pause, old Master Su, with a face full of anguish, stammered, "You know everything? Then you must also know about Qingyi." His words faltered under the weight of his grief. He Zongming remained silent for a moment before responding. "The bandits are savage, for a girl like her. Merely surviving is a feat in itself. She should not bear the blame for their cruelty." Since the incident involving Su Qingyi, old Master Su had not ventured outside. It was not merely the chaos of the times that kept him indoors. He also feared the derision of acquaintances, dreading their scornful gazes. He believed that his daughter's misfortune had tarnished the Su family's reputation. However, to his astonishment, the first person to speak in defense of Su Qingyi was none other than He Zongming, who had previously exhibited a haughty demeanor towards him. This revelation provided old Master Su with a much-needed outlet for his pent-up sorrow, prompting him to weep bitterly before He Zongming. After observing him for a while, He Zongming grew somewhat impatient. It was curious how old Master Su displayed such profound grief over Su Qingyi's plight, yet he could be so ruthless towards Wanyue. A mere girl, pressuring her into a marriage she did not desire. He Zhongming felt little sympathy for old Master Su. Before the elder could finish his lament, He Zhongming interjected. In truth, I have come regarding the marriage agreement that my father once established. Old Master Su halted his cries, gazing at him in shock. You still wish to marry her, even now? He Zhongming, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, I have stated that it is not her fault. Old Master Su, unable to retain his composure, lamented, but Qingyi cannot overcome her own obstacles. She is no longer with us. It was precisely this acknowledgement that He Zhongming had been waiting for. Observing the tear-streaked face of old Master Su, he smiled. When my father was merely a colonel, he received your kindness upon arriving in this esteemed place, and thus he arranged this union with your daughter. Now that I have ascended to the rank of commander, I have not forgotten my roots. I come to honor this promise, as the He family values loyalty and righteousness. However, old Master Su, our righteousness does not equate to weakness. We will not allow ourselves to be bullied. I have come to propose. Yet you tell me that you no longer have an unmarried daughter. Is that not a bit unreasonable? Old Master Su regarded He Zhongming and realized that he was no longer the straightforward youth he once knew. He Zhongming had matured significantly. Not just in appearance but also in his approach to life. Young Master, Commander He, your willingness to engage with me amicably today is already a great honor for this old man. I am aware of propriety and my own limitations. If you have any requests, please express them directly. Old Master Su had resolved to part with a substantial sum, preparing to facilitate He Zhongming's departure with what he sought. He Zhongming looked at him, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he slowly spoke. I have reached an age where I come to fulfill our marriage contract, esteemed sir. What do you believe I seek? Master Su, initially perplexed, stared at him in confusion. He Zhongming met his gaze, his voice dropping slightly as he articulated each word deliberately. I am in need of a wife. One who can manage household affairs and bear children. Master Su remained bewildered, but Qingyi, she cannot be found. He Zhongming's eyes held a deeper significance. The Su family has more than one daughter, does it not? When He Zhongming departed from the Su residence, he wore a broad smile. In his possession was a marriage certificate, penned by Master Su himself in his capacity as Antoine's uncle, binding his niece, Wanyue, to him. With such a document in hand, the ensuing matters would be considerably simpler for him. Should she prove to be stubborn, once she was in his grasp, the decision of marriage would no longer rest with her. Within the Su residence, Master Su felt invigorated after He Zhongming's departure. Tears still lingered in his eyes. Yet his face shone with joy. Bring forth the firecrackers. Quickly. Retrieve all our stock and hang them outside the main gate. Xiao Huan cautioned him. But sir, those bandits are rampant outside. What if they take notice of us? There are no more bandits. They are all gone. Master Su laughed and cried, exuding a mad glee as he proclaimed to Xiao Huan, Wang Jiang and the others are all dead. The thunder last night was the sound of their families being claimed by the King of Hell. Before leaving the Su residence, He Zhongming remarked, Esteemed sir, I have avenged Su Qingyi's grievance last night. Master Su, a man of considerable acumen, pieced together the peculiar sounds and flames from the previous night, along with He Zhongming's miraculous resurrection and his newfound rank, and immediately comprehended everything. The long-silent Su family was finally alive with activity once more. Firecrackers hung at the entrance, crackling in a manner that even the New Year celebrations had not dared to rival. Alone, Master Su wept and laughed, lost in a frenzy of joy. On the streets, Xiao Song walked beside He Zhongming, quietly reporting, the people from the Chang family have released the innocents as per the commander's orders. Most of the traitors who narrowly escaped have been tracked down by our men and sent on their way. As for the few who managed to flee, there are only 3 and they pose no threat. However, one individual, named Chang Mao, seems to have vanished. He was not found yesterday and has not shown himself today. Chapter 69, The Obsession of Women. The team requires supervision, and he cannot linger in Spring City for long. Having concluded his business last night, he must depart tonight. Yet, given the current circumstances, he must postpone his departure. Xiao Song raised this matter with a specific purpose in mind. Given He Zhongming's current status, he has attracted considerable attention. The longer he remains outside, the greater the risk of assassination. Understood. I shall instruct our men at once. We shall set out tonight. In the bamboo house, Wanyue sat alone in her room, feeling quite bored. Noticing that the weather outside was rather pleasant, she decided to step out for some fresh air. Just as she crossed the threshold, before she could take 3 steps, the hostess emerged from another bamboo house, her face adorned with a warm smile. Why is the young lady venturing out? Is something amiss or lacking? Please command me, and I shall procure it for you. Wanyue had never experienced such earnest attention and felt somewhat out of her depth. No, it's nothing I desire. I merely wish to take a stroll. The small house did indeed feel a bit stuffy, and it was quite normal for the young lady to seek a breath of fresh air. However, given the chaos outside, wandering alone would be unwise. The gentleman specifically instructed me to look after you. Wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you, the hostess declared, naturally moving to Wanyue's side and linking her arm. Wanyue had no intention of wandering far. She simply wished to meander near the bamboo house. Yet the hostess, exuding familiarity, followed closely, chattering away. I trust the lunch was to your liking? If there is anything you disliked, do not hesitate to inform me. That dish shall never grace the table again. No, everything was quite good. Thank you for your hospitality, sister. Sister? The hostess chuckled, covering her mouth. You flatter me. I am nearly 40, and by age, I am likely the same as your mother. Wanyue was genuinely taken aback. The older women she had encountered were all the matrons and servants of the Sioux household, or merchants in the marketplace, or impoverished women washing clothes by the riverside. All of them bore weary faces and looked aged well before their time. Yet, the hostess of the bamboo house possessed fair skin, bright eyes, and neatly arranged hair. Though clad in a simple, unadorned qipao, her demeanor was brisk and her manner refreshing. Had she not revealed her age, Wanyue would never have guessed that this woman was nearing 40. Aunt Lu was only 36 this year, yet in comparison, she appeared as if she could be the mother of the hostess. You look remarkably youthful, Wanyue exclaimed. The hostess smiled in delight. It is not that I am youthful. It is that the women you have encountered are simply unfortunate. From dawn till dusk, they toil relentlessly for a meager meal, having no freedom to tend to themselves. If they do not age quickly, who will? Such words were unfamiliar to Wanyue, leaving her gaze somewhat vacant. The hostess, taking hold of her hand, led her a few steps toward the riverbank, pointing things out. Look at those two washing clothes. What do you think their relationship is? Wanyue lifted her eyes to see two women, both gaunt and sallow. Their sparse hair clung to their scalps, frayed and discolored, their overall appearance exceedingly haggard. Wanyue ventured, are they sisters? When they arrived, they were fresh young girls, but within 2 years of marriage, exposed to the sun by the river or laboring in the fields. They had been worn down to this state. Wanyue's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at the emaciated woman on the right, struggling to believe that this person, who appeared so aged, was barely in her 20s. The woman observed her expression, the smile at the corners of her mouth deepening. Leaning closer to her ear, she whispered, Dear girl, I find you quite charming and endearing. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. A man's infatuation may still be escaped, but a woman's obsession is inescapable. Wanyue furrowed her brow in confusion.
I do not understand, she replied.
The woman, taken aback, was astonished to discover that the woman chosen by Commander he was somewhat uneducated. Thus, she opted to rephrase her counsel in simpler terms. Marry a man, and you shall have clothing and food. My advice is to capitalize on your youth and beauty and secure a reliable and prosperous husband, ensuring a life of comfort and luxury. Do not allow yourself to be deceived by a penniless young man with a sweet tongue, for you may suffer greatly in the future, becoming an aged and unattractive impoverished woman, regretting your choices too late. The woman gazed at her departing figure, perplexed and astonished. Just moments ago, everything seemed well. What had transpired? The mistress of the house could only relent, feeling a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if she had fulfilled the task entrusted to her by He Zongming before his departure. Ultimately, last night's endeavor was a personal affair of his. The soldiers had suffered injuries because of it, and he could not remain indifferent. After leaving the Sioux residence, he visited the injured brothers from last night's mission, personally extending his condolences. Once the exchanges were concluded, he found himself at this hour, with nightfall approaching swiftly. He headed directly toward Wanyue's room. Upon finding the door closed, he knocked twice. Wanyue, come out for dinner. I wish to introduce you to some friends. After tonight, Wanyue would be entirely under his wing. He felt it necessary to formally introduce her to several of his regular associates. Initially, Wanyue assumed it was merely the mistress of the house and had no intention of responding. However, upon hearing He Zongming's voice, she reluctantly rose, her displeasure evident as she opened the door. He Zongming noticed the young girl emerging with a sullen expression. What is with that face? Has someone wronged you? Wanyue herself could not articulate why she felt unhappy, but the feeling lingered. Choosing silence, she instead inquired of He Zongming, Chapter 70, Change of Map. He Zongming replied, I have already spoken. Do you think your uncle would dare refuse? Reflecting on this, Wanyue realized that old Master Su was inherently submissive to those who were formidable. Given the fierce demeanor of He Zongming's companions, it was evident that whatever he commanded, old Master Su would comply, without hesitation. Wanyue found herself bewildered by his words. Who has given you a disapproving look? He Zongming reached out toward her face, prompting Wanyue to instinctively step back in alarm. However, he only gestured near her face without making contact. With his fingers mimicking a grasping motion, he playfully exclaimed, "Do you see what I hold in my hand?" Wanyue genuinely looked, but after several moments, all she could see were his fingers. Just as she concentrated, trying to decipher the situation, He Zongming abruptly changed his gesture and snapped his fingers before her eyes, producing a sharp sound. A cool breeze rushed toward her face, carefully measured to startle her without causing any harm. Wanyue glared at him in indignation. "What are you doing?" He Zongming merely smiled back at her. "Indeed. If you are unhappy, why not express your emotions instead of sulking behind closed doors?" Wanyue was momentarily taken aback, staring at him in a daze, her heart awash with indescribable feelings. Throughout her life, she had endured bullying, and there had been countless moments of discontent. Yet, being dependent on others, devoid of support, what right did she have to unleash her anger? Whenever she felt despondent, she would simply retreat into solitude to mend her spirits. It was truly unique for someone like He Zongming to teach her such a lesson. After a brief silence, Wanyue shot him a glare, retorting, "Who says I am sulking?" As she lowered her gaze, a smile curved her lips. He Zongming, observing her beaming face, couldn't he help but smile in return. He draped an arm around her shoulder, saying, "As long as you are happy, that is what matters. Come, we must eat well before our journey tonight." Journey? Wanyue keenly seized upon the pivotal aspect of his words. Are we leaving tonight? Is it that urgent? In the bamboo house adjacent to her room, a table laden with dishes had already been prepared. The 4 men inside were those she had encountered before, having come from the port alongside He Zongming. He Zongming introduced her, pointing at Wanyue. "This is Su Wanyue from the Su family, a friend of mine in Spring City. However, she is more than just a friend. 1 year ago, during the troubles that befell the He family, she was the one who alerted me. We owe her a great debt." The 4 men immediately rose, their expressions respectful as they greeted Miss Su. Wanyue felt a bit shy at He Zongming's earnest introduction and offered them a bashful smile. Xiao Song, holding a large bowl, said, "Miss Su, I must apologize for my rudeness yesterday. I had no idea you were the gentleman's friend. Allow me to atone today with a drink." With that, he raised the bowl and downed its contents in one go. Wanyue had never witnessed such a scene and looked helplessly at He Zongming. He Zongming smiled lightly, giving her shoulder a gentle pat, signaling her to sit down. Xiao Song was not one for many hobbies, merely a lover of spirits, and regardless of the circumstances, he would always find an excuse to drink. Even without the incident involving her, he would have sought out a drink today. His teasing carried a tone of camaraderie, and the other men at the table, who had initially seemed a bit reserved, erupted into laughter. After finishing his bowl, Xiao Song wiped his mouth with his sleeve, exclaiming boldly, "Those who gave me life are my parents. Those who understand me are my teachers. Wealth is easily acquired, but a true confidant is rare.
Come.
Let us raise another glass to friendship." Feeling somewhat out of place, Wanyue was presented with a pair of chopsticks as He Zongming served her some dishes. "Don't mind them, just eat. While these drunkards indulge, choose what you like and start with the chicken leg." Wanyue glanced into her bowl and, to her delight, found a glistening chicken leg. Meanwhile, Xiao Song and the others had already begun an animated discussion, their faces radiant with excitement, clearly satisfied with the outcomes of their recent endeavors. Their outing had proven fruitful, having caught over 200 small yellow fish after gutting a great white shark. "The winds were in our favor," they remarked. "A strong gale swept away many small fish and shrimp, just as we arrived to reap the benefits. Though both the small fish and shrimp have vanished, a considerable number of fish eggs were also taken away. When I led my companions to inspect the catch, there was scarcely anything left. In my opinion, the thrill of catching a soft-shelled turtle is far more enjoyable. One well-aimed torpedo, and you should have seen the spectacle. It was nothing short of magnificent, akin to a blossoming flower." Wanyue, diligently savoring a chicken leg, listened attentively to their conversation. It struck her as peculiar that her father, a brigade commander, had chosen the life of a fisherman instead. A myriad of questions swirled in her mind. Yet witnessing their jovial exchange, she refrained from interrupting. On the other hand, He Zongming engaged with the group, occasionally contributing a remark, yet he remained attentive to her, frequently offering her food. By the end of the meal, she had consumed the essence of the entire feast. As they finished dining, the sky outside had turned a somber shade, devoid of light. It was then time for He Zongming and his group to depart from Chun City. A small boat quietly docked at the harbor. His journey was conducted discreetly, opting not to travel by car for the sake of low profile. The distance between Chun City and Yang City is considerable. Traversing solely by land would take 7 to 8 days. Alternating between water and land routes could expedite the journey to 4 days. She pondered whether Ali would still be able to find her if she departed now. Where was this boat headed? Observing her demeanor, He Zongming intuitively understood her concerns and offered gentle reassurance. Rest assured, when I met your uncle at the Su residence, I left word with him that if anyone came looking for you at the Su household, they should proceed to the address I provided. Once you arrive there, I will also send someone to inquire about him. With our combined efforts, you shall not be separated from him. Upon hearing this, Wanyue consented to board the vessel with him. As the boatman set the vessel in motion, Wanyue could not help but stand at the bow, gazing longingly toward Chun City. Everything appeared shrouded in darkness, save for a few flickering lights at the harbor, casting a dim glow. However, as the boat drifted further away, everything gradually faded into obscurity until it was no longer visible. Chapter 71. The Onset of Trouble. The small boat traversed the waters for 2 days. Eventually arriving at Water City, this was not He Zongming's destination, but merely a transit point. A portly man, accompanied by several attendants, awaited them on the shore. Upon seeing He Zongming and his companions, he greeted them warmly and promptly led them to the largest tavern in the area, where a lavish spread awaited. For Wanyue, unfamiliar with her surroundings, everything felt foreign, and she followed He Zongming closely. Suddenly, she halted, lifting her arm to her nose to take a sniff. Although He Zongming appeared to be oblivious to her actions, he too paused. What is it? He inquired. The cabin is stifling, Wanyue murmured, her head bowed in quiet complaint. I feel as though I've just crawled out of a pickle jar. I smell utterly foul. Her long, dark eyelashes cast shadows on her cheeks as she spoke, and her pert little nose flared with the effort of her breath. During their 2 days aboard, Wanyue had remained largely reserved around the other men, with He Zongming being the only one with whom she could exchange a few words. He Zongming took great care of her, displaying a gentle and thoughtful demeanor that unconsciously fostered a sense of reliance within her. He observed the subtle changes in Wanyue, even indulging her whims. After they dined, upon their arrival at the tavern, he expressed concern about the availability of bathwater. Not only did she need a bath, but her attire also required a complete refresh. She should change into something new from top to bottom. A typical young woman would likely feel shy discussing such topics with a man, yet Wanyue remained blissfully unaware, finding his words perfectly aligned with her current needs, which delighted her immensely. A radiant smile illuminated her face. In the distance, a stout man watched in astonishment, his eyes wide as saucers. When did a young lady appear beside Mr. He? The last time he encountered Zongming, the man was steeped in bloodshed, his demeanor cold and humorless. Today, however, it was as though the sun had risen in the west. He had transformed into a figure of tenderness, almost unrecognizable. Xiao Song, observing his expression, could surmise his thoughts. After all, during their journey from Spring City to the ship, they had contemplated this very matter. He whispered, "Stop staring. Be careful. Or the commander might take offense, and pluck your eyes out. That lady might very well become the madam in the future." It was common knowledge among Zongming's acquaintances that he had remained unmarried, residing in a secluded household. Now he had brought a young lady into his orbit, and his demeanor was gentle and accommodating, indulging Wanyue's every request. Even the dullest among Xiao Song and his companions could discern the unique bond between her and Zongming. The stout man, perceptive as he was, had already recognized the depth of their relationship and, upon receiving confirmation, swiftly sent for his own family. To curry favor with someone of Zongming's stature, one must not neglect their own companions. While the stout man found it inappropriate to lavish attention on a young lady, he did have a wife at home. As soon as she arrived, she made a beeline for Wanyue, greeting her warmly and engaging her in conversation. Upon learning that Wanyue wished to bathe, she promptly extended an invitation, saying, "The tavern is bustling and rather inconvenient. Why not come to my home? We have not only hot water but also the latest shampoos, all the rage this year, which I'm sure you will adore." Wanyue felt a flicker of excitement at the proposition but, lacking the authority to decide for herself, looked hopefully at He Zongming. Initially intending to stay at the tavern, he reconsidered under her gaze, recognizing that their group consisted solely of men, making her presence somewhat awkward. Having a woman around would indeed be beneficial. Since they were merely stopping for a night in Water City, he saw no harm in accepting the invitation. Upon his nod of agreement, the woman seized the opportunity, saying, "Miss, I assume you didn't bring many essentials on this trip? Water City is renowned for its exquisite cosmetics favored by ladies. Let me accompany you, and we can explore together." Wanyue still wore the male attire from days prior, having abandoned the hat that had concealed her identity. Her dark braid cascaded beside her fair cheeks. Though her face was striking and spirited, her overall appearance seemed somewhat incongruous. Both left the spring city, and now accompanied by He Zongming and his companions, Wanyue felt reassured and no longer fearful. She acquiesced to her proposal. After lunch, Ku Ju led Wanyue to the streets. Meanwhile, He Zongming took Xiao Song and the others to the home of a rotund man to chat and enjoy tea. In contrast to Spring City, Water City boasted stable security, having never been invaded by foreigners. Its interior was serene, with citizens living in harmony and prosperity. The shops lined the streets, bustling with vendors pushing carts and carrying goods, their calls ringing out continuously, creating a lively and vibrant atmosphere. Among them was a small cart selling fragrant ointments, adorned with exquisite little jars, from which a scent reminiscent of osmanthus wafted even from afar. Ku Ju, whose ointment was nearly depleted, led Wanyue over and began to select her own, examining each jar, lifting the lids to inhale their fragrances. She turned to Wanyue and inquired, "Miss Su, which one do you think is best?" However, as she turned her head, she was startled to find that Wanyue was no longer beside her. Bewildered, Ku Ju scanned the surroundings. The street was filled with an array of pedestrians. Yet there was no sign of Wanyue. A pang of dread seized her heart as she realized the gravity of the situation. Like a headless fly, she frantically searched the vicinity, but found no trace of her. She quickly turned and ran in the direction of her home. Bursting through the door, she cried out, "This is bad. This is terrible. I've lost Miss Su on the street." "What did you say?" As her words fell, He Zongming, who had been seated in the living room sharing tea with the rotund man, abruptly stood up, a shadow of menace crossing his face. His eyes cold and piercing as he fixed his gaze on Ku Ju. Terrified, Ku Ju trembled, her legs giving way as she knelt down.
I.
She was acutely aware that He Zongming was far less accommodating than he appeared. A mere flicker of discontent could unleash his wrath. Thus, she dared not conceal anything and recounted the events as they had unfolded. Before she could finish, He Zongming, with a stern expression, hastily exited. Ku Ju looked helplessly at his retreating figure and then sought her husband's assistance. "Sir, Enough of that. You were tasked with accompanying her to purchase something, and you've managed to lose her. I am not your master. You are mine." The rotund man, now sweating profusely and on the verge of tears, urged, "What are you still doing kneeling? Get up at once. Send all the servants out to join the search. If Mr. He becomes angry, our lives will not suffice to atone for this." Simultaneously, Xiao Song and his companions immediately reached out to all their relatives and friends in Water City. Soon, dozens of individuals were scouring the streets in search of Wanyue. Chapter 72. The Walls of the House. In the southern part of Water City, amidst a row of dilapidated grass huts, Wanyue entered with a face full of surprise. Gazing at the four men seated or reclining inside,
"It's truly you,"
she exclaimed, her recognition unwavering. The men, initially startled by her entrance, displayed cautious expressions until one tall, slender man with a dark complexion recognized her. "You are a friend of Ali?" Wanyue nodded vigorously, her large, glistening eyes brimming with excitement. "Yes, it's me. We met previously in Spring City." She glanced around, asking, "Where is Ali? Why is he not with you?" Upon learning that she was an ally rather than an adversary, the four men in the room finally relaxed their guard. The man who first initiated conversation with her remarked, "We split into two groups. Elder Nyo and Ali went ahead to scout in Yangcheng. Initially, Wanyue brought the critical news about the arms in Chuncheng, and Elder Nyo immediately made plans to seize them. Their group engaged in a fierce battle with the soldiers under Wang Jiang, ultimately securing the arms. Though Elder Nyo's men suffered significant losses, the four from Shuicheng, in particular, were wounded and unable to travel for an extended period, which forced them to temporarily stay in Shuicheng until they recovered. Wanyue exclaimed, "No wonder I just ran into him at the pharmacy." While shopping on the street, she caught sight of a familiar figure resembling Ali's friend and instinctively began to follow him. Now that she had found them, she was overjoyed and promptly declared, "I came out specifically to find Ali. Since Elder Nyo will send you a letter once he is settled, I shall remain with you. Once I have Ali's address, I will join you in searching for him." She believed her intentions were sound, but the dark-faced man repeatedly objected.
"How can that be?
"We are all men. It would not be appropriate for a young lady like you to accompany us. It would tarnish your reputation." Wanyue replied, "What is wrong with that? I left home with several men. My reputation would have already suffered if it were to be so. I do not care about that. Besides, you are all Ali's friends, heroes or good men, I do not mind. There is no reason for you to be so hesitant." The men were left speechless, exchanging glances for a moment before engaging in a spirited discussion. Ultimately, they acquiesced. To save on expenses, the men shared a room. which would not suffice if Wanyue were to join them. The dark-faced man then took it upon himself to arrange for her to rent another room nearby, ensuring she had a place to sleep for the night. Suddenly, he recalled something. Miss Su, you mentioned that you came out with friends. Have you informed them of your decision to stay with us? Wanyue, consumed with thoughts of Ali since she had seen them, was reminded by his words and silently cursed herself for neglecting to inform He Zongming. The dark-faced man looked at her with exasperation. Hurry along. How were you raised? You are so reckless. Your friend might be worried sick. The men called out to her as she hurried away. Be careful on the road. We will have chicken soup tonight. Come join us for dinner. The other men chuckled. She may be a bit wild, but she is sincere towards Ali and quite striking. That lad is fortunate. The rotund man resided in a quaint two-story villa, complete with a front yard where various vegetables were grown for immediate consumption. The household was nearly emptied as everyone had gone out to search for someone, leaving only a frail elderly man in his 60s to guard the entrance. He Zongming. A trembling old man, leaning on a cane, emerged. Stop calling. Everyone has gone out to find someone. Who are you looking for? Looking for someone? What person? Mr. and Mrs. Friend. It is I, Miss Su. With these words, she excitedly dashed out, calling for her 8-year-old grandson. Although small in stature, the boy ran swiftly, responding with a shout before disappearing in a flash. Within mere minutes, the sound of a car horn echoed outside, and He Zongming opened the door, striding out of the vehicle. Upon entering, he found Wanyue seated in a mahogany chair in the living room, blissfully engrossed in playing with her braid. He Zongming's previously composed demeanor had slightly improved, yet his brow furrowed as he approached her. Where have you been? Do you have any idea how much trouble your wandering has caused everyone? She often acted impulsively, pursuing whatever whims crossed her mind, and this could no longer be tolerated. Since she would be accompanying him from now on, he felt it was imperative to impart some wisdom today. Wanyue, however, remained oblivious to He Zongming's displeasure, her voice brimming with joy as she exclaimed, He Zongming, I have wonderful news. Just now, I ran into a friend of Ali's on the street, and he happens to have news about Ali. He Zongming's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. Wanyue continued, her excitement unabated. I've already arranged with them. They'll take me to find Ali. And I won't trouble you any longer. His gaze turned icy, as if a layer of frost had settled around him on this sweltering summer day. He watched Wanyue peering around him, but his eyes were fixed on her neck, contemplating the urge to throttle this ungrateful child. She truly lacked awareness. Despite his kindness over the past few days, she had forgotten it all at the mere mention of a friend. The only indication of his true feelings was the turbulent emotions swirling beneath the surface, concealed by her long lashes. Chapter 73. The sheep enter. He was furious, yet his expression remained deceptively gentle. Hold on a moment. Even if you are determined to leave, you should at least clarify things with me. After all, if something were to happen to you while I was responsible for you, I would feel immense guilt. Having spent several days with him, Wanyue had begun to lower her guard. Smiling, she replied, that won't happen. Those people are Ali's friends, all of them heroes and good-hearted individuals. He Zongming's eyes flickered with skepticism. Heroes and good-hearted individuals? Wanyue explained they used to be thieves. But when the people of Wangjiang took over Chun City and began to harm the citizens, they couldn't stand by any longer and rose up in rebellion. Such individuals possess courage and passion. Aren't they heroes? As she spoke, her face radiated pride, as though she herself had led the rebellion. He Zongming regarded her with an all-seeing gaze, probing gently. It seems that the Ali you often mention is involved in similar activities. Wanyue lowered her head, twirling a strand of hair around her fingers, her laughter tinged with shyness. He Zongming observed her, his expression growing more somber. According to your assertion, they are indeed not malevolent individuals. Allowing you to accompany them is, in fact, a viable option. Wanyue observed his agreement, her face alight with excitement and anticipation. Yet, He Zongming shifted the conversation, scrutinizing her attire with a discerning gaze. Are you certain you wish to present yourself in this manner? Wanyue was momentarily taken aback, glancing down at her appearance. What is wrong with how I look? He Zongming wore a subtle smile, seemingly considerate as he gently coaxed her. Wanyue, previously enraptured by the serendipitous encounter with Ali's friends, was reminded by his words of the necessity of bathing. She then inquired, May I wash up here and change my clothes before departing? He Zongming's internal disdain only grew. Her intentions were rather transparent, intending to clean herself up before venturing out to meet her wild suitor, treating him as a mere benefactor. Nevertheless, he responded graciously, that would be ideal. Lest you arrive in a disheveled state, prompting others to believe I have treated you poorly. At that moment, Xiao Song and several others who had just entered overheard their exchange, exchanging bewildered glances. What was even more astonishing was their commander's demeanor. Was he truly facilitating her cleansing before sending her off? Zongming had always been a formidable figure. When had he begun to vie for the role of a benevolent protector? Off to find your fiancé, are you? But are you not Mr. He's woman? Servants poured bucket after bucket of hot water into the bathing room, while Wanyue, unperturbed, examined the various shampoos and creams, finding amusement in picking them up and playing with them. That's not the case. Zongming and I are merely friends. My beloved Izali. We have been betrothed since childhood, and our bond is strong. Ku Ju could scarcely comprehend, especially after discovering that the Li whom Wanyue revered as a treasure was, in fact, a reformed petty thief with no promising future. She deemed Wanyue utterly irrational for spurning a man of Zongming's caliber in favor of a destitute youth. As the conversation grew strained, it became clear that without Zongming, Wanyue's appeal waned, prompting Ku Ju to silence herself. After detailing the usage of a few creams, she exited the bathing room. Upon stepping out, she unexpectedly collided with someone, startling her into a respectful greeting. Mr. He. Zongming stood not far from the bathing room, his expression inscrutable, dark eyes swirling with an enigmatic intensity. He handed Ku Ju a small package. Add this to her tea and deliver it to her shortly, instructing her to consume it. Ku Ju stood frozen, gazing at him in astonishment, hesitant to reach for the package. What is this? She hesitated to decline Zongming's request, yet feared it might contain something lethal like poison. Observing her indecision, Zongming's brow furrowed slightly, and he added, "It is not harmful." Only then did Ku Ju cautiously take the package with both hands, cradling it as she made her way to the tea room. Wanyue joyfully regarded the steaming water in the tub, preparing to disrobe, when Ku Ju entered, balancing a teapot and cup on a tray. It is quite warm, and the bathing room is stifling. One inevitably becomes parched. I have brought you some tea. In the households that appreciate finer details, it is customary to prepare tea during bathing. When Wanyue was studying at the Su family, she too enjoyed such a privilege. Joyfully, she accepted the teapot and, before even stepping into the bathing tub, poured herself a generous cup, drinking it down with ease. Thank you, Sister Kujiao. I have been parched for quite some time. Kujiao, feeling guilty for her secretive actions, could not even meet her gaze. Initially intending to deliver the gift and depart, she found herself hesitating upon hearing Wanyue's gratitude, feeling a tug of conflict within her. This girl was truly delightful. Though lacking in decorum, she possessed a polite demeanor and a sweet tongue that could soften hearts. Kujiao paused, her mouth opening as if to speak, but just then, a shout resonated from outside the bathing room. Kujiao, have you finished your tasks? Mister. He is coming over for drinks. Hurry to the kitchen and prepare the refreshments. The mention of Zongming conjured the chilling gaze he had cast upon her earlier that afternoon when she lost Wanyue. Startled, she shuddered and promptly abandoned her intention to warn Wanyue, lowering her head and hastening her exit. Outside, the stout man awaited her, seizing her wrist as she emerged. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "Have you completed what Mr. He instructed you to do?" Upon hearing that he was aware of the matter, Kujiao immediately asked in a whisper, "What exactly is in that package?" A sly smile crept across the man's lips as he leaned closer, teasingly revealing, "It's a potent concoction, designed specifically for disobedient women. Just one dose, and even the most steadfast of virtuous ladies will transform into docile little lambs." Relieved that Wanyue might be spared harm, Kujiao shot her husband a fierce glare. To scheme against that young lady is truly a sin. The man scoffed, "I am merely assisting her. In these tumultuous times, what options do impoverished women have? Just wait and see. Once she gets accustomed to the lavish life of a wealthy wife, she may even thank me." In the living room on the first floor, Zongming summoned Xiaosong and the others, solemnly instructing them, "Remember the address I provided. Go to the security team and apprehend anyone inside the house, regardless of how many men there are, and send them to prison." The task was indeed manageable, yet the charge needed clarification. A flicker of disdain crossed Zongming's eyes as he coldly smiled. "Just label them as thieves. They won't even have the chance to protest their innocence." Chapter 74. The Wolf's Denver. In the steam-filled bathing room, Wanyue soaked in the warm water. After a short while, her mouth grew parched once more, prompting her to pour another cup of tea. For reasons unknown, she felt an intense thirst today. Having consumed one cup, she craved more, and before she realized it, she had drained the entire teapot. Removing the lid and tilting it upside down, she found not a single drop remained, leading her to abandon the thought of further drinking. She hastened her washing, eager to finish and quench her thirst outside. However, as she continued, she could not quite understand what was happening. Her hands grew increasingly weak, her head felt dizzy, and her face flushed, reminiscent of intoxication. Sitting in the tub, Wanyue shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel the fog that clouded her vision. Yet the more she tried, the more her sight blurred, transforming the world before her into a chaotic haze, leaving her utterly unable to see clearly. Downstairs, a stout man contemplated the time and softly addressed He Zongming, "Sir, the moment is nigh." He Zongming, seated on a black wooden chair, donned an entirely black ensemble today. His gaze, heavy and shrouded in shadows, rendered his thoughts inscrutable. The stout man spoke again, yet He Zongming remained motionless, deep in contemplation, his head bowed as if pondering something profound. After a prolonged silence, the stout man felt compelled to urge him once more. "Sir, the medicine is quite potent. If you do not proceed soon, Miss Su may find herself in dire straits." The stout man, with a knowing smile, reassured him, "Rest assured, even if you were to stay at my residence for a year and a half, I shall ensure your reputation remains untarnished, free from any whisper of scandal." He Zongming, indifferent to his reputation, was primarily concerned about Wanyue. Were it not for her obliviousness, he would not have taken such a step. He had no intention of taking advantage of her. Rather, he felt compelled to act. For with her unwavering loyalty to Ali, he could never capture her attention otherwise. In recent days, he had come to realize that Wanyue was steadfast in her affections, and in her world, he was but a shadow. No matter how kind he was to her, she could not retain any memory of him. The bathroom door was gently pushed open, revealing a tall, imposing figure of a man standing silently at the threshold. Inside, Wanyue faced away from him, languidly draped over the bathtub, her long, dark hair cascading over her porcelain-like skin. He Zongming paused at the entrance, his breath growing heavier as he gazed at her for a considerable time before slowly approaching her. Wanyue felt a wave of heat enveloping her. She was in great discomfort, and even the water in the tub felt scalding against her skin. She yearned to rise from the tub, but found her legs too weak to muster strength, and though she wished to call for assistance, her voice failed her. Left in a state of helplessness for what felt like an eternity, she finally sensed someone drawing near, prompting her to lift her gaze toward the source of the footsteps. Through the hazy mist, a figure emerged, and in her semi-conscious state, a flicker of joy illuminated her face. Clad in a coarse blue garment, with round eyes and an endearing expression, he possessed a handsome visage. Could this be her Ali? As He Zongming reached her, he found himself in uncharted territory, his emotions swirling within him, uncertain of how to proceed. Suddenly, Wanyue extended her hand towards him, her voice a soft, delicate plea. "I feel so unwell. Please take me out." Her playful tone, tender and commanding, caught him off guard. This was the first time he had witnessed such gentle affection from her. As she raised her arms, the water's surface unveiled glimpses that were impossible to ignore. He Zongming's breath hitched, his darkened gaze intensifying as he stepped forward to lift her from the tub. Wanyue had already cleansed herself, and upon emerging, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her soft, delicate form pressing against him, carrying the fragrance of shampoo. Water droplets cascaded from her hair, soaking into the collar of his dark suit, while her cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson. Like a playful kitten, she nuzzled her nose against his neck, murmuring, "Ali, I feel so unwell." He Zongming, whose eyes had softened at her coquettish demeanor, instantly reverted to a chilling coldness. "What did you call me?" He gazed incredulously at the person clinging to him, his voice a frigid inquiry directed at Wanyue. Yet, Wanyue had succumbed to an oblivious trance, entirely deaf to his words. In her perception, the one embracing her was her beloved Ali. A sense of unbearable discomfort enveloped her, and she found herself at a loss. Yet being held close to him provided a modicum of solace. Wanyue yearned for greater comfort, longing for liberation, and thus implored him with an almost desperate plea. "Please help me, help me." Drenched in water, He Zongming lifted her to a chair beside the bath, where the fresh garments he had provided soon became soaked as well. He grasped a large towel, vigorously drying her off. "You don't even remember who I am. How can I assist you?" He directed a cold, piercing gaze at Wanyue, fully aware of her muddled state, and finally uttered a taunt. "By helping you, you would continue to be heartless, reaping benefits that I have provided." While attributing all credit to him, he had conveniently forgotten that it was his machinations that had led Wanyue to this predicament. Wanyue could not discern his words clearly, only feeling the force of his grip and the roughness of his drying motions. Yet even so, she found it more comforting than being alone, and she leaned against him, softly repeating, "Ali, Ali." He Zongming's expression darkened further. What little compassion he had initially felt for her was entirely extinguished by her incessant calls. With a cold smirk, he dried her hair until it was merely damp, then lost patience and wrapped her in the towel, pulling her into his embrace. With a menacing glare, he issued a chilling threat, "Once this evening passes, I shall see how you continue to yearn for him. The bathroom door was abruptly kicked open, revealing the simmering rage within. The plump man downstairs assumed He Zongming had concluded his business and was mildly surprised at the swiftness of it all. However, he plastered a smile on his face, intending to offer congratulations, only to suddenly notice that He Zongming was not alone. He was cradling someone in his arms. From a distance, the plump man could not make out the details, but caught a glimpse of delicate legs draped languidly over He Zongming's arm, as white as milk. His heart raced, realizing he had witnessed something he should not have. Instantly, he crouched low, seeking refuge beneath a table before He Zongming could spot him. Chapter 75. A Sorrowful Mischief. Wanyue felt disoriented, as though she had slipped into a bizarre dream. She found herself with Ollie, at one moment being fried in boiling oil, and the next crushed beneath the wheels of a passing vehicle. After enduring the searing pain of burning and being run over, she seemed to ascend to the clouds, enveloped in a surreal realm, oscillating between heaven and hell, an exhilarating torment. Unable to restrain herself, she called out his name, Ollie, Ollie. He Zongming's face darkened as he pressed his lips against hers with fierce intensity. Silence. You are forbidden from calling out again. Hot sweat cascaded down his shoulder. The necklace of black cords and golden threads slipped from his neck, the wooden pendant adorned with gilded edges swaying before Wanyue's eyes. What was inscribed above was, in fact, her name. Yet, at this moment, Wanyue could not discern it, no matter how hard she tried. With her mouth silenced, she could only obediently wrap her arms around his neck, submissively behaving like a docile lamb, allowing herself to be taken. He Zongming gradually lowered his guard, releasing her to plant a tender kiss on her damp eyes, calling her softly, "Good girl." Wanyue immediately pouted her slightly swollen lips and called out sweetly, "Ali." He Zongming was utterly enraged, his large hand covering her mouth, forbidding her from speaking. Were it not for the allure of her gentle warmth, he might have risen at that very moment to exact vengeance upon that plump, white-faced man. What kind of worthless medicine was this? Had he known it would come to this, he would have preferred to procure a bottle of sleeping pills. At least it wouldn't have left her in such distress. Wanyue, caught in the moment, felt utterly wronged by such treatment. He Zongming, feeling even more aggrieved than she, glared at her coldly, demanding to know, what do I lack compared to him? He Zongming vented his jealousy. After a long pause, his shoulders trembled as he exhaled heavily, providing himself with the answer. How could I possibly be inferior to him? Wanyue gazed at him obediently, and as he stood, she playfully hooked her leg around his. He Zongming halted, lifting her chin with his finger. Still wanting more? Wanyue clung to him, leaning in for a kiss. He Zongming remained motionless, watching her intently, while Wanyue, on the verge of tears, looked at him with her watery eyes, pleading silently for help. He Zongming grasped her small hand, his voice low and serious. "Tell me, who are you pleading for?" Wanyue, however, only nuzzled against him, her small hands and feet restless. He Zongming initially intended to press her, but in the end, he found himself yielding first. Resigned, he leaned closer, but the first kiss was claimed by her petite lips, to prevent her from uttering anything inappropriate at the wrong moment. As dawn broke, Wanyue stirred from her slumber, feeling languid, as though her body had been disassembled. The weight upon her was unbearable. Why was this blanket so heavy, smothering her breath? Wanyue opened her eyes, her pupils widening in shock as she beheld the enlarged visage of the man before her. He Zongming lay with his eyes closed, an arm wrapped around her waist, his chin resting against her forehead, their proximity allowing his breath to warm her face. It dawned on Wanyue what the situation entailed. In her extreme panic, she stiffened, unable to move. 1 second, 2 seconds, time passed slowly. Finally, she gathered her composure and abruptly sat up, forcefully freeing herself from the arm encircling her waist. In her haste to rise, she felt an indescribable ache. As she swayed, she found herself collapsing, her shoulder landing upon the very arm she had just freed. He Zongming, roused by the shift, opened his eyes, still tinged with the remnants of sleepiness. His thick lashes fluttered twice before locking eyes with Wanyue, who gazed back at him. His dark eyes reflected languor, while her crystalline irises burned with a fire of indignation. Why had things come to this? She trembled as she spoke, her voice still hoarse, laden with accusations and inquiries. Having overheard numerous idle conversations among the matrons, although Wanyue had not delved deeply into the matters of intimacy, she had come to grasp the gravity of her situation. Despite never having received formal education on such topics, she understood that what was unfolding was fundamentally wrong. She harbored feelings for Ollie and wished to marry him. Certain actions could only be shared with him. Instead of sorrow and despair, Wanyue felt an overwhelming anger at the betrayal from someone she had trusted. Why had this transpired? She had regarded He Zongming as a friend, even believing him to be a good person, and had begun to feel gratitude towards him. He Zongming had promised to help her find Ollie and facilitate their union. Yet, how could such events occur between them? Under Wanyue's scrutiny, He Zongming blinked slowly, then fixed her with a penetrating gaze. The shock, confusion, and panic etched upon his face rivaled her own. Wanyue? He Zongming sat up, clutching the blanket to shield himself, his tone almost accusatory. Did you not leave last night? How did you end up in my room? Wanyue, taken aback by his reaction, felt her mind whirl. She stood there, momentarily stunned. After a long pause, she finally shouted, "That is a question I should be asking you. You have wronged me." In a sudden burst of anger, she raised her hand, intending to slap He Zongming across the face. Having faced numerous confrontations in his life, he instinctively moved to block her, but at the last moment, he retracted his arm, closed his eyes slightly, and allowed her strike to land. The angered young woman still possessed a measure of strength, causing He Zongming to feel the impact against his upper gums. He turned his head slightly to absorb the force. Did that bring you relief? Wanyue, with reddened eyes, continued to glare at him. He Zongming returned her gaze coolly, then unexpectedly grasped her wrist. Wanyue braced herself, fearing he would retaliate, and instinctively shut her eyes. Instead, she heard him say, "If you have not found relief, then continue." Wanyue was taken aback, her eyelashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes to steal a glance at him. He Zongming held her hand against his chest and remarked, "What purpose does slapping me serve? You might as well end my life. Aim for my heart, if you dare. It is right here. Fetch a knife and strike." She felt utterly wretched, every movement causing her pain, yet it was the betrayal of He Zongming, someone she once trusted implicitly, that gnawed at her heart. Wanyue curled up helplessly, resembling an injured creature, pitifully nestled beneath the covers, her small hands shielding her face. Observing her demeanor, He Zongming discerned that she was on the verge of surrender. A faint smile graced his lips as he softened his tone. "If you do not wish to kill me, then I must explain." Wanyue remained motionless, quietly curled up, offering no response. Chapter 76. Lost Innocence. Wanyue curled up in the corner like an infant nestled in the womb, overwhelmed by circumstances that far exceeded her comprehension, situations she had never envisioned, never encountered, and for which she possessed no prior experience to guide her. Her mind felt as though it were filled with thick paste. Despite its relentless activity, it failed to untangle the chaos within. The events of the previous night were completely lost to her. All she could recall was that she had been bathing, and then, upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in He Zongming's presence. Suddenly, a more pressing concern struck her. Ollie's friends. They were still waiting for her. They had promised to dine together only once she arrived. Wanyue's face turned as pale as a sheet. She had failed them. Without a moment's hesitation, she struggled to rise. He Zongming, having already dressed meticulously, stood by the bedside, awaiting her reaction. Noticing her attempt to get up, he instinctively offered his support. His long fingers, calloused from habitual gun handling, made contact with Wanyue's frail shoulder, the coarse texture exuding a certain warmth. Wanyue jerked her body away, glaring at him fiercely.
"Do not touch me again."
He Zongming paused, captivated by the wolf-like fierceness in her eyes, and withdrew his hand. He observed as she sat up, clutching the blanket, laboriously shifting within its confines while scanning the room. She lifted a pristine qipao. "Are you looking for this?" Wanyue's movements froze momentarily, her gaze piercing through him before she tilted her head, gesturing to her side. "Place it here, then leave." He Zongming set the garment down but did not depart, remaining by the bed, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he regarded her. "Wanyue, we cannot evade the issue. What transpired yesterday has occurred. It constitutes a mistake for both of us, and we must now deliberate on how to resolve this matter satisfactorily. What do you intend to do?" He Zongming noted the subtle shift in her tone, less fervent than when she first awoke, now tinged with a hint of vulnerability, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Women are often like this. Regardless of the sentiments they harbor, once their bodies are claimed by another, they inevitably yield, no matter their reluctance. "It is not merely about what I wish, but rather what you desire, Wanyue. Although last night was not my intention, you have borne the brunt of it more than I. You may dictate the course of action, and I will acquiesce." Initially, Wanyue had been filled with indignation upon waking. Yet as He Zongming elucidated the situation, she recognized that it had not been his deliberate intention, and her anger dissipated significantly. In any case, she retained scant memories of the previous night. "Very well. Since you are willing to heed my counsel, this matter must proceed according to my wishes." In the days they had spent together, Wanyue had been cautious, mindful of her precarious situation under his roof, speaking to him in hushed tones as she relied on his assistance. This version of Wanyue, so meek and subdued, seemed almost unrecognizable to Hizongming. Though she was currently sulking, there was a renewed vibrancy in her expression. Strangely, he found himself drawn to this more spirited side of her, prompting him to adopt a gentler tone. "Speak, and I shall heed your words." Wanyue had pondered this moment in silence for a long time, and now she finally seized the opportunity to voice her thoughts. This conclusion, after much contemplation, was the best she could conceive. She spoke solely for herself, oblivious to the gradual pallor that enveloped Hizongming's countenance as her words took flight. "Let no one seek the other. Let this lifetime mark an end to our encounters. Never to meet again?" Hizongming's expression grew cold, his voice deepened, and a smoldering fury ignited within him, which he struggled to suppress as he echoed her sentiments. "Indeed." Wanyue, still avoiding his gaze, replied with resolute clarity. "Very well, let it be so." In a fit of rage, Hizongming unexpectedly laughed a low, mocking sound, before his tone darkened further. "Do you truly believe that such matters can simply be dismissed as if they never occurred?" "I can," Wanyue retorted, her voice rising, as if the volume could solidify her resolve. "You can?" Hizongming observed her, determined to confront the steadfast Wanyue, gazing at her delicate neck. His hands itched with the urge to strangle her, yet the warmth and joy from the previous night quelled his impulses. Ultimately, he reasoned that keeping Wanyue in his life would prove far more advantageous than extinguishing her existence. Besides, he had already invested considerable effort for her sake, sacrificing his own innocence. Surely, he would not leave empty-handed. Hizongming strove to temper his anger, restraining his violent urges to impart reason. "Wanyue, your education may be lacking, but I bear you no ill will. Allow me to enlighten you. This situation is far more intricate than you perceive. It is not akin to a trivial meal. It pertains to one's marriage and a woman's lifelong happiness. In other words, this matter could be fatal to your future spouse." At this, Wanyue lifted her gaze, her bright, pure eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. "Why would it be fatal? Do you think that what transpired between us could lead to Ali's demise?" Hizongming momentarily found himself at a loss for words before responding no. Wanyue exhaled in relief. Yet Hizongming continued, "But he might drive you to despair." Chapter 77. A Futile Endeavor. Hizongming believed he had delivered a heavy blow with his words, but Wanyue immediately shook her head, resolutely declaring, "No, Ali would never do that. What happened yesterday was not my choice, therefore it cannot be my fault. If he were to find out, he would surely understand." Hizongming furrowed his brow, perplexed by her unwavering confidence. "That is merely your perspective." Wanyue, too, frowned and glared at him in anger. "And what you say is simply your opinion." Hizongming was momentarily taken aback by her articulate rebuttal. At that moment, a sense of pride illuminated Wanyue's face as she confidently asserted, "I have known Ali for over a decade. No one understands him better than I do. If I say he would not react that way, then he certainly will not." With that, she impatiently urged Hizongming to leave. "You should go. I need to change my clothes." Hizongming, finding himself at a loss against her reasoning, decided to shift his approach. "Have you never considered what it means for me to take responsibility for you?" Wanyue retorted with confusion. "How could you possibly take responsibility for me?" Their eyes locked for a moment, and Hizongming's gaze deepened, shrouded in ambiguity as he murmured, "I will marry you." Wanyue immediately shook her head vigorously, like a rattledrum. "You have a fiancé, and I have someone I care for. Why would you marry me?" Given that he had acknowledged his fault with a relatively good attitude after she slapped him, Wanyue chose to be magnanimous. "Let it go. Let it go. What happened yesterday? You were simply drunk. It was neither your fault nor mine. It was the fault of the wine. We should not dwell on it further and part ways to swiftly forget this misfortune." She spoke with the demeanor of a chivalrous woman, feeling quite generous. Yet Hizongming's lips twitched inexplicably, and his gaze towards her grew increasingly complex. Having grown up without a mother and lacking proper guidance, he had once appreciated her simplicity and innocence, finding her charming. Yet now, he was beginning to grasp the drawbacks of such naivete. No one had taught her the values of propriety and honor, rendering societal norms meaningless to her. His efforts from the previous night had turned into a futile endeavor. As she lay on his bed, she thought of her beloved, and upon waking, her heart still belonged solely to him. Wanyue's nonchalance only served to make Hizongming appear awkward, as though he were the butt of a joke. Ultimately, he refrained from speaking further, storming out with a cold demeanor. As the door slammed shut behind him, Wanyue flinched, then frowned and muttered a reprimand at his impetuosity. Suppressing her physical discomfort, she reached for her clothes, only to realize something was amiss. There was but one clean new qipao available and no other garments. She had nothing beneath or above it. Regardless of how exquisite the new attire might be, it was the only piece she could wear. Wanyue grappled with her dilemma over the qipao, feeling somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, Xiaosong had prepared the carriage bright and early, awaiting He Zhongming's command to depart. Upon his descent from the stairs, they quickly approached him. "Sir, everything is ready. We can set out at your convenience." A plump man approached with a broad smile. "Let us have breakfast before we leave, Mr. He. We have prepared rice porridge and meat buns. You worked hard last night, and your stomach surely needs sustenance." The soundproofing in their residence was less than adequate, and their bedroom was directly beneath He Zhongming's. The previous night had indeed been an entire night of revelry. The plump man's grin was suggestive. He Zhongming shot him a glare as sharp as a blade. "What did I instruct you yesterday?" Oh, his memory. He had specifically told the man to keep their affairs private. Little did he realize that he had to be wary not just of outsiders, but even of his own subordinates. The plump man slapped himself in the face. "Forgive me, sir, I shall speak no more." Yet, this only drew further scrutiny from Xiaosong and the others. He Zhongming had never unjustly targeted anyone. The question remained, what fault had the plump man committed? Though a sense of doubt lingered in her heart, they could only follow as He Zhongming strode purposefully past them towards the dining table. Ku Ju had just finished arranging the dishes with the servants when she noticed He Zhongming approaching. With a friendly smile, she greeted him, but her gaze abruptly faltered. Where was Miss Su? Was she not joining them for breakfast? The mere mention of Su Wanyue ignited a fire within He Zhongming. She truly was as unyielding as stone. Refusing to change her mind, she remained in her room, and who could fathom her thoughts? Why would she not come out? She had given herself to him, and he had expressed his willingness to marry her, yet she appeared so nonchalant. Her indifference was infuriating. However, to Ku Ju, Wanyue's refusal to emerge from her room was a serious matter. Countless fine young women had lost all hope after enduring unfortunate experiences, leading them to a state of despair. Ku Ju immediately turned and dashed upstairs, determined to ensure that nothing unfortunate befell Wanyue. After all, the tea she had delivered was her own doing. Yet, upon opening the door, Ku Ju was left momentarily speechless by the scene before her. There sat Wanyue, clad in an exquisite qipao embroidered with golden threads. Her hair cascading freely, her bare feet resting on the bed. The luxurious attire elevated her elegance, especially in contrast to her previous tomboyish appearance. She now radiated an exquisite beauty. Her fair face bore a hint of rosy warmth, as if cherished, and her large, sparkling eyes were filled with the essence of spring, devoid of any signs of tears. What kind of woman was this, who appeared untouched by hardship? Ku Ju found herself questioning whether He Zhongming had shown mercy the previous night and let her be. Yet, she felt an instinctive disquiet, having clearly heard sounds from within. Ku Ju observed Wanyue with curiosity.
"Miss Su," she called.
Upon seeing her, Wanyue's conflicted expression melted into a bright smile. "Sister Ku Ju, please help me." Ku Ju, taken aback by the smile on her face, stood at the door, awaiting her next move. Shortly after, Wanyue emerged, fully dressed, and politely inquired, "Where did the small bundle I brought with me go?" Ku Ju, not daring to touch the guest's belongings, informed her that the bundle was in the wardrobe of He Zhongming's room, and she retrieved it for her. Wanyue accepted it with a courteous smile. "Thank you, Sister Ku Ju. I shall take my leave now." Seizing the moment while Wanyue was distracted, Ku Ju quietly crept to the bedside and swiftly lifted a corner of the blanket. What she beheld was a chaotic tangle of bedding and a shocking splash of crimson. Chapter 78. Intrigue. With the bundle in hand, Wanyue's mind was consumed by a singular thought. She must leave at once. Although she did not consider the events of the previous night to be her fault, her relationship with He Zhongming had become undeniably awkward. No matter how composed she appeared during their interactions, only she understood the turmoil within her. She felt unable to face him. The lingering discomfort in her body served as a constant reminder of the regrettable incident that had transpired. Hastily, Wanyue descended the stairs, her steps slightly awkward, yet purposeful. Downstairs, Xiaosong and the others beheld the sight of the graceful and radiant girl, now adorned in a new outfit, making her way down from above. A few individuals were suddenly captivated. Previously, Wanyue was clad in soiled garments with disheveled hair. Although her visage was pleasant, she appeared somewhat rustic in comparison to the fashionable young ladies of Yangcheng. However, at this moment, Wanyue had transformed. She donned a pristine outfit and had tidied her hair. The white qipao embroidered with golden threads hugged her figure, accentuating the unique, delicate curves of youth, while her raven locks cascaded gracefully down her back. The porcelain-like fairness of her complexion bore a hint of natural blush, rendering her exceptionally graceful and innocent. Though Xiao Song and his companions were no strangers to beauty, the stark contrast presented by the person beside them left them momentarily stunned. It was only when He Zongming sensed the subtle shift in the atmosphere and cast a warning glance that they regained their composure, greeting her with unexpected eagerness. "Good morning, Miss Su." Wanyue lowered her gaze, her doe-like eyes fixated on the path before her. "Please move aside. I wish to pass." She could sense He Zongming nearby, yet she was uncertain if he was watching her, and she fervently hoped he would not pay her any further attention. With small, deliberate steps, Wanyue made her way towards the exit, but suddenly, she felt a firm grip on her wrist. He Zongming had appeared beside her, his expression now devoid of warmth, resembling that of a stranger. Startled, Wanyue instinctively jerked her arm away. "Let go of me." He Zongming held her firmly. Her feeble strength was akin to that of a newly hatched chick in his grasp. "Have you given no thought to my proposal?" Biting her lip, Wanyue's face betrayed a hint of vulnerability. "He Zongming, I have assisted you with your affairs. Consider it a favor." Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around them, He Zongming tightened his hold on her wrist and led Wanyue to the kitchen. A bitter aroma wafted through the air, emanating from a small pot simmering with a dark, viscous concoction. "No need to rush," He Zongming said coldly. "At the very least, finish this bowl of medicine." "What is this medicine?" "I am not ill and require no treatment," Wanyue replied, her eyes now reflecting a hint of wariness. Just the night before, she had been bathing peacefully, only to awaken in He Zongming's bed. If she had merely fallen asleep while bathing, and the gracious hostess had brought her to rest, how could she possibly be without a single garment? As she dressed, Wanyue had realized this discrepancy. She was not foolish. Given a recent series of events, she had formulated her own conjectures, yet she dared not express them openly. Sometimes, it is wiser not to pierce the veil of ignorance, lest the cold winds from outside intrude, especially when she possessed little resilience against the chill. What He Zongming said next left Wanyue in shock, casting doubt on whether her suspicions were misplaced. "This is a contraceptive potion. Given the events of yesterday, there is a possibility of conception, and since you refuse my responsibility, you should drink this before you leave." The dark, viscous potion was handed to Wanyue, steam still rising from its surface. His words conjured an image in her mind, the haggard, pregnant Su Qingyi. Her complexion turned pale, and with trembling hands, she accepted the bowl of medicine. Just as she was about to drink, He Zongming warned her coldly, "Be careful not to burn your tongue." Wanyue hesitated no longer, carefully blowing on the concoction. During this interval, He Zongming attempted once more to dissuade her. "Are you truly certain you wish to drink this? Consider it carefully. This medicine is quite harmful to your health." Initially, Wanyue had a flicker of doubt, but upon hearing his words, she resolutely brought the large bowl to her lips. Testing the temperature, it was still hot, yet bearable enough to consume. With a determined breath, she downed it in one go. He Zongming ceased his protests, maintaining a stoic expression as he observed her coldly. After she set the empty bowl down, He Zongming offered her a handkerchief. She glanced at it, declined, and simply wiped her mouth with her sleeve. The pristine white qipao she wore immediately became soiled from her careless action. He Zongming frowned and remarked, "Didn't we agree that after today, we wouldn't need to see each other again? Why must you be so resolute in our separation?" Wanyue paused, finally lifting her gaze to meet his. "He Zongming, your father is a commendable officer, and you are a good man. Even if we never cross paths again, I wish you well and hope your future is smooth and prosperous." She had only a handful of auspicious phrases, and at this moment, she bestowed them all upon him. He Zongming looked down at her, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Give me a reason." Wanyue had intended to leave, but his words halted her. "What reason?" "Your reason for rejecting me," he replied, his expression dripping with sarcasm. "Throughout my life, everything has come easily to me. Yet, with you I have encountered obstacles. Wanyue, I wish to hear your genuine thoughts. What is it about that Ali that makes me fall short?" Wanyue was taken aback by his sentiment. She had envisioned numerous reactions from He Zongming upon her rejection, anticipating anger, ridicule, or even scorn for choosing a destitute man over him, a distinguished heir. However, she had never expected such a bittersweet and desolate inquiry from him. Indeed, what made him less appealing? Wanyue pondered deeply. After considerable reflection, she regretfully offered her answer. "No, He Zongming, you lack nothing in comparison to him. In terms of family background, appearance, and demeanor, you surpass him in every aspect." The smile on He Zongming's lips grew colder. "I want you to speak the truth. This is the truth. He Zongming, you are exceptional in every regard, lacking in nothing. A man of your caliber will have no shortage of suitors. I believe you will, in time, mirror your father's legacy, surrounded by the finest women." "Surrounded by women?" He Zongming chuckled mockingly. Were it not for his knowledge of Wanyue's straightforward nature, he might have suspected she was insulting him. If I am so admirable, then why is it so? He blocked the doorway, his imposing figure preventing her passage, determined to extract an answer. Chapter 79. He does not. That is because. As Wanyue spoke, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, and the scene before her spun chaotically in an instant. Gripping her head, her body swayed uncontrollably, and she collapsed into a warm embrace. A man's voice, gentle yet laced with an icy undertone, resonated in her ear. You are mistaken, my dear. My father is no good man, and neither am I. Hizoming had always believed he would not follow in his father's footsteps. Thus, he had approached Wanyue with more seduction than intimidation. Yet, fate is relentless. This girl had too strong a will and a hardened heart. He had committed both good and bad deeds, yet she remained impervious, fixated on that wild man who had scarcely shown his face. Hizoming, carrying the unconscious Wanyue, walked outside, coldly reflecting that she should have realized something was amiss when he offered her the bowl of medicine. How foolish of her to cool the drug herself before drinking it. Women are often too unguarded around men. It is no wonder she would fall into his clutches for life. Xiao Song and the others, witnessing Hizoming drag her away, were intensely curious about their destination. Yet they refrained from following due to their status. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. The young girl lay limply, as if boneless, her legs draped over the man's arm, submissively allowing him to hold her. Such a scene would not be seen even from a respectable lady, let alone a courtesan. The crowd's expressions were complex. Yet Hizoming remained unperturbed. She consumed a bowl of sleeping medicine, and now she has fainted. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder it seemed so scandalous. She was under the influence of a drug. Wait, sleeping medicine? Xiao Song looked at Hizoming in shock, then at the unconscious Wanyue in his arms, even more astounded. However, Hizoming showed no inclination to elaborate further, carrying Wanyue to his side. Do not mind me. You should eat and be on your way once you finish. He had already had breakfast while waiting for Wanyue downstairs, and now he sat beside her, gazing down at her. Noticing her disheveled hair obscuring her face, Hizoming gently brushed it aside, revealing her delicate and enchanting features. A slight stirring occurred within him, and his throat tightened involuntarily. Previously, he had found Wanyue's character delightful, outspoken and charming, aligning with his preferences. It was only after last night that he recognized her extraordinary beauty. Even with her eyes closed, lying still, she could evoke illicit thoughts, her fair and plump face, strikingly dark brows and eyes, and rosy lips perpetually beckoned for a kiss. In such tumultuous times, her naivete and beauty, combined with her reckless wandering, put her at great risk, for there are far more villains than heroes. Her innocence, softness, and charming cluelessness were all like fertile grounds nourishing wickedness. Moreover, her lack of background, being alone and vulnerable, made her an even more tempting target for the ambitions and desires of those with ill intentions. With her tendency to act without thought and believe whatever others said, if she did not fall into his hands, she would inevitably find herself in the clutches of other nefarious individuals. Following other wrongdoers would be far less preferable than aligning with him. At the very least, he would treat her kindly. Although Hizoming had never taken a wife, he had witnessed his father marry numerous times. He considered himself quite experienced in the art of indulging women and possessed sufficient confidence that he could surpass his father's achievements from yesteryear. When Wanyue awoke, she found herself in a car, with the scenery outside racing past the windows. Hizoming sat beside her, his eyes gently closed in repose, while she rested her head upon his lap. As Wanyue stirred her arm, attempting to rise, she found herself utterly weak. After struggling for some time without success, her hand inadvertently found its way to an inappropriate location. Hizoming opened his eyes, his gaze penetrating as he regarded her. Are you touching my thigh? Wanyue remained silent, her face cold. Hizoming smiled faintly, his long fingers pinching her chin, teasing her like one would a playful kitten. Do you remember? Wanyue chose to disregard him, maintaining her stoic demeanor. His fingers traced the contour of her jaw down to her earlobe, which appeared delicate and clean, exuding a sense of purity. It was as if he had discovered a delightful toy to amuse himself with. The effects of that drug are quite potent. You certainly won't have the strength before sunset. There's no need to exert yourself unnecessarily, is there? Having already crossed the line, Hizoming saw no reason to feign innocence any longer, and spoke plainly. Wanyue furrowed her brow, attempting to evade his touch. Yet she lacked even the strength to reposition herself, her movements limited to slight shifts of her head, resulting in her face rubbing against his thigh. Hizoming continued to toy with her, even letting out a low chuckle. Wanyue felt a wave of frustration wash over her.
Why?
She queried, her voice weak yet filled with a hint of defiance. This drug was specifically designed for interrogating spies. It could compel speech while rendering the subject utterly powerless. Not only did it sap strength, but it heightened sensitivity, ensuring that even the most stoic of men would cry out if subjected to a whip dipped in salt water. As the drug took effect on Wanyue, her earlobes felt ablaze, and the undeniable presence of the man beneath her could not be ignored. His masculine essence infiltrated her senses, overwhelming her olfactory perception. Realizing that resistance was futile, she ceased her movements and lay quietly. Yet, much like He Zongming in the morning, she was consumed with a singular question, desperate for clarity.
Why?
He Zongming was captivated by her obedient demeanor, his heart racing at the sight. Stealing a glance at the rearview mirror to ensure Xiaosong was preoccupied with the road, he lowered his head, grasped her chin, and turned her face towards him, pressing his lips against hers. Wanyu's fair visage flushed with an unmistakable hue, the color rising visibly from her cheeks until it enveloped the tips of her ears. With wide eyes, she mustered a weak yet forceful reprimand. "I trusted you completely. I considered you a friend. Why would you treat me this way?" Her expression was one of genuine anger, at least half of which stemmed from her confusion over the perceived betrayal of their friendship. In stark contrast to her furious demeanor, He Zongming was in exceptionally high spirits. After kissing her lips, he began to playfully caress her soft little hand, which fit snugly in his palm. A delicate size that was less than half of his own. With a leisurely pace, he posed a rhetorical question. "Do you not understand the reason for this?" Chapter 80. The Pretense. "I do not comprehend." Wanyue fervently attempted to resist him, yet all she managed was a feeble tug of her slender fingers against his palm. The girl's face flushed crimson, her large, glistening eyes ablaze with indignation. "I trust you, He Zongming. I have always regarded you as a friend, and I have never wronged you. You may continue to see me as a friend. We can still be friends, the best of friends. There is no rule that forbids couples from remaining friends." "That is unacceptable," Wanyue exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "I have Aoli. I do not wish to be your wife. I only want my Aoli. From a friend's perspective, I advise you to relinquish this notion swiftly. I know your future husband all too well. He is not a magnanimous individual. It would be best if you refrained from uttering such nonsensical words in the future." As He Zongming feigned indifference, he tightened his grip on her small hand, observing her reactions with great interest. 1 measure of poverty, 2 measures of wealth, 3 measures of being curd, 5 measures, 6 measures, opening a pawn shop. Wanyue was incensed, unable to contain her frustration.
Ilubali.
"I want to marry Ali. He is the only one who can be my future husband." He Zongming increased the pressure of his grip, pinching her hand sharply.
"Ah!"
Wanyue gasped, feeling her entire arm go numb, akin to the sensation of a foot falling asleep suddenly awakening. A mere movement sent waves of soreness and itchiness coursing through her. Yet, He Zongming deliberately toyed with her, his rough hand occasionally squeezing her palm. "He Zongming! He Zongming!" Wanyue cried out, writhing in discomfort, desperately calling his name. "Behave yourself. Consider this a small lesson. Next time, it shall not be so simple." He Zongming leaned closer, lowering his voice to issue a threat. However, Wanyue remained unafraid. He Zongming, even with his few reservations regarding Xiaosong, was oblivious to her conviction. She regarded the space around them as devoid of anyone else. She declared loudly, "I like him. I will think of him. I only wish to marry him. What can you possibly do to me?" He Zongming regarded Wanyue with a displeased expression, but she met his gaze with a defiant stare. "Are you going to kill me?" They locked eyes for a brief moment. Suddenly, He Zongming let out a cold laugh, revealing a side of himself that had never been seen by Wanyue. Since their reunion, he had masked his true self, striving to present himself as the cheerful youth he had been a year prior. Though his features remained unchanged and his attire was the same, in that fleeting instant, his aura shifted, becoming chilling, instilling fear. "I will not kill you. I still have use for you." He Zongming lowered his voice and murmured in her ear. "But that young man you're concerned about is not so fortunate. I will chop him into pieces and have them delivered to you." Wanyue gazed at him in astonishment, her body trembling uncontrollably from fear. He Zongming casually smiled, locking eyes with her, his handsome visage radiating an aura of authority without anger. Wanyu's lips moved as if to speak, yet no words emerged. She simply trembled, as if she were meeting him for the first time. Yet, a scene suddenly materialized to her mind. Perhaps this person had never changed. It was merely the ordinary days spent together that had masked his true nature, allowing her to unknowingly forget his initial appearance and lower her guard. Wanyue ceased to resist, her eyes closing weakly as she allowed him to toy with her like an object, falling silent thereafter. As the sun set, the car arrived at the inn, stopping at the entrance of the restaurant. Wanyue regained a bit of strength, though not much. just enough to stand and walk. He Zongming remained close, his chest pressed against her back, half embracing her as he supported her, and she allowed him to do so. After a long day of travel, everyone was famished, and Xiao Song and the others eagerly ordered dishes and began to feast. The food was delectable, featuring fresh white rice, fish, and meat. Yet Wanyue had little appetite. He Zongming served her a generous portion, but she merely stared at the edge of her bowl, not lifting her chopsticks even once. You must eat something. We have to continue our journey before dawn, and you won't endure without food, he urged. Only then did Wanyue pick up her chopsticks, silently consuming the food in her bowl. Although the dishes were exquisite, they tasted like wax to her. He Zongming placed another item in her bowl. You need this. Eat more to replenish your strength. Wanyue had never seen this particular dish. What is this? She inquired. He Zongming regarded her with a knowing look. Chicken heart. His indirect comment suggested that Wanyue lacked insight. Despite his overt intentions, she dared to challenge him directly. What kind of naivete did it take to act so? He Zongming had initially thought he needed to be cautious around her, but ultimately, he had overestimated her. This young girl was utterly transparent before him. Wanyue furrowed her brow, took a bite, and chewed without tasting much, consuming it like medicine. Are you satisfied now? She asked, looking at He Zongming. He sighed, lamenting that this inn was too small to serve a proper dish. Submitting to a man should not be approached with such an attitude. Wanyue's eyes flared with anger. What kind of attitude do you want? He Zongming observed her for a moment, then set down his chopsticks, adjusting his posture to watch her leisurely. You tell me what you wish to request from me. Suddenly, she appeared like a little hedgehog, meek and compliant, undoubtedly with a desire in mind. You must not harm Ollie, Wanyue stated without hesitation. He Zongming's eyes flickered with understanding, which was quickly overshadowed by a deep sense of aversion and annoyance. That will depend on your behavior tonight, he replied, his expression serious. What behavior? Wanyue frowned, not comprehending. He Zongming did not respond, merely casting a sidelong glance at her, signaling for someone to come and clear the table, and then requesting a bucket of water. Wanyue initially looked on in bewilderment, but the moment he embraced her and began to unfasten the buttons of her collar, comprehension dawned upon her. No, this cannot be allowed. Wanyue's face turned pale as she pushed his hand away, her small hands clutching her clothing tightly at her throat. Her eyes filled with resistance as she gazed at him. Chapter 81. A Grim Sight. Is it not permissible? A chilling glint flickered in He Zongming's eyes. How many pieces do you suggest I chop him into? 5? 8? Or should I simply mince him for dumpling filling, bones and meat all mixed together? He spoke languidly, and with each word, Wanyue's expression grew increasingly fearful and apprehensive. At last, her trembling hands slowly lowered her protective arms to her sides. Do as you please, but do not harm him. Wanyue bit her lip, steeling herself, turning her head aside in a stiff manner and resolutely closing her eyes. Yet, the more she behaved thus, the colder He Zongming's gaze became. Open your eyes. The command in his voice was unmistakable. Reluctantly, Wanyue opened her eyes, her tear-filled orbs brimming with a sense of injustice. He Zongming wanted her to bear witness. His long fingers deftly manipulated the delicate buttons, one effortlessly undone by him. Wanyue's gaze trembled, her lips pressed together even tighter. At that moment, He Zongming refrained from unfastening the second button. He cradled Wanyue and gently placed her on the bed, positioning her against the wall. Then, with both hands at her collar, he grasped the fabric and pulled it apart. Rip! Wanyue's shoulders quivered, her pristine white teeth biting into her lip until blood emerged. Her wide-open eyes reflected a mix of fear and trepidation. He Zongming looked down at her, tilting his chin toward the pillow. Lie down. Wanyue removed her shoes and complied. The exquisite qipao hung loosely on her shoulders, now resembling tattered rags. Faintly visible was a slender, pale shoulder. He Zongming sat at the edge of the bed, gripping the frayed edges of the fabric, continuing to apply force. Rip, rip, rip. This action epitomized aggression and oppression. Throughout the ordeal, Wanyue was engulfed in terror, feeling utterly humiliated, far worse than if he had simply taken her. At last, the final intact piece of clothing was torn to shreds in his hands. Wanyue lay on the bedding, trembling uncontrollably. It was an involuntary physiological response. She desperately tried to reassure herself, telling her heart not to fear him, that it was not a significant matter, yet her body could not comply. In this state, He Zongming was truly terrifying, like a ruler from a realm of wickedness, dark enough to make her teeth chatter. He Zongming craved this reaction from her, his gaze haughty as he observed her. If I were so worthless as to sacrifice my own woman to this extent, I would rather take my own life. Yet, Wanyue could not bear to hear such words, retorting in anger. He simply had bad luck. He wasn't born with your fortune. You must not speak ill of him. Silence yourself. He Zongming coldly rebuked her. Wanyue displayed a look of grievance, pursing her lips and falling silent. With her expressive eyes, she stubbornly conveyed her protest. He Zongming, weary of wasting further time, swiftly shed his garments and fiercely pressed his lips against hers. Soft as a cotton ball, he could not restrain himself from praising her. His voice hoarse as he whispered in her ear, "My dear, how have you grown so exquisite, so soft and fragrant all over?" Wanyue, with her misty eyes, placed a small hand over her mouth, choosing to bite her finger rather than respond to him. On the following day, before dawn, Wanyue found herself unable to rise. She donned a blue cheongsam adorned with purple flowers and was gently cradled by He Zongming into the carriage. Xiao Song pondered that the commander must have used all the self-defense medicines he brought on this Miss Su. He Zongming settled her in the back seat, where she instinctively curled up, resting her head on his lap, and closed her eyes as soon as she entered the vehicle, appearing drowsy. He Zongming glanced at Xiao Song and leaned down to plant a kiss on Wanyue's eyelids. "Have I worn you out like this?" Wanyue's eyelashes fluttered, her brows knitting together then relaxing as she murmured softly, "Sleepy. Like a lazy cat. How could she dare think of marrying a poor boy who could afford to care for her?" He Zongming poked her cheek playfully, but Wanyue had completely given in, offering no resistance or response, allowing him to do as he pleased. After a while, as he continued to poke her, she fell into a deep, even breath, sweet as a babe in slumber. A sense of helpless amusement emerged within him. Sleep on, sleep on. Once we reach Yangcheng, there will be plenty of servants at home, and you can indulge in as much rest as you desire." He propped his hand over his eyes, ceasing his teasing and also closing his eyes to rest. Men are all alike. Abstaining is one thing, but once they indulge, their thoughts seem to spiral endlessly into that realm, becoming addicted. Especially He Zongming at this age. Barely 20, brimming with vitality. With Wanyue, one exuberant and the other obedient, their antics seemed never-ending. After the events of the previous night, Wanyue was utterly spent, lacking even the strength to be irritable. He Zongming was slightly stronger, but still felt some fatigue. They both quietly rested their eyes throughout the journey until evening, when the automobile arrived at another inn. As before, Xiao Song and the others were dining in the hall. He Zongming instructed that the meal be brought to their room. After dining, naturally, they called for water again, this time without any deliberate display. Embracing Wanyue, he affectionately took her to bed. Wanyue wore an expression as if she wished to speak, but ultimately said nothing, occasionally furrowing her brow. He Zongming remained oblivious to her unease. Among the treasures of the He family's library, aside from the serious texts, there were also many forbidden and miscellaneous books. In his youth, he had delighted in reading and had perused nearly all of them. Wanyue had unwittingly become the seed of his practical experiences. When she was silent, she truly appeared exceptionally well-behaved, which He Zongming found endlessly enjoyable. The following day unfolded similarly, but upon arriving at the inn, Wanyue fell ill. Her porcelain face flushed with fever. With her eyes tightly shut, she mumbled incoherently. He Zongming was taken aback and commanded Xiao Song and the others to fetch a doctor in the dead of night. The doctor arrived, conducted a thorough examination, and stated, "This girl's pulse does not seem to indicate a cold. Does she have any wounds that might have caused an infection?" Without a moment's hesitation, He Zongming replied, "Impossible. She has no injuries." Suddenly, he halted, a thought crossing his mind, and he glanced at Wanyue with a troubled expression. "Is there a female doctor here who specializes in treating women?" Half an hour later, a female doctor rushed in. Upon a brief glance, her face turned pale with horror. "Has this girl been rescued from a brothel?" He Zongming glared at her with fierce warning. "Mind your tongue. She is my legitimate wife." Chapter 82, Nightmare. He Zongming had always been a man who did not accommodate others, yet he made an exception for Wanyue. Taking a life is easy, but saving one is challenging. He needed something from the female doctor. Suppressing his inner displeasure, he held back for the moment. "What exactly is my wife's condition? Please enlighten me. What else could it be?" The female doctor replied with evident impatience, pulling out paper and pen from her medical kit to write a prescription. "The high fever and internal heat are caused by swelling and infection. I will prescribe 2 sets of medicine, one for external application and one for internal use. You should observe her for 7 days." The female doctor cautioned in a low voice. During these 7 days, no intimate relations should occur. He Zongming's personal experiences had proven that merely relying on ideals was insufficient when it came to caring for a woman. Silently accepting the prescription, he handed her $5 silver. "Thank you for your efforts tonight." The female doctor replied, "That's more than necessary." Yet He Zongming insisted on pushing the coins towards her. "This is not just a consultation fee, it's a token for your discretion. If you partake of these refreshments, do not speak of tonight's events to anyone." Her expression turned cold and severe the moment She received the prescription. Should I hear any unfavorable rumors about my wife, I will hold you accountable. The female doctor shot him a vexed glance. What are you trying to prove? When your wife was pleading for mercy, where were you? In her mind, it was inconceivable for a woman to endure such pain without expressing it. She assumed Wanyue must have begged earnestly, and that Heartbreak, enamored with her beauty, had refused to relent. Such brutish behavior often occurred in brothels, but it was rare among married couples. Thus, she remained unfriendly, ultimately taking only her rightful fee before leaving with a frosty demeanor. As for Heartbreak, after her scolding, he pressed his thin lips together, his expression complex. If Wanyue had truly pleaded with him, he would not have intentionally tormented her. The current situation had arisen because she had not uttered a word about this matter from beginning to end. Based on his understanding of Wanyue, she was certainly not the type to suffer in silence. Her choice to remain mute was likely due to the threats he had previously made. That man again. Although she did not speak of it, the traces of that man were evident in her every action, lurking everywhere. She, being so clever and strong-willed, unwilling to suffer any indignities, found herself enduring such hardships for that one thing. Heartbreak's countenance darkened. Sooner or later, he would surely unearth that alley. To ascertain the true nature of the person who could compel a girl like Wanyue to such lengths, he decided to visit the apothecary himself. Determined to procure the medicine prescribed by the female doctor, the shopkeeper had long since retired for the night, and it took considerable effort to rouse him from his slumber. Wanyue appeared dazed and in a state of utter fatigue, yet she remained obedient as Heartbreak administered the medicine, opening her small mouth to swallow it. Most of their previous encounters had occurred in darkness, and even on the rare occasions when light lingered, he had never contemplated examining her closely. Upon washing her, he was met with the sight of red streaks, a most distressing sight indeed. Heartbreak's gaze flickered, his brow furrowing slightly, attributing this misfortune to Ali. It was because of him that Wanyue had refrained from revealing the truth. Otherwise, how could she have sustained such injuries? Suppressing the pangs of concern, he cleaned the handkerchief and swiftly tended to Wanyue once more, applying a second round of medicine. During this process, Wanyue stirred momentarily, her eyes fluttering open to regard Heartbreak. Upon realizing his actions, her eyes widened in shock, but she quickly furrowed her brows and shut them again. Heartbreak remained oblivious to her brief awakening. Once he had finished tending to her, he repositioned her legs, washed the cloth, discarded the water, and then settled down beside her, closing his eyes to sleep. This marked the first time they shared a blanket for genuine slumber after that night. As Heartbreak's breathing became steady and deep, Wanyue quietly opened her eyes, feeling troubled in the pitch-black darkness. Heartbreak was asleep. This was the perfect moment for her to slip away from him. Yet, she felt overwhelmingly unwell, her head heavy and clouded, her body sore and burning. The area where the medicine had been applied felt cool, but who could tell how long its effects would last? Once the remedy wore off, returning to that fiery discomfort would render her feeling worse than dead. After much inner turmoil, she ultimately resolved not to stir for now. After all, Heartbreak would not harass her in the coming days. He would care for her well, providing sustenance and comfort. Thus, she decided to endure for the time being. She was frail and in poor health, making it all the more challenging to move. For now, she would remain with him, consuming his provisions and utilizing his medicine. Any matters could be addressed once her health was restored. Adjusting her position, Wanyue distanced herself slightly from Heartbreak to avoid the warmth of his breath on her face. As for the way he held her waist, she feared waking him and felt too weary to struggle against it. Having reached this point, they had shared everything. It seemed trivial to dwell on such physical boundaries. She felt rather foolish for even considering it. Feeling somewhat dejected, she nestled her face beneath Heartbreak's shoulder, closed her eyes, and succumbed to sleep. In the darkness, the man's towering physique embraced the woman's petite form, creating a striking juxtaposition between formidable strength and delicate fragility. Their harmonious appearance resembled that of newlyweds, blissfully entwined in their affection. In her dreams, Ali arrived with a procession, the sounds of celebration accompanying the 16 bearers of the bridal palanquin as Wanyue joyously ascended. However, as they disembarked to pay their respects, the menacing Heartbreak burst in, aiming a gun directly at Ali's chest. Wanyue let out a piercing scream, awakening in a cold sweat, her gaze locking onto the man standing vigil by her bedside. The nightmare had seeped into reality, and Heartbreak's dark, scrutinizing eyes bore into her. "What did you dream?" Wanyue stared blankly at him for a moment, tears spilling from the corners of her eyes. A pang of sorrow tugged at her heart, akin to a tiny blade slicing through. Heartbreak observed her tears, and when he spoke again, his tone had softened considerably. "Why are you crying?" In contrast to her earlier feelings of frustration and anger when she lost her innocence to him, This moment was drenched in profound sadness. Emerging from the remnants of her dream, the horrific image of Ali's demise lingered in her mind, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Consequently, her resentment towards the man before her swelled. With a pale visage, she lowered her head, pressing her lips tightly together, reluctant to engage him in conversation.
Tell me,
What are you thinking? When enveloped in sorrow, the girl, with her downcast eyes, appeared to inhabit a silent world of her own. In that realm, she was utterly alone, while he, though present, felt an insurmountable distance separating them. He Zongming detested this sensation, profoundly so. Wanyue was not inclined to share her true feelings with him. His disdain for Ali's name had reached a boiling point. Any mention of it ignited his fury. Although he never resorted to violence like old Master Su, the actions he took after pinning her down were far more unbearable than any physical punishment. Wanyue ultimately devised a compromise, her glassy eyes meeting his with a facade of vulnerability and innocence as she softly murmured, "It hurts." "Hurts?" He Zongming echoed, his mind instinctively conjuring the implications of her words. He released her from his grip, casting a cool glance downward, scoffing, "It looks like a swollen peach. Of course. It hurts." Wanyue bit her lip and lowered her gaze, clutching the blanket as she endured his taunt. Yet, the more he scrutinized her, the more irked he became, maliciously stating, "You deserve the pain. Who told you to endure it and not speak up sooner?" With mounting dissatisfaction stemming from recent events, Wanyue's heart brimmed with resentment towards him. The haunting dream only intensified her fury and bitterness towards He Zongming. "You're like a breeding mule. How am I supposed to respond to that?" He Zongming's eyes widened, flames of rage flickering in his gaze as he stood frozen in disbelief. "What did you call me?" he retorted, his voice nearly a shout, teeth clenched. "A mule? You are a breeding mule." Wanyue stood her ground, unyielding and defiant against him. Her large, watery eyes glistened with a vibrant light, yet beneath that brightness lay an unmistakable stubbornness, as if she was determined to confront him to the end. "You?" He Zongming, had lived for 19 years and had never heard such crude words used to describe him. A surge of anger welled up within him, and he raised his hand. Wanyue, sensing the impending danger, let out a sharp scream and nimbly darted from the center of the bed to its edge. A surprising display of agility, since she had been languishing in illness. Not only did she retreat, but she also seized the blanket. And just as He Zongming's hand was about to fall, she covered herself with it, fashioning a small tent on the bed as a means of concealment. He Zongming halted his hand midair, realizing that this was merely an instinctive reaction fueled by his emotions. He had no intention of actually striking Wanyue. Hitting her was out of the question. His affection for her stemmed from her character and temperament. If he were to truly strike her, with her vengeful nature, their relationship would be irreparably damaged. In that moment, the last remnants of his anger dissipated, swept away by her childlike antics. That wild girl, while indeed infuriating at times, could also be irresistibly charming. He Zongming lowered his hand, asking, "What are you hiding for? You were quite spirited when you were hurling insults. Now you wish to feign meekness? I intended to argue with you, yet you seem eager to resort to violence. At your height and size, how could I possibly contend with you? It's utterly unfair." He Zongming chuckled, moving to tug at the blanket. Wanyue clung fiercely to it, shouting, "That was something you insisted on giving me. Besides, I've repaid you. During the New Year, I even gifted you a sweetened egg." "During the New Year? You gave me a sweetened egg? Have you lost your mind, spouting such nonsense?" He Zongming dismissed her words, assuming she was delirious and had mistaken him for Ali. His expression darkened as he forcefully pulled away the blanket, revealing her face. "Have you recovered from your fever?
come here, let me check."
His hand reached toward her forehead. Wanyue, unable to resist his strength, unveiled her small face from the blanket, her large eyes cautiously glancing at him. Noticing he did not appear to harbor any malicious intent, she gradually relaxed her vigilance. "Yes, I did give you a sweetened egg, but at that time, I thought you were deceased, so I did not hand it to you personally. Instead, I placed it before your memorial tablet." He Zongming was taken aback. "My memorial tablet? Is everyone from the He family in Chun City truly gone? Who erected that tablet for me?" Recalling the past eased Wanyue's mood considerably. With her doe-like eyes glistening, she retorted, "At that time we were friends. Of course, I would have set up your tablet." His attention shifted, filled with doubt as he scrutinized her. "Can you write my name?" He recalled how this girl had always been somewhat oblivious, unable even to write her own name, never bothering to ask teachers for help. The two characters of her name, Wanyue, she had only managed to write the latter. As Wanyue spoke of this, her spirits lifted considerably, and she felt a sense of pride in her cleverness. "If I cannot write the character for He Zongming, surely I can write the character for Mingin tomorrow?" He Zongming, upon hearing her, immediately grasped the situation and, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, replied, I fear that not only can you not write the he in he Zongming, but you probably cannot even write the Zong in Zongming. Wanyue, struck by his words, shot him a fierce glare, refusing to engage further, her face puffed up in indignation. At this point, he Zongming found himself utterly devoid of anger. A gentle smile flickered in his eyes as he gazed at her for a while, reaching out to stroke her hair. Chapter 84. Restraint. Their playful banter effectively dissipated the previously tense atmosphere. It was not until Wanyue resumed sipping from a bowl of medicine that she remembered to ask, aren't we supposed to be on the road today? Why are we still here? Given her high fever, the notion of traveling seemed absurd. He Zongming observed her set down the bowl and pressed a box of preserved fruits into her hands, the bitter medicine necessitating a sweeter aftertaste. The car has run out of fuel. We shall take a respite for the day, he remarked. Wanyue, already feeling quite unwell, had no desire to move. He Zongming regarded her with the tenderness one might reserve for a child. Be careful, don't let the sugar fall onto the blanket, lest ants and bees come to invade your cozy space. Wanyue was unperturbed. Let them invade. What can ants and bees do that could be worse than you intruding upon my blanket? He Zongming found himself both irritated and amused, pinching her fair cheek and teasingly grasping a small piece of soft flesh. What makes me so frightening? Do enlighten me. Without a moment's thought, Wanyue pointed beneath him. Just eat your food. When one is ill, it is best to speak less. This wild little girl was indeed untamed, her nature pure and innocent, oblivious to the constraints of decorum, conducting herself with unrestrained freedom. While he Zongming held some regard for her reputation, fearing that others might look down upon her, Wanyue appeared to embrace a more uninhibited disposition. She paid little mind to he Zongming's thoughts, feeling unwell and having been forced to consume medicinal concoctions since early morning. She relished the sweetness of the preserved fruits that momentarily lifted her spirits. She focused solely on her own happiness, disregarding all else. After all, life must go on. Whether through tears or carefree laughter, one must live. If she could savor its pleasures, why should she impose hardships upon herself? With this mindset, when breakfast was served, Wanyue indulged heartily. It was only after she had eaten her fill that she felt a hint of the bashfulness a girl ought to possess. As he Zongming prepared to change her bandages, You can put the medicine down. I shall do it myself. Earlier, in her delirium, she had been compliant. But now fully aware, she felt a tinge of embarrassment at his attentions. He Zongming did not press her, simply handing her the medicine pack and advising her on the proper procedures for changing the dressings, then seated himself at the edge of the bed, patiently waiting for her. Wanyue, too, waited, and after a considerable time, she glared at him. What are you still doing here? He Zongming replied with a calm demeanor. This is also my room. Where else would I go? He looked at her with a meaningful gaze. Wanyue felt her cheeks flush. That's different. I wasn't aware at the time, but now that I am awake. He Zongming observed the two rosy clouds adorning her cheeks, a mischievous smile curling upon his lips. It's not as if I haven't seen it before. Wanyue fell silent, her large, fiery eyes fixed on him with an intensity that could ignite a spark. Ultimately, he Zongming succumbed before her, chuckling amiably. All right, I shall fetch your medicine.
I'll take my leave now.
It was not out of fear of inciting her ire, but rather because her pouting expression was simply too adorable, reminiscent of a fluffy little creature with round eyes. He worried that prolonged proximity might lead his heart astray, especially given her current state of illness, which rendered her untouchable. Should he falter, he would be the one to suffer. Wanyue's recovery spanned a full 3 days. He Zongming attended to her every need, ensuring she was well fed and cared for, while only occasionally teasing her, engaging in playful banter. Their coexistence was largely harmonious. One evening, he Zongming attempted to embrace Wanyue, but she resolutely resisted, struggling against him. He Zongming found amusement in her antics, akin to coaxing a small animal, delighting in her spirited defiance. Clenching his fist, he took a deep, steadying breath, then draped the blanket over her face, enveloping her like a silkworm in a cocoon. With a measured tone, he commanded, no more fidgeting. It's time to sleep. Left alone, Wanyue found herself momentarily stunned beneath the heavy, stifling blanket, acutely aware of the warmth radiating from him through the fabric, accompanied by the sound of his restrained breaths. A subtle smile graced her lips. While he Zongming sought vengeance in Spring City, his actions remained discreet, unnoticed by the wider world. However, those particularly attuned to his affairs would inevitably glean the truth. In Yang City, within the resplendent confines of the He residence, a charming 2-story villa, his aunt, He Jiaoyi, a woman nearing 40 yet appearing merely in her early 30s, sat upon the sofa, her face etched with fury. Upon receiving reports from her subordinates, her brows furrowed tightly. "What are you stammering about?" she demanded, her voice sharp. The soldier summoned to answer her inquiries hesitated, then replied, "The commander was indeed faster than us, but I heard." "I heard. What did you hear? Speak plainly, or I shall not tolerate any deception." When silent, He Jiaoyi appeared gentle and amiable, yet her words, once unleashed, carried the fiery intensity of Yang City's spiciest dishes. Before her husband's untimely demise, he had held a position of great trust with a high-ranking general, and her standing within the military commanded a certain respect. Her subordinates dared not deceive her. For the sake of a woman? Even before meeting Wanyue, He Jiaoyi's opinion of her had soured, and she lashed out, that shameless little vixen, with no claim nor title, daring to cling to a man so obstinately. Her disdain stemmed from her own experiences, having lost her husband to the perils of infidelity, thus harboring a deep aversion toward licentious women. With a fierce tone, she declared, "Good men are led astray by such base creatures. Just wait until I encounter her in Yang City. I shall teach her a lesson." Meanwhile, Wanyue remained blissfully unaware. Seated in the automobile, her expression a portrait of forlorn curiosity as she gazed out at the ever-changing scenery. "He's Zhongming. Where on earth are you taking me?" As events have unfolded to this day, she has ceased to harbor any expectations regarding He Zhongming's assistance in locating Ollie. Her hopes now rest solely on the prospect of quickly regaining her health and seeking a discreet opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Chapter 85. If not now, then when? You shall understand upon your arrival. He maintains his enigmatic demeanor. The living conditions in Yangcheng starkly contrast with those of Spring City, which Yangcheng regards as a despicable backwater. He Zhongming mused that when Wanyue witnesses the prosperity of Yangcheng, she will undoubtedly be quite astonished. However, Wanyue remained less optimistic. After his dismissive remark, she blinked twice, letting out a heavy sigh, her silhouette appearing frail and solitary, evoking deep sympathy. He Zhongming glanced at her and pulled her closer, urging her to sit beside him. "What is there to sigh about? Are you reminiscing about that wild man?" he inquired with a light-hearted tone, a smile gracing his lips, as if jesting. Yet Wanyue, having glimpsed his darker side, understood that he was far from the carefree facade he displayed. Beneath his nonchalant words lay an undercurrent of unspoken turmoil. She dejectedly lowered her head, resting her forehead against his shoulder. "I have already become yours. What more could I desire from him?" He Zhongming smiled gently, his fingers toying with her dark locks. Wanyue, still recovering from illness, had not braided her hair in days, allowing it to cascade freely, imbued with the scent of shampoo. "You had best speak from the heart," she sighed deeply once more. Determined, He Zhongming insisted on joining her in examining her belongings. Upon discovering a stash of silver coins and gold bars, he chuckled, teasing her about being a little money enthusiast. Afterward, he confiscated all her money along with her small bundle, justifying it as a means of ensuring her safety. In the outside world, one cannot move a step without money. Wanyue watched helplessly as her hopes were seized, feeling as wilted as a frost-bitten eggplant. He Zhongming, amused by her half-hearted demeanor, patted her face and tousled her hair affectionately. "It is merely a trivial amount of gold and silver. My household is not lacking in such mundane riches. The gold bars I possess require a chest for storage, as boxes cannot contain them." He Zhongming, accustomed to ruthless dealings, had amassed considerable wealth in his Yangcheng residence. Yet Wanyue was not driven by greed. She simply understood that without money, her quest to find Ollie would become increasingly arduous. Thus, she remained unresponsive to He Zhongming's promises, releasing yet another heavy sigh. Noticing her despondence, He Zhongming pondered for a moment before retrieving an object from his pocket. "Look at this," he said. Wanyue, lacking enthusiasm, leaned in to see. He Zhongming held out a necklace strung with black lines, featuring a pendant shaped like a golden square, roughly the size of a finger. The side facing her bore intricate engravings of flowers, which Wanyue did not recognize but found beautiful and exquisite, radiating an air of opulence. The reverse side, vaguely inscribed, seemed to bear some words. Before she could examine it closely, He Zhongming had already lifted the necklace and draped it around her neck. Wanyue, astonished, delicately pinched the small gold medal, while He Zhongming cradled her face and planted a kiss on her lips, saying, "This is for you. Be sure to keep it safe. If you dare to lose it, I shall hold you accountable." Wanyue allowed him to kiss her, and once released, she turned the tiny gold medal over, examining the other side intently. There, she discovered intricate carvings, not of flowers, but rather 3 characters. The first 2 characters were unfamiliar to her, but the last one, representing tomorrow, was easily recognized. A sudden realization struck her. It seemed that this small token bore his name. She looked up in surprise at He Zhongming, who was also gazing at her, meeting her eyes with a gentle smile. Remember this, my little darling. Hizongming is written this way. Wanyue found herself unable to accept this endearing term. Her cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze. The warmth of Hizongming's smile deepened. This medal had been crafted for her before his journey to Spring City. He had given her a wooden one, and now a golden one in return. Had it not been for their recent reunion and her earlier insistence on eloping, he would have presented it to her much sooner. The driver, Xiao Song, inadvertently overheard their conversation, his skin crawling at the unexpected tenderness displayed by the formidable commander he in private. It was hard to reconcile the image of the stern leader with his affectionate banter, filled with terms of endearment. No wonder Miss Su, who had once been determined to leave, no longer mentioned it. Even he, a grown man, felt a bit embarrassed listening to it. Wanyue, indeed, cherished the gold medal, holding it as if it were a precious jewel. She had already devised a plan. Should the need arise to escape, she would use it as fare. Hizongming assumed she had genuinely come to terms with their situation, especially since they were nearing the borders of Yang City. Upon entering, his soldiers would be everywhere. And he had refrained from revealing his identity to Wanyue all this time, intending to surprise her and showcase the might and prestige of the He family. The overwhelming power and wealth that awaited them were tantalizingly close. He would coax her with kindness, refraining from scolding or reprimanding, convinced she would find it impossible to resist being devoted to him. As the three of them contemplated their thoughts, the car gradually entered Yang City. Just as Hizongming had anticipated, upon seeing the novel architecture lining the streets and the fashionable figures strolling about, Wanyue's eyes widened in awe, pressing eagerly against the window to gaze outside. Yang City is divided into two districts, with a vast disparity in wealth between the northern and southern banks of the river. Hizongming resided on the southern bank, where military officers and affluent merchants mingled. Xiao Song quickly grasped his intent, driving along the route from department stores to food stalls, then to jewelry shops and tailor boutiques. Wanyue did not disappoint Hizongming's expectations. With every shop they passed, her interest grew immensely, prompting Hizongming to take her out of the car to shop. Wanyue was ecstatic, exuberantly pointing at items like a nouveau riche, exclaiming, "This one, that one, and this too. I want them all. Wrap them up for me." She watched Hizongming negotiate with the shopkeeper, settle the payment, and collect the items, her breath quickening uncontrollably. If she didn't flee now, when would she? Chapter 86. A flight taking advantage of Hizongming's conversation with the shop owner. Wanyue pointed to a distant candy jar and exclaimed, "I want that too." Hizongming, unsuspecting, instructed the shopkeeper to prepare the packaging. At that moment, Wanyue, petite and swift, darted towards the entrance, her movements akin to a rabbit fleeing for its life. As she burst through the door, she did not pause, deftly navigating through the alleys and streets that were inaccessible to vehicles, turning at every corner and racing onward without pause for nearly half an hour before finally halting in an unfamiliar place. Before her lay a bustling port, where goods were being loaded onto ships and sturdy dockworkers were busily engaged in their tasks. Wanyue, utterly exhausted, leaned against the wall, her hands pressed against her abdomen, breathless and weak. Today, she was dressed quite elegantly in a luxurious qipao, adorned with gold jewelry, presenting herself as a refined young lady of nobility. A solicitous young man approached, inquiring, "Miss, would you like to take a rickshaw?" Gasping for breath, she managed to utter a single word. Her heart raced from the exertion, and her cheeks flushed with exertion, tiny beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "Yes, a rickshaw. Would you take me away to where I need to go?" she asked, nodding vigorously at his suggestion. Indeed, she needed to leave this dreadful place. Although she had successfully escaped, she was traversing the very paths that Hizongming could not follow, giving her a temporary advantage. Yet, having observed his familiarity with the city during their earlier chaotic escapades, she knew that remaining here would eventually lead to her discovery. Wanyue resolved to seize the moment and depart immediately, but a rickshaw would not suffice for her escape from the city. Her gaze shifted towards a distant cargo ship. "Gentlemen, I am embarking on a long journey. Might I borrow your vessel for passage?" she inquired, steadying her breath and smiling as she approached the laborers. "Borrow a ship?" The man paused his work, sizing her up, and raised an eyebrow. "This is a cargo ship. We don't easily allow outsiders aboard." "Not easily, perhaps. But perhaps we could negotiate," she replied, having honed her skills in reading the nuances of conversation over the years. She removed the small gold pendant from her neck, still warm from her body. "Would this suffice for my fare?" The man squinted at the pendant, a smile breaking across his face as he became more amiable. "You're in luck today. We happen to have an available spot on the ship." Following his guidance, Wanyue climbed aboard the cargo ship, stepping into the enclosed cabin. The thick wooden walls surrounded her, and her racing heart began to calm. Now, even if Hizongming were to come looking for her, He would certainly not find her here at the dock. Wanyue comfortably nestled into a corner, quietly awaiting the ship's departure. When she boarded, less than a third of the cargo had been loaded, while outside, ox carts continuously transported goods. The workers took breaks intermittently, wasting considerable time. And soon the bright daylight faded into a dull gray. As night fell, a sudden gust of wind swept through. An experienced old sailor glanced at the sky, furrowing his brow, and remarked that heavy rain was likely. Having ventured out to sea with the cargo ship countless times, his words carried weight. The owner of the cargo promptly decided not to set sail that night, opting to wait for better weather the following day. The sailors, relieved at the prospect of an unexpected night's rest, were filled with joy. Only the man who initially took gold from Wanyue discreetly boarded the ship and informed her of the impending storm, advising her to find another way if she had urgent matters. However, Wanyue did not respond, finding the stifling air within the cabin more reassuring than the tempest outside. It was merely one night. She could wait. The sailor, upon hearing her resolve, ceased his persuasion. Once the cargo was fully loaded, the sailors clamored for a proper rest, some indulging in drinks while others enjoyed meals, and soon the dock fell silent. Alone in the cabin, Wanyue's stomach let out a growl. She pressed her lips together and curled into a small ball, attempting to suppress her hunger. Just hold on a little longer. Once she escaped this wretched place and the gaze of Hizongming, she could feast on whatever she desired. This moment was inconsequential. The sky darkened, heavy clouds roiling as a sudden thunderclap reverberated, followed by a brilliant flash of lightning that sliced through the night like a razor. Torrential raindrops fell, crashing against the ship's deck with a cacophony. In the cargo-laden cabin, Wanyue sat alone when suddenly the sound of footsteps approached. She looked up in confusion, spotting the sailor who had taken her gold. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, tall and robust, with an honest demeanor, dressed in a rain slicker and cautiously holding a bowl. He approached her, extending the bowl with a kind gesture. "You must be hungry. I ordered some dan noodles for you from a restaurant." Wanyue felt a surge of surprise and joy. Indeed, there were still good people in the world. She thanked the sailor and eagerly accepted the bowl, taking a hearty bite. The sailor watched in astonishment, a hint of suspicion creeping into his eyes. "You're not from Yangcheng, are you?" Residents of Yangcheng had a lifelong affinity for spicy food. It was unfathomable that someone like her could not handle the heat. Wanyue fanned her mouth and tongue with her small hands, her teary eyes reflecting sincerity. "Brother, I won tea hide it from you. I'm an outsider, tricked into coming here by a scoundrel. He promised to help me find my husband, but once I arrived, he coerced me into becoming his concubine." The spice was unbearable, leaving her mouth tingling, likely swollen from the heat. Tears streamed down Wanyue's cheeks, accentuating the girl's misery and lending credence to her plight. Upon hearing her words, the man widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed with indignation, "This is utterly outrageous. In broad daylight, to dare commit such atrocities against women. Come, I shall take you to report this to the authorities." Yet, Wanyue could not genuinely accompany him, pleading, "No, good sir, his family possesses power and influence. I cannot afford to offend them. Please, I beg of you, just allow me to leave this city safely." Chapter 87, Hiding. As she spoke, she picked up the fiercely spicy bowl of noodles again, taking a bite before pausing to eat once more. "But you cannot handle spicy food. You must stop eating. I will find a way to get you something else," he insisted. "That won't be necessary. A single bite will suffice. We must not waste food," Wanyue responded amicably. She had initially sought assistance and did not wish to burden anyone further. Hearing her words, the boatman ceased his urging. "Then please continue eating. I shall step outside to fetch you a pot of tea." The man turned and exited the cabin. Outside, a torrential downpour raged, thunder and lightning intertwining as the dark sky flickered ominously. The man donned his hat and prepared to stride towards the nearby tavern. At that moment, a sudden blare of horns echoed from the distant dock. Was it a vehicle? In Yang City, only the powerful and influential held automobiles. In such dreadful weather, what could these individuals possibly want at the dock? The man pondered, pausing with curiosity as he gazed toward the approaching vehicles. Under the tumultuous night sky, amidst the torrential rain, a procession of black cars sped towards him. As lightning illuminated the scene, the insignia on the vehicles revealed them to be military transport. Only the army could command such cars. In the astonished gaze of the boatman, the cars reached the dock, forming two rows before halting. Soldiers clad in uniforms disembarked in an orderly and disciplined manner. Nearly 100 personnel swiftly surrounding the already sizable dock. Following them, a larger and more imposing vehicle glided between the two rows of soldiers. Once it stopped, a soldier holding an umbrella approached the car, bending down to open the door while shielding the occupant with utmost care. "Commander." As the door swung open, a tall, imposing man emerged, his demeanor solemn and cold. In that moment, as he raised his head, a flash of lightning split the sky, casting an abrupt light upon him that, rather than illuminating, intensified the oppressive atmosphere. His eyes, as sharp and cold as an eagle's, pierced through the air with a razor-like intensity, directly targeting the boatman's stunned visage. "Have you seen the woman in this portrait?" A young soldier swiftly approached the boatman, holding out an image, though merely a simple sketch. The exceptionally deep-set brows and eyes of the depicted woman unmistakably belonged to Wanyue, who had recently poured out her heart to him in the cabin. The sailor's heart raced with trepidation as he hesitantly surveyed the soldiers encircling him, then cast a glance towards the distant figure of Heartbreak. Obscured beneath the canopy of an umbrella, his expression hidden from view. Though the man had not uttered a single word, the sailor instinctively recognized him as the one in charge, the very person he sought in relation to Wanyue. Reluctant to offend the warlord, he opened his mouth but was suddenly flooded with the image of Wanyue's tear-filled eyes. A surge of resolve coursed through him, prompting a swift change in his response. "I have never seen her." "Never?" The soldier remained skeptical, scrutinizing the cargo ship behind him. "Is this vessel yours?"
No.
"It belongs to our employer. I am merely a laborer, tasked with transporting goods." The soldier, however, retained an expression of doubt. "I shall ask you once more. Have you seen the person in this portrait?" "Truly, I have not, sir. How could I dare to deceive you?" The sailor's face radiated sincerity. Yet the questioning soldier abruptly shoved him aside and strode towards the ship. "Whether you have seen her or not is not for you to decide." With that, he ascended the deck. The sailor, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurried to follow him, raising his voice in an exaggerated tone. "Sir, we have only just loaded the cargo onto the ship. There is nothing else aboard, certainly no woman." As he spoke, the soldier ventured into the cargo hold, where stacks of boxes were meticulously piled high, tightly sealed. The soldier cast a glance before stepping further inside, prompting the sailor to urgently interject. "Sir, beyond that point lies our resting area. It is filthy and disorganized. I implore you not to venture in." "Be silent. Continue to impede me, and I shall not hesitate to shoot you." The soldier, vexed by the sailor's interference, issued a chilling threat. The sailor's countenance shifted, silencing him. As the soldier approached the resting area, separated only by a thin curtain, the sailor's heart leapt into his throat. The soldier, glancing at the curtain, abruptly pulled it aside. Both men were momentarily taken aback. The soldier furrowed his brow, while the sailor exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Inside the resting area lay a haphazard assortment of men's raincoats and jackets, with a half-eaten bowl of noodles resting on the ship's plank in the corner. The entire room was starkly devoid of any signs of a woman. A flicker of disappointment crossed the soldier's eyes, mingled with irritation and melancholy, as he exited the cargo ship to report back. "Commander, I have checked. Miss Sue is not here." Since noon, their team had been dispatched by Heartbreak to scour the city, turning over every stone in their desperate search. This location was the final stop, yet still yielded no results. Observing from beneath the umbrella, young Song, who had been accompanying Heartbreak, hesitated. "Commander, could it be that Miss Sue has already left Yangcheng?" Heartbreak's demeanor remained composed. Amidst the tempestuous night, his eyes glimmered colder than the darkness itself, sharper than the lightning. "Have all locations been searched?" "Yes. Every place has been examined." "What does the ship contain?" It was merely a collection of crates filled with cargo, accompanied by a haphazard assortment of men's belongings. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Heartbreak lifted his leg and slowly approached the cargo ship. Observing this, the dockworker attempted the same old trick. But before he could reach Heartbreak, a handgun was pressed against his forehead. Startled, he shuddered and dared not utter another word, obediently stepping aside. After a brief wait, footsteps echoed from the ship once more. Wanyue felt a surge of joy, swiftly followed by a tightening in her chest. Something was amiss. These footsteps were wrong. The dockworker was robust, his steps heavy and resonant against the deck. Chapter 88. Captured. The interior of the cabin was not expansive. A mere glance revealed all. Heartbreak strolled inside, his cold gaze sweeping over the meticulously arranged items. Wanyue scarcely dared to breathe, tensing her body in a light, measured manner. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of a storm erupted outside. The tension in Wanyue's nerves was jolted, causing her shoulders to shrink. Heartbreak, unable to locate anyone, focused intently on the tightly sealed crates, his acute hearing suddenly detecting a faint rustling behind him. He swiftly turned around, his eyes sharp as arrows, piercing through the dimness toward a wooden box situated near the dockworker's lounge. As if in response to the thunder, discomfort surged within Wanyue's stomach. She pressed her hand against it, ears perked to the sounds outside, continuously reassuring herself. Just hold on for a moment. If she could endure this brief period, the dockworker would surely not betray him, and He Zongming's men would leave upon failing to find her. She merely needed to withstand this moment. Suddenly, the lid of the crate above her was thrust open, the glow of a kerosene lamp illuminating Wanyue's vision once more. Her heart raced as she looked up in alarm. At the edge of the crate stood He Zongming, clad in a green military uniform, tall and imposing, his expression icy yet adorned with a subtly intriguing smile. "Look what I found, a little mouse scurrying about." Wanyue's expression shifted, her mind blanked. Seeing he was alone before her, she instinctively leapt from the crate, turning to flee. In her panic, she dashed through a door, only to realize she had entered the dockworker's lounge, the very door she had come through being the sole exit. A pair of eyes, glimmering with cold light, honed in on her like a predator, closing in step by step. He moved slowly, yet with each advance, the oppressive aura surrounding him intensified. Wanyue's face turned pale, her slender back pressed against the wall, trembling as if caught in a storm, her lips quivering in fear. Hope appeared tantalizingly close, only to shatter before her eyes. Wanyue's emotions crumbled, tears streaming down her despairing cheeks.
No, no, no.
She wept, shaking her head incessantly, desperately trying to shrink away, but ultimately, she could not dissolve into the wall behind her. He Zongming gazed at the despair, and tears etched upon her face, a shadow of darkness flickering in his eyes. He halted just half a step away from her, his tone laced with cold detachment and mockery. "Su Wanyue, have I not treated you well enough? Is your heart made of stone? Why must you flee?" At that moment, Wanyue bent her knees and knelt before him, her expression one of utter sorrow. A flicker of rage crossed He Zongming's features. Wanyue tilted her tear-streaked face upwards, imploring him, "He Zongming, I bear you no grudge, nor have I wronged you in any way. I even warned you once when your father was in danger. For the sake of our past ties, I beg you to let me go today." He Zongming fixed his gaze upon her, feeling a suffocating weight in his chest and a throbbing pain in his head. The extreme agitation within him only darkened his demeanor further. Yet, unbeknownst to him, beneath the surface of his anger lay a profound sadness. He masked his deep anguish and helplessness with an outward display of fury. "Do you truly believe that our predicament today is solely a result of your grievances? Or do you think that in your heart, our relationship has been reduced to mere enmity?" He Zongming had manipulated and coerced her into numerous actions against her will. She had indeed harbored resentment towards him, wished to escape his presence, and desired never to cross paths with him again. However, to claim that she bore a grudge would be untrue. Resentment and disdain were merely fleeting negative emotions that she could dismiss with a few harsh thoughts. She had never entertained such feelings towards He Zongming. Yet, such sentiments could not be articulated to him. Instead, she knelt before him, her gaze filled with pity, tears streaming down her cheeks. "He Zongming, you, who have been born into a life of ease and privilege, wanting for nothing, why must you complicate my existence?" "Complicate?" He Zongming scoffed suddenly, grasping her chin and demanding, "Wanyue, you are not a fool. I refuse to believe you do not understand my intentions." Wanyue felt as though her bones might shatter beneath his grip. "What is there to understand? You have only sought to harm me or intimidate me. I placed my trust in you, followed you with my innocent heart, and what was my fate?" Indeed, He Zongming had not treated her cruelly. Though he had frightened her intentionally at times, most of his threats were more bluster than substance. Apart from their encounters in bed, Wanyue had not suffered at his hands. But how long had He Zongming known her? How long had she known Ali? Their shared moments at the Su residence, their mutual vows of devotion, were experiences that an outsider like He Zongming could never rival. Wanyue resolutely adopted a posture of refusal. Her accusations were poignant, yet her demeanor remained humbly submissive as she knelt, sniffling and wiping her tears with her sleeve. He Zongming's gaze remained fixed upon her. "Your reluctance to accompany me honestly is merely a consequence of my verbal engagement with Su Qingyi. If Su Qingyi were truly an issue in her eyes, why had she remained silent after their consummation? Why, when she sought to part ways with him, did she not voice her concerns? And why did she remain silent even after their continued intimacy? She had the audacity to toy with him, escaping right before his eyes only to be cornered and caught in the palm of his hand. She began to use Su Qingyi as a pretext. How could He Zongming fail to discern her intentions? She was deliberately attempting to obscure his vision, concealing her true purpose for fleeing. He gazed at her so fragile, with tear-filled eyes that exuded innocence, especially Wanyue. It was clear he had misjudged her. This woman could lie without flinching, and even now, she was plotting to deceive him further. Wanyue, with reddened eyes, stubbornly declared, "In any case, if you wish to marry, you should first pressure Su Qingyi." She is the one with whom you have a betrothal. Not I. You two are the legitimate pair. He Zhongming, unwilling to waste further words with her, commanded, "Get up." Wanyue gritted her teeth and retorted, "I refuse. Unless you promise to let me go and cease your harassment, I will not rise." He Zhongming's gaze turned icy, and he seized her shoulder, yanking her upwards as if she were a mere chick. Chapter 89, Coercion. Wanyue, caught off balance, stumbled into his embrace, her tear-streaked face paling as she instinctively raised her hands to struggle, but then a sudden chill coursed through her brow. A shiver of fear gripped her as she looked up at him. His expression was dark, tinged with an undercurrent of malice. The cold barrel of a gun pressed against her forehead. Click. The bullet was chambered. Wanyue, stunned and terrified, stared at He Zhongming, her long, dark lashes fluttering like a dying butterfly, trembling incessantly. "Are you going to kill me?" she questioned, still unable to fathom the depths of his cruelty. He Zhongming, with a haughty sneer, replied, "I would rather destroy what I cannot possess than allow it to fall into another's hands." "I will go with you," Wanyue shouted desperately. "Is it not permissible for me to accompany you?" she cried out. She yearned for her beloved Ollie, for a life of happiness and stability, for a protector to shelter her. Yet all of this hinged on her survival. She must first live before she could pursue her future. Nothing was more vital than her existence. As Wanyue was dragged out of the cabin by He Zhongming, she sobbed, breathless and trembling. The moment they emerged onto the deck, a perceptive young soldier rushed over with an umbrella to shield He Zhongming from the rain. Upon witnessing him grasping a woman, the soldier's eyes widened in astonishment. He Zhongming accepted the umbrella but, disregarding himself, immediately held it over Wanyue's head, shielding her from the relentless downpour. He tightened his grip on her as he turned to stride toward the car. Upon seeing the throng of people surrounding the dock, Wanyue's heart sank in trepidation. She abandoned any thought of escaping while he was distracted and ceased her futile resistance. Once inside the vehicle, He Zhongming discarded the umbrella and forcefully pressed her against the car wall, leaning in to capture her lips with a furious kiss, replete with pent-up rage. He had referred to this place as home. Yet in this unfamiliar setting, where could Wanyue find her true home? Even in Spring City, even at the Sioux residence, she could not claim that as her sanctuary. In her heart, home should be a warm refuge, a shelter from the storms, where one is cherished and loved. She had longed to build a home with her beloved Ollie. Wanyue's sorrow intensified, her tears, icy and relentless, cascaded down her cheeks to her lips. Ultimately swallowed by He Zhongming, held tightly in his embrace, she felt the heat radiating from his palm. Suddenly, the pain in her abdomen, previously overlooked, surged back to clarity. Wanyue's expression faltered as she struggled against his grip. "I am in pain." He Zhongming assumed she was merely feigning weakness, furrowing his brow as he grasped her hand, leaving her no avenue for escape, and yanked her closer, his large hand firmly encircling her slender waist, his gaze dark and menacing as he issued a chilling threat. "The true pain awaits you ahead." Yet, Wanyue could no longer muster the strength to resist, her face pale, her body curling into his embrace. He Zhongming's countenance remained unyielding, dismissing her distress as another ploy, sneering, "Do not think that by feigning kindness, this matter will simply be brushed aside." Mid-sentence, he suddenly sensed a chill beneath his legs. His expression shifted as he touched the leather seat, his pupils contracting in alarm. His palm was damp and crimson warm blood.
Wanyue.
Vivid red droplets coalesced into a dark shadow upon her exquisite qipao, cascading down the fabric, plopping into the rainwater below, merging seamlessly with the puddles. The air thickened with an unshakable metallic scent. The guard at the door, intending to greet him, noticed his anxious expression and swiftly altered his course, hastily opening the villa's gate to grant He Zhongming unobstructed access. This villa, a charming small Western-style building, stood merely 200 meters from the He mansion. The furnishings within had been arranged before Wanyue's arrival, as he had not anticipated their relationship would evolve into such a predicament, hence providing her with a separate room. The curtains and soft bed were adorned in fresh, delicate styles, the entire room enveloped in a warm, sweet pastel pink. Yet, as Wanyue was placed upon the bed draped with pastel linens, blood began to seep out, staining the bedding crimson in an instant. The doctor arrived hastily, gasping at the sight. Could this lady be having a miscarriage? However, after taking her pulse, he swiftly retracted his initial conclusion. "No, this pulse does not indicate pregnancy. It appears she is experiencing her monthly cycle." He Zhongming, relieved to hear it was not a miscarriage, still bore a tense expression. Menstruation? Aside from Wanyue, he had not been particularly close to any other woman, thus his knowledge of female matters was rather limited. At this moment, Wanyue writhed in agony on the bed, clutching her abdomen, her body trembling, unable to utter a word, her occasional sounds merely pained whimpers, drenched in cold sweat. Yes, menstruation. The doctor wore a contemplative expression. If a young woman has suffered hardships, lacking proper clothing when the weather demands it, or food when hunger strikes, she may experience such a condition during her cycle, feeling as though fire consumes her, with her abdomen twisting like a knife, drenched in cold sweat and bleeding profusely. He Zhongming urgently implored, since you have diagnosed the ailment, please prescribe a remedy at once. The elderly physician, however, exhibited a look of distress. This ailment has been incurable since time immemorial. For the present, there is but one course of action. What is that?
Pray tell.
Endure. No more than 7 days. No less than 3. Once you have survived this duration, she shall naturally recover. He Zhongming's expression darkened, feeling that the physician's words were nothing but empty rhetoric. Yet, the old man was indeed at his wit's end, and no matter how fervently questioned, he could offer no better solution. Subsequently, several esteemed doctors from the city were summoned, but their responses were largely the same. At this point, Wanyue was in such agony that her consciousness was fading. In a daze, her small hand moved restlessly beside her, grasping at the air. Upon witnessing this, He Zhongming immediately extended his hand to clasp hers. At that moment, seeing her suffer, their prior trivial disputes and grievances seemed utterly insignificant. What is it, Wanyue? What do you wish to do? Wanyue's forehead was slick with sweat from the pain, her eyes brimming with tears as she struggled to articulate words through clenched teeth. End my life. Chapter 90. Valor. Wanyue, tormented to the brink of despair, sought nothing but release, her reason all but extinguished, leaving only primal instinct. He Zhongming, please, put an end to my suffering. I cannot endure this pain any longer. She had overheard the doctor's earlier remarks, and if it meant enduring this torment indefinitely, she would rather embrace death. He Zhongming, his face stern, retorted, do not utter such foolishness. He inquired once more of the physicians, and upon learning that they were indeed powerless, he retrieved a large jar of candies and preserved fruits from home. He settled by Wanyue's bedside, his rough fingers prying open her tightly clenched jaw due to the pain, and began to feed her the sweets one by one. Wanyue furrowed her brow and asked, will this alleviate the pain? He Zhongming frowned as well, replying no, but I merely hope it may bring you some solace. This world is rife with imperfections, pain, hatred, bullying, and oppression. Yet it also harbors many treasures worth cherishing. For him, his greatest attachment at present was her. As for Wanyue, He Zhongming believed that what she might appreciate, and that he could provide, were these candies and preserved fruits. Although the sugar could not alleviate her pain, it proved remarkably effective in soothing her spirit. As the sweetness unfolded in her mouth, she, who had been in constant turmoil, gradually fell into a wondrous silence. Lying still with her eyes closed for a moment, she whispered, life is truly bitter. He Zhongming offered her a preserved plum, his tone unassuming. All beings suffer. Wanyue, driven to the brink by her torment, recognized that no amount of pleading would sway him. Thus, she resolved to abandon her pretense of weakness and retorted with a cold mockery, what could you, a young master born with everything, possibly know of suffering? He Zhongming remained silent for a moment, his hand brushing against her damp temple, the wet strands of hair lingering at his fingertips. I have endured far greater suffering than you. At least you have never encountered someone who, while savoring the candy you offered, would still open their mouth to scorn and belittle you. Wanyue. She fell into silence, resting quietly with her eyes closed. He Zhongming, seemed to have placed an eye in her mouth, for whenever the candies or preserved fruits within her lips were consumed, he would promptly replenish them. As the various flavors of sweets enveloped her senses, Wanyue gradually loosened her focus from the pain, and just before she drifted into slumber, her mind lingered on the lingering sweetness that filled her mouth. While she succumbed to sleep, He Zhongming remained awake. A bed stained with blood was not a trivial matter. He gently removed Wanyue's clothing, dampened a towel with warm water, and began to cleanse her wounds. It is a truth universally acknowledged that if a man is ignorant of a woman's needs, it is far better to inquire directly than to presume based on one's own misconceptions. He Zhongming mistakenly believed that Wanyue's ailment was akin to a soldier's battlefield injury. Merely cleaning the blood, applying a coagulant, and wrapping it in bandages would suffice. His increasing disdain for He Zhongming was palpable. Not only did she violently upend the breakfast he had personally brought, but she also hurled a torrent of crude insults at him, her words so bold they would hardly pass scrutiny. The challenge of caring for a woman was indeed formidable. Though he aspired to handle every matter himself, the unpredictability of life meant that not all would unfold as desired. Recognizing that Wanyue was merely venting her frustrations without requiring his interjection, He Zhongming seized the opportunity to slip quietly from her room. A man who had faced enemy fire without flinching now found himself almost fleeing from the ire of an unreasonable woman in the sanctuary of his own home. I have endured 18 years in the Su household without suffering like this. It is undoubtedly your fault for ruining my health. You wretched scoundrel, a hypocrite masquerading as virtuous. A lecherous tyrant. She raged. I shall report you for luring innocent maidens, for corrupting virtuous women, for oppressing the vulnerable. He Zhongming could no longer bear to listen. He hurriedly exited, only to collide with Xiao Song, whose expression was difficult to interpret. They exchanged a moment of silence. Xiao Song's lips twitching. He Zhongming felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. After a brief pause, Xiao Song broke the silence, attempting to maintain an air of normalcy as he saluted. Commander. At that moment, He Zhongming returned to his usual demeanor, acknowledging with a faint sound, without lifting his head, and motioned for Xiao Song to follow him downstairs. Miss Su is merely playing a game and speaking nonsense, he remarked. Xiao Song thought to himself that if such vitriol could be dismissed as mere play, then perhaps even cats and dogs could be deemed a match made in heaven. However, he maintained a respectful and cautious facade. Is that so? My hearing has been poor of late. I didn't catch any of that. He had long ceased to seek any favor for Wanyue. She was a formidable woman, and at that moment, she likely did not require his unnecessary interference. If one were to claim that He Zhongming was caught with a seductress outside and was caught in the act by Wanyue, that would be closer to the truth. Xiao Song then proceeded to report some trivial matters from the military. Yesterday, before embarking on his mission, He Zhongming had already met with his deputy, Zhou Jiuhe, who remained behind to guard the city. He had acquired all the necessary information long ago and undoubtedly possessed a more comprehensive understanding than Xiao Song. Nevertheless, Xiao Song reiterated the details, seeking an unwarranted pretext to visit the commander's office. He Zhongming listened with a neutral expression, betraying no hint of emotion. As soon as Xiao Song finished his discourse and was ready to make a hasty exit, He Zhongming finally spoke, his tone imbued with an unprecedented curiosity. I recall that you and your wife were married 3 months ago? Xiao Song was taken aback, quickly grasping the true implication of the inquiry. He responded tactfully, Commander. My wife was rescued by me on the battlefield. We fell in love at first sight, our hearts intertwined. A perfect match. He Zhongming's expression darkened. Get lost. Chapter 91 The Divide. He Zhongming, after all, was not well versed in matters of women. He recognized the sincerity behind her sharp retorts, understanding that her words stemmed from a place of profound pain. In her current state, he felt utterly helpless, despite his attempts to assert his presence on 3 separate occasions. He had retreated each time, unable to withstand her fierce rebukes. He resolved to cease any attempts to provoke Wanyue. Wanyue has been feeling rather unwell lately. If she expresses any grievances, please be understanding and do not hold it against her. As long as you care for her properly, I will ensure you receive additional compensation. The 3 attendants readily acquiesced, knowing that serving under someone meant enduring certain hardships. They nodded in agreement. One brought warm water and sanitary supplies. Another carried a box filled with delectable preserves, and the last held a tray of untouched soup and rice, cautiously entering her room. They had mentally prepared themselves for scolding and potential reprimands, even bracing for a few slaps, having devised ways to protect themselves. In their minds, they envisioned Wanyue as a fierce matron, given her intimidating reputation that even the formidable commander he feared. However, upon entering, they were met with a delicate young girl clad in nightwear, her features exquisitely beautiful yet frail, her lips pale, and her posture hunched, lying weakly on the bed. The 3 were momentarily stunned. Wanyue, looking at them with a puzzled expression, asked, Who are you? Among the newly acquired attendants, Lu Ma was the eldest, over 40 years old, while the other 2 were merely 12 or 13. With such a disparity in age and being complete strangers, Wanyue felt no inclination to unleash her frustration upon them. Noticing they had brought clean clothes, she changed, upon seeing the fragrant meals they offered. Despite her lack of appetite due to pain, she understood that neglecting nourishment would only exacerbate her discomfort, so she consumed a little. When presented with a fresh box of preserves, coincidentally, she had finished her last batch the previous night, and she naturally accepted the offering. Observing the 2 young maidens, who were of a similar age to her when she resided in the Su mansion, Lu Ma, sharing the same surname, was reminiscent of the Lu elder, who had once cared for her there. Wanyue generously produced 3 gold bars, presenting one to each of them. These were the very treasures she had received during her moments of great affection, when He Zhongming had sought to appease her, offering them alongside candied fruits. Beneath the delicate pink quilt lay a considerable number of gold bars, nearly covering half the bed, leaving only enough space for Wanyue to rest. To an unsuspecting observer, it might seem as if Wanyue were a benevolent deity, cradling a bounty of gold bars within her quilt. Lu Ma and the others gazed in astonishment. It was well known that even a single gold bar could sustain an ordinary family for 3 years. Wanyue's casual generosity far exceeded their earnings. As they exited her chamber clutching the gold bars, they felt as though they were in a dream, their steps light and airy. He Zoming awaited them just outside the door, and upon seeing their dazed expressions, he inquired with a serious tone, "Did she scold you?" Lu Ma shook her head, "No." He Zoming furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Did she lay hands on you?" Again, Lu Ma shook her head, "Not at all." His confusion deepened, and he adopted an interrogative demeanor. What transpired within those walls? Speak candidly and in detail, including the gifts. Upon learning that Wanyue had given away gold bars, disbelief flickered in his eyes, and he deemed her actions inappropriate. After Lu Ma and the 2 maidens departed to tend to Wanyue's discarded garments, he gathered a substantial sack of silver coins from the storeroom and returned to Wanyue's quarters. In the future, when bestowing gifts upon the servants, refrain from offering gold, silver will suffice. Wanyue regarded him with a frosty demeanor, firmly believing that her recent tribulations were a direct consequence of He Zongming's previous misdeeds. She feared that such suffering would become a monthly ordeal, intensifying her animosity towards him, and she met him with an icy glare. He Zongming chose not to engage in conflict over her attitude. He had consulted a physician, who confirmed that a woman's suffering during her monthly cycle could indeed be linked to the concoctions he had administered. Regret was futile at this juncture. He could only strive to accommodate her more and atone for his transgressions. "I understand your choice to give them gold bars stemmed from seeing a reflection of your former self in them, but offering them silver coins would have sufficed to bring them joy. Gold is too precious for them. Possessing an excess can sometimes lead to misfortune. While acquiring gold is advantageous, if they display their wealth, it may attract the envy of ill-intentioned individuals, posing a grave danger to those who lack the means to protect themselves." Though Yang City was under He Zongming's governance, his troops were not entirely devoid of rogue elements who extorted and oppressed the common folk. As the commander-in-chief, he had ascended to power by eliminating the previous commander and had forged bonds of camaraderie with his soldiers through shared battles. Though he held a high military rank, he was still youthful, brimming with a fierce intensity that could instill fear, yet lacking the long-standing authority that commands respect. Consequently, he could only turn a blind eye to certain behaviors of those beneath him. Ultimately, he sought only those willing to join him in battle. Their willingness to fight against external foes was sufficient, and he chose to overlook their disdain and oppression of the common folk during other times. After all, those who cowered like turtles within the safety of their homes shamelessly enjoyed the peace and stability that others sacrificed their lives to secure. If they were oppressed, so be it. Such was the price that the weak and inept must pay to enjoy a life of comfort and happiness. In He Zongming's world, there existed but 3 categories of people: kin or enemies, brothers and comrades, and those he deemed inconsequential. Wanyue belonged to the first category. He regarded her as family. Lu Ma and the 2 maidservants fell into the third category, their lives as fragile as weeds. He allowed them to serve him, promising rewards for their diligence. Yet he remained indifferent to their trivial affairs. Wanyue's demeanor towards He Zongming was markedly different from her treatment of the maidservants. With a cold expression, she shoved a pile of gold bars towards him, a veritable mountain before him. "If you can't part with them, then take them. It saves you from feigning generosity, only to regret it later." He Zongming's face darkened. "After all I've said, this is what you gleaned?" Of course. Wanyue understood the underlying message. One cannot possess too much wealth without reliable support, much like when there were instances of men snatching beautiful women from the streets, making it imprudent for a girl like her to venture out recklessly. However, she was unwilling to engage in meaningful dialogue with He Zongming. "If you intend to take them, do so quickly. There's no need for further discussion." Suddenly, Wanyue threw a piece of gold at He Zongming. Instinctively, he caught it, and she glared at him defiantly. "Leave. I do not wish to see you right now." He Zongming, gritting his teeth, locked eyes with her for a long moment before letting out a cold laugh. "Su Wanyue, you rely on my affection for you, don't you?" The gold bar clattered against others, creating a resonant thud. Wanyue's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. As she nibbled on a candied fruit while clutching a bundle of gold bars, a look of conflict crossed her face. The notion that He Zongming harbored feelings for her was not lost on her. However, the distinction between surmising it secretly and hearing it spoken aloud was stark. Despite the fact that he had once killed her playmate during their first meeting, failed to assist her in finding Ali, and had cunningly taken advantage of her in her youth, with an unpredictable and eccentric disposition, she still felt he was not entirely bad. At the very least, he was not cruel to her. With a sigh, Wanyue gazed at the pale pink canopy above, chewing on the sweet and sour candied fruit, lost in thought. Had it not been for Ali, perhaps she would have been willing to cultivate a relationship with him. Yet, she had already forged a bond with Ali, and their years of mutual reliance were something He Zongming could never surpass. Wanyue pushed aside the small gold bars strewn across the bed with her foot. She then carefully retrieved a wooden hairpin from her sleeve, examining it for a moment before placing it over her heart, eyes closed, silently attuning herself to her feelings. Ollie. Oh, Ollie, where on earth are you? When shall we meet again? Do you not realize that if you do not appear soon, your wife may be taken by another? Suddenly, her large eyes sprang open, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Despite the discomfort in her body, Wanyue climbed out of bed and called out, Lu Ma. Here. Lu Ma, who had been waiting outside, immediately entered upon hearing her voice. Wanyue inquired, do you know where Yang City is?
Liu ha hesitated, Yang City?
Isn't this it? Wanyue was taken aback. This is Yang City, the one with the Supreme Commander? Lu Ma's expression became exceedingly complex. Madam. Commander, he is the Supreme Commander. You reside in his mansion. Surely you are aware of his status? Wanyue's eyes lit up. Commander, he had been promoted to Supreme Commander. Recalling past events, a wave of excitement surged within her. Surely, her timely warning had allowed Commander He to escape peril and subsequently rise through the ranks. Wanyue quickly tidied her appearance, braiding her hair before the mirror. And after a brief moment, announced to Lu Ma, where is Commander He? I must see him. When Commander He governed Yang City, it flourished and remained safe, which spoke to his character as a commendable leader. Wanyue resolved to report to Commander He about his son's coercive actions against her. Using the safety of her beloved to compel her compliance and imprisoning her freedom, she could not believe he would remain indifferent. After being driven from Wanyue's room in anger, He Zongming went straight to the command post without notifying anyone. Lu Ma could only inform her, the commander just left. He is not at home. Truly, I cannot say. Lu Ma continued, Madam, if you have matters to discuss with him, feel free to share with me. Perhaps I can assist you. Wanyue let out a heavy sigh, struggling to support her ailing body as she made her way outside the villa, where a courtyard awaited her. Although she had dismissed her companions several times for their incessant chatter, they persisted in remaining. Yet, despite her discontent, she continued walking towards the courtyard gate. Upon reaching the entrance, she found 4 soldiers armed with rifles stationed on either side. Just as her toes brushed the threshold, the soldiers swiftly aimed their weapons at her. Declaring in unison, the commander has issued orders. No one is permitted to leave without authorization. Violators will be shot on the spot. At the entrance stood an apricot tree, thick enough for 3 to embrace, its branches abundant and leaves lush. Wanyue kicked the tree root forcefully, shouting, You wretched creatures! You dogs of servitude! You tyrants! The 8 guards, however, treated her as if she were invisible, dutifully maintaining their post. With tears brimming in her eyes, Wanyue grasped Lu Ma's hand. You have seen it for yourself. In this place, I possess not an ounce of freedom. The petite girl, already endearing and fragile, appeared even more so with tears in her eyes and her face pale from pain. Lu Ma could not help but feel a surge of compassion, especially after having recently received such a significant favor from her. Madam, please do not speak in such a manner. If there is anything you wish to do, feel free to express it to me. Even if I cannot assist, I shall endeavor to try. Wanyue awaited this very utterance. Do not call me madam. I am not wed to He Zongming. Amidst the chaos outside, it was on my flight from calamity that he chanced upon me. Seeing me without support, he forcibly claimed me. Wanyue spoke with a sorrowful tone, burying her face in her palms to stifle her quiet sobs, lest Lu Ma discover her lack of tears. I am without status and recognition by his side. My plight as a woman cannot be more tragic than this. At times, I truly wish for death to relieve my suffering. Lu Ma, taken aback, never anticipated Wanyue's misfortunes to be so dire.
No, miss.
Please do not entertain such dark thoughts. Chapter 93. Provocation. Wanyue feigned a state of utter despair, weeping profusely. Lu Ma, filled with compassion, spent considerable time offering her comfort. At last, Wanyue spoke earnestly. I have but one surviving kin in this world, surnamed Kong, given namely. If I could locate him, his support might instill some caution in He Zongming, alleviating my suffering. Lu Ma, with 2 sons working away, readily offered. When I next meet them, I shall speak on your behalf and enlist their aid in locating him. Please, do not remain in sorrow. Wanyue's heart soared with joy, though her face betrayed her as she feigned a semblance of being comforted. Furthermore, what I have confided to you today must remain between us, should He Zongming discover it. He may suspect my loyalty and intensify my torment. Lu Ma, unconsciously swayed by emotion, nodded fervently, grasping Wanyue's hand while wiping her own tears. I understand. I truly do. Being a woman like us is fraught with hardship. In her youth, before marriage, He Jiaoyi had often bullied He Zongming's mother, relying on her brother's backing. After He Wanyue divorced his first wife, He Zongming lost his biological mother at the tender age of 5 or 6, largely due to her machinations. Yet now, only she and He Zongming remained of the He family, and He Jiaoyi felt entitled to his respect, believing she deserved to be treated with the reverence due to a parent. Unable to remain idle, she decided to pay a visit to He Zongming. Having taken the time to prepare herself meticulously, her expression cold. At that moment, Wanyue felt some relief from her abdominal pain, yearning for sunlight after being cooped up for so long. After lunch, with Luma as assistance, she strolled in the courtyard to aid her digestion. From a distance, He Jiaoyi spotted a young girl clad in the latest fashion, a teal qipao adorned with delicate floral satin, her hair intricately braided and cascading down her back, accentuating her petite face and delicate stature, exuding an ethereal grace. Especially striking was her skin, so fair it resembled porcelain, a clear indication of her alluring heritage. With a scowl, she approached the courtyard, confronting Wanyue with disdain. Who is this shameless woman? In broad daylight, residing in a man's house without any status, flaunting her presence, as if unaware of her disgrace. If I were your parents, I would be so ashamed to have such a daughter that I would wish to perish. Wanyue had never encountered He Jiaoyi, and Luma was newly purchased. Thus both women stood before the sudden appearance of the stranger, utterly bewildered. It was only when He Jiaoyi exclaimed, "What are you still standing there for? Do you not understand the concept of decorum? Your esteemed aunt has arrived. Should you not hasten to attend and pay your respects?" That Wanyue finally grasped the situation, her brows knitting together in confusion. "Are you speaking to me?" she inquired, her voice laced with incredulity. A flicker of disdain crossed He Jiaoyi's eyes. With such a rural accent, it is evident you are an unsophisticated bumpkin. No wonder you willingly debase yourself, shamelessly clinging to men. Wanyue had initially failed to realize that He Jiaoyi was targeting her, but now fully aware, she was no longer inclined to endure such insults. Her expression hardened, yet before she could retort, Luma interjected with an angry tone. "Who do you think you are? Do you even comprehend the status of our male master? What gives you the audacity to raise your voice here?" He Jiaoyi laughed derisively, summoning the guard stationed at the entrance. How dare she inquire about my identity without considering her own standing? Come, guard, you shall inform her exactly who I am. He Jiaoyi's infamous reputation for being brazen had spread throughout Yangcheng, and being a genuine relative of He Zongming, they had yet to sever ties publicly. Even though the guard was one of He Zongming's men, he had to show her some deference, disregarding the contempt in He Jiaoyi's words. He stated respectfully, "Miss Su, this is our esteemed aunt. Even the commander must address her as aunt." However, He Jiaoyi was displeased with his statement, scoffing, "Miss? Which esteemed miss is she? There are many with names in Yangcheng, yet I do not recall this one being notable. Who among us would claim her? A mere leech living off a man's bed has no right to be compared to me." Her words were sharp and insulting, each one meant to belittle. Upon hearing that this woman was related to He Zongming, Luma's face turned pale, and she fell silent, refraining from any further disrespect. She mirrored He Jiaoyi's scrutinizing gaze, assessing her from head to toe. Although Wanyue was slightly shorter than He Jiaoyi, her features were more refined, her large round eyes deliberately expressing contempt, lending her an impressive presence. "Aunt?" It was a term that hardly suggested youth. "Could it be that you are an old maid, forever unmarried and unwanted?" He Jiaoyi, with newfound confidence, lifted her chin. "You ignorant wretch, listen closely. My marriage was a grand affair, a legitimate union. My husband was a trusted confidant of the general during his lifetime." During his lifetime? Wanyue's large, bright eyes sparkled as a smile curled to her lips. "So, he has passed away?" He Jiaoyi felt little affection for her late husband, thus she merely chuckled coldly. "Even in death, he sacrificed himself to protect the general. I remain the widow of a martyr, respected by all." Wanyue nodded slowly, her tone measured as she remarked, "I see. So you are the remnant of a deceased man's bed." At this, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Then, the young soldier who had been introducing her could no longer contain his laughter. He Jiaoyi, taking advantage of her status as a martyr's widow, often wielded her power with impunity, inciting the ire of many who found her unbearable. However, due to He Zongming's esteemed position, none dared to confront her. The 8 soldiers tasked with guarding the courtyard had all suffered at her hands, and now, witnessing her misfortune, they merely chuckled, showing no inclination to assist her. As He Jiaoyi's complexion darkened with anger from Wanyue's words, the faint laughter further drained the color from her face. "You shameless wretch! Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner?" Just wait until I tear your mouth apart. She fumed, preparing to advance. Lu Ma, sensing the impending conflict, quickly shielded Wanyue behind her. Chapter 94. The War of Words. Lu Ma, wary of He Jiaoya's status, refrained from direct confrontation, instead positioning herself as a human shield for Wanyue. Wanyue, not one to suffer in silence, crouched behind Lu Ma, observing as He Jiaoya's nails threatened to gouge Lu Ma's eyes. In a sudden burst, she cried out, "Dear brothers in arms, why do you stand idly by? They are bullying us right before your eyes." Her voice, sweet and crisp, was further softened by her illness, exuding an almost playful charm. In stark contrast to her earlier ferocity when she had insulted He Jiaoyi, the guards, who had initially hesitated to intervene, sprang into action upon hearing Wanyue's plea, forming a barrier between Lu Ma and He Jiaoyi. Infuriated by their interference, He Jiaoyi pointed at Wanyue and exclaimed, "Did you not hear this little harlot's words? She has disrespected me and deserves to face the consequences." Hiding behind the soldiers, Wanyue seized the opportunity to retort, "You foul creature, born from the depths of a grave. If you wish to strike me, then do so. You cannot touch me." He Jiaoyi trembled with rage, yet found herself thwarted by the resolute guards. In a fit of desperation, she shouted back, "You shameless little harlot." Wanyue, equally incensed, shot back, "You foul-mouthed old hag." She had pent up her frustration for far too long. With He Zongming impervious to her insults, it was pointless to vent her anger into the void. The household servants were innocent victims, their lives already fraught with hardship. She had no desire to add to their burdens. The sudden appearance of He Jiaoyi, the very person who had provoked her, filled Wanyue with glee. She yearned to unleash all her negative emotions upon this one individual. Little did He Jiaoyi anticipate that He Zongming's mother, a paragon of propriety from a distinguished family, would yield such a son, one steeped in decorum and scholarly pursuits, only to fall for a fiery spirit like Wanyue, who would not yield an inch. The two individuals exchanged vitriolic insults for a full half-hour. He Jiaoyi, with relentless fervor, cursed until her throat was parched. Finally, she devised a particularly venomous remark, fixing her gaze upon Wanyue's face, and maliciously declared, "Indeed, you are the product of foreign blood, with base lineage coursing through your veins, arrogant and lewd." Wanyue accepted the fragrant tea that Lu Ma had brought, taking a hearty sip to soothe her throat, before responding with a cold laugh. "And what of the bloodline of the He family? Do you presume I desire to be here? It is none other than the despicable He Zongming who coerces me. Your family are the true scoundrels, leveraging your power to oppress the common folk, reveling in your tyranny. Aside from Commander He, the rest of you are nothing but debased rascals." The guards found Wanyue's words perplexing. They understood yet struggled to comprehend why she would explicitly name Commander He while simultaneously excluding him from her scorn. However, such thoughts remained unspoken. For the matters at hand were shrouded in secrecy and not meant for their ears, and they were compelled to feign ignorance. He Jiaoyi, too, was flustered by the exchange, particularly as she saw Wanyue being served tea. Her mind, overwhelmed with rage, failed to function coherently. Wanyue, fueled by her emotions, unabashedly retorted, "Pa. Only a dog would serve as a concubine. What is He Zongming to me? I wouldn't even glance at him. Just wait until I find an opportunity to escape. There are good men who will court me properly, and I shall live in bliss." A striking face, once marked by tension, darkened with indignation as a figure entered the room, a cold laugh escaping his lips. "Well, Su Wanyue, at last you speak your true sentiments. After your escapade at the docks, it is clear you still yearn for that wild man." Surprised, her large eyes betrayed a hint of guilt as she briefly glanced at He Zongming, only to see his icy demeanor, prompting her to cower behind Lu Ma, visibly trembling with trepidation. She appeared to wear her fear openly, wishing to vanish into the shadows. "Silence." He Zongming interjected, his face stern. "The Commander's residence is under my authority now. You have no right to act unruly." Before she could voice a complaint, He Zongming had already approached Wanyue, pushing Lu Ma aside, seizing the collar of her dress, and yanking her close, his cold gaze piercing through her. "Why the silence? Were you not just reveling in your words? Whom do you disdain? Where do you wish to flee? And whom do you wish to marry? Speak clearly." Yet, Wanyue, gripped by fear, pressed her lips tightly together, afraid to utter another word. He Zongming was fully aware that beneath her seemingly innocent exterior lay a tumult of cunning thoughts. Holding her collar, he drew her nearer, his icy stare akin to a sharp blade, piercing into her eyes as he declared, "Listen well, Su Wanyue. Now that you belong to me, do not even think of entertaining any treachery. Regardless of your willingness to accompany me, now that you have entered the He family, There is no possibility of your departure from this threshold. Should you dare to flee, I shall break your legs. If you entertain the notion of marrying another, I will have that man seized and subjected to a gruesome fate. In this life, you are mine in life and mine in death. Even if your bones turn to ash, those ashes must be scattered upon the ancestral grave of the He family, and no one else shall lay claim to even a fragment. In Chapter 95, amidst their dispute, under normal circumstances, Wanyue would have tolerated He Zongming's cold and domineering words, choosing to bide her time. However, the trials of the Kuei Shui period had considerably heightened her temper, and upon hearing He Zongming invoke a li again, she could no longer suppress her indignation. With her eyes narrowed in defiance, her fair visage flushed with fury. All traces of timidity vanished. What kind of man are you, bullying a mere girl? I have wronged you not in the slightest. Yet you treat me like a rogue or a bandit. If you possess any courage, take me to meet your father. I wish to hear his judgment on this matter. Meet my father? Very well, I shall take you to him. He Zongming retorted, forcefully flinging open the tightly shut door to reveal a dimly lit room, devoid of windows, filled with an overwhelming number of ancestral tablets stacked high. Even if Wanyue could not decipher the inscriptions upon the tablets, she instinctively recognized their significance. What have you brought me here for? She demanded. He Zongming replied coldly, You wished to see my father, did you not? He resides here now. Speak whatever you wish. For I too am curious to witness how he will adjudicate for you, a woman so grievously wronged. As the tablets loomed larger in Wanyue's vision, she gazed in disbelief at the scene before her, shaking her head in denial. No, it cannot be. You are deceiving me. They all told me that General, he is now a commander. He Zongming, you would curse your own father to mislead me. How utterly despicable you are.
Deceiving?
Cursing? He Zongming laughed in rage, gripping Wanyue's collar and dragging her before the array of revered tablets, his voice laced with hatred. Look closely, from top to bottom. My great-grandfather, grandfather, uncles, and father, all their names are inscribed here. I wish fervently that this were but a fabrication of mine. Open your eyes. My kin should still be by my side. If they were alive, at least someone could instruct me on how to deal with a wretched creature like you, to discern what kindness would awaken the emptiness in your mind, or how to soften the heart of stone you possess. As he spoke, a dark red hue clouded his gaze. Wanyue, taken aback by his fervor, realized in that moment that He Zongming spoke the truth. He was not deceiving her this time. The He family had fallen from grace, and when all of He Zongming's familiar kin had perished at the hands of their enemies, he had only just turned 18, still a spirited youth. Now, at merely 20 years of age, he bore the title of commander, appearing to occupy a high position. Yet in reality, he was constrained at every turn. Not only must one pay heed to the flames of war on the front lines, but one must also manage a multitude of subordinates. The position of commander, though it may sound imposing, involves overseeing a vast army, each with its own minor leaders. The true confidants of He Zongming are limited to the 1,000 entrusted to him by his father before his misfortune. Those division and brigade commanders are far from easy to deal with. Many are old enough to be his father, each a cunning fox with decades more life experience than he, adept at concealing their true intentions behind smiles. While they outwardly exhibit respect and submission towards this newly appointed commander, one wonders what thoughts lurk beneath the surface. Thus, He Zongming has always sought to placate Wanyue. Many times, her words and actions have provoked his ire, yet, despite his anger, he has never truly overstepped boundaries with her. When Wanyue heard the term white-eyed wolf, she could no longer absorb any other words, springing up in fury. You have always schemed against me and bullied me. I have done nothing to wrong you. He Zongming, with a cold smile, seized her collar and forcefully tugged it apart. The sound of tearing fabric pierced the air, leaving Wanyue's face pale as she instinctively shielded her chest, pressing her back against the wall, her expression revealing vulnerability. He Zongming, please calm down. Your father is watching, she exclaimed, mistakenly believing his intentions were driven by desire. Yet, He Zongming's expression remained icy as he pointed to her neck. Su Wanyue, you claim you have done nothing to offend me, but what of the token I gave you? Wanyue paused, her open collar now perfectly torn, revealing a slender, pale neck just above her collarbone. Not long ago, He Zongming had personally placed a small gold medal around her neck, but now it hung emptily. A flicker of guilt crossed her eyes. In a moment of panic, she quickly regained her composure and declared loudly, That is because you took my gold bar. He Zongming scoffed again. From where did you acquire a gold bar? Without hesitation, Wanyue replied, In Chuncheng that year. You gave it to me. He Zongming gazed at her coldly. Wanyue held his gaze for a while, her anxiety becoming evident as she bit her lip and lowered her eyes. Ordinary friends do not bestow such wealth upon one another. Do you think I gave you those gifts for no reason? He questioned, prompting her to ponder a matter she had not considered in years. He Zhongming's eyes bore into hers as he coldly stated, "Did you not seek to confront my father for justice? Let us settle this matter today." When he departed from Yangqing, he left a message for me to pursue your hand in marriage. The box I gave you before I left was, in fact, the betrothal gift prepared by the He family. According to the customs of the He family, when marrying a concubine, one must provide the family with silver and firearms for protection. When brigade commander He arranged for He Zhongming to court Wanyue, he had prepared a gift for her. When He Zhongming presented the gift to Wanyue, he had already considered her to be his. However, due to the haste of his departure and the uncertainty of life, he had not clarified his intentions. Should he perish on his journey, the money would serve as her livelihood, and he would harbor no grievances. Now he lives, yet she has reaped his benefits while still fixating on another. That is her transgression. Chapter 96. The Betrothal Gift. A look of astonishment graced Wanyue's face. The betrothal gift? No, you lie. You seek to deceive me, she retorted through clenched teeth. You clearly had a fiancée at the outset, and you still wish to invoke her. He Zhongming interrupted her in a low voice, advancing towards Wanyue, his gaze piercing into her eyes as he questioned her word by word. In those years, during my numerous visits to the Su family, did I meet you more often or her? Every visit He Zhongming made to the Su residence was primarily to see Wanyue. They would converse briefly before he departed. With little regard for Su Qingyi, although my father unilaterally conferred upon her the title of fiancée, in those years of interaction, who benefited more from me, you or her? While Su Qingyi bore the title of fiancée, her encounters with He Zhongming were primarily fraught with fear. Conversely, Wanyue, by mere happenstance, enjoyed the privileges of being the second young lady of the Su family, transforming from an overlooked servant into a life of celestial ease. When conflicts arose between you and her, would I side with her or with you? Indeed, Wanyue had not suffered any grievances at He Zhongming's hands. She even covertly approached him to report on Su Qingyi's actions, and He Zhongming chose to defend her, safeguarding both her dignity and her feelings. When delightful treats and intriguing novelties were at hand, did I offer them to her or to you? During their year of friendship, Wanyue thrived on He Zhongming's generous offerings, returning from each meeting laden with delectable snacks, whereas Su Qingyi cherished even a few biscuits as treasures, evidently deprived of good fortune. At my father's farewell banquet, which was reserved for confidants, did I take her along or you? With each of He Zhongming's probing questions, Wanyue's countenance began to pale. Initially marked by a perplexed contemplation, it ultimately succumbed to the stark reality unveiled before her. He Zhongming had closed the distance between them, trapping Wanyue against the wall with his imposing presence, sending tingles of pressure through her scalp. He lowered his gaze upon her, his dark eyes resembling an unfathomable ocean, swirling ominously, threatening to engulf her if she faltered. Is a verbal agreement truly of such paramount importance?
Su Wanyue,
The one you ardently yearn for, despite uttering 1,000 declarations of love, what has he ever done for you? If he were indeed worthy, how could you find yourself in my grasp now? He Zhongming gradually steadied his emotions, lifting her delicate face with his hand, his thumb caressing her soft lips. Even if my methods of holding on to you have been flawed, you have berated me these past days without a word of rebuttal. You surely deserve to vent. He enveloped Wanyue in his embrace, their bodies pressed closely together, his chin resting upon her forehead as he gently kissed her brow. Wanyue, ponder this carefully. Since our acquaintance, in what regard have I ever fallen short? Is it truly so difficult for you to follow me with peace of mind, to wholeheartedly cherish our bond? From the moment Lu Ma sensed He Zhongming's ire, she became exceedingly anxious for Wanyue. Ascending the stairs behind them, she halted at the door, too apprehensive to enter, and stood vigil outside, faintly hearing the raised voices of their argument. Each time He Zhongming's furious tone reverberated through the door, Lu Ma's heart would lurch, fearing he might, in a fit of rage, draw a gun and end Wanyue's life. Gradually, silence enveloped the room, and Lu Ma, fretting for Wanyue's safety, felt her heart twist in worry. Just as she pondered whether to press her ear against the door, it swung open. Lu Ma quickly raised her gaze. He Zhongming emerged, holding Wanyue's small hand, and they stepped out together. He Zhongming's countenance bore none of the initial fury. Wanyue, no longer as frightened as before, walked obediently at his side, softly inquiring, "Who is that woman? She was so fierce, pointing at me and scolding me as soon as I entered." Her expression was one of both grievance and fear, entirely omitting any mention of how she had almost brought He Jiaoyi to tears. He Zhongming replied, "She is a relative of my father, who, taking advantage of her familial ties, enjoys asserting her dominance in the homes of others," his tone laced with palpable disdain. Wanyue retorted, "That may be your relative, but I refuse to be bullied by anyone. Descending the stairs, they took their seats at the dining table. He Zoming commanded the servant, "Why are you standing there idle? Hurry and prepare dinner." He then turned to Wanyue, raising an eyebrow. "Did she bully you?" Others have described the situation in a rather different light. Wanyue puffed out her cheeks and, with wide eyes, exclaimed, "She did bully me. She called me a bastard and a whore." After a moment of silence, He Zoming asked with a significant undertone, "Did you not retaliate with any insults?" Wanyue hesitated. He chuckled softly, pinching her delicate chin. This gesture, though playful, was executed with utmost tenderness. Although she may be difficult to deal with, she does not embody true malice in the grand scheme of things. If you cannot get along, so be it. While you are under my roof, no one can harm you. Wanyue, dissatisfied, replied, "Is this how you protect me? I was insulted, and it has left me feeling upset, ruining my good mood for the day. The candied fruits no longer taste sweet, and the food lacks flavor. Who will compensate me for these losses?" As the servant brought forth an array of fragrant, spicy dishes, all tailored to He Zoming's palate, he, a native of Yangcheng, relished the heat of spices. He leisurely placed a piece of boiled fish into Wanyu's bowl, asking, "What would you have me do? Go to her home and scold her, or perhaps have her imprisoned and whipped, or simply put an end to her with a bullet?" Upon hearing this, Wanyue nodded earnestly. Any of those options would suffice. He Zoming found her response both amusing and exasperating. "They say the heart of a woman can be the most venomous. I certainly see that in you, my little vixen." Wanyue glared at him, and He Zoming continued, "Since you harbor such resentment, perhaps I should provide you with a gun so you can storm into her home yourself." Wanyue frowned. "How could I possibly do that? I am but a delicate girl, incapable of taking a life." He Zoming raised an eyebrow. "Am I, a renowned commander, capable of deliberately making things difficult for my own aunt? A widow of a well-known martyr?" Wanyue mumbled, "This is not permissible, nor that. They are openly scolding us. And yet there is no price to pay. Accompanying you serves no purpose at all." He Zoming placed chopsticks in her hand, retorting, "One cannot say that. If I am truly of no use, whose meal are you consuming?" Wanyue pursed her lips, still wearing a discontented expression. Just as she was about to take a bite of the food in her bowl, Aunt Lu hurried over with the warning, "No, miss, you cannot eat this dish." Both He Zoming and Wanyue looked up at her. Aunt Lu was unnerved by the intensity of He Zoming's gaze but persisted, saying, "Miss, during this special time, all spicy and cold foods must be avoided. Otherwise, if it flares up, it will feel like a knife twisting in the abdomen, a fate worse than death." At these words, both were momentarily stunned. He Zoming glanced at the table, laden with dishes drenched in red chili peppers, his expression awkward. Wanyue, however, appeared lost in thought. It seemed that on the day of her initial onset, she had indulged in an exceptionally spicy bowl of dan-dan noodles that had left her mouth numb. Unconsciously, Wanyue's hand grazed her abdomen. Was the reason for her agony during those days truly that bowl of noodles? A flicker of guilt passed through her eyes, and she quickly lowered her lashes, daring not to look at He Zoming again. If that were the case, then his previous scolding was entirely unwarranted. While her thoughts raced, He Zoming had already instructed someone to prepare new dishes. He himself did not resume eating, instead waiting alongside Wanyue until the fresh meal was served. And only then did they partake together. As soon as the meal concluded, He Zoming summoned Aunt Lu to inquire about various considerations for women during special times. How many men, as husbands, would exhibit such attentiveness to a woman's personal matters? Wanyue languished by the window, her arms resting on the sill, her eyes gazing outside with a pitiful expression akin to a caged bird yearning for the sky. Men are fickle. His current kindness towards me is merely due to my novelty in his eyes. However, novelty is fleeting. Only family remains a steadfast support. Wanyue grasped Aunt Lu's hand, her eyes pleading, and casually produced a small gold bar, pressing it fervently into her palm. "Aunt Lu, I implore you, do not forget to help me find my cousin." Wanyue resolutely shoved the gold bar into her hand, insisting, "Take it. He is treating me as if I were a kept woman. Apart from this money, I have nothing else of value to offer." Upon seeing her distressed demeanor, Aunt Lu's heart softened, and she ceased to refuse, cautiously accepting the gold bar. Days later, seizing the opportunity to accompany Wanyue on an outing to purchase goods, Aunt Lu visited the military camp to see her two sons. After describing Kong Li's name and characteristics as Wanyue had relayed, Lu Da and Lu Er agreed to help her gather information. Having completed her errand, Aunt Lu returned to the market to buy some pastries and candies. "So, any news?" Lu Ma shook her head, stating that they had not encountered this individual. Yet they promised to assist in gathering information. Wanyue's excited expression gradually faded, and she turned dejectedly, curling up on the sofa in the living room, resembling a languid cat. He Zoming's affection for Wanyue was evident to all. He relished spicy food, while Wanyue could not tolerate it, often succumbing to coughs from the aroma of the dishes. Consequently, Hizongming instructed someone to find a chef specialized in Spring City cuisine, ensuring that the meals shared with Wanyue predominantly catered to her preferences, while he himself merely placed a small jar of chili sauce near his bowl. The pearls, diminutive yet lustrous, were fashioned into exquisite earrings, captivating the local elite who wore them daily. The summer in Yangcheng was stifling and hot. Without ventilation, the spacious house felt akin to a steamer. However, opening the doors invited a multitude of mosquitoes. The string of pearls at the entrance allowed Wanyue to leave the doors open without fear of insects intruding. The pearls glimmered beautifully, harmonizing with the sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating the entire room with an extraordinary brilliance. Moreover, with the recent incursions by foreigners, a variety of foreign goods began to appear in the marketplace. Although their craftsmanship was lacking, the items presented were indeed more appealing than the local offerings. As he claimed, he diligently transformed Wanyue's residence into a haven of comfort. Lu Ma believed that any woman would be utterly devoted to a man capable of such care. Yet, Wanyue merely gazed longingly out the window. Having been here for so long, she had yet to step outside the courtyard, as he guarded her like a thief. Lu Ma remarked that the outside world was chaotic, with the possibility of foreign spies mingling among the crowd. The commander's restriction on her movements was, after all, for her safety. Wanyue, however, seemed disinterested, waving her hand to signal Lu Ma to cease her explanation. Suddenly, she inquired about the woman with whom she had quarreled the other day, wondering what she was up to lately and why she had not returned. In an effort to ease Hizongming's vigilance, Wanyue had been exceptionally docile in his presence over the past few days, yet she harbored some negative emotions, yearning for an outlet to vent her frustrations. Meanwhile, He Jiaoyi was at the card table in the home of the commander, engaging with several of his concubines, sharing a camaraderie over their shared interest in the game. Feng Zhilan happened to be home that day. Hearing the sound of cards being shuffled from downstairs, she leaned over the railing on the second floor, and her eyes brightened.
Aunt!
Feng Zhilan called cheerfully, bounding down the stairs and immediately attaching herself to He Jiaoyi. Why didn't you let me know you were coming to play? I recently learned a few dessert recipes and would love to make some for you to try. In Chapter 98, the theme of missed opportunities unfolds. Feng Zhilan bore a resemblance to Wanyue, not in appearance, but in their shared lineage. Although she possessed a name steeped in tradition, her heritage was similarly mixed, being half Han and half foreign, both being of mixed heritage. Wanyue's mother is Han while her father is foreign. Born after the defeat, she embodies the humiliation of the Han people, despised and looked down upon by all as a foreign girl. Conversely, Feng Zhilan's father is Han, and her mother is foreign. She was born after the victory. A source of pride for her father, who would have loved to showcase her at every opportunity. Consequently, Feng Zhilan's character starkly contrasts with Wanyue's. She is exceedingly proud and exuberant. Simply standing, she is a captivating beauty that draws men to her. Moreover, with a commanding father who showers her with indulgent affection, it can be said that in Yangcheng, if Feng the general is the local emperor, then Feng Zhilan is the cherished princess of his heart. Everyone who meets her must yield, treating her with utmost care and adoration. Thus, from a young age, Feng Zhilan has developed an arrogant and overbearing disposition. Peers have often found themselves at a disadvantage in her presence, with girls too fearful to offend her and boys yielding to her whims, further inflating her sense of entitlement. Until she encountered Hizongming, the only one who seemed indifferent to her beauty and status. She dared to offend him, and he would openly challenge her. In her youth, she was fearless, yet time and again, she found herself bested by Hizongming. Strangely, despite his indifference towards her, she relished their interactions, frequently seeking him out. While in childhood one might say that adversaries are drawn together, now that they have matured, everyone sees through Feng Zhilan's intentions. Upon seeing her, a knowing glance passes, and she playfully questions, "Are you truly here to prepare a meal for me? Or do you have ulterior motives in flattering me to convey something to another?" Feng Zhilan's feelings are largely no secret, though being called out publicly causes her to blush. Andy. In a moment of clumsiness, someone at the table tosses a tile, prompting He Jiaoyi to push the mahjong in front of her aside. "I've won." Flexing her wrists, she turns to Feng Zhilan. "After playing for so long, I'm a bit weary. Mingzi has recently acquired a new batch of weapons and has been frequenting the training grounds. I plan to visit him. Would you like to join me?" This proposal strikes a chord with Feng Zhilan, who eagerly nods in agreement. The two then stroll to the training grounds, engaging in lively conversation. Zhou Jiahua's father is an aide to General He. After the general was reassigned, Zhou's father did not follow him to Chuncheng. It was Zhou Jiahua's own choice to accompany Hizongming. Later, When General He encountered difficulties, many former subordinates, including Zhou's father, turned their backs on him. Yet, Zhou Jihua steadfastly supported He Zongming. Currently, Zhou Jihua serves as He Zongming's aide, managing various affairs during the general's absence from the military. Recently, He Zongming has enlisted a new troop, and after some training, they have shown promising results, which he is eager to present today. The towering figure at the forefront, his voice booming like thunder, introduced himself. I am Wanyue, accompanied by my loyal brothers who have journeyed a great distance to pledge our allegiance to the commander. Behind him, a dozen young men saluted He Zongming in unison. Commander. He Zongming scrutinized them, noting their robust physique and spirited demeanor, a smile beginning to form on his lips. Just as he was about to inquire about their names, a soldier approached and whispered in his ear. Commander. Miss Fong has arrived, accompanied by your aunt. He Zongming's brow furrowed, irritation flashing in his eyes. Why are those two together? Rising with a stern countenance. His interest in the parade had dissipated. He turned to Zhou Jihua and remarked, I have met them. They seem promising. The rest is up to you. Zhou Jihua understood He Jiaoyu's temperament, knowing that her presence often heralded trouble. He sighed, reflecting on the inherent complications of women. Resigned, he approached the new recruits. What are your names?
Dao, Liu, Higuang.
Calmly, Zhou Jihua assessed them as they introduced themselves, nodding in approval. Very well. You are all commendable. Now that you are part of the army, we are brothers. Should you require assistance in your daily lives, do not hesitate to speak to the logistics captain. Their response was a unified and crisp salute. Yes. Once dismissed, Kong Li's expression was still brimming with excitement. The military camp lived up to its reputation. Far more grand and imposing than he had imagined, with numerous departments and a well-structured organization that enforced strict discipline. I feel as though I have seen this commander before. He mused. Neo Air jested. He hails from Yangcheng. How could a country bumpkin like you have encountered him? The surrounding brothers chimed in with playful banter. Forget about the commander for now. Focus on that pretty girl of yours. Now that you've enlisted, the situation has stabilized. But with the front lines intensifying, we may be called to battle at any moment. Don't let it be that you're still unwed when you're thrust into combat. For it would be a disservice to that lovely maiden's youth, leaving her to weep in regret. Ali felt a flush of embarrassment at these words. Yet, he couldn't help but join in the laughter of his comrades. He thought of Wanyue, recalling her wide-eyed inquiry about when he would marry her, and the tender kiss they shared before parting. A wave of warmth surged through him. Indeed, with stability comes the possibility of marriage. He was no longer a petty thief lurking in the shadows. He was now a legitimate soldier, officially enlisted and recognized. With his current status, proposing to her would no longer be a slight against her dignity. Ali wore a radiant smile, lost in reverie as he envisioned a future filled with happiness alongside Wanyue. However, as they approached with high spirits, both found themselves disheartened, their expressions sour. Wanyue, at the He residence, was eagerly cradling a small ice bowl filled with osmanthus cheese, lovingly crafted by Lu Ma. Not long ago, when she overheard Lu Ma mention it, she had been yearning for a taste, but due to her delicate condition, Lu Ma had persistently refused to prepare it for her. Now that the moment had finally arrived, Wanyue joyfully scooped the chilled delicacy into her mouth with a small spoon, her happiness palpable. Wasn't it said that she couldn't indulge in cold treats these past few days? He Zongming approached, reaching out to snatch the bowl from her hands. A few days ago it was forbidden. Now it is permissible. Wanyue deftly twisted her small frame, cradling the icy bowl as if it were a treasured possession, her large, glistening eyes warily fixed upon him. If you wish to eat, ask Lu Ma to make you some. You mustn't take mine. Upon realizing that her period of restriction had ended, He Zongming felt a wave of relief wash over him, suppressing a chuckle as he observed Wanyue. Do you think I am a child? Who would covet your treat? The fragrant scent of osmanthus mingled with the sweetness of cheese, and the cool, crushed ice provided a refreshing respite from the heat. Each spoonful brought Wanyue immeasurable delight, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Initially uninterested, He Zongming found himself pondering as he watched her for a moment. Is it truly that delectable? Without raising her gaze, Wanyue replied, You can ask Lu Ma. There is plenty left in the pot. He Zongming, not particularly concerned about the cost of such desserts, recognized the effort that went into making them, and Wanyue had persuaded Lu Ma to prepare an ample quantity. Aside from the small bowl she cradled, Lu Ma, along with 2 other maids engaged in labor, 8 guards tasked with overseeing the courtyard, and several cooks, each had their own bowl to savor. As He Zongming observed Wanyue's animated speech, the glimmer of her lips drew his attention, and a shadow crossed his expression. Why bother Lu Ma when you have a ready supply? Wanyue paused her eating, hesitating as she glanced at the dwindling dessert in her bowl. Given the little that remained, Perhaps she could share it with him and then request more from Luma for herself? Just as she contemplated this, an unexpectedly warm arm wrapped around her waist, lifting her effortlessly from her seat and into He Zongming's embrace. Wanyue's eyes widened in astonishment at the sudden shift. You, before she could finish her thought, He Zongming had pressed his lips against her face. His rough thumb brushed against her cheek, carrying with it a faint scent of gunpowder. The man's face drew near, enveloping her in an overwhelming presence that radiated the unique heat of summer. At that moment, they remained in the living room, where passers-by could easily catch sight of their intimate exchange. Wanyue's heart raced, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she rested her arms upon He Zongming's shoulders. Initially, she intended to push him away, but as a thought crossed her mind, she hesitated, her trembling lashes fluttering shut as she parted her lips. From the outset of their journey, Wanyue had been unwell, and soon her condition had worsened, further complicated by her delicate state. He Zongming had come to realize that the enchanting young woman he admired was as fragile as porcelain. Any slight misstep in her care could leave her suffering for days. Hence, their intimacy had been long absent, making this kiss all the more impassioned and entwined. Wanyue suddenly began to struggle fiercely, her small hands clenched into fists, striking He Zongming's shoulder with force. His handsome visage displayed an unusual fluctuation, and the darkness in his gaze deepened. His voice, usually clear and bright, now resonated in a low, husky tone as he looked intently at Wanyue and asked, "What is the matter?" Wanyue, equally breathless, took a couple of deep breaths before blushingly exclaiming, "Your gun is pressing against my leg." He Zongming's eyes darkened as he replied, "My gun is at my waist." Wanyue gritted her teeth, feeling her body betray her as it softened. Her ears flushed crimson. "I know," she retorted. He Zongming paused momentarily. Allowing Wanyue the opportunity to regain some composure, she pushed him away and leaped to the side. Her cheeks were flushed, her ears were red, and even the nails on her fingers reflected a rosy hue from the exertion of her clenched fists. Standing on the ground, she took several labored breaths before turning swiftly and darting into the courtyard. In the back garden, Lu Ma was seated with two young maids, enjoying desserts and chatting. Suddenly, she spotted Wanyue rushing towards them, and after a brief moment of surprise, she quickly stood up to offer her seat. "Miss, why have you come out? Is the dessert in your bowl insufficient? I can fetch you some more." Wanyue ran straight towards her, looking like a child seeking shelter from an elder. However, just before she reached Lu Ma, a deep voice resonated from behind her. Wanyue halted in her tracks. Normally, she would only enter during dinner time, but it was still shortly after lunch. Stealing a glance at He Zongming, particularly at his waist, she observed him closely. His expression had returned to normal, and he no longer appeared as agitated as he had in the living room. Yet, she hesitated to approach him, shaking her head in uncertainty. "I want to play in the yard," she declared. He Zongming stood by the Western-style building, his expression inscrutable. After a moment of hesitation, Wanyue took the initiative to walk towards him, gently shaking his large hand while pouting playfully. "He Zongming, Commander He, look how splendid the weather is today. Why must you confine me to the room? Please let me play outside." Upon hearing her second address, a turbulent emotion flickered in He Zongming's eyes. His large hand then rested on her face, lifting her chin so that he could meet her gaze. The height difference was stark, and this was the only way he could look into her eyes. Wanyue, unafraid, maintained this position, locking eyes with him. Her large eyes sparkled like crystal, clear and moist, exuding an air of innocence and purity. They remained silent, simply gazing at one another for a time. Lu Ma, observing He Zongming's retreating figure, felt an inexplicable sense of pity, sensing a hint of despondency in his demeanor. Wanyue, however, was carefree. As soon as he left, she eagerly joined the two young maids and began to play joyfully. Chapter 100. Heart Revealed. Lu Ma watched as the three of them squatted in a corner, one moment playing with water, and the next whispering to each other. Initially, she found it amusing, as if she had acquired 3 daughters once again, relishing the experience of nurturing. However, shortly thereafter, she began to experience a headache. Wanyue, accompanied by 2 other young girls, was engrossed in molding clay figures and playing with mud. Upon realizing the situation was amiss, Aunt Lu hurried over to intervene. "Miss Su, this is quite unbecoming of your stature." Yet, Wanyue, joyfully manipulating a ball of clay, retorted, "Why can't I play? I grew up doing just this at home." Beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks and onto her neck, and as she wiped her face, her hands became caked in mud, resulting in a rather disheveled appearance. Aunt Lu, unable to bear the sight, averted her gaze. "Shall I summon someone to prepare a bucket of hot water for you? At this rate, before you finish crafting your clay figures, you might just turn yourself into one." Aunt Lu initially contemplated persuading her further, but noticing Wanyue's resolute demeanor, she ultimately relented. Throughout the afternoon, Wanyue led the two young girls in creating an array of misshapen clay figures, which bore little resemblance to humans. Yet, if one sought actual clay figures, they were not lacking. 3 muddy little girls lined up, each thoroughly smeared with dirt, were indeed living embodiments of clay figures. Wanyue, with her face resembling that of a calico cat, flashed a smile at He Zongming, who regarded her with a complex expression, revealing a row of tidy white teeth. Previously, at the Su residence, I had no friends to play with. Today, I am truly delighted to have their company. As she spoke, she leapt into He Zongming's embrace, inadvertently leaving 2 grimy paw prints on the back of his white shirt. Time for a bath, Wanyue declared. I refuse. I am hungry and want dinner. He Zongming, with a stern gaze, replied, aren't you afraid that the dirt on your face will fall into your bowl? Reluctantly, Wanyue followed Aunt Lu to wash her hands and face, yet stubbornly refused to change her soiled clothes, her neck remaining grimy. Upon returning to the dining table, He Zongming looked displeased at her appearance, but as the meal was already laid out, Wanyue took up her chopsticks, and he chose not to voice his concerns again. Notably, the dishes on the table predominantly lacked chili, with only a couple of spicy Sichuan dishes placed near He Zongming, well away from Wanyue. She relished her dinner, while He Zongming barely touched his food. After the meal, he promptly insisted on taking her to the bathhouse. Wanyue protested, I don't want to bathe. I haven't had enough fun today, and want to continue playing outside. He Zongming, coldly gripping her wrist, insisted, you may play tomorrow. Tonight, you must clean yourself up. As she was pulled inside, Wanyue, unwilling to comply, clung desperately to the doorframe, suddenly crying out for help. Aunt Lu, who was downstairs tidying up the table, immediately rushed up upon hearing the commotion, and upon witnessing the scene before her, was taken aback. He Zongming shot her a frosty glance. Aunt Lu felt a chill run down her spine, and quickly averted her gaze from Wanyue, hastily turning and fleeing. Wanyue. He Zongming's cold gaze shifted back to her. Wanyue silently released her grip on the doorframe. Fine. I will wash, you may leave. I can manage on my own. He Zongming stood firm, unyielding, continuing to regard her with his icy stare. Do you truly believe that is possible? Wanyue glared at him, her eyes wide with indignation. Then what do you intend to do? He Zongming gazed at her with darkened eyes. Isn't your body already well? Wanyue realized that her previous concerns were not unfounded. He indeed harbored such thoughts. As the man advanced towards her, the assertiveness she had displayed moments ago dissipated, and she instinctively retreated. No, I'm not well, He Zongming. I still feel uncomfortable. He Zongming offered no response to her display of weakness, simply stating, you should take a shower first. We can discuss everything else once you are finished. Biting her lip, Wanyue held his gaze for a moment, and upon realizing he had no intention of leaving, she reluctantly turned away, slowly unfastening the buttons at her collar. Let me help you, all right? Over 2 hours later, Wanyue emerged from the bathroom, her eyes tightly shut, her skin and delicate face transformed to a porcelain white, tinged with a peach-like blush. He Zongming held her in his arms, her slender legs languidly draped over his arm, her bare feet, rosy at the soles, gently brushing against the hem of his clothing. Noticing her subtle movements, He Zongming softly admonished, don't be mischievous. At last her little feet settled down. Wanyue remained with her eyes closed, appearing as if she had drifted into slumber. He Zongming sat at the edge of the bed, observing her, holding her soft fingers as he spoke. Why the awkwardness between us? It's not as if you dislike me. Weren't you just singing joyfully a moment ago? Wanyue continued to be silent, utterly still. A shadow of melancholy flickered in He Zongming's eyes as he pressed her hand to his lips. With the frequent disturbances caused by foreigners, the general prefers his subordinates to refrain from ostentation. Thus, our wedding will likely be low-key, without grand displays. However, I will arrange several tables of wine to ensure you feel cherished. Wanyue remained unresponsive, resembling someone truly asleep. He Zongming gently tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, placing a soft kiss on her earlobe, watching as it slowly flushed a delicate pink. He then whispered, since I have chosen to keep you by my side, I will genuinely treat you well. In the He family, your status will mirror mine. I will not allow you to suffer any indignities. If there is anything you desire or wish to acquire, feel free to voice it. Whatever others possess, I will ensure you have. Even that which others lack, if you wish for it, I will endeavor to procure it for you. Wanyue, my intentions in being with you extend beyond mere physicality. Both of us lack familial ties. It will be just the two of us living together. And I vow to care for you, protect you, and love you, fulfilling my duties as a husband. Likewise, I hope you can show concern for me. Be attentive to my needs and feelings, and fulfill your responsibilities as a wife. Chapter 101. Bullying. Wanyue remained with her eyes closed, her tranquil demeanor so serene that, were it not for her eyelashes quivering with uneven breaths, one might truly believe she was fast asleep. When faced with insurmountable problems, evasion becomes the most instinctual response. Yet, as she tried to ignore him, Hizongming would not allow it. Thus, with no other choice, Wanyue reluctantly opened her eyes. Her eyelids drooping as she stared at the patterns on the bedding, murmuring, "Why ask me when you've already made your decision? My thoughts and opinions hold little significance here." She harbors no affection for him and has never contemplated sharing her life with him, yet he has ensnared her, keeping her captive, reluctant to engage with him. She has never considered selling her body for his dazzling wealth, yet he has persistently coerced her, imposing his will upon her time and again. In the company of Hizongming, Wanyue initially never wavered in expressing her own desires, but her words were met with his relentless rebuttals. Her humble pleas fell on deaf ears, and each attempt to advocate for herself only served to ignite his wrath. It echoed the judgment she once shared with Ali, jesting about Su Qingyi's marriage many years ago. A scion of a prestigious family, Hizongming would never learn to genuinely consider the needs of others. Women in his life seldom experienced true, unbound joy. Back then, Wanyue reveled in the misfortune she presumed would befall Su Qingyi.
Now,
She reaps the bitter fruits of her own choices, finding herself ensnared by Hizongming. The lingering echoes of satisfaction from the bathroom still hung in the air. Hizongming, in a surprisingly amiable mood, noticed Wanyue was finally willing to engage. He half embraced her, drawing them closer together. How can one person dictate the affairs of two? Speak your mind. I fear not your demands, but rather your deceitful words and hidden sentiments that keep me locked outside your heart. Reclining on his lap, Wanyue felt his fingers tenderly untangling the strands of hair at the back of her head. His tone and gestures were imbued with utmost gentleness. Yet the substance of his words remained disconcerting. Wanyue bit her lip, mentally cursing him as a seductress. She had previously been reckless, foolishly comparing Hizongming to a mule. Mules are honest and diligent, grounded and practical. Hizongming, on the other hand, is clearly a fox, seemingly gentle and harmless at first, yet insidiously cunning, sweet-tongued but treacherous, harboring a heart full of malice. The transformation from an unmarried girl to an unmarried woman has been wrought by his accumulation of her blood and tears. No matter how lavish the gilded cage, it remains a prison that confines freedom. Though she appears to live comfortably now, she is merely a captive, a prisoner with no agency. He confines her, monopolizes her, and exploits her for his own gain, all the while acting as though he is the aggrieved party. Wanyue obediently rested her face on Hizongming's thigh, yet her large eyes, obscured by thick lashes, brimmed with irony. Why feign such victimhood? Should outsiders overhear, they might mistakenly believe I am the one tormenting you. Exhausted from the bath, Wanyue now felt weak. Her voice was soft and gentle, laced with the accent of her hometown, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze caressing the willow-lined banks where the branches danced and the waters shimmered, evoking a serene beauty that stilled the heart. Even if her words conveyed dissatisfaction, to others, they merely sounded like the playful complaints of a young girl. Hizongming chuckled lightly. Who says you haven't bullied me? My entire heart is devoted to you. Day and night, I am consumed by thoughts of you, wishing to present all the world's finest treasures before you, merely to elicit a smile from your lips. Yet, you persistently regard me with disdain, treating me as an adversary, a foe to be approached with the utmost caution. Wanyue, in matters of the heart, you have undeniably taken advantage of me. You are fully aware of my affections for you, which grants you the audacity to look down upon me. I have never treated you poorly, yet you have subjected me to a relentless emotional torment. During his discourse, Wanyue attempted several times to interject, yet her uncertainty left her speechless. She felt that Hizongming's assertions were misguided, yet she was unable to counter them with clarity, ultimately resorting to covering her ears, declaring, "I shall not listen. I refuse to hear. This is mere nonsense. You seek to mislead me." Were it not for the fear of Hizongming harming Ali, she would have eagerly recounted her years with Ali, wishing to convey to Hizongming the kindness Ali had shown her. Though Ali may lack the wealth that Hizongming possesses, his generosity has always been evident. If they were both starving and Ali had but a single bun, he would willingly offer it to Wanyue, enduring hunger himself, even fabricating tales of having already eaten to spare her feelings. Ali may not wield the immense power that Hizongming does, yet when Wanyue faced adversity, he would stand before her, ready to defend her against all odds. Even against his own kin, he would divert their attention to himself, enduring blows and insults to ensure her safety. In terms of societal expectations and material possessions, Ali may indeed fall short of Hizongming. However, When it comes to caring for Wanyue, he would not be outdone by anyone. To illustrate, if Wanyue were to confide in Ollie about her affection for Hezongming and her intention to pursue a future with him, Ollie might experience a fleeting sorrow. But he would ultimately respect her decision and silently bestow his blessings upon her. Ollie's goodness stems from his desire for Wanyue's happiness, as long as she flourishes. He is willing to step back. In contrast, Hezongming's notion of benevolence is merely his self-serving interpretation. He operates more like a merchant than a lover, meticulously calculating gains and losses. Should his expectations not align with reality, he may resort to extremes: anger, intimidation, coercion, and aggressive acquisition. Although Wanyue may appear naive and innocent, the harsh realities of survival within the Su family over the years have endowed her with a profound understanding of the world. Hezongming's attempts to manipulate her mind are futile, perhaps in another lifetime. In Chapter 102, Caged, Wanyue's petulance only deepens the amusement in Hezongming's gaze. He playfully tousles her hair and kisses her soft lips. If you do not wish to listen, then do not. One day, you will comprehend. Wanyue gazes blankly at the ceiling, her heart racing wildly. A hint of confusion dances in her eyes until, after a while, she furrows her brow and cautiously retrieves a wooden hairpin from beneath her pillow, cradling it to her heart as if it were a precious treasure. Though the events in the bathroom were not intentionally revealed, Lu Ma, as someone who had experienced similar situations, discerned the underlying tension from the garments that Wanyue had changed out of. She suspected that Wanyue and Hezongming were likely not in this predicament willingly. The following day, she approached her tasks with utmost caution, ever vigilant of Wanyue's actions, fearing she might succumb to despair. By lunchtime, Wanyue sat alone at the dining table, consuming sugar cakes prepared by the chef from Spring City, her appetite seemingly robust. With a small cake no larger than half a palm, she paired it with congee, consuming 12 of them by herself, which finally eased Lu Ma's worries about Wanyue potentially doing something foolish. A woman capable of devouring 12 cakes in one sitting was unlikely to contemplate ending her life. Yet, despite her hearty meal, Wanyue remained discontented. Hezongming's words, though sweet, were undermined by his actions, which were as self-serving as ever. With stringent precautions taken against her, all clothing and jewelry were procured by servants, while Lu Ma was tasked with bringing her biscuits and pastries. Essentially, the courtyard of the He family's villa became her sole realm of activity, confining her to the house. As days passed and their wedding date approached, Wanyue's spirit waned further. Initially, she delighted in playing with her two maids in the yard, but soon she no longer ventured outside, spending her days gazing longingly out the window. She resembled a bird yearning for the sky, yet trapped within a cage. Though her basic needs were met, genuine happiness eluded her. Lu Ma observed these changes with concern, attributing them to Wanyue's longing for her family and her overwhelming sorrow. The longer they spent together, the more Lu Ma found Wanyue to be an endearing yet heart-wrenching character. Previously, Lu Ma had inquired about a certain Kong Li, who fit the description provided by Miss Su. Just the other day, a new recruit had received 10 lashes for being distracted during a simulated combat training session. Lu Ma, who happened to be watching, noted that the recruit's height, appearance, and demeanor closely resembled the person Wanyue was seeking. Upon further inquiry, it turned out that he indeed hailed from Spring City and was named Kong Li. He had been performing exceptionally well among new enlistees, which had led to his important role as a squad leader during drills. Really? Wanyue exclaimed, jumping down from her chair with newfound vitality, her eyes sparkling with life once more. Upon hearing the news, she beamed, her smile radiating genuine joy. Not only did her lips curl upward, but the corners of her eyes also lifted slightly, her once dull gaze now vibrant with enthusiasm. "Where is he? Quickly, take me to see him," she exclaimed, rushing to the wardrobe, where a neatly arranged row of custom-made kipeos awaited her. Previously, she would hastily grab whatever was available. Today, however, she began selecting her attire with care, holding each piece up before the mirror to compare. Seeing her exuberance, Lu Ma could not help but smile in return. "Miss, you seem to have forgotten that the commander cherishes you dearly, fearing that the outside world may cause you harm. Since you cannot step outside, why not let me send a message to your cousin and arrange for him to visit us at home?" Her words fell upon Wanyue like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the fervent flames of her heart. The excitement dissipated, leaving only the grim reality she had to confront. Wanyue cast aside the garment she held, sulking as she sank into a chair, a bitter smile creeping across her face. "Indeed, how could I forget? The doors of the He family are firmly shut to me." As she spoke, the glimmering light in her eyes slowly coalesced into tears, crystalline droplets poised on her lashes, ready to fall. Aunt Lu, alarmed, asked, "What troubles you, miss? Did I say something amiss?" "My tongue is clumsy. If I have offended you, Feel free to scold me or even strike me, but please do not suffer in silence. It's nothing of your concern. I am simply overwhelmed with joy. By the way, Aunt Lu, you haven't mentioned this to He Zongming, have you? Rest assured, miss. My lips are tightly sealed. With a nod, Wanyue propped her chin on her hand, lost in contemplation. Should she summon a Li to the He family to seek her out? Yet, with so many guards outside, escaping alone seemed impossible. Surely, a Li wouldn't he find it easy to whisk her away. No, that wouldn't he do. The guards were all armed. If a Li were to come, the risks would be immense. She had to devise her own plan. Regardless of the circumstances, she must find a way to escape this impregnable cage that was the He family. Emerging from the Grand Marshal's residence, He Zongming was in low spirits, his face a mask of cold indifference. The driver outside immediately opened the car door upon his exit. Just as He Zongming was about to enter the vehicle, Fang Jilan rushed out behind him. He Zongming, she called, her voice ringing loud enough for everyone within 100 meters to hear, leaving him no choice but to acknowledge her. He Zongming halted, turning to face her with an expression of barely concealed impatience. Miss Fang, do you require something? Fang Jilan approached him, her eyes shining with determination, yet glistening with unshed tears. Are you truly going to marry? He Zongming replied with a nonchalant his gaze seemingly meeting hers yet distant, unfocused. With only 6 days until his wedding to Wanyue, he had come to the Grand Marshal's residence to personally deliver the invitation to the banquet. Observing the distracted man, Fang Zilan felt a pang of hurt wash over her. This was always the case. Even when he stood before her, he remained unreachable, as if she could never penetrate the depths of his gaze. Frustration welled within her, her eyes shimmering with a mix of grievance and accusation. I have pondered for years, yet I still do not comprehend what it is that I lack. He Zongming remained lost in thought, mulling over the Grand Marshal's remarks regarding the shortage of troops at the front and the need for reinforcements, his silence stretching on. After a prolonged pause, Fang Zilan stomped her foot and raised her voice once more. He Zongming, with gritted teeth and reddened eyes, she implored, what is it about me that's inadequate? Even in defeat, I deserve clarity. He Zongming scrutinized her, a hint of bewilderment in his expression. What your worth is to me does not matter. His gaze, though not devoid of warmth, carried a chill that deepened Fang Jilan's sense of despair, leaving her heart torn asunder. He Zongming furrowed his brow and said, Miss Fang, if you have no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. Fang Jilan, her eyes brimming with tears, took a step aside in a daze. He Zongming, without casting a sideways glance, entered the vehicle and calmly instructed, to the command headquarters. Jilan, what troubles you? General Fang, having just crossed the threshold of 50, remained vigorous and imposing. His stature was tall, and his countenance commanded respect. He held a particular affection for his daughter, Fang Zilan, and even when she expressed a desire to witness the war firsthand, he was willing to dispatch 100 loyal protectors to safeguard her, fulfilling her wish. Fang Jilan, unable to contain her tears, sorrowfully inquired, Father, which young lady is He Zongming marrying? Have you ever laid eyes upon her? General Fang chuckled. What young lady? She is merely a peasant girl from the countryside. Though I have not met her, his aunt mentioned her a few times at the card table, describing her as lacking decorum, coarse, and full of rustic speech, utterly unworthy of esteem. From a young age, his daughter had been enamored with He Zongming, and her earlier insistence on accompanying him to the front lines had not escaped General Fang's notice. Approaching Fang Jilan, he gently patted her shoulder and kindly advised, that country girl has no family to speak of. How could someone of He Zongming's stature truly marry her? The so-called wedding is likely just a facade, a means to enhance appearances and find a way to elevate her status. When discussing He Zongming's impending marriage, General Fang spoke with a sense of superiority. Recalling his own experiences, Fang Zilan's spirits lifted slightly, yet she remained deeply dissatisfied. But even if he despises that country girl, who is to say he won't find another woman? Suddenly resolute, Fang Zilan raised her tear-streaked face and implored General Fang, Father, I love He Zongming, and I wish to marry him, yet to him, I seem to exist not at all. She understood that her father was suggesting she wait a little longer. Yet she had already waited many years, since childhood, through her growth, and now as he prepared to wed another. How much longer must she endure? A lifetime? But what if, throughout that lifetime, he never saw her? Just moments ago, during their conversation, He Zongming had shown not the slightest concern for her. This was the first time General Fang had heard his daughter express her feelings so candidly and realized that she was truly agitated by He Zongming's impending marriage. Had she genuinely decided that he was the only one for her? The only one? Support meant going to war, and war entailed sacrifice. Even in victory, The simplicity of the word concealed countless fallen soldiers lying in heaps of flesh and blood. He Zhongming, at the command headquarters, mustered troops personally selecting a regiment from seasoned veterans to dispatch for support. The army was set to depart the following day, and that evening, He Zhongming dined with the brothers who were about to embark, toasting and celebrating their journey. As the moon reached its zenith, the banquet finally dispersed. Alone, Wanyue dined, harboring her own thoughts and lacking an appetite. She finished her meal early and settled onto the sofa in the parlor, awaiting the return of others. He Zhongming stumbled in, reeking of alcohol, and immediately spotted a young girl curled up on the sofa, resembling a sleeping kitten. He paused momentarily, swaying slightly as he approached her. Having indulged too much that evening, his vision was blurred, and he inadvertently tripped over something. Frowning, he kicked the object aside. Wanyue was startled awake by the noise and, upon seeing He Zhongming, blinked in surprise before a drowsy smile graced her face. Noticing his unsteady gait and evident intoxication, she kindly rose to support him. "You keep me shut in while you revel outside, enjoying your drinks," she remarked. He Zhongming casually wrapped his arm around her, his chest pressing firmly against her back, his weight leaning heavily upon her. "Still awake at this hour, waiting for me?" His hand roamed unceremoniously to her leg, skillfully finding the slit of her qipao. Wanyue's cheeks flushed crimson as she swatted his hand away, exclaiming, "We haven't even gone upstairs yet." He Zhongming chuckled, his breath warm against her ear. "Is it sufficient once we reach upstairs?" Wanyue, blushing and silent, assisted him up the staircase. However, as they passed the study, He Zhongming paused, pulling her in with a gentle motion. "Come, I wish to show you something." He led Wanyue inside, urging her to take a seat while he retrieved a plain black box from the top of the bookshelf. Wanyue gazed at him in confusion as he presented the box. "Open it and see." Initially believing he had procured yet another trinket to amuse her, she had planned to feign delight. However, upon grasping the box, she was surprised by its lightness, as if it contained nothing at all. Upon opening it, she found it nearly empty, save for a few thin envelopes. "What is this?" Wanyue asked, flipping through the envelopes, her prepared smile replaced by genuine curiosity. He Zhongming responded, "Take a look inside." Blinking innocently, she replied, "But I can't read." Nevertheless, He Zhongming continued to hold her hand, gently tearing open the envelopes. The letters revealed themselves, consisting of 3 neatly folded sheets of blank paper. Wanyue was utterly perplexed. Chapter 104. The Family Letter. He Zhongming finally elucidated. These are letters to family, as well as farewell notes, left by soldiers before they head into battle. They represent the last sentiments they wish to convey to their loved ones. Wanyue nodded, though she only partially comprehended, examining the blank pages. "But there are no words on them. Is the writer illiterate like me?" He Zhongming chuckled softly, yet his eyes held a trace of melancholy. "After the incident with the He family, I have fought in 3 battles. These 3 letters were written during those times. Yet, at that moment, I had neither family to miss, nor close confidants to whom I could entrust my thoughts. Hence, what you see before you are these 3 blank pages." He lifted Wanyue onto his lap, both seated on the same chair, resting his chin atop her head. With a mix of joy and tenderness, he declared, "Now that I have you, I shall no longer leave behind empty pages. From this day forth, you shall be my sole concern, and the one I hold dear." In a moment devoid of reason, Wanyue felt her heart tremble, an indescribable sensation of bittersweetness unfurling from her core. The moonlight gently filtered through the glass window, casting a soft, hazy glow upon He Zhongming, who lay in slumber, appearing less formidable than usual. Wanyue gazed at his face for an extended period, her eyes inadvertently drawn to the scar adorning his neck. The scar was so grotesque that it was easy to imagine the wound that had caused it must have been equally horrifying. As she continued to observe, her hand instinctively reached out and lightly brushed against it. Her complexion pale, she lowered her gaze, suddenly leaping from He Zhongming's embrace, standing rigidly with her head bowed for what felt like an eternity. "Why must it be me?" A shadow of an enigmatic emotion flickered in Wanyue's eyes. Initially intending to leave, she hesitated upon rising, her gaze drawn back to him. After a moment's deliberation, she approached, removed his shoes, and then, after a brief pause, unfastened his military jacket, finally deciding to take off his trousers as well. Retrieving a hairpin from beneath his pillow, Wanyue lowered her head, studying it earnestly, her fingers delicately tracing each intricate pattern before she reverently tucked it away and nestled back under the covers. He Zhongming awoke the next morning, roused by the chill, and upon opening his eyes, found himself completely undressed, devoid of any covers. Clutching his head, still heavy from the previous night's indulgences, he sat up, massaging his temples for a considerable time before he rose to change clothes and head out for breakfast. Wanyue is known for her penchant for sleeping in, and He Zongming indulged her whims, never imposing rules upon her. It had become customary for her absence at the breakfast table. Yet today, she sat primly at the table, her demeanor demure, her eyes lighting up upon seeing him descend the stairs. With a hint of self-importance, she inquired, "Did you sleep well last night?" Wanyue proudly lifted her chin, of course. Her demeanor clearly indicated her anticipation for praise. He Zongming managed a half-smile, his lips twitching as he took a seat beside her, stretching his shoulders. She had nearly stripped him bare, yet no covers had been provided, and the window remained ajar. "Su Wanyue," he began, and she looked at him expectantly, her large eyes sparkling. He intended to express that her actions the previous evening had been rather foolish. But under her gaze, the words lodged in his throat, unable to escape. Wanyue continued to gaze at him with an eager expectation for commendation. After a brief moment of mutual contemplation, he reluctantly uttered, "You were quite helpful last night." Wanyue beamed with a radiant smile. He Zongming then added, "In the future, such tasks should be left to the servants. Your role is to be the lady of the house, and attending to others is unnecessary." Whether she truly absorbed his words remained uncertain, as she did not respond but instead, encouraged by his words, became increasingly attentive, serving him food with great diligence. Unlike their usual meals, where she would solely focus on herself, today was a departure from the norm. She hardly touched her own chopsticks. Yet the plate before He Zongming was piled high with food. He Zongming observed her several times, pondering, "Have you poisoned the dishes?" Wanyue's previously eager hands froze, and after a 2-second pause, she shot him a glare. "What nonsense are you spouting?" She stiffened her expression, rising from her seat with the plate in hand. "If you won't eat, then I shall take it out to feed the dogs." Upon witnessing her genuine anger, He Zongming chuckled and intercepted her, embracing both her and the plate. "What has gotten into you today? I find this sudden change quite disconcerting." Wanyue remained silent for a moment, gathering her courage before looking into his eyes. "If you wish to marry me, it must be a formal engagement. I shall be the primary wife, not a concubine." He Zongming was taken aback by her unexpected declaration, momentarily stunned before playfully lifting her chin with his fingers. "Who else could possibly compare to you? With whom would we discuss rank?" Wanyue bit her lip, casting her gaze downward without a word. He Zongming studied her for a while, his brow gradually furrowing. "Who has been gossiping in your presence?" he inquired, preparing to summon Lu Ma. Wanyue, sensing his intent, interjected before he could call her. "No one. It's just that I am feeling a bit down." She looked at He Zongming, her large eyes tinged with sorrow. "Though I have never been married, I have witnessed others bringing brides into their homes. A legitimate wife should have the right to choose her wedding attire on her own. Only those destined to be concubines must follow orders as if they were mere commodities." He Zongming listened intently as she spoke, his initially serious demeanor softening, ultimately giving way to a hint of a smile. "Is that all? It's merely a dress. Just wait. I shall send someone to fetch the tailor and bring every fine fabric available. Choose as you please." Wanyue had anticipated his response. "What constitutes good or bad fabric cannot be decided by you alone. What if I happen to favor those you've not brought?" He Zongming, "I wish to go out, to browse the shops, and to select my wedding gown myself." Chapter 105. A Battle of Wits. After her declaration, Wanyue gazed at He Zongming with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. He Zongming continued his breakfast, displaying impeccable table manners. Noticing his silence, Wanyue's expression gradually fell. With a heavy heart, she set down her chopsticks and prepared to leave. "Where are you going?" His voice came softly from behind her. "What cage could possibly exist in this home? What do you think?" They exchanged glances. He Zongming maintained a refined demeanor, eating with minimal sound, leaving only the clatter of dishes on the table. Wanyue pushed her bowl aside, resting her arms on the edge of the table, languidly leaning over. Her dark lashes hung low, and her delicate pink lips drooped at the corners. He Zongming glanced at her, finishing the last morsel on his plate before setting down his chopsticks and wiping his hands with a warm towel. "Is it not a cage?" Wanyue pursed her lips, sitting quietly for a moment before suddenly rising, moving to perch upon He Zongming's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. This was her first bold gesture of affection towards him. "You cannot intend to confine me forever, He Zongming. Even a small dog would suffer if kept in a cage for too long." He Zongming looked down at the little figure in his embrace, his expression softening. "When did I ever say I wanted to be confined? You won't allow me to step outside, restricting my movements to the villa and the yard. Is this not akin to imprisonment? I feel like a frog, with the villa yard being my well, and I can hardly recall the last time I basked in the sunlight beyond its confines." He Zongming replied in an even tone. "That was when you attempted to deceive me and flee with my money." Wanyue felt the conversation had reached an impasse. He Zongming showed her no semblance of leniency, causing her face to flush with a mix of embarrassment and anger, prompting her to consider getting off his lap. Zongming did not stop her, appearing to await her capitulation. Gritting her teeth, she leaned toward him once more, her innocent eyes sparkling, her expression softening. As a distinguished commander, must you be so narrow-minded? I only ventured out once, and I've been obedient since. Why must you dredge up old grievances? Zongming raised her chin with his fingers, his gaze sweeping over her face. Wanyue forced a sweet smile. Zongming chuckled, but it was laced with derision. It seems your memory is rather poor. So, allow me to refresh it. On the 9th of last month, you attempted to leave under the pretense of buying candy, but the guard refused you, and you erupted in a fit of rage. On the 12th, you tried to exit claiming you needed rouge, but again, the guard stopped you, and you responded with anger. On the 17th you... Enough. Wanyue's face flushed crimson as she clenched her small fists, rising from his lap in a huff and storming upstairs. Zongming called after her with a laugh. I haven't finished speaking yet. Where do you think you're going? Ignoring him, she continued up the stairs, but his low chuckle trailed behind her like a shadow. It was evident he had seen through her intentions all along, and she felt both exasperated and embarrassed. Watching him effortlessly exit through the door she could not bring herself to cross, she bit her lip in frustration. The entire morning had been a torment. When it came to cunning and guile, she simply could not outmaneuver Zongming. If he was determined to guard against her, she couldn't devise a suitable plan at that moment. Was she truly expected to summon Ollie to the He residence and risk capture by 8 armed guards? The thought flitted through her mind but was swiftly dismissed. After contemplating for an indeterminate time, a knock at the door interrupted her reverie. Miss, lunch is ready. Please come out to eat, called Lu Ma. Gently pushing the door open, she peeked inside, noting Wanyue, dressed neatly but appearing despondent, seated by the bed. Lu Ma approached her side. What troubles you, miss? Would you like to share it with an old woman like me? Wanyue shook her head. Please leave me for now. I'm not hungry yet. When I feel the urge, I'll naturally come out to eat. Her lack of appetite stemmed not only from her mood, but also from the sweltering weather. In recent days, she had been feeling somewhat queasy, particularly when faced with a table laden with fish and meat, the aroma sometimes turning her stomach. Seeing her response, Lu Ma ceased her persuasion and pondered. The green bean sweet porridge I prepared last time seemed to please you, Mississippi. Would you like me to prepare it again? Wanyue's eyes sparkled with delight. Yes. Let it be the green bean porridge, and perhaps a few side dishes. Some tossed wild vegetables would suffice, with a generous squeeze of lemon juice. As for the chicken, duck, and fish, you may have them. I simply cannot stomach them. Lu Ma laughed. Very well, miss. That is the spirit. Should you find the food unsatisfactory in the future, do not hesitate to ask me to prepare something anew. It is unwise to sulk and refuse to eat. Neglecting your health is hardly worthwhile. With that, she exited Wanyue's room to the kitchen, preparing the requested items. Considering that a single porridge and 1 dish seemed rather meager, she also added several other small dishes, all tangy and spicy, to invigorate the palate. Once lunch was served anew, Wanyue indeed relished her meal, declaring her lack of appetite while consuming 3 bowls of porridge and sampling each side dish with enthusiasm. Wanyue, however, was not accustomed to spicy food, particularly the fiery heat from Yang City, even with Lu Ma's minimal seasoning. She could hardly manage a few bites before gasping for air, fanning herself with her delicate hand beside her mouth. Observing this, Lu Ma promptly offered to replace the dishes. Miss, if you cannot handle the spice, please stop eating. I shall prepare you something else. Yet, Wanyue stopped her, beads of sweat forming on her brow from the heat, her eyes sparkling. No need, I truly enjoy these dishes, despite the spice. Her originally pale pink lips were now flushed, slightly swollen from the heat, yet she continued to pick up her chopsticks, genuinely fond of the food. Chapter 106. A rascal. Not knowing how to dissuade her, Lu Ma hurried to the kitchen to fetch some ice, crafting a refreshing icy dessert for Wanyue. Pears combined with ice cubes and fresh milk created a delicately sweet and fragrant treat without any muddled flavors. However, she merely contemplated this and did not voice any demands to Lu Ma. After the meal, having eaten heartily, Wanyue took her customary stroll in the garden to aid digestion, with Lu Ma accompanying her and engaging in conversation. Pointing to a tree in the garden, Lu Ma remarked, "The apricots up, they're almost ripe. Once they are ready, I shall pick them to make apricot pastries for you, Mississippi." Wanyue looked up to see a large tree, lush with foliage, its branches adorned with numerous round fruits, tinged with green and a hint of yellow. Licking her lips, she suddenly approached the tree, wrapping her arms around its trunk and shaking it vigorously. The branches trembled and Lu Ma exclaimed in surprise, "Miss, what are you doing?" Wanyue gleefully gathered the fallen fruits, wiping them on her sleeve and preparing to pop one into her mouth when Lu Ma quickly intervened. "You mustn't eat them like that, my dear miss. You behave like a child who is yet to grow up. With a touch of affectionate amusement, she took the fruit to the kitchen to wash it with clean water before presenting it back to Wanyue. Some of the apricots still bore hints of green, indicating they were not yet fully ripe. If they were unpalatable, Wanyue could simply discard them after a bite, but she must not force herself to finish them. Wanyue brought the apricot to her lips and took a bite. Indeed, as Luma had said, the fruit was both bitter and sour. Luma raised the trash bin beside her, signaling her to discard it, but Wanyue shook her head and continued to eat, savoring each bite until only the pit remained. Could it be that these apricots, though they appeared green, were actually ripe? Luma gazed thoughtfully at the tree, contemplating whether she should pick a few for herself. Suddenly, the sound of a car horn echoed from outside the courtyard. He Zongming raised an eyebrow at her, playfully chiding, "You heartless little thing. Wait until I change my clothes before I deal with you." With that, he entered the villa, without attempting to catch Wanyue. Luma, disapproving, advised Miss.
How can you speak to the commander like that?
She glanced at the villa, then suddenly turned and left Luma aside, her large eyes scanning the surroundings before she darted into the gap between the apricot tree and the wall, hiding herself away. Seeing that Luma was the only one left standing in the courtyard, He Zongming raised an eyebrow, silently questioning Luma with his gaze. Where is she? Luma could not find the words, only casting a conflicted glance at the apricot tree. He then lightened his footsteps and leisurely approached the tree. As he reached the gap beside the tree, he spotted a small figure curled up, resembling a little mushroom nestled within. He Zongming remained silent, bending down and suddenly extending his arm, wrapping it around the little girl's waist and pulling her back into his embrace with gentle force. He planted a kiss on her rosy cheek, exclaiming, "Got you." Wanyue, unwilling to surrender, squirmed like a little kitten, protesting, "Let go. Let me go." In Yangcheng, where goods were abundant, women often adorn themselves with cosmetics, and He Zongming had provided Wanyue with many such items, yet she rarely used them, her face always retaining its natural charm, fair and rosy. When her emotions fluctuated, she resembled a ripe peach, and at that moment, she was indeed such a peach. He Zongming not only refused to loosen his grip but tightened it, holding her firmly in his embrace and showering her with kisses. Initially, Wanyue struggled resolutely, but soon her strength waned, and she melted against his chest, yielding to his affection. As he kissed her lips, she closed her eyes, surrendering to his deep kiss. Wanyue's cheeks were flushed, her eyes glistening with curiosity as she leaned against the wall, gazing at him in bewilderment. He Zongming smoothed the creases of her chi-pao and tidied the disheveled hair that had been tousled during their playful antics before addressing the dazed Wanyue. Wanyue paused, slowly grasping his meaning. First, joy enveloped her, then a hint of conflict arose within her. "Are you going with me?" He Zongming caressed her swollen lips, stating, "Have you ever seen a wedding where only one person wears a gown?" Although accompanying him was not in line with Wanyue's original intention, the prospect of stepping out of the He family home was still a welcome change. Wanyue, initially disheartened about going out, felt a surge of excitement as He Zongming unexpectedly relented. "All right, wait for me. I'll change my clothes right away." He Zongming did not think there was anything inappropriate about her attire, but since she wished to dress up, he patiently awaited her. After a brief wait, Wanyue emerged from the room, her attire unchanged from when she had entered. He Zongming furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her. "Is this the new outfit you changed into? What distinguishes it from the previous one?" Wanyue approached him, intertwining her arm with his, her face radiating excitement at the prospect of venturing outside. "I did not change the outer garment. It was a rare occasion to go out, and I cannot possibly settle for just one piece of clothing. So I took some money with me." Her explanation was riddled with inconsistencies, leaving He Zongming perplexed. As he examined her outstretched palm, he discovered she was indeed clutching 2 gold bars. He moved towards the laundry basket, sifting through the contents, while Wanyue stood at the door, her expression darkening. "Don't be such a rogue." "Am I the rogue or are you? Is a mere kiss after a night without feeding you truly that scandalous?" Chapter 107, A Serendipitous Encounter. Wanyue ignored him, her cheeks flushed as she shot him a glare before turning on her heel and stepping outside. Moments later, He Zongming caught up, extending his hand in an attempt to grasp hers. Wanyue pressed her lips together, pushing him away several times, yet ultimately, their fingers intertwined as they exited the door. Upon reaching the car, Wanyue continued to disregard him, gazing out the window. Suddenly, she felt a chill at her wrist, followed by an unexpected weight. Glancing down, she was startled to find a gleaming pair of handcuffs adorning her wrist. Her eyes widened in shock as she turned to He Zongming. "What does this mean?" In response, He Zongming casually attached the other end of the handcuffs to his own wrist. "It holds no special significance. Do not overthink it." Wanyue lifted their joined hands, moving slightly, which tugged at He Zongming. Suppressing her anger, she declared, "You're treating me like a criminal." He Zongming leaned back in his seat, his arms still extended, maintaining their grasp, a lazy smile playing on his lips. "Should I remind you again? You have a criminal record." Wanyue's previously cheerful demeanor evaporated, her expression turning icy for the remainder of the journey. Throughout her life, she had encountered her fair share of nefarious individuals, yet most bore their malice openly, straightforward in their intentions. Individuals like He Zongming, possessing a facade of gentleness while concealing their true nature, were a rarity. No matter how charmingly he spoke, his actions remained self-serving, leaving no room for others. He Zongming fell silent for the rest of the ride, and the car rolled on in quietude until they arrived at the most renowned ready-to-wear shop in Yangcheng. "Commander, we've arrived," announced a familiar voice. Wanyue glanced at him, recognizing Xiao Song, whose smile exuded warmth. "Miss Su, I hope all is well." Xiao Song found her indifference amusing rather than disheartening, perceiving her behavior as childlike. Upon entering the shop, Wanyue's cold demeanor softened slightly as she casually pointed to the fabrics presented by the proprietor. This one, and that one." The owner, brimming with joy, inquired, "Are you selecting all of these, miss?" Wanyue retorted, "Ugly, very ugly, utterly dreadful." The owner, taken aback, awkwardly glanced at He Zongming, scratching his nose in embarrassment. He Zongming realized that Wanyue was once again venting her frustrations on an outsider and raised an eyebrow. "Since you dislike it so much, why not try another place?" "Oh no, please don't." The proprietor was quite astute. The reason his establishment had become the most renowned in the city was due to the patronage of the esteemed ladies and wives of high-ranking officials. Their preferences elevated the overall prestige of the shop and sparked a frenzy of admiration from others, truly deserving of her future role as a commander's wife. Wanyue's discerning taste was indeed extraordinary. The proprietor, sensing the need to reveal his best wares, called out, "Bring forth my prized possession." A young attendant swiftly retrieved a piece of cloth covered in white gauze, carefully presenting it to the owner. The proprietor handled it with utmost care, gently unveiling the layer of gauze. "This fabric I acquired merely 2 days ago. Miss, do take a look and see if it pleases your eye." Although Wanyue had little interest in fabric, the air of mystery surrounding the proprietor piqued her curiosity. The gauze was cautiously lifted at one corner, revealing a stunning red brocade adorned with delicate golden patterns. Even though it was but a small piece, its beauty was undeniable. At the moment the gauze was lifted, an ethereal fragrance reminiscent of orchids filled the air, subtle yet undeniably captivating, enticing one to inhale deeply, stirring a sense of longing within. Unconsciously, Wanyue stepped closer, eager to appreciate the fabric's allure, but the proprietor promptly covered it again, smiling as he inquired, "Have you made your decision, miss? Do you find this fabric to your liking?" Wanyue hesitated, no longer rejecting it with her previous certainty. She glanced at He Zongming. He Zongming turned to the proprietor and said, "Name your price." The proprietor, sensing the success of the transaction, beamed with delight. "Commander, it is truly a blessing for me to have you in my humble shop. How could I possibly charge you?" He then summoned a tailor and an attendant. "Miss, please step into the fitting room for your measurements while the commander waits here. I have arranged for tea and fruits." He Zongming interjected, holding Wanyue's hand. "No need. I already have her measurements. Just proceed accordingly." The proprietor was somewhat taken aback. It was customary for people to provide their own measurements for clothing. Yet this was a ceremonial outfit for their wedding. However, he merely smiled at He Zongming and refrained from voicing any objections. Before departing, Xiao Song re-entered the shop, presenting a banknote. "This should suffice for the purchase of your fabric." The proprietor attempted to use his previous persuasive tactics, but Xiao Song arrogantly pushed the banknote closer. "Enough! Our commander is not at a point where he cannot afford a single garment." With that, he turned and exited, leaving the shopkeeper examining the banknote with an increasingly radiant smile. With the handcuffs in place, Wanyue's every apprehension dissipated, and she remained quietly obedient by He Zongming's side, engaging only in selecting jewelry and sweets, refraining from any frivolous pursuits. Lacking ear piercings, she had a particular fondness for rings. And she and He Zongming spent a considerable amount of time at the jewelry shop, trying on pearls, fire opals, and diamonds, each captivating her interest as she requested the shopkeeper to present them one by one for her to try. When it came time to try on the ring, she insisted on using her other hand, compelling He Zongming to awkwardly lift and lower both hands in unison, a tedious repetition that went on endlessly. Yet, Wanyue seemed to revel in the experience. He Zongming, standing beside her, remained unperturbed, his gaze drifting from her delicate, pale face to her thick lashes, which gently drooped in concentration. Recently, Fang Zilan had been in a melancholic mood, and her friend, after much effort, finally coaxed her out for a shopping excursion. As they entered the jewelry store, they unexpectedly spotted He Zongming. Guiqin's expression brightened, and she nudged the seemingly distracted Fang Jilan, who appeared to have lost her sense of reality. Look quickly, who is standing just a few steps away. Fang Jilan half-heartedly lifted her gaze, only to find it abruptly fixated on He Zhongming, standing sideways, immobilized by the sight. Noticing her reaction, Guiqin took a step forward, entering the shop to greet him. Commander He, what brings you to these charming little places that we women adore? He Zhongming was initially unaware of the additional presence in the store, turning only upon hearing her voice. Wanyue, too, shifted slightly, intrigued by the nearly direct address. She then beheld two strikingly tall and fashionable women, one radiant and the other demure, standing side by side with their eyes gleaming at He Zhongming. Despite Wanyue's presence, they offered her not a single glance, as though she were nothing more than a wisp of air.